Carrying a flawed artifact from the Dota system, Zig embarked on his journey as a village chief. A farm, a blacksmith shop, a tower for archers, a training ground for soldiers. What else remains to be constructed? Armed farmers certainly lack combat prowess. The true path lies in forging weapons and armor, training infantry, spear wielders, archers, and cavalry as regular troops. It would be even better if he could recruit some orcs to bolster the village's armed forces. This is a tale of fantastical farming and town development, and I hope it delights everyone. As a newcomer with a new book, I am dedicated to full-time writing. Feel free to collect it with confidence. On that sunny afternoon, with spring in full bloom, Zig leisurely wandered through the park at school when he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He promptly made his way to the nearby public restroom. Modern parlance states that life is fraught with 4 great tragedies. Opening an exam paper only to find it completely incomprehensible, discovering one's girlfriend has shared her bed with another, needing to urinate but finding oneself in a queue, and suffering from diarrhea without any toilet paper. At that moment, Zig found himself in the latter predicament, had a case of diarrhea. "Hey, brother next door." As Zig was taking an unusually long time due to his predicament, a voice from the adjacent stall, sounding like a duck, called out, "What's up?" It seemed that his neighboring stall occupant was also enduring an extended stay. In the spirit of camaraderie among fellow sufferers, Zig inquired, "Brother, do you have any paper?" The melancholic duck-like voice asked. Zig did possess some paper, albeit only a single sheet, one he had torn from his homework assignment, a testament to his disdain for schoolwork. In economics, there exists a famous analogy. Which is more precious, gold or water? It is evident that in daily life, water is exceedingly cheap while gold commands a high price. However, in a desert, when a parched soul clutches a cup of water, it becomes worth more than any amount of gold. Similarly, for someone caught unprepared in a restroom without paper, a single sheet of toilet paper is more valuable than gold. In the spirit of brotherhood, Zig decided to candidly inform his fellow sufferer of the harsh reality. "I only have one sheet of paper that is more precious than gold. Please, have pity on me. I've been squatting here for 4 hours." The voice from next door pleaded, tinged with desperation. "All right, but once you're done, you'll have to buy me a pack of paper." Poor soul. Someone who has been squatting for 4 hours must have numb legs by now, right? Half an hour later, amidst Zig's condensed curses, the duck-like voice returned to the restroom, sliding the paper under the stall door. The owner of that voice was a short, thin fellow, even shorter than Zig. He wore an eagle helmet and held a peculiar spear, his face dotted with prominent acne. Strangely enough, everyone who passed by seemed to ignore this oddly dressed individual. With one squatting and the other standing, their meeting was somewhat awkward. The thin fellow cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and introduced himself in a somewhat formal tone. "Thank you for your assistance, young earthling." "Yamakot." Zig, still squatting, chose to ignore him. "Ahem, young earthling, I appreciate your help. I am indeed a god," the duck-like voice insisted, believing Zig had not heard him. Zig remained silent. "Hey, earthling, could you show a bit of respect for my divine status?" The voice grew anxious, knocking on Zig's stall door. Zig replied, "My legs are numb from squatting." Indeed, the duck-like voice belonged to a god. With a gentle flick, he unleashed a spark of lightning towards Zig, causing him to spring forth from the stall, invigorated. After half an hour of squatting, his legs were miraculously restored. At that moment, Zig thought to himself, "Am I encountering a lunatic? How could I be so unfortunate?" However, Zig had fully accepted the fact that the duck-like voice belonged to a god. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a bolt of energy akin to a game's palm lightning surge into the restroom, enveloping him in a revitalizing embrace, dispelling all fatigue. But the next sight was startling. The energy floated down into the toilet, causing the contents to bubble and churn like boiling water. Could it be that the waste would erupt like a volcano? That was why Zig bolted from the stall. Upon seeing Zig emerge, the duck-like voice straightened its expression and cleared its throat once more, introducing itself earnestly. "Ahem, young earthling, I am a god. Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks. Welcome to Earth," Zig said, awkwardly waving his hand, realizing he ought to be a bit more courteous to this deity. "My name is Loki, the god of transmigration," the duck-like voice said, raising an eyebrow, pleased with the effect of his unique spell in invigorating lightning. However, he found it strange that this restroom companion had fled as if in terror. "Did my magic have some flaw? Loki?" Zig recalled this name. It seemed to belong to a Norse god, the brother of Thor in movies, and the mask from the mask was supposedly his artifact. What an unreliable god, Zig thought to himself, feeling a wave of trepidation. Seemingly reading Zig's peculiar expression, Loki grew agitated and raised his voice. Those movies are all lies. My brother and I get along splendidly. He governs thunder, while I oversee transmigration. Though I am still a minor, I am a good child. Zig was left with 3 black lines on his forehead. There are indeed minor gods. You oversee transmigration? Zig asked, curious. Of course. Each deity in the divine realm has their own domain. My brother is the god of thunder. My father is the chief god. And there are gods of harvest, water, fire, and so forth. I was born later, and all the interesting domains were already taken. They deemed me a minor, so I got transmigration. I'm the god of transmigration. Do you remember that fellow who ate sweet potatoes? My brother brought me along for my first transmigration. He struck him dead with lightning, while I took his soul to another world. Loki recounted proudly, puffing out his chest. Zig's forehead furrowed, once more so. This is how people transmigrated when struck by lightning? Trying to maintain his composure, Zig cautiously asked, Loki, what brings you to Earth this time? Recently, many films on Earth have portrayed my brother and me as perpetual combatants and claimed I wish to destroy the world. This slander is utterly despicable. I genuinely intend to annihilate Earth, allowing those otherworldly beasts to cross over and teach those slanderers a lesson. Loki replied, visibly perturbed. Zig was taken aback and hurriedly said, No, Loki, let's not take it out on those Americans. They didn't mean it when they made those movies. Revenge only breeds more revenge. You should do some good deeds instead. Didn't your teacher teach you to foster unity and love among your peers? Yes. Later, my brother advised me that true mighty gods confront their slander and misunderstandings heathen. So I'm here to advocate for unity and love and to change my image, Loki stated. Is your brother Lu Sun or the god of thunder? What a so-called mighty god? Zig mentally scoffed. Nevertheless, Zig calmed himself and asked Loki, So, how do you plan to promote unity and love? Stop calling me a little kid. I've been in divine school for over 1,000 years, you know. Loki pouted, adding, and it's a prestigious school in the divine realm. 1,000 years in the first year of middle school. Zig was drenched in sweat. His mind struggled to comprehend. Did you fail that many times? I plan to reward those who do good deeds, Loki continued. I've thought it through. Whenever someone performs a good deed, it'll grant them a free opportunity for transmigration. For instance, helping an elderly lady cross the street would send them to a historical setting, while aiding the lonely would whisk them away to a realm of cultivation. Zig's eyes lit up. Oh, doing good deeds could lead to transmigration. This is splendid. Rubbing his hands together, Zig asked, Can I witness this process? Loki blinked, seeming to finally strike upon the crux of the matter. He cleared his throat twice and said, Of course. I can also grant you a chance to transmigrate as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance with the paper. I will take you to my divine hall of transmigration now. Could we refrain from mentioning that piece of toilet paper? Zig silently grumbled. Loki truly was a god within mere breaths. He transported Zig to a misty place. Is this the divine hall of transmigration? The hall resembled the Titan Cloud Palace from the early single-player game Heroes of Might and Magic, with its elegant Athenian-style columns visible through the shrouded clouds. Upon entering the temple, 2 grand doors loomed before him, each adorned with swirling luminous phenomena that exuded an aura of profound mystique. Each door bore a distinct emblem. One featured a colossal dot, while the other was comprised of numerous intersecting lines forming a square. Noticing Zig's rapt attention, Loki leaned closer and remarked, What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? These doors are the gateways to other realms. Why are there 2 gateways to other realms? What do the differing symbols signify? Zige inquired curiously, pointing at the emblems on the doors. Oh, that? It indicates the mode of traversal. You are aware that there are distinctions between soul transference and full-body transference, correct? Loki replied casually. Indeed. Zige nodded thoughtfully, deducing that one of the doors was intended for soul transference while the other was for full-body transference. Do you see that massive dot? Loki gestured towards the left door and said, That is the door of destiny. If you choose this door, it signifies the conclusion of your current life, and crossing it marks the commencement of your new existence. Zige stroked his chin, carefully contemplating Loki's words. From what Loki implied, passing through the door of destiny would lead to another beginning in life. Zige surmised that this door was likely designated for soul transference, and it seemed that Loki favored it, intentionally introducing it to Zige first. Goodness, he spoke of this door with such philosophical flair. If the door of destiny represents soul transference, then the other, adorned with intersecting lines, must undoubtedly be for full-body transference. Naturally, I shall choose full-body transference. After all, I fear pain, haha. With that thought, Zyge confidently strode towards the door marked with intersecting lines. Upon entering, Zyge felt a swell of pride in his own sagacity and wit. Turning around, he asked Loki, "What does the symbol on this door signify?" "Horizontal and vertical both lead to death." As he spoke, Loki brandished a gleaming dagger from behind him. Having read countless tales of traversal, Zyge found himself viewing even a toilet as a portal to another world, yet he never expected to feel exhilarated upon seeing a knife. What on earth? Knowing one is to be stabbed, yet feeling elated is nothing short of masochism. Thus, Zyge hastily opted for the door of destiny to enter the temple. Once inside, Zyge exclaimed, "Loki, could you be a bit more reliable?" "The door of destiny is the one for full-body transference, Scald. You have mentioned that earlier?" To Zig's surprise, Loki nonchalantly picked his nose and replied, "Traversing realms is inherently an unreliable endeavor. Why would you expect the god of transference to be any more dependable?" That does seem rather accurate. This statement held an unexpected weight of reason, leaving Zyge momentarily speechless. A newcomer with a fresh narrative and innovative ideas, writing full-time for your assured enjoyment. To ascertain authenticity, copy the first 2 lines of this review, for not all are universal truths. The author, possessing striking handsomeness, prefers to write rather than engage in other pursuits. With a wife and child at home, he humbly seeks support and recommendations. Chapter 2. The Unreliable God of Time Travel. All right, since you have assisted me, I shall allow you to select a divine artifact to carry with you after your journey through time. Loki continued, "Divine artifact? How splendid!" Loki's words illuminated Zyge's eyes. It is well known that many protagonists in time travel novels meet their demise in the alternate realms due to the absence of 1 or 2 powerful artifacts by their side. As a seasoned reader of web literature, Zyge is acutely aware of how crucial it is for a protagonist to possess a formidable golden finger, or rather, a divine artifact, to successfully woo beautiful women and dominate in the alternate world. In the past, while reading novels, he often envied others who, with the aid of incredible artifacts, effortlessly captured the hearts of lawless and mature women alike, while their adversaries were easily dispatched. When I arrive in the alternate realm, I shall have the king serve me tea and attend to my every need, courting 3 enchanting ladies each day, with no repetition in meals. Even before stepping into the alternate world, Zyge was already daydreaming about his life there. Loki, pleased with Zyge's reaction, chuckled, "Ha, at last. You no longer regard me as a mere child." Loki led Zyge, who was lost in blissful thoughts, to a row of stone pedestals, saying, "This is the altar of divine artifacts. Choose one for yourself." The altar stretched an impressive 50 meters, divided into 3 tiers, with small platforms recessed every meter, clearly designed for the placement of divine artifacts. However, to Zyge's dismay, there were only 3 artifacts displayed. Wasn't it agreed that I could choose freely? Why are there only 3 artifacts? Loki truly is unreliable, Zyge exclaimed in frustration. As the god of time travel, Loki had to maintain his dignity. He cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem. You see, the number of time travelers has surged in recent years, with dozens being claimed each month. Thus, the production of artifacts has struggled to keep pace. Well, I suppose having 3 artifacts to choose from is better than none." Zyge reassured himself. Speaking of artifacts, Loki puffed out his frail chest, brimming with pride, and patted Zyge's shoulder, confidently proclaiming, "Rest assured, I graduated from the Divine Artifact Manufacturing Program among the gods, and my creations are certainly not lacking in quality." The notion of a Divine Artifact Manufacturing Program, setting aside the reliability of such a program, how could it be completed in middle school? This seemed utterly absurd. Zyge felt as if he had been duped by this quacking voice. Let's not dwell on those trivial details. Loki seemed to sense Zyge's skepticism and laughed heartily. However, Zyge couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that arose, akin to a patient about to enter the operating room only to discover that the attending physician is mentally unstable. Loki quickly reassured Zyge, "Fear not. Have you seen the mask? That mask was crafted by me. The Americans were quite pragmatic in their filmmaking. However, my mask possesses powers far beyond what was depicted in the film." Easy. "Oh, that was merely a toy I made during my 5th year in the Divine Academy. The magical mask from the mask? That does sound intriguing." Zyge recalled watching that film as a child. Wearing the mask allowed one to manifest their imagination into reality, rendering them impervious to harm. If Loki's artifact were even half as potent as that mask, it would be more than sufficient. Zyge's confidence in Loki was rekindled as he thought of the mask. Loki, noticing Zyge's expression of approval, beamed with satisfaction and handed one of the 3 artifacts to him. This is my most prized creation among these artifacts, the infinite devouring eyeball. By replacing one of your eyeballs with this, you will absorb all the skills and magic you witness, with no limits, Loki enthusiastically recommended. Wow! Zyge was instantly swept away by this unexpected joy. According to Loki's description, with this device, upon seeing Li Xiaoyao, he could learn to fly with a sword. Upon encountering the Pope, he could wield the legendary prophecy technique. A glance at Sailor Moon would allow him to transform, and if he met Hong Qigong, he could master the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Learning the 9 Yang manual from Dongfang Bubi would be more troublesome, as it would require a rather drastic self-mutilation. It appeared that this Loki fellow was indeed generous. The functions of this artifact seemed absolutely extraordinary. Zyge was nearly drooling at the thought. Hurry, let me install it. However, the infinite devouring eyeball must be soaked in nutrient solution for at least 12 hours each day, or it may easily wither, and our Dio take heed, Loki kindly reminded. Soaking it for 12 hours daily? That wasn't too much of an issue, but wouldn't that mean he had to replace his eyeball every day? Without anesthesia, replacing an eyeball every day would be excruciating. Zyge pointed out the artifact's significant drawback. Feeling utterly helpless, is there a more convenient artifact available? He inquired. Loki scratched his head in resignation and presented the second artifact, enthusiastically introducing it with his quacking voice. This artifact is crafted from a flower known as the Overlord chrysanthemum, plucked from the sacred garden and blessed by the god of war, Ares. Once used, it grants you super strength and super speed, surpassing even Superman, truly, an essential artifact for both home and adventure in the alternate realm. Upon hearing this, Zyge broke into a cold sweat. Setting aside the fact that it was made from a chrysanthemum, what did the blessing from Ares have to do with Loki? Ares was a god from Greek mythology, while Loki belonged to Norse mythology. They were not even remotely related. Zyge felt as though he were bleeding from the sheer absurdity of it all. Despite his inner turmoil, Zyge mustered the courage to ask, what is the name of this artifact, and how does one use it? This artifact is called the Violent Chrysanthemum. The usage is quite simple. Just insert the Violent Chrysanthemum into your head, and you will gain divine power, Loki exclaimed proudly, unable to contain his excitement. How about that? Impressive, right? Haha. The method is quick and easy, and its effects far exceed those of any fictional superhero in American comics. Who in their right mind would insert a chrysanthemum into their head? Wouldn't they be seen as a pervert walking down the street? Zyge was exasperated, and becoming a chrysanthemum superhero in the alternate realm would surely lead to ridicule from those who had traveled before him. However, frustration was futile, and after calming down, Zyge continued to inquire, is there an artifact that follows the drug enhancement route? Zyge envied characters like Han Li and Xiao Yin, who could, regardless of their low innate talent, achieve remarkable feats simply by consuming vast quantities of pills. Hence, he tentatively asked, Indeed, there is, Loki exclaimed, slapping his thigh, as he presented the final artifact to Zyge. This artifact is called the Catalyst Body. By pouring the catalyst into raw materials or even leftover medicinal dregs, you can restore and enhance the effects of the medicine 100-fold. Moreover, the production of this catalyst is entirely dependent on you. No need to worry about theft or secrets being revealed. Loki elaborated. It sounded perfect, and Zyge stroked his chin, but judging by Loki's history of artifact creation, the usage method would likely be absurd. Thus, he asked, how does one use this? It's quite simple. I will modify your body to become the catalyst body, and your urine will serve as the catalyst for alchemy. In the future, whenever you wish to concoct medicine, simply sprinkle a bit of urine into the alchemy furnace, and you will successfully create medicines with 100-fold efficacy. Loki explained nonchalantly, his quacking voice oblivious to the ridiculousness. Upon realizing this, Zyge nearly leaped in outrage, exclaiming, what kind of god of time travel are you? You're nothing but a god of deception. Have you ever encountered a time traveler who has to drink their own urine every day? For hundreds or thousands of years, no less. To Zyge's astonishment, upon being scolded, Loki's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he looked as if he might burst into tears. What was happening? Zyge had come to understand that while Loki was nominally a god, his maturity was lacking. Perhaps due to the infinite lifespan of a god, his mental growth was similarly slow, akin to a boy approaching puberty, craving attention and perhaps influenced by films in the divine realm that glorified brotherhood. Adolescence, the most rebellious and show-off stage of life. But why was Loki on the verge of tears? No, No, after over 1,000 years in middle school, it would be utterly embarrassing to cry. Angry, Zyge found himself comforting Loki instead. Loki, in a disjointed manner, recounted his own experiences, and Zyge finally understood. It turned out there were many gods of time travel, and Loki was merely one among them. Loki's father, Odin, was an exceedingly stern deity, and in his youth, Loki had been a mischievous troublemaker, often provoking Odin's wrath. When he finally attained the title of god of time travel, creating divine artifacts proved to be a challenging task. Despite being a graduate of the divine artifact manufacturing program, his creations always bore some flaws, leading to countless time travelers in the Western magical world meeting unfortunate fates and filing complaints. Unlike the transcendent deities of Eastern fantasy realms, such as the god of traversing realms, Wu Shaokong, who crafted mystical vials and enigmatic rings with remarkable success, Odin, as a divine figure, pales in comparison to Wu Shaokong's father, leaving him in a state of discredit and leading to an increasing disdain for Loki. Loki, struggling academically, deepens the chasm between father and son. In Odin's eyes, Loki is a talentless scoundrel, lacking not only compared to his brother, Thor, but even to his peers among the juvenile gods. Conversely, Loki feels utterly worthless in Odin's gaze, receiving neither recognition nor affirmation from his father. On one hand, Loki harbors immense resentment towards Odin for fixating on his shortcomings. On the other hand, his stubborn nature ignites within him a fierce determination to create an unparalleled artifact of traversal, in a bid to gain Odin's approval. However, matters do not unfold as smoothly as he envisioned. The 3 meticulously crafted artifacts he produced fail to attract any traverser willing to employ them, while the artifacts made by Wu Shaokong are snatched away in waves, in this context of inadequacy. Loki is driven to contemplate the annihilation of Earth, regarding the American films merely as a trivial excuse, which ultimately leads to his encounter with Zig and the subsequent events that follow. Zig, at a loss for words, reflects that every household grapples with its own challenges, even deities are not exempt. Upon further contemplation, he realizes that the act of bestowing traversal was a ruse, while being treated as experimental artifacts was the grim reality. Just as he was pondering this, Loki suddenly recalled something urgent, his eyes lighting up as he pointed a finger in front of Zig, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Wait, I almost forgot. I have another item." With that, Loki rummaged through his pockets and soon produced a crystal ball the size of an apple, inquiring of Zig, "Are you fond of system-type artifacts?" This was initially a work of mine still in the debugging phase. It possesses some flaws, but they don't hinder its primary functionalities. Would you like to give it a try? What is this? Zig asked, curiosity piqued. Are you familiar with Dota? I played it at an internet CAF in your world. And it was quite entertaining, though my skills were abysmal, leading to constant jibes of elementary school student. After all, I have been in the first year of middle school for over 1,000 years. How can I be insulted as a primary school student? Loki elaborated with evident enthusiasm for Dota, indicating his fondness for the game. Zig, recalling his own dismal experiences with incompetent teammates during Dota matches, clenched his fists, feeling a surge of animosity. He menacingly inquired, "What? Are you the infamous terrible teammate?" Yes, yes, Loki nodded vigorously. You are indeed the legendary pig-like teammate? Zig confirmed, rolling up his sleeves. Yes, yes, Loki nodded again. Zig, completely losing his composure, felt an intense urge to confront Loki. Wait, I still need to help you choose your identity after traversing. That matter is also of great importance. Loki pleaded for mercy. Chapter 3. The eldest son of the High Court Duke, words of lament abound. Yet Zig ultimately relinquished the thought of pummeling Loki. There is wisdom in the saying that one must be prepared to face betrayal from teammates when engaging in Dota. After all, the most pressing concern remains the traversal itself. Should he truly incite Loki's ire, this rare opportunity for traversal would be squandered. If the identity he adopts post-traversal possesses commendable attributes, lacking a suitable golden finger, heir, artifact, may not be such a dire issue. Zig could not afford to completely offend Loki at this juncture. Loki led Zig to another row of stone platforms within the temple. These were not individual artifacts, but rather a series of ethereal illusions. More lifelike than any holographic projection in the present world, it appeared these were the prospective identities available for selection after traversal. However, why were there only so few identities left to choose from? Zig was at his wits' end. Loki, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "This time, it truly isn't my fault. Over the past few years, the influx of traversers has been overwhelming, many of whom have powerful backers. The desirable identities have all been appropriated by those with connections. Noticing Zig's skeptical expression, Loki paused before adding, "Have you not noticed? The traversers of previous years arrived in alternate realms with comprehensive talents and exceptional abilities. While in the last 2 years, the identities available post-traversal are either woefully inadequate or bear the mark of utter foolishness. According to Loki, the characters adopted after traversal must at least possess an intact body. This is easily comprehensible, for how could those who have lost their heads be revived? If revival were possible, one would be encountering the undead, would they not? Thus, bodies suitable for traversal became increasingly scarce, compounded by the fact that all the viable bodies had already been claimed by earlier traversers, leaving only the less desirable options behind. Zig pondered this, realizing the truth in Loki's words. The inaugural wave of traversal novels often featured protagonists who were prodigies in cultivation, wielding multiple schools of magic and brimming with talent. However, the subsequent novels seemed to focus on characters who were mere wastes of potential, with some even lacking the ability to sense spiritual energy. Becoming idiots post-traversal, or rather, occupying the bodies of idiots, to make matters worse, those who found themselves inhabiting such bodies often faced rejection in engagements, particularly in the past 2 years, where traversers found themselves shunned for not having experienced at least 1 or 2 rejections before daring to greet others. What a tragedy, Zig sighed, resigning himself to fate. The remaining characters were those left behind by others, and thus some flaws were rather difficult to accept. Loki cleared his throat awkwardly and pointed at one ethereal figure, stating, "This one is the best among them all, my friend. Why not choose this? Apart from being rather unattractive and having subpar attributes, there's really nothing else wrong." Zig followed Loki's finger to behold a gaunt figure with disheveled, flaxen hair, disproportionately large ears, and a prominent forehead, an epitome of an unattractive man. However, the most striking feature was his exceedingly upturned nose, rivaling that of a pig. "And this is the best?" Zig incredulously pointed at the buck-toothed figure. "Indeed," Loki grimaced. Aware this was merely the tallest among a group of diminutive options, Zig refused to accept it, pointing at another ethereal figure with handsome features but a pallid complexion. "What about this one? Is there something wrong with him?" "Ah, that unfortunate soul possesses a rather diminutive endowment. Only 2 centimeters, Loki replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zig, as if to say he should trust his words. He added with a finality. He was ridiculed by his bride on their wedding night, leading to his humiliation and demise. Zig fell silent, incredulous at the notion of a 2-centimeter endowment. Even a 10-year-old boy would surpass that length. No wonder this character remained unchosen, and that one? How did he meet his end? Zig, still unwilling to concede, gestured toward another less than handsome figure, this one more robust. He succumbed to a myriad of untreated venereal diseases. Loki answered succinctly. Zig felt his legs weaken. There's also an androgynous figure behind. Would you care for that one? Loki offered without waiting for Zig's inquiry, directly introducing the last remaining ethereal figure. Zig vehemently shook his head. Very well, it seems I must reluctantly choose the high-forehead, unattractive man. The method of traversal involved Zig lying within a stone platform resembling a brainwave controller, donning a helmet, which would allow him to control the body designated for traversal in an alternate realm through his soul. However, Loki cautioned Zig that if he sustained injuries or perished in the alternate realm, he would experience the pain as if it were his own, potentially endangering his soul and leading to a fate of idiocy post-traversal. What? Why did you wait until now to mention this? Could you be any more unreliable? Zig fumed, bound to the stone platform, unable to move as Loki imparted this dire information. Zig erupted into a torrent of curses. Before he could finish, Loki closed the lid of the platform, completely isolating Zig's voice, leaving only muffled cries echoing from within. This was no mere stone platform. It resembled a stone coffin. Damn you, Loki. These were Zig's final thoughts before the traversal commenced. The High Court family, emblematic of horse-riding spearmen, has guarded the western highlands of the sacred Odin Empire for generations, commanding thousands of valiant High Court cavalry. Originally a High Court king, the Duke of High Court later submitted to the conqueror of Odin continent. The first guardian of the entire Odin continent, the benevolent monarch and savior of the Odin continent, Augustus Baegriefs. He was pardoned for the offense of self-proclamation as king due to his meritorious service in slaying dragons, and was thereafter conferred the title of Duke of High Court, thus transforming the Adeline family from High Court kings to vassals within the sacred Odin Empire to this day. Zig closed the tome, rubbing his eyes, muttering to himself, "These titles are excruciatingly tedious." The book, titled A Comprehensive History of the Empire, featured small print that strained his eyes. Zig Adeline, with flaxen hair and brown eyes, was indeed, as he had seen during character selection, a high forehead, upturned-nosed, epic-defining, unattractive man. What a truly tragic fate! Zig expressed his exasperation once more, having already cursed that unfortunate creature, Loki, 1,000 times in his heart. It has been over 2 months since he traversed into the body of this unseemly man, and Zig has truly been bested by the juvenile deity known as Loki. What manner of identity is this, to be usurped by a name that shares his own, belonging to a wretched figure? Is indeed a tragedy within a tragedy. The original Zig was the eldest son of the current Duke of High Court. Although he was not blessed with good looks, he was at least the son of the Duchess. However, the Duchess's life was tragically short. She passed away when Zig was merely 2 years old. Consequently, the Duke of High Court remarried. While it is not uncommon for a widower to seek a new spouse, particularly one of such high stature as the Duke, this new wife was no ordinary woman. She was none other than the sister of the reigning emperor of the Holy Odin Empire, Her Highness Princess Bianca. According to the laws of the Holy Odin Empire and the traditions of Odin Continent, the title of Duke of High Court is to be inherited by the eldest son, meaning that this unattractive Zig is the primary heir to the title, while the Duke's other offspring would only be able to serve as vassals to the next Duke, thus relegated to the status of marquises or earls, required to pay their respects to the succeeding Duke. This was intolerable for Princess Bianca, for the son of a princess should not merely be conferred a title of Duke or Marquis. The Odin continent is steeped in a sense of honor, with a profound respect for contracts and oaths. This is how the people of Odin continent pride themselves, and naturally, those imbued with such honor also respect lineage. Even Princess Bianca cannot contravene this tradition of respecting bloodlines, especially since it is explicitly outlined in imperial law. However, what if this eldest son were to perish? According to the traditions of Odin continent, should the Duke's eldest son die, the title would pass to the second heir, which would be the first son born to Princess Bianca, the Duke's second son, Edward. Thus, Zig's days of suffering would commence. Ever since Princess Bianca became the Duchess of High Court, Zig Adelin has not known a single day of contentment. At times, he would inexplicably tumble down the stairs, suffering frequent bruises and injuries. And he even encountered a poisonous scorpion in his own chamber. One must wonder how such a creature could infiltrate the Duke's castle. Zig's chambers are situated at the top of a tower. How could a scorpion ascend to such heights to inflict harm upon him? The esteemed Princess Bianca was exceedingly stern in her tutelage of young Zig, imparting lessons in court etiquette and literacy. Any minor infraction on his part would result in punishment, often accompanied by deprivation of meals. The servants of the Duke's residence remarked that Princess Bianca was far less severe with her own 4 children, allowing them to frolic freely, which underscores the emphasis she places on Zig. She often told others that Zig Adelin is destined to inherit the title of Duke of High Court and must be rigorously trained without the slightest relaxation. Alas, this is not strict education. Rather, it is a cruel tale of a stepmother's maltreatment of her stepson. As Zig reflected on this, he could not help but curse vehemently. Though compound matters, just as Zig Adelin was nearing his 16th birthday, the original owner of this body suddenly succumbed to poison. Otherwise, how could Zig have had the opportunity to usurp this life? Zig studied economics. Although he could not secure employment, he is not lacking in intellect. Having suffered once at the hands of Princess Bianca's poison, he cannot allow this malicious stepmother to do so again. Treading carefully for 2 months, he finally awaited the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, at which point he could escape the Duke's castle and journey to the imperial capital to partake in the rites of adulthood. Chapter 4. The coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony is a rite that every noble must undergo upon reaching the age of 16, requiring a journey to the capital of the Holy Odin Empire, King's Landing, for an oath-taking and ceremonial procession. All noblemen, upon reaching adulthood, must pledge their loyalty to the royal family. This law was originally instituted by the first emperor of the Holy Odin Empire, Augustus Baygreaves, after unifying the entirety of Odin continent. Following the oath, all young nobles are required to remain in the capital for service. It is evident that the conqueror, the benevolent King Augustus Baygreaves, established this law primarily to take hostages and exert control over the nobility of the conquered kingdoms. However, this law soon transformed in nature. It remained unyielding for over 4 centuries, yet it has become a mere formality, more about appearances than substance. Firstly, the coming-of-age age for noblemen is not uniform. Thus, the ceremony and loyalty oaths quickly evolved into an event held every 3 years. Secondly, the hostage system was soon abolished. As the benevolent monarch Augustus Baygreaves discovered that these hostages not only failed to serve their intended purpose, but also became a financial burden. These young nobles were quite extravagant with their expenditures. During the coming-of-age ceremonies and oath-taking events, noblemen and women engage in nightly tournaments, grand balls, and a plethora of lavish social activities, transforming the coming-of-age ceremony into a grand spectacle of competition among the nobility. With expenses covered by the imperial treasury, thirdly, after decades of evolution, the Baygreaves royal family found that young nobles no longer viewed their attendance at the capital for the coming-of-age ceremony and oath as a coercive obligation, but rather as a highly sought-after honor. Upon learning this, the young nobles realized that having the emperor himself preside over their coming-of-age ceremony was a tremendous accolade, and the opportunity to serve in the government post-oath was too enticing to resist. Due to the overwhelming number of nobles participating in the coming-of-age ceremony, positions in the capital quickly became scarce, prompting the Baygreaves royal family to dispatch these young nobles to serve in various regions throughout the empire. The positions available were varied. Those with more substantial backgrounds might remain in King's Landing, securing roles as tax officials, while those with less distinguished lineage would be assigned to the provinces as commanders of local militias. The most unfortunate would find themselves sent to remote villages as village leaders. Those noblemen assigned to villages would often become the subjects of ridicule within the noble circles, with young nobles jesting. To mingle with farmers? Surely they will raise a brood of little peasants. Princess Bianca has long regarded Zig, the eldest son of the Duke of High Court, as a thorn in her side, a fact that is no secret among the nobility. Thus, during Zig's participation in the coming-of-age ceremony and loyalty oath in King's Landing, no one extended invitations for him to attend balls, nightly tournaments, or any noble social gatherings. The reason is simple. Although Zig is the eldest son of the Duke, it is plainly evident that with Princess Bianca present, he will never inherit the title of Duke of High Court and ascend to the rank of a great noble, second only to a prince. Thus, which noble would dare to offend the esteemed Princess Bianca? After all, she is the sister of the reigning emperor of the Holy Odin Empire. Furthermore, the position Zig received post-ceremony was entirely incongruous with his status as the Duke's eldest son, a village head in a small hamlet located in one of the northernmost provinces of the empire. Sal Province, among the 5 ranks of nobility, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, Duke being the highest and Baron the lowest. Only those with titles below Earl might be assigned to positions outside the capital, let alone a mere village head. Such is the extent of the stepmother's cruelty towards her stepson's plight. She spares no effort. Grey Bear Village. This is the name of the small hamlet to which Zig is destined to assume the role of village head. The name alone suggests a rather ordinary settlement. Located at the northernmost tip of the empire, the journey will take over a month, and with no invitations to noble balls, Zig set forth early with his guards and attendants. Zig's escort consists of only 8 individuals, led by a formidable captain named Biden, wielding a massive 2-bladed axe, exuding an imposing presence. The remaining guards include swordmasters Lux and Fabreau, archer Jack, flail wielder Cedric, stealth assassin Ian, longsword fighter Lawrence, and shield bearer Brodenbent. Additionally, Zig has a cook named Aunt Mary and a minotaur slave whom he has named Dwayne Johnson. Captain Biden is a burly man with a grand beard and a forthright demeanor. It was precisely due to his unfiltered nature that he inadvertently offended Sir Theran, the commander of the family guard at the Duke's residence, leading to his assignment to escort Zig at it. Is well known that the soldiers of the family guard remain in the Duke's residence, where a favorable disposition towards the Duke or Duchess could lead to promotion or even the granting of a minor noble title. Zig, being the well-known thorn in Princess Bianca's side, is at constant risk of peril. This fact is common knowledge among the guards, making any prospect of serving as his escort seem dubious. After all, one misstep could spell disaster for them as well. Nevertheless, Biden accepted the task of escorting young Zig, stating that at the very least, he would be leaving the Duke's residence, a place rife with sycophants. Archer Jack is Biden's nephew, a skilled archer whose aim is quite remarkable. While he cannot claim to hit a bullseye every time, he has never missed a shot from a distance of approximately 100 meters. The formidable figure of Rookus, a towering and corpulent man, epitomizes the archetype of a rough and rugged individual. Many such individuals share an affinity for humor, particularly ribald jokes, of which Rookus is particularly fond. This penchant allowed Zig to exploit a slight advantage characteristic of individuals in the digital age. Zig frequently indulges in a mobile application known for its plethora of risque humor, and after regaling Rookus with a classic ribald tale featuring the infamous king of filth, Fei Yuqing, Rookus became insatiably eager for more of Zig's salacious anecdotes. ensuring that their journey was anything but dull. Zig's repertoire of body tales flowed incessantly, as he cleverly adapted the well-known series featuring masters and youthful figures, transforming the masters into priests, much to the amusement of the entourage of guards who doubled over with laughter. The swordsman Lawrence, a dashing blonde gentleman in his 30s or 40s, spent his days at the Duke's estate flirting with maids, and on the road, he would either tease village women or charm the proprietress of the local tavern. According to the gossipy Fabor, Lawrence is rumored to father several illegitimate children, all born of the women he has seduced, suggesting that he has brought many a green cap upon unsuspecting heads. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the party include the hammer-wielding Cedric, who possesses a love for painting, the stealthy assassin Ian, who adores reading, and the shield-bearing Brodenbent, who is partial to indulging in alcoholic beverages. Chapter 5. The village of grizzly bears beyond the sacred sword pass. The robust and portly cook Aunt Mary was once a handmaiden to the late Duchess of High Court. For over a decade since the Duchess's passing, Aunt Mary has diligently attended to Zig's every need. However, it is perhaps misleading to refer to her as Aunt Mary, for she is nearing 40. Having remained unmarried to care for herself, a status that classifies her as a woman of advanced years in any realm, she possesses remarkable culinary skills that, had she been younger, would have made her a coveted choice among many households. It is said that in her youth, Aunt Mary was not as stout as she is now. Though tall, she was considered quite attractive among the maids of the Duke's estate. Alas, with age, her figure has transformed into that of a matron. Given her role in Zig's upbringing, Aunt Mary is reluctant to marry, fearing that such a union could lead to children, and should those children fall into the hands of the malicious Princess Bianca, they might become hostages. Aunt Mary's reasoning is clear. Should the wicked stepmother Bianca wish to poison Zig and leverage her own offspring as bargaining chips, she would find herself in a dire predicament. Therefore, for the safety of her young master, it is prudent to remain unmarried and childless. For both the former and current Zig, this sacrifice is met with immense gratitude. Words of thanks seem utterly inadequate. How could a mere expression of gratitude ever compensate for Aunt Mary's lost youth? Every young woman yearns to share her formative years with a beloved partner, yet Aunt Mary relinquished all of that, sacrificing not only her youth but her entire life. Lastly, there is the Minotaur slave, dubbed Rock Johnson, whom Zig procured. Perhaps due to the inherent traits of their breed, Minotaurs are known for their towering stature and impressive strength. Yet they are surprisingly docile and obedient. Since the illustrious Emperor Zachary Baygreaves vanquished the last forest orc tribe 40 years ago and captured a multitude of orcish beings, Minotaurs have become the most sought-after slaves in human society. Renowned for their strength and compliance, these creatures are ubiquitous in noble estates, construction sites, and quarries, akin to diligent oxen laboring in every corner of the human realm. It is no wonder that Zig acquired one for his journey. To lighten the load of his retinue and conserve their energy, should the nefarious Bianca dispatch henchmen to ambush them, Zig's Minotaur slave, originally named Cheap Bull Hoof, bore a name bestowed by the slave traders as a means of subjugation. When an individual's name is rendered so contemptible, it instills a sense of inferiority, compelling these slaves to submit more readily to their noble masters. Zig, disdaining the unflattering name, decided to rename him Rock Johnson. A light-hearted jest during a moment of boredom. Yet, as Zig announced the name change, a fleeting spark of life momentarily glimmered in the Minotaur's formerly dull eyes, only to vanish almost instantaneously. After more than a month of arduous travel, Zig and his entourage finally arrived at the northernmost province of the empire, the Sal province. Remarkably, throughout their extensive journey from the imperial capital, King S Landing, to the Sal province, Bianca had not dispatched anyone to pursue him, not a single assassination attempt. The anticipated threats from Bianca never materialized, leaving Zig and Captain Biden perplexed. However, all mysteries unraveled upon their exit from the sacred sword pass, revealing that the village of grizzly bears, where Zig was to assume the role of village chief, was fraught with peril. In fact, it was arguably the most dangerous hamlet on the northern frontier of the Holy Odin Empire. Nestled just beyond the sacred sword pass in the northern region of Sal province, Grizzly Bear Village lies perilously close to the territories of the marauding prairie orcs. Unlike the now extinct forest orc tribes, these untamed and barbaric northern prairie orcs pose a far greater threat. Among them are the fierce and swift wolf riders, who descend in droves to pillage the towns and villages of the northern provinces. While the empire may have triumphed over the forest orcs, the towns along the northern border remain in a state of constant vulnerability, besieged by the relentless assaults of the prairie orcs, leaving the human garrisons exhausted. These prairie orcs seize everything in their path: grain, livestock, utensils, and even human beings in the realms of the Holy Odin Empire. Orcs are slaves. Yet in the orc-infested plains, humans find themselves subjugated. It is said that those who cannot endure servitude are devoured. This clarifies why the malevolent stepmother, Bianca, has refrained from sending her loyal henchman, Sir Theran, to pursue Zig. There is no need for such actions. The likelihood that Zig would obtain the position of village chief in Grizzly Bear Village is, without a doubt, a scheme orchestrated by Bianca herself. How could such a noble figure as Bianca be entangled with the ignoble act of slaying her predecessor's son? Consider this. If, while serving as village chief, Grizzly Bear Village were to be ravaged by orcs and Zig, the firstborn son of the Duke of High Court, were to vanish amidst the chaos, then his demise would bear no connection to the nefarious Bianca. It would be far less scandalous than if he were to fall victim to bandits within the Empire's borders. The narrative would shift to one of Zig succumbing to the onslaught of prairie orcs. And the illustrious Bianca would remain untouched by scandal. Fate would simply deem Zig unfortunate for accepting the role of village chief, thereby allowing the title of first heir to the Duke of High Court to pass to Bianca's firstborn son, Edward Adlin, Zig's half-brother. In due time, the benevolent Bianca could shed a few tears, perfecting the fade surrounding Zig's untimely demise, a cunning act of manipulation. Chapter 6. Stones and Elders. What if Zig were to refuse the appointment as village chief? What if he found the village of grizzly bears intolerable and sought to flee? Alas, such actions would constitute a grievous affront to imperial authority, resulting in incarceration within the notorious Yestady prison. Designated for noble prisoners. Once imprisoned, Zig's fate would be entirely at the mercy of the wicked Bianca, who would dictate how he meets his end. There would be no turning back. The pit of Grizzly Bear Village beckons. And Zig must leap into it, for otherwise, he would find no refuge within the vast expanse of the Holy Odin Empire. The Sacred Sword Pass, with its unparalleled geographical advantages, was once a strategic stronghold against northern foes during the Age of City-States. Nestled between two of the highest mountain ranges on Odin's continent, it served as the sole corridor connecting the plains to the heart of the Holy Odin Empire. However, the enemies that the city-state inhabitants guarded against were not the prairie orcs, but rather the far more terrifying Undying Empire. As for what the Immortal Empire is, Zig is at a loss, for he was subjected to daily torment by the malevolent stepmother, Princess Bianca, leaving him little time to ponder such matters. His understanding of this enigmatic immortal empire comes solely from a book he perused during his journey north for his new appointment, titled A Journey Through the Land of Odin. This tome, penned by a wandering bard, briefly mentions the immortal empire, describing it as a nefarious realm, yet fails to elaborate on what precisely it entails. Works by bards often delve into romantic poetry, neglecting to discuss the political structure or the beings that inhabit the immortal empire. Such literary pieces that extol the virtues of war frequently depict their own kind as valiant while remaining silent on the brutality of their foes. The book recounts how humanity, in the era of city-states, engaged in a protracted conflict with the immortal empire for a staggering 3 centuries, a period referred to by humanity as the Dark Ages. Ultimately, it was a beautiful and valiant female hero who led the human forces in a grand counteroffensive, resulting in the complete annihilation of the immortal empire. This battle is immortalized in A Journey Through the Land of Odin as the Battle of the Dawn's Light. The magnificent statue of this heroine still stands on the cliffs to the left of the Holy Sword Pass, towering as high as 20 stories, resembling a guardian goddess of humanity, gazing serenely towards the north. After departing from the Holy Sword Pass, Zig traversed for approximately another fortnight before reaching his destination, Grey Bear Village. However, upon arriving, Zig and his entourage were unexpectedly met with hostility. As Zig read aloud his appointment documents as the village chief of the empire, the villagers of Grey Bear immediately expelled him with stones. Every villager, be they elder, child, or farmer, hastily picked up stones from the ground, angrily hurling them at Zig, who was forced to flee with his hands over his head, dodging a veritable rain of projectiles. Zig, along with his 10 companions and their minotaur slave, the formidable Stone Johnson, was driven out of Grey Bear Village by the relentless barrage of stones. Zig was utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? He pondered. Is this my first visit to this village? Have I offended anyone here? Could it be that my appearance is too unsightly? Surely, even if I am not handsome, I do not warrant such a violent reception. With no recourse, Zig and his 11 companions hastily set up tents and a campfire in a nearby field. Naturally, Zig could not retaliate against the villagers. Seeking vengeance for a slight was a folly of youth. akin to a child in a story toppling a school building with a single punch. Moreover, this was not a video game where one could mindlessly slay villagers without consequence. Killing villagers would only jeopardize his ability to accept quests and progress the storyline. What? You long to experiment with slaying those non-playable characters to avoid their incessant task assignments. I understand your sentiment. Even the author, while gaming, has often contemplated dispatching villagers. Alas, the game mechanics forbid it. Villagers cannot be harmed indiscriminately. If one were to truly go back and slay them, the narrative would no longer be titled Becoming a Village Chief in Another World, but rather how an unsightly man transformed into a deranged killer in a different realm, leading to a swift demise amidst the countless failed narratives on the internet, forever buried in obscurity. Since retaliation was not an option, it became imperative to ascertain the reason behind the villagers' hostility towards Zig. To the extent that they united to hurl stones at him, Biden, as the captain. "What do you think is going on?" Zig inquired, rubbing his swollen head in pain, seeking the perspective of his bodyguard. "Captain Biden, I have no idea," Biden replied bluntly. As a soldier, analyzing the peculiar incident of being pelted with stones upon entering the village was not within Biden's forte. It seemed that further discussion with the current crew would yield little insight. Yet Zig's instinct suggested that these villagers were not inherently malevolent. Their anger might stem from some grievance, as they appeared to be simple, good-hearted folk. However, among any group of good individuals, there could emerge a traitor or two, which perhaps explained the existence of collaborators throughout history. Indeed, as Zig and his companions tended the fire and prepared their meal, two villagers, one elderly and one youthful, ambled down the village path. "You are the new village chief?" The old man, whose beard had turned white, spoke slowly. "Yes, here is my appointment document." Zig, nursing his throbbing head, retrieved the document from his cart, the most compelling proof of his identity. "Please leave. We can no longer bear the burden of war taxes." The elder's words were polite, yet his demeanor was anything but respectful. Zig recognized the term war tax. This tax, enforced during times of conflict, was a special levy mandated by the Holy Odin Empire to support the knights of the lowest nobility, who, lacking land grants, relied on their own resources to equip themselves with sturdy armor and steeds. Such armor could not be of the common chainmail variety. It had to be crafted from solid steel to withstand enemy arrows. Or else, one would fall in battle before ever charging forth. The steeds required meticulous care, demanding fine feed to ensure they obeyed their riders on the battlefield. However, the expense of a knight's armor and weaponry was exorbitant, often leaving lower-tier nobles with but a single set of armor and a horse throughout their lives. During wartime, knights required attendants to assist them, for how else could they mount their steeds clad in such heavy armor? They needed assistance, and a temporary three-tiered wooden ladder was often required to facilitate their ascent. A knight typically needed 2 or 3 attendants, and these individuals also needed sustenance, putting an immense financial strain on those knights without land. Thus, the Holy Odin Empire granted knights the authority to levy temporary taxes during wartime. Knights could impose war taxes on the villages they inhabited, and when the time came for taxation, the knight would assume the title of village chief to facilitate the collection. These temporary war taxes were often quite steep, requiring villagers to surrender a third of their grain, which must be presented as pristine, individual grains of wheat rather than perishable root vegetables. These war taxes, however, were seldom levied more than once a decade, as either the knight would perish in battle or the war would conclude, rendering the burden relatively light for the villagers. Thus, the war tax could be considered a reasonable, albeit burdensome levy. Yet why did the old man claim that their village could no longer afford such taxes? "This is our village elder, Old Chuck," the young villager introduced. Accompanying the elder, it appeared that Old Chuck held considerable esteem within Grey Bear Village, perhaps serving as its unofficial leader. "Old Chuck, I am not here to collect taxes." Regardless of the reasons that led Old Chuck to claim they could no longer afford war taxes, Zig astutely sensed that the villagers' rejection of him was likely intricately connected to this so-called war tax. Without hesitation, Zig chose to distance himself from the matter. "Whether you believe I am here to collect taxes or not, Grey Bear Village does not require your presence. We can defend ourselves. You feeble nobles only bring us trouble." The elder trembled with indignation, his white beard quivering as he struck the stony ground with his cane, sending small pebbles scattering and clattering. Having made his point, he turned to leave. "What is this nonsense? Why resort to insults? Why is it that these elders so readily cast aspersions? The youth of today are truly unfortunate, constantly labeled as youngsters in the present world and feeble nobles in another realm. It seems that wherever one goes, they are subjected to the admonishments of the elderly. This is an ad hominem attack, age discrimination." "Old Chuck, you must clarify your words. Otherwise, you insult the noble title bestowed upon me by His Majesty." Zig could no longer tolerate the slights. Regardless of his temper, he could not endure being belittled by an elder. Seizing Old Chuck's arm, he demanded an explanation. After all, everyone can hurl accusations. Insulting a noble could warrant punishment by flogging for the common folk. Perhaps hearing the gravity of the charge against him, Old Chuck divulged everything Zig sought to know. By the time Old Chuck finished speaking, Zig comprehended that he had arrived at the village during an inopportune moment. However, he also grasped why the position of village chief had become vacant in Grey Bear Village. This year alone, they had been subjected to 4 war taxes. It is well known that the northern borders of the Holy Odin Empire have long been plagued by the raids of the prairie barbarians. However, referring to it as mere disturbance was a euphemism. In reality, the raids had become alarmingly frequent. In order to defend against the marauding orcs of the grasslands, the local garrison must muster a substantial number of soldiers and knights. Naturally, Grey Bear Village would be allocated a knight. However, these knights dispatched for the purpose of safeguarding the village have not acted honorably. Under the pretext of preparing against the orc incursions, they have levied war taxes on the villagers of Grey Bear, only to vanish after collecting the dues, subsequently replaced by another knight who would repeat the same process, euphemistically termed as taking turns in garrison duty. This unsavory pattern continued with 3 knights, all of whom arrived in Grey Bear Village bearing the appointment decrees from the esteemed Lord Lancaster, the supreme military and political commander of the Holy Sword Pass. It is said that Lord Lancaster, leading his private army alongside the Gale Legion stationed at the Holy Sword Pass, has successfully repelled the savage attacks of the Orcish hordes on multiple occasions, gaining a commendable reputation, which has led the villagers of Grey Bear to be repeatedly deceived. Consequently, the already impoverished Grey Bear Village found itself further destitute. Fortunately, to the east of Grey Bear lies a towering ridge of the St. Michiel Mountains, known as Grey Bear Ridge. When the orcs arrive, the villagers can take refuge in the ridge, suffering only minor losses as their possessions are pilfered, yet their lives remain intact, which is of utmost importance given the scarcity of valuables in the village. Indeed, the war taxes had been collected 4 times, and when the 4th night came, he too imposed the war tax. However, unlike the previous 3 who absconded, this knight utilized the collected funds to aid the villagers in erecting barriers around Grey Bear and procuring weapons for the able-bodied men in preparation for resisting the Orcish raids. As fate would have it, when the orcs descended upon the village, they brought with them a contingent of 40 to 50 formidable orc warriors clad in half-hide armor. Opposing them stood the knight and a mere handful of hastily trained villagers. The outcome was, alas, predictable. The young noble knight, rallying his comrades with a fervent cry of "Long live His Majesty Emperor Zachary Begriefs," charged valiantly toward the orc ranks, inadvertently dragging 4 villagers to their doom alongside him. Had it not been for the swift retreat of the remaining armed villagers who followed Old Chuck into Grey Bear Ridge, the village's young men would have faced annihilation. Fool! Zig couldn't help but curse under his breath upon hearing this. A heavy cavalry charge is only effective when executed in formation. A single knight charging forth would merely be sidestepped. Though Zig had never fought, he had perused military commentary online, and even he had gleaned some insights into the deployment of heavy cavalry. This knight was nothing more than a naive noble youth, lost in fanciful dreams, foolishly believing that brandishing his lance would compel the orcs to line up as if on skewers for him to dispatch. The chivalric spirit exists solely within the romantic tales favored by noble maidens, does it not? Thus, the consequences of this 4th knight's tenure as village chief proved to be even more disastrous than those of his predecessors. While the first 3 merely absconded after collecting taxes, this 4th knight's actions led to the deaths of 4 young villagers. It is no wonder that the villagers of Grey Bear would go so far as to drive Zig, the 5th village chief, out with stones. Chapter 8. The unwelcome village chief. The dwelling of the village chief was situated beside the blacksmith's forge. Feel free to stay, but no one in this village will spare you a crust of bread, a drop of water, nor will they acknowledge you as chief, Old Chuck declared coldly before being assisted back to the village by a young villager. Naturally, Zig had no intention of slumbering outdoors. Without further ado, he led his retinue, along with Aunt Mary and the Minotaur slave, Goliath Johnson, into the house adjacent to the forge. A good night's rest was in order after the arduous journey he had traversed for so long and was utterly exhausted. As for the villagers' disdain for his authority, that was a matter to be addressed later. Zig was determined to establish himself within Grey Bear Village. It must be said, the stone-walled house was quite commendable. Having been occupied by the previous 4 nobles, it was undoubtedly well maintained. The walls had even been freshly painted, and both the roof and floor were sturdy and clean. However, the interior was starkly devoid of furnishings, likely a result of the villagers' resentment toward the former knights-turned-village chiefs, who had stripped the place bare of any usable items. After tidying up a bit, Zig and his companions spent their first night in Grey Bear. Thanks to not having to sleep outdoors, Zig enjoyed a restful night, and upon rising the next morning, he felt invigorated. Yet, as daylight broke, Zig's spirits dampened upon wandering through the village. Why? Because, as old Chuck had foretold, the villagers of Grey Bear paid him no heed, and no villager was willing to allow him access to their well for water. Whenever they spotted him, they wore expressions of disdain. Some distanced themselves, while others glared at him menacingly, and it was not just one or two who spat in his direction. After a stroll around the village, Zig found himself famished and parched, only to realize that 5 children had spat at him, one of whom took the opportunity to hurl saliva directly onto his face. Truly, he was an unwelcome presence. His mood soured further. With such unwelcoming attitudes, Zig's position as village chief seemed almost superfluous. The villagers treated him with utter disregard, and to secure a meal, he had no choice but to continue sharing dry rations with Biden. The bearded man, Archer Jack, Aunt Mary, and the rest. Zig felt utterly frustrated. The previous 4 nights had done nothing beneficial, yet the villagers' ire was directed at him. Zig found himself without a means to voice his grievances. For in the eyes of the villagers, he was no different from any other village chief representing the imperial authority, simply because he bore the empire's appointment decree. He longed to explain that he was not there to plunder their wealth, but merely sought a place to settle down and would hide with them in Grey Bear Ridge when the orcs came. Yet, no one would listen to his explanations, and even if they did, no one would believe him. Zig could not afford to abandon his post as village chief. He was not like the previous knights who could simply flee after receiving their appointments from Lord Lancaster. The commander of the Gale Legion at the Holy Sword Pass, Zig, had been appointed by His Majesty Emperor Zachary Begriefs, and to abandon his post would be to commit an act of treason against the imperial authority. In the days that followed, Zig discerned that the villagers only heeded the counsel of a few elders, with old Chuck being one of the most authoritative. It was clear that if Zig wished to solidify his position as village chief, he must first win over old Chuck. Otherwise, his very residence in the village would be in jeopardy. However, given old Chuck's demeanor, Zig recognized that directly persuading him would be impossible. The imperial decree held no sway here. The villagers of Grey Bear relied not on the empire for protection, but on their own resourcefulness. Since the Holy Odin Empire failed to provide them with security, its authority was regarded as inconsequential by the villagers. Thus, days passed, and on the night of the 4th day, as Zig prepared for sleep, a woman's anguished cries pierced the night, preventing him from resting. This sorrowful wailing was not a signal of an orc invasion nor an act of aggression, but rather the sounds of labor from the wife of the blacksmith, Fane, next door. Frustrated, Zig felt weary. Despite having done nothing in the past few days, the villagers' ostracism had drained his spirit. He longed for a peaceful slumber. Yet the cacophony from the neighboring forge was relentless. The ordeal of childbirth is indeed a harrowing one. Often depicted in television dramas, a woman in labor must exert tremendous effort, aided by midwives urging her on, while the anxious father paces outside, calling out to his wife with concern. Under primitive conditions, childbirth requires a flurry of assistance. The ensuing chaos is inevitably loud. Zig had intended to retire early, but the ruckus from the blacksmith's forge kept him wide awake until the moon reached its zenith, at which point he finally drifted into a fitful sleep, still hearing the exertions of Fane's wife in labor. Childbirth is truly arduous, and Zig was relieved that he had not been transported into this world as a woman. This was the last thought that crossed his mind before he succumbed to sleep. Zig's rest was restless. In the haze of slumber, he could still hear the sounds of labor from the blacksmith's wife next door. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Zig groggily rose from his bed, for as a modern individual, sleeping in was a fundamental habit. Yet today he found himself unable to do so due to the incessant cries from the blacksmith's wife. It seemed she was enduring an exceptionally prolonged labor, having been in travail since the previous night, and it was now light outside. Surely, several hours had passed. While asking the woman to be quieter was out of the question, perhaps he could at least check on the situation since he was awake. Thus, Zig stepped outside, turning left toward the only blacksmith's forge in Grey Bear, the abode of blacksmith Fane, that moment. A crowd of villagers had gathered outside, including old Chuck, who wore a concerned expression as he sat with his head in his hands, clearly anxious about his wife. it was evident that Fane was a dedicated husband, deeply caring for his family. The villagers congregated at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. Just as Zig was about to squeeze in to discern the situation, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Aunt Mary, accompanied by Biden and his entourage, who had also gathered behind him. It appeared that everyone was kept awake by the sounds of the blacksmith, Finn's wife, in labor. Chapter 9. Difficult labor. Are you all unable to sleep as well? Zig intended to greet each person individually, but suddenly, a wave of commotion surged through the villagers, drawing Zig's attention back to the blacksmith's shop. The crowd began to part, suggesting someone was emerging from Finn's forge. How is it? How is it? The villagers' clamor was laced with concerned inquiries. A middle-aged woman sighed heavily, and with that sigh, everyone present, including Zig, discerned that Finn's wife was in dire straits. Finn, if something unfortunate occurs, will you choose to save the child or the mother? Zig clearly recognized that the speaker was a middle-aged nun from the convent serving both Grey Bear Village and nearby hamlets. These nuns typically dedicated their lives to the worship of Odin while also practicing rudimentary medical skills, with assisting in childbirth being one of their primary responsibilities. Madame Andrina, what do you mean by that? Finn's heart, which was already hanging by a thread, tightened further. He knew that Andrina's words were not harbingers of good fortune, yet he was reluctant to confront the harsh reality, pressing her for answers. Simultaneously, despair enveloped Finn, leaving him cold and despondent. Go save the mother or the child? Zig shuddered at the utterance of those words. By calculation, since nightfall the previous evening, Finn's wife had been in labor for at least 8 hours. The choice between saving the mother or the child appeared deceptively simple, yet it concealed a grotesque and brutal truth beneath. In fact, when the midwife Andrina posed this question, both the mother and the child were still alive. It is crucial to emphasize that they were both still living. The midwife's inquiry indicated that Finn's wife had encountered a predicament many women face: dystocia, due to the fetus being too large or in an improper position. The mother could not deliver the child without assistance. To choose between saving the mother or the child meant condemning one to death for the other to survive. Given the difficulties of dystocia, the mother's body would inevitably weaken. At this juncture, it was impossible for her to deliver the child unaided. Yet the child remained lodged in the birth canal. Thus, facing this choice was exceedingly cruel. Opting to save the mother would necessitate the use of implements akin to scissors or forceps, thrust into the birth canal to dismember the yet-to-be-born infant. You read that correctly, dismember. The fetus would be shredded within the mother's birth canal, enabling easier extraction of the fragmented remains. Originally trapped, once reduced to smaller pieces, removal became feasible, but the inherent cruelty of this process is evident. Conversely, choosing to save the child would entail using scissors to completely sever the mother's birth canal, allowing the fetus to emerge intact. However, what would become of the mother? A fully severed birth canal could not be sutured or healed, and she would soon succumb to fatal blood loss. Thus, regardless of which option was chosen, both bore the weight of brutality and bloodshed. One might ponder if readers recall the Opium War or Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong. It may seem peculiar that the Opium War is mentioned here. In 1840, during the Opium War, Britain was at its zenith, a period referred to as the Victorian era. The war culminated in the Qing government ceding Hong Kong, and upon British occupation, the Deepwater Bay was named Victoria Harbor. A fact well known to all, however, had that incident of dystocia not transpired, perhaps Britain's pinnacle should have been known as the Charlotte era, and Hong Kong's bay would bear the name Charlotte Bay. You may wonder who Charlotte is. Charlotte was the sole daughter of King George IV of Britain in the early 19th century, the only legitimate heir to the British throne. Tragically, in November 1817, at the tender age of 19, Princess Charlotte died in childbirth. At that time, Britain was already the world's most formidable nation, excelling in military, economic, and technological prowess. Yet, despite her royal status, Princess Charlotte faced the same perilous ordeal of childbirth as any woman. Enduring labor for 4 days and nights, neither she nor her child survived. The entire nation and its media fervently criticized the esteemed obstetrician who attended to her, ultimately leading him to take his own life. On a personal note, the author remarks that a birthday signifies a mother's day of suffering, a reality not worthy of celebration. Most readers of this book are male, be they graduates in the workforce or students still in school. And they might conduct a simple experiment, merely an imaginative exercise. Picture yourself stretching your upper lip upwards, all the way to your forehead, while pulling your lower lip downwards to below your neck. How would that feel? Yes, that sensation mirrors the painful dilation experienced by women during childbirth. It is a pain that men can scarcely comprehend. Thus, Gestures like gifting carnations on Mother's Day can never equate to the profound acknowledgement of saying to one's mother on their birthday, "Mama, you have endured so much." Imagine enduring such strain for merely a moment, and then consider Princess Charlotte, who endured it for 4 days and nights. Ultimately, she succumbed, perhaps having been so tormented by the ordeal that she wished to escape this world. In the face of dystocia, a woman's fate is starkly egalitarian. Whether a princess or a common peasant, regardless of status, all tread the threshold of death. Without the aid of modern medical technology, the mortality rate associated with dystocia is alarmingly high. Exceeding 15. It is difficult to fathom that a woman giving birth faces a greater than 1 in 7 chance of perishing. The act of childbirth can feel akin to stepping into a coffin, and the medical community has historically lacked effective methods to ensure the safety of both mother and child. A mother is revered not solely for nurturing us, but for braving immense risks to bring us into existence. In both ancient foreign lands and within our own, prior to advancements in technology, the most effective approach to dealing with dystocia hinged upon the harrowing dilemma of choosing between saving the mother or the child. Completing this grim decision could potentially save one life. Princess Charlotte's fate was sealed by her inability to make such a choice, thus paving the way for the Victorian era. Chapter 10. Forceps if one refrains from making this choice. It is possible that neither mother nor child will survive. With the fetus lodged in the birth canal and the mother bleeding, the risk of excessive hemorrhage and fetal asphyxiation looms large. Yet, sometimes, extraordinary circumstances arise where simple tools can resolve complex issues. While the medical community grappled ineffectively with the high mortality rate of dystocia, the invention of a simple tool has saved countless mothers and infants alike. This simple instrument is known as forceps. Shaped like a large bread clip but somewhat peculiar in design, the back half resembles scissors, while the front is larger than a typical bread clip, featuring hollow, curved blades. How are forceps employed? It is quite straightforward. The forceps are inserted into the birth canal to grasp the head of the distressed fetus. The large blades envelop the infant's head, and the midwife gently pulls outward, akin to extracting bread from a cabinet with a bread clip. What causes dystocia? It is simply the mother's inability to exert sufficient force to deliver the fetus. The introduction of forceps provides additional traction beyond the mother's effort, facilitating the delivery of the child. To employ an imperfect analogy. Envision an elderly man struggling to push a heavy cart. If he encounters a ditch, his progress becomes exceedingly difficult. If a passerby offers to pull the cart, the burden becomes manageable. In essence, when thrust is insufficient, adding pull makes the delivery of the fetus significantly easier. The challenges faced by women during childbirth, be it a large fetus or an improper position, are akin to the elderly man encountering a ditch while pushing his cart. The obstetric forceps, a remarkable invention of the 16th century, were created by a midwifery family known as the Chamberlains in England. Since their inception, the maternal mortality rate for women assisted by the Chamberlain family during difficult deliveries plummeted from 15 to a mere 1. Many local residents soon recognized the high success rate of safe deliveries facilitated by the Chamberlains, leading them to pay handsomely for their services, thereby amassing considerable wealth and prominence in England. To illustrate the significance of this reduction from 15 to 1, one might recall an event from the early days of World War II, when the Soviet army suffered devastating losses against the German forces. In response, Stalin issued a decree. Any soldier who fled would face a grim fate. 1 out of every 10 captured would be executed by lottery. This order effectively bolstered the morale of the Soviet troops, as they confronted the stark reality of a 10 chance of death. Given that the mortality rate for difficult childbirth was even higher at 15, it is no wonder that such a statistic would incite fear. The achievement of reducing the maternal mortality rate to 1 is undoubtedly a monumental innovation, albeit one that many may not realize is merely a slight modification of a simple pair of tongs. Some may wonder why the forceps were invented in the 16th century, yet in the 19th century, Princess Charlotte suffered for 4 days and nights in labor before tragically succumbing to complications. The reasons are twofold. First, the Chamberlain family concealed the secret of the forceps for 3 generations, spanning over a century, all for the sake of profit. Second, even after the secret was revealed, it was met with skepticism. As the mainstream medical community at the time dismissed the use of such a tool, believing it incapable of assisting in childbirth. In contemporary times, forceps have become essential instruments in obstetric surgery, evolving into numerous designs tailored for various complications, leading to a staggering reduction in maternal mortality rates to just 0.3 in modern Western nations. However, in this alternate world, such tools have yet to emerge. What? You inquire how Zig is aware of this obstetric instrument. Well, in the age of the internet, what information is beyond reach? The wealth of knowledge available today is unfathomable to those who lived in previous eras. From the intricacies of launching satellites to the simplicity of forceps, all can be readily accessed online, often without the need for active searching, as countless social media posts and website promotions deliver this information directly to us. Enriching our understanding. It is evident that Andrina, the midwife assisting the blacksmith Finn's wife, would not possess knowledge of such a tool, otherwise, she would not have posed the question of whether to save the mother or the child. From Finn's distraught demeanor, it is apparent that this robust man, brimming with muscle, is a devoted husband. Andrina, your words perplex me. How does one choose to save the mother or the child? Upon hearing her statement, Finn's resolve only strengthened. He was determined to seek clarity. Grasping Andrina's shoulders with his powerful hands, he implored her for answers. Then, Andrina leaned in close to whisper a few words in his ear, the content of which remains unknown. Suddenly, Finn, as if possessed, dashed toward the wall of his forge, crying out, "Belinda, my Belinda! No, please!" He struck the wall with his hands, tears streaming down his face, unable to accept such a grim reality. Observing this scene, some villagers of Grey Bear Village discreetly wiped their tears, indicating that difficult childbirth was a common plight in their community. Simultaneously, Zig noted the solidarity among the villagers as several men approached Finn, patting his shoulder and offering quiet words of comfort, seemingly having faced similar choices themselves, encouraging him to confront the truth. Yet, Finn remained unyielding, forcefully pushing one of the comforting men away before collapsing into a corner. Cradling his knees and weeping uncontrollably, he had completely lost the courage to face the truth. Andrina, anxious and distressed, recognized that Belinda had endured 8 hours of labor. An entire night had passed while everyone else slept. Leaving Belinda to suffer in silence, if this continued, she would inevitably succumb to the perils of childbirth. As the wife of a blacksmith, Belinda was physically robust, yet time was of the essence. The most pressing concern was Finn's deteriorating mental state. The choice between saving the mother or the child was one that only Finn could make, for no one could determine the fates of these two living souls. Only he, as the closest relative, could decide. Otherwise, he might later blame anyone else for their choices, leading to resentment. Chapter 11. The new village head who assists in childbirth. Since the onset of her labor, Belinda had been in the throes of childbirth for over 8 hours. Although she retained her strength, her condition could not withstand much longer. However, Finn's current state posed a grave risk to both his wife and child. Mr. Blacksmith, I am Zig, the newly appointed village head. I possess a method that could assist your Belinda. Ensuring the safety of both mother and child, Zig implored, unable to restrain himself any longer. If this continued, 2 lives would surely be lost, so he resolved to test whether the forceps could prove effective. Should they fail, he would have no qualms about retreating to the depths of the wilderness, for it would be preferable to losing lives. If successful, perhaps Finn's family would, in their gratitude for the safe delivery, welcome Zig into their fold. What? You possess such a method? Upon hearing Zig's words, Finn's spirit soared, much like a desperate man grasping a lifeline, unconcerned about the identity of his savior. Wait, haven't you small nobles already caused us enough suffering? You can assist in childbirth? Ha! I doubt anyone here would believe it. If Old Man Chuck's daughter perishes, the villagers will surely bind you to a pyre. It was then revealed that Finn's wife was indeed Old Man Chuck's daughter. No wonder. Old Man Chuck had been overseeing village affairs, yet now, at Finn's doorstep, he stood as helpless as Finn himself. Conversely, another elder from Grey Bear Village was stepping in to provide assistance. This elder, even more incensed than Old Man Chuck, pointed an accusatory finger at Zig. Old Man Jean, this method is frequently employed by southern nobles during difficult births. If you do not allow me to attempt it, we may never know if it could succeed. Zig's family guard, comprising 8 soldiers, rolled up their sleeves, eager to confront this man named Jean. However, Zig quickly waved them off, aware that violence could resolve nothing. Lives were at stake, and a conflict would only impede his opportunity to employ the forceps. Southern nobles' birthing methods? Finn found himself more inclined to trust Zig upon hearing this. The notion of the South, a realm of wealth and prosperity, was indeed a distant dream for the impoverished villagers of Grey Bear. Rumors spoke of golden forks used for dining in the southern imperial capital, and the birthing practices of the nobility sounded exceptionally refined. After all, the stark divide between the destitute and the indulgent nobility often rendered their lifestyles incomprehensible to one another. Finn, a simple blacksmith, was but an ordinary villager, and the idea that noble women experienced fewer complications during childbirth seemed plausible. Given their elevated status, the notion that the nobility possessed safer birthing methods was not entirely unfathomable. Zig's assertion appeared to sway Andrina, the midwife, as well, for she was merely a humble nun from a remote northern village. And it was not beyond reason that the southern nobility lived in comfort and boasted superior birthing techniques. Humph! Even if there are southern noble methods, do you, a mere lad, possess the skill to employ them? Old man Jan continued to press, not easily dissuaded. Despite not being a bad man, his stubbornness was evident. Once an idea took root, it was difficult to change. Indeed, you small nobles are fortunate to have not brought us further misfortune. How could you possibly assist in childbirth when you are but a man? Old man Jean's sentiments resonated with many surrounding villagers, who echoed his disbelief. Bolstered by their support, Jean took a deep breath, raised his chin, and glared at Zig and his soldiers. Mr. Blacksmith, do you wish to try our southern noble methods? The choice is yours. If you decline, I suggest you follow Andrina's approach instead. Zig paid little heed to their protests. Lives were at stake, and Belinda was laboring within. Zyge turned to persuade the blacksmith Phaon, and the method he mentioned regarding Granny Andalina was akin to a dilemma of choosing between saving the adult or the child. Naturally, blacksmith Phaon grasped the gravity of Zyge's words and immediately began to tremble as if confronted with something utterly horrifying. Very well, let us proceed with your approach. After a moment of contemplation, Phaon acquiesced, for he was truly reluctant to face the harrowing choice between preserving the adult or the child. Humph! You little noble. If you employ your southern noble's methods and anything befalls Phaon and his mother, I shall shatter your skull with my cane. Old Jean, witnessing blacksmith Phaon being swayed by Zyge, furiously brandished his club, intent on striking Zyge. What if my method saves them? Hey, I am here to save lives. Yet you wish to strike me. Even the Buddha has his limits, Zyge retorted bitterly. I do not believe you possess such capability. If you manage to save them, do as you wish, Old Jean blurted out, momentarily taken aback. You had better keep your word, Zyge replied with irritation, for he himself felt uncertain, lacking a proper forceps at hand. His words were merely a fa blacksmith, do you have any bread tongs? Ignoring Old Jean, Zyge inquired of blacksmith Phaon, hoping to temporarily fashion a forceps from the bread tongs, leaving its success to fate. He was also cunning enough to think that if he could not create the forceps, he could claim the southern noble's birthing method was unfeasible due to the lack of tools, absolving himself of any failure in saving them. There are no bread tongs, but I do have a half-finished pair. What do you need that for? At that moment, blacksmith Phaon was filled with determination. He was willing to sacrifice anything, even his life, to save Belinda and her child. However, he found the sudden request for the bread tongs perplexing. With a slight modification, the bread tongs can save your wife's life. Quickly fetch them. Are you not a blacksmith? Follow my instructions, and whether or not you save your wife will depend on your swiftness. Zyge urged Phaon without further explanation. If Phaon could craft the forceps expeditiously, there might still be hope for his wife. Chapter 12. A safe delivery whether it was Zyge's fortune or the blacksmith Phaon's. The half-finished bread tongs had already been completed on its latter half, while the front portion remained as 2 iron rods. This made things simpler. All that was needed was to hammer the 2 rods into thinner strips and bend them, forming the rudimentary shape of a forceps. Then, by slightly curving the 2 pieces inward, they would be ready for use. Following Zyge's instructions, blacksmith Phaon quickly transformed the iron rods into slender strips, a task that was not particularly arduous. In his anxious state, he worked with remarkable speed, the hammer dancing rhythmically in his hands, producing a symphony of clinks and clatters. In less than 10 minutes, he had shaped the iron rods into fine iron branches. Meanwhile, Zyge hastily instructed Aunt Mary to boil water, leaving the remaining tasks to the capable hands of Granny Andalina, the only one present familiar with childbirth. Granny Andalina was a compassionate nun with her own understanding of medical practices. Initially skeptical of Zyge's southern noble birthing methods, she experienced a revelation when Zyge explained how to grip the fetus's head with the forceps and gradually pull it out, as if a window had been thrown open. Hiss! Blacksmith Phaon swiftly plunged the red-hot iron into water to cool it, and once retrieved, it had transformed into a fully formed forceps. Zyge then proceeded to sanitize the forceps with the boiling water he had prepared earlier. Is this even feasible? The gathered villagers murmured, casting doubtful glances at the peculiar contraption. These little nobles are going to endanger our villagers. Old Jean stomped his foot, lamenting in anguish. Can this thing truly save my daughter? Old Chuck echoed the skepticism, having lived for many years without encountering such a bizarre instrument for childbirth. As the moment of truth approached, even Granny Andalina felt a twinge of doubt, but blacksmith Phaon remained resolute in using the forceps. for he could not bear to confront the agonizing choice between saving the adult or the child. This was a decision he wished to avoid at all costs. Reluctantly, Granny Andalina could not make the choice for Feyen. As a midwife, she had to respect the wishes of the family. Thus, she entered the blacksmith's workshop with the newly crafted forceps, and Zyge urged Aunt Mary to accompany her for any assistance she might require. As Granny Andalina stepped inside, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd outside, each individual hoping for the safety of Belinda and her child. Regardless of their previous disputes, no one wished for misfortune to befall them. The residents of Grey Bear Village were, indeed, so pure-hearted and kind. All held their breath, straining to listen. A minute passed. Zyge swallowed hard. That single minute felt interminable, akin to an entire year. Blacksmith Feyen's breathing grew heavy. And in the stillness of that morning, the sounds of Zyge's swallow and Feyen's labored breaths rang out starkly. 2 minutes elapsed. Those 2 minutes felt as though they spanned a century, with everyone's hearts hanging in suspense. 3 minutes passed. Zyge's forehead glistened with perspiration. 4 minutes passed. Still, no word emerged from Granny Andalina. 5 minutes passed. Even Zyge's soldiers, hardened by battle, were affected by the atmosphere, collectively yearning for the new life and the mother to triumph over this trial. 6 minutes passed. Only the sound of collective breathing remained at the blacksmith's door. 7 minutes passed. 8 minutes passed. 9 minutes passed. Just as the tension in everyone's hearts seemed poised to reach its breaking point. A baby's cry pierced through the silence from within the blacksmith's workshop. That single cry released a collective sigh of relief from the gathered crowd. Whether it was Zyge, Blacksmith Feyen, or Old Jean, they could not help but exhale deeply. That cry resonated like heavenly music, loosening the taut nerves of all present. Yet, Sister Andalina had not yet emerged, and those outside the blacksmith's door could only momentarily breathe easy. As the silence resumed, particularly for old Chuck, whose daughter was the one in labor, he felt no relief at the sound of the baby's first cry. This reminded Zyge of a well-known adage, "Your child has emerged? Yet my child remains within." The hearts of parents everywhere, however, this time, the waiting felt equally prolonged. The momentary easing of tension quickly returned to anxiety. After a while, as the curtain lifted, Granny Andalina stepped outside. Cradling the newborn in her arms, her face alight with joy. Feyen. It's a boy. It's a boy. Thank you, Granny Andalina. Blacksmith Feyen gazed at the child, yet his worry persisted, and he promptly inquired, "How is my Belinda?" Both mother and child are safe, however. The prolonged labor took its toll, leaving her somewhat exhausted. "Your Belinda is strong and well. She just drank some water and has fallen asleep. Let her rest. Do not intrude." If only that contraption had been available sooner. Granny Andalina spoke in bursts, clearly exhilarated. How could she not be excited? In her experience, deliveries lasting over 8 hours were usually perilous, even when opting to save the mother over the child. Mothers often succumbed due to prolonged procedures. Ha ha ha, woo-woo. Upon hearing the news, Blacksmith Feyen was overwhelmed with joy, alternating between laughter and tears, unsure whether he was crying or laughing, yet undeniably beaming with tears of happiness. He bounced around with the child in his arms, nearly dropping his newborn son had old Chuck not swiftly taken the child from him. For Blacksmith Feyen, the safety of both mother and child was infinitely more precious than 100,000 or even 1,000,000 gold coins. The morning sun began to shine brightly, birds began to sing, as if the entire Grey Bear village was welcoming this new life. Ha ha ha! Zyge and his soldiers were equally elated, not merely because of the safe arrival of Blacksmith Feyen's child, but also because they had emerged victorious. "Sir Nobleman, I apologize for my arrogance these past few days, and I thank you for your selflessness in saving my daughter and grandson." Old Chuck, being the more composed one, although not overwhelmed with tears, immediately recognized that Belinda's safe delivery was owed to the newly appointed village chief. Chapter 13. Early morning. Oh dear. It was a trivial matter. Nothing of consequence for me. They even sought me out for dragon eggs back home. Zyge, ever boastful, could not contain his pride when pleased, often speaking without restraint, daring to boast about anything. By the way, esteemed nobleman, oh no, I mean village chief. May I inquire your name? Old Chuck casually asked, seizing the moment while Zyge was in high spirits. It seemed that the villagers of this entire village still did not know Zyge's name. However, Zyge soon dismissed this thought, considering that the previous knights and village chiefs had not acted in good faith. The entire Grey Bear village had intended to oust him, so why would they need to know his name? After a moment of awkwardness, Zig introduced himself and his few guards to Old Man Chuck and the other villagers. The surrounding villagers wore beaming smiles. In the harsh living conditions of Grizzly Bear Village, residents often band together more closely. The villagers, ever supportive of one another, felt a sense of joy for the blacksmith Finn's family. Villagers who had just risen that morning gathered at Finn's blacksmith shop. And as more people arrived, they learned from those in front about the difficult childbirth that had just transpired. It became clear that the newly appointed village chief had brought a tool that had turned the situation around for Belinda and her child. As Zig surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the villagers, now with joyous expressions, no longer rejected him. It seemed that the residents of Grizzly Bear Village had accepted him. Zig had indeed made the right bet. However, contrasting the villagers' cheerful demeanor was the solitary figure of Old Man Gene, who hobbled away with the aid of a cane. Bathed in the morning sun, he appeared profoundly lonely and desolate. Old Man Chuck seemed to have noticed Gene's forlorn retreat and approached Zig. Speaking softly, Village Chief Zig, it would be best not to hold a grudge against Old Man Gene. All three of his sons perished during the last orc attack. Everyone had witnessed the earlier tension between Zig and Jan. So Chuck hurried to dissuade the young noble chief from confronting Gene. All three sons lost? Was that during the incident when that foolish knight charged in with his lance? Zig pondered, momentarily tempted to confront Gene, considering the old man's earlier insolence. Yet, upon hearing Chuck's words, his curiosity piqued. He recalled the incompetent knight mentioned before, who had foolishly endangered not only himself but also 4 villagers. Indeed, that was the time. Chuck affirmed. 3 sons lost. But wait, who was the 4th? Zig's curiosity continued to grow. Jan had 3 sons, all claimed by the previous foolish knight's reckless actions. If one of them had been the only son of another villager, it would surely stir resentment against him. The 4th is Old Man Gene's eldest grandson, Chuck replied with a sigh, revealing that Gene had been a staunch supporter of the chief's efforts against the orcs. Chuck's voice softened, reflecting his sympathy for Gene's plight. This revelation left Zig feeling quite embarrassed. Gene had once been surrounded by family, but in a single night, he had lost all but one. It was no wonder he exhibited such extreme behavior. Although none of this was Zig's doing, he bore the title of village chief appointed by the Empire, making it easy for the villagers to associate him with the previous incompetence. It was akin to a store known for selling counterfeit goods suddenly attempting to sell authentic items. Trust would not be easily regained if Zig were not a time traveler, if he were not a recluse from the modern age with access to a wealth of information, and had he not stumbled upon medical stories involving forceps. The villagers of Grizzly Bear would likely never have accepted him as their chief. As for the remaining members of Gene's family, Zig hesitated to inquire further, realizing it was not the appropriate moment, especially while Blacksmith Finn and others were in high spirits. What he needed to do was facilitate the villagers' acceptance of his leadership. Dear villagers, as Granny Andrina mentioned earlier, Belinda is currently in a weakened state and requires rest. It would be inappropriate for us to make a ruckus here and disturb her slumber. Zig understood that he could not directly inquire if the villagers acknowledged him as their chief. Such a question would be both crass and likely incite resistance. However, by framing his suggestion around Belinda's condition, he could establish his authority and caring image. Indeed, the villagers found Zig's words resonant and gradually dispersed. Just as they left, Zig's stomach audibly protested, a natural consequence after a morning of exertion. Village chief, I assume you're hungry. I can have someone bring you breakfast shortly, Chuck offered with a chuckle. Having saved both Belinda and Chuck's granddaughter, it was no surprise that Chuck was eager to accept Zig as the chief of Grizzly Bear Village. This breakfast would serve as a symbolic gesture of Chuck's acknowledgement of Zig's status, especially since he had previously sworn that no villager would provide Zig and his entourage with a morsel of bread or a drop of water. Now, with Chuck personally delivering breakfast, it signified that the village elder had accepted Zig's position as chief. Upon hearing Chuck's offer, Zig felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In web novels, establishing one's own influence in a foreign realm seemed effortless, with characters effortlessly amassing armies and territories. Yet here he was, with the title of Duke's son, struggling to secure even the modest position of village chief. How shameful for a time traveler. Chuck, do you have any bread? I would love some for breakfast, Zig said. Squinting at Chuck in jest, yes, we do have bread, Chuck replied, slightly flustered at the mention of bread. Chapter 14. The matter of bread at last, he could enjoy more than mere travel rations. The villagers of Grizzly Bear had initially been resistant to Zig, the Empire's appointed chief, forcing him and his companions to subsist on hard bread and sleep on cold floors. But with Chuck's support, Zig was on the verge of solidifying his position, and at the very least, He could now indulge in warm, freshly baked bread. With eager anticipation, Chuck, accompanied by several villagers, arrived with a platter of baked bread, neatly sliced and arranged. Most of the bread was brown or black, with 2 slices of white bread clearly standing out as ordinary. The sight of the large platter was undeniably enticing. The black loaves likely boasted a chocolate flavor, and despite the inclusion of 2 ordinary slices, it was evident that the villagers had selflessly shared their finest chocolate bread with Zig. Fearing he and his companions might not have enough to eat, Zig glanced at Chuck, who appeared somewhat apologetic, smiling as he explained, "Village chief, you rescued my daughter and granddaughter. We ought to be treating you. Being a noble, you must be accustomed to finer fare, but this is all we have. I hope it meets your standards. Is that all the good bread you have?" Zig thought Chuck's politeness was excessive. Chuck seemed genuinely remorseful for including 2 slices of white bread among the chocolate loaves. In truth, the black loaves were the prized offerings. It was clear they had exhausted their resources to provide Zig with the best they had, and the 2 additional slices of white bread were merely an afterthought to ensure he would not go hungry. "That's quite all right, Chuck. We are not unreasonable. You've already provided us with the finest chocolate bread. What more could we ask?" Zig waved his hand dismissively, striving to portray an image of generosity as he aspired to maintain his position as chief. He had to ensure Chuck did not perceive him as petty. Seeing Zig's nonchalant demeanor, Chuck visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Yet, Chuck then appeared puzzled and inquired, What is chocolate-flavored bread?" At that moment, Zig had already picked up a slice of the black bread. Preparing to take a bite, he thought to himself how delightful it was to be able to enjoy chocolate-flavored bread in this other world. As the bread entered his mouth, he caught Chuck's question about chocolate and felt an ominous premonition flash through his mind. However, he decided to savor the moment first. Chocolate-flavored bread. It has been ages since I last indulged in such a delight. However, in the very next moment, after savoring merely a couple of bites, Zig's expression shifted dramatically. The piece of bread that he had presumed to be chocolate-flavored turned out to be a dense, unpalatable black bread. Despite emanating the aroma of freshly baked goods, its taste failed to mirror that of a proper loaf. It lacked the expected softness and even bore a hint of bitterness. What is this?" Zig hastily expelled the chocolate-flavored bread from his mouth, stammering as he inquired of old Chuck, while the piece of bread bore a significant crescent-shaped bite mark from Zig's teeth. "This is black bread. I anticipated that the village chief would find it unpalatable, hence I brought out all the white bread from our home for you." It seemed old Chuck was slightly displeased by Zig's reaction. Yet he hesitated to express it overtly, instead emphasizing that he had indeed offered all the white bread to Zig. "Old Chuck, it's not that I disdain this black bread. It's just that." Zig found himself at a loss for words, noticing old Chuck's growing despondency. He wished to clarify that he did not reject the black bread, yet it was truly difficult to swallow. Initially, Zig had believed this black bread to be chocolate-flavored. It is said that black bread is the superior loaf, while white bread is deemed inferior. In truth, the reality is quite the opposite. White bread is the finest, as old Chuck referred to it, while the ordinary black bread is the one that lacks flavor. "Old Chuck, do you typically consume this kind of bread?" Zig quickly redirected the conversation, eager to avoid further awkwardness. "Indeed," old Chuck replied sheepishly. Through old Chuck's narration, Zig learned that the villagers of Grizzly Bear Village had little grain left for baking bread. The 2 slices of white bread were originally intended for old Chuck's newly born granddaughter, the wife of the blacksmith Fane, Belinda. But how did all this black bread come about? Black bread does contain flour. However, unlike white bread, which is composed entirely of flour, it incorporates a substantial amount of ground tree bark, wood shavings, and straw. This results in a loaf that emerges with a dark or brown hue. Such bread is prevalent among impoverished families in the frigid northern regions, serving to fill stomachs while conserving precious grain. But do the villagers typically consume this black bread? The answer is no. This black bread is only made on special occasions. Ordinarily, the villagers of Grizzly Bear Village subsist on potatoes, occasionally foraging for wild fruits and berries in the nearby woods. Yet I have observed numerous farmlands in the village. Aren't they all cultivated for grain? Zig voiced his curiosity, having noticed the abundance of fields during his recent explorations, most of which were dedicated to grain aside from potatoes. However, these grains had already been harvested, and any further consumption would have to wait until next year. Zig could not fathom how, with such a bounty, the villagers could go without sustenance. They have all been taxed. The church's tithe, the land tax paid to the town's tax officer, the empire's royal tax, the noble's territorial tax, and the temporary war tax imposed by the previous noble knights serving as village chiefs. Old Chuck closed his eyes, reluctant to speak. Yet the multitude of taxes seemed to spill forth, akin to a lament or a tallying of grievances, ultimately addressing Zig's inquiry. But why were potatoes not taxed? Chapter 15. The chief's task. Because potatoes are notoriously difficult to preserve. They cannot be stored in damp conditions, and if they become moist, they either rot or sprout toxic shoots. Furthermore, they are cumbersome to transport, prone to bruising and damage, which leads to rapid spoilage. Their only advantage is their high yield. Thus, it is indeed true that potatoes are the food of the lowly. During Zig's time in the Duke's manor, where he was subjected to the Princess Bianca's cruelty, he often found himself reduced to consuming potatoes, as she used this humble fare to belittle him, even with the burden of numerous taxes. The villagers of Grizzly Bear Village were adept at hiding their reserves. Previously, they could manage a meal or two of black bread, but ever since the arrival of the last 4 village chiefs, their food stores were entirely depleted under the pretext of defending against the prairie orcs. Now, the villagers of Grizzly Bear Village could scarcely survive on potatoes and berries. Life for the villagers was indeed exceedingly harsh. It was impossible for Zig to continue consuming potatoes. Even hardtack would be more palatable. In many regions, the impoverished and enslaved were relegated to a diet of mere potatoes, a cheap sustenance that yields abundantly. A single plot of land can produce over 1,000 pounds of grain, yet when planted with potatoes, it yields 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, sometimes even exceeding 10,000 pounds. One might wonder, how can McDonald's fries be so delectable yet potatoes have become the food of the impoverished and enslaved in this realm? It is crucial to note that McDonald's fries are fried. To prepare fried potatoes, one must have oil, yet the impoverished can barely afford enough food, let alone oil. Zig had the luxury of enjoying fried potatoes at the Duke's manor because they had oil to spare. That dish was aromatic. The commoners, however, could only peel potatoes and boil them, resulting in a bland fare that became intolerable over time. In truth, in Western nations, potatoes were originally consumed solely by the lower classes. It was only after McDonald's entered China that fries gained a sense of prestige. In Western countries, fries are akin to street vendor pancakes, regarded as lowly food. The plight of Grizzly Bear Village mirrors that of many villages within the Holy Odin Empire. The only distinction lies in the presence of a few avaricious knights serving as village chiefs. Many villages within the empire are burdened with excessive taxes: the imperial tax, the royal grain tax, the church's tithe, all of which must be paid in grain. Potatoes are not sought after by tax officials or the church, as they spoil easily or sprout toxic shoots. Grain remains the focus of taxation. Once again, it must be said, being a farmer in the Holy Odin Empire is truly arduous. It appears that Zig has an obligation to improve the lives of the villagers of Grizzly Bear Village. Especially now that he serves as their chief, as a young man of the internet age, he possesses certain advantages. He has seen various methods for increasing crop yields and techniques for grafting fruit trees, along with hybrid rice cultivation, which has been incorporated into textbooks and is thus unforgettable. As the chief of this village, it is my duty to ensure that the villagers enjoy white bread with every meal. After finishing breakfast, as noon approached, Zig summoned Old Chuck and several village elders to convene the first Grizzly Bear Village Council meeting, where he delivered an impassioned address. The elders exchanged glances, with Old Chuck remaining silent, his demeanor clearly skeptical, and then there was an awkward silence. Zig wishes to ensure that the villagers enjoy white bread at every meal. On what grounds? Although Old Chuck was grateful to Zig for saving his daughter and granddaughter, the notion of guaranteeing white bread for every villager seemed utterly far-fetched. Grizzly Bear Village lies in the northern frontier of the empire, where wheat only matures in the autumn, and with winter approaching. To enjoy white bread, the wheat must first be harvested. Without wheat, how can flour be milled? This year's grain has already been taxed, and if they wish to have white bread, it will have to wait until next year. But will there be no taxes next year? After taxes are paid, little grain remains, so what will they eat? Chief Zig, do not aim too high. There is only so much grain in the village. And considering the recent losses, we can ill afford further turmoil. The first council meeting convened by Zig ended rather abruptly, with Old Chuck leaving behind a lukewarm remark. It seems that, in Old Chuck's eyes, Zig's ability to save lives was merely a stroke of luck, a result of his knowledge of using forceps, while the promise of ensuring white bread for every villager was nothing more than empty bravado for someone like Zig. A lowly noble die. In truth, Old Chuck's words were a subtle concession to Zig. What can a lowly noble achieve? Which lowly noble has come to serve as chief without squandering resources? Just skimming off the top would be commendable. The last noble knight with lofty ideals had already caused the death of 4 villagers, leaving old Jean as the sole elder in this fantastical world. Theo put it plainly, had it not been for Zig's rescue of his daughter and granddaughter. Old Chuck would have unhesitatingly rallied the villagers to expel Zig from their midst to prevent him from further harming Grizzly Bear Village. Old Gene was even less forgiving, leaving while chuckling derisively. Zig's inaugural council meeting was an utter failure. Originally, he intended to leverage his modern advantages to guide the villagers toward prosperity. Even if wealth remained elusive, he believed he could assist them in securing basic sustenance. If only the villagers of Grizzly Bear Village would heed his unified direction, they could easily cultivate more land through collective effort, perhaps even improving irrigation systems. However, the villagers' attitudes left Zig no opportunity to continue speaking. Akin to a university graduate armed with extensive knowledge of corporate management, yet finding no opportunity to serve as a general manager. Instead, he must begin at the grassroots level, perhaps never ascending to the role of general manager. You may be gold, but you must also have the chance to shine. It seems that a careful consideration is in order. Judging by today's performance, although the villagers of Bear Village have accepted Zig as one of their own, they do not believe he is capable of being an effective village chief. The reason for this skepticism lies in the fact that Zig is merely a 16-year-old young noble, and his youth leads to a lack of respect from others. A universal truth. Being able to assist with childbirth does not equate to the ability to lead the villagers to prosperity. This must reflect the villagers' genuine sentiments. It appears that if Zig truly wishes to become the chief of Bear Village, he must devise a different strategy. After the village council disbanded, Zig lay on the ground, pondering what he could do. He refused to accept that if he couldn't even provide the simple luxury of a plain loaf of bread to the villagers from another world, then this journey would be a dismal failure. Despite being a basement dweller and a D-class individual, he is still a fine young man of the internet age. But what skills do I possess? Chapter 16. How to obtain bread. This is Zig's first time contemplating his capabilities in this foreign realm. As the village chief, this responsibility is indeed quite troublesome. A chief must possess a prominent skill. Otherwise, who would respect him? Reflecting on his past, Zig realizes that after 9 years of compulsory education followed by another 7 years in high school and university, totaling 16 years, the only skill he has acquired is the ability to study. What good are subjects like language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology now? They cannot be transformed into bread. Then there are his university studies in economic management, which are of little utility even in the real world. Let alone in this strange land. In reality, graduates in economics often struggle to find employment. It is a jack-of-all-trades degree, yet one that lacks specialization. What jobs can graduates in economics secure? The possibilities are vast, ranging from the prime minister to selling pork in a market. Isn't that the truth? They studied macroeconomic regulation, an essential skill for a prime minister. They learned about price fluctuations, another critical skill for a prime minister. Of course, economics graduates can also sell vegetables or fish. Nevertheless, they remain generalists in every field. No wonder all of Zig's classmates opted for civil service examinations. Millions of economics graduates could all become prime ministers. Yet only one is appointed every decade, while the rest end up selling pork. The folly of expanded enrollment. If only he had chosen a different major, perhaps chemical engineering. In this world, he might have been able to create glass or soap. While he may not become a king, at least he could earn a living, right? Since he cannot leverage his academic background, he must delve into his hobbies. What does Zig enjoy doing? Playing games, from classics like Red Alert, StarCraft, and Diablo to later hits like Dota and League of Legends. He has played them all, and he excelled at them. But what use are these skills now? Zig is a village chief in another world. This realm lacks computers. What can he play? The only other option is the internet, but who doesn't he know how to use Baidu or Google? The issue is, does this world even have Baidu or Google? Had he known he would be transported here, he would have memorized techniques for soap making, glass production, and alloy smelting, ensuring he could comfortably fulfill his role as village chief. Additionally, he used to download films, whether from Japan or Hollywood, and could easily find resources. His collection of film torrents exceeded 2 gigabytes. Back in the boys' dormitory, he was renowned as the king of film distribution. There was no resource he couldn't procure. Of course, he also sacrificed a bit of his life's essence in the process. Alas, now Zig finally understands the weight of regret. That saying rings true. Gaming can ruin a life, and indulging in online games can impoverish generations. Daily indulgence in films can lead to ruin. Look at this. This is the consequence of neglecting one's studies. Even crossing into another world could lead to a life of mediocrity. After much contemplation, Zig finds himself utterly at a loss regarding what he can do. It truly echoes the sentiment. A scholar is of no practical use, often the plight of university students. The protagonist is utterly inept. What purpose does his journey to another world serve? If things continue down this path, this narrative will devolve into a tale of misery for the protagonist. Such tales are destined to fail. Are they not? Have you not read the summaries of those fantasy novels? They all follow this pattern. Behold as he conquers the universe and masters the primordial chaos. Witness how he dominates the world. Laughing in the face of adversity. See how he boldly tramples rival suitors and defies spurned betrothed. Observe as he challenges the elderly and children alike. Marvel as he seizes maidens and lays claim to their lands. Behold his audacity as he commandeers lollipops and monopolizes bakeries, and so forth. Even as a villain, one cannot mistreat the protagonist. This is an unbreakable rule. Thus, the only resource Zig can currently rely on is that troublesome Dota system artifact bestowed upon him by Loki. Speaking of the Dota system artifact, Zig is nearly ready to curse Loki to the ends of the earth. After months of being transported to this world, Zig still cannot access the so-called Dota system artifact. Loki previously mentioned that the artifact was still in testing, with minor issues that wouldn't affect its primary functions. Initially, Zig didn't pay much attention, but now he can only conclude how much Loki has deceived him. He cannot even access the Dota system artifact, so how can he discuss its primary functions? Naturally, if Zig could enter the Dota system, he could harness the skills of the heroes within, like the forked lightning of the Shadow Shaman or the Death's Finger of the Warlock. Or the rapid strikes of the Troll. Just thinking about it excites him. However, the crucial issue remains. Even if Zig were to become powerful, the skills he draws from the Dota system will only enhance himself and cannot provide the villagers of Bear Village with their daily bread. This leads to the original question. How can he ensure that the villagers of Bear Village enjoy a daily supply of bread? Surely he can't just learn Dota skills to rob bakeries. Can he? Zig cannot even fathom himself, masked and wielding an elite weapon from Dota, threatening a baker with the words, "Don't move. This is a robbery. Hand over all your bread, or you'll experience the consequences of scattered flowers. If struck, you'll find yourself moving quite sluggishly." Chapter 17. The flawed artifact Zig is in dire straits. At this point, not only is it a challenge to provide the villagers with bread, but it also remains uncertain whether he himself can even secure a loaf. Fortunately, Zig still possesses a few coins. After departing from the imperial capital for Bear Village, he and his companions now have only 4 or 5 silver coins left. Thus, Zig resolves to take a bold step, pulling out all his silver coins and instructing Aunt Mary to take the Minotaur slave, Dwayne Johnson, to the nearby town of Taku to purchase flour. For now, securing bread for himself is the priority. If he continues to eat that black bread mixed with wood chips and tree bark, Zig will surely be driven to despair. That stuff will only lead to constipation. Imagine being the first traveler to perish from constipation in another world. Wouldn't he that give his predecessors a hearty laugh? Sometimes, life is indeed quite peculiar. Just as Zig was lamenting the inadequacies of the Dota system artifact bestowed by Loki, it suddenly became operational. Zig was overjoyed. He immediately entered the Dota system artifact and began a real-life Dota experience. Upon entering the space of the Dota system artifact, Zig received a message. The message read, "Your 3-month system ban has just been lifted. Please learn from this lesson and maintain a respectful language environment in the game. Do not use derogatory terms in chat, or you will face a permanent ban." Zig was taken aback upon reading this message. He quickly understood what had transpired. Loki's artifact had evidently connected to some battle platform online, and it appeared that Loki had previously used this artifact. If he had performed poorly and been insulted, it was likely that he retaliated and was reported for his foul language, resulting in his ban. No wonder this rascal so generously gifted him the Dota system artifact. He had been banned himself. Zig silently cursed him, recalling his own experiences playing Dota or League of Legends when he frequently encountered players who performed poorly but were exceptionally skilled at hurling insults, especially towards teammates. Anyone who missed a last hit or made an equipment error would inevitably attract such vitriol, ruining the gaming experience for all. It appears Loki is one of those types, and thus, he deserves his ban. However, the space within this Dota system artifact does indeed resemble the real deal. Upon entering the Dota space, Zig noticed the sky displayed 9 lines of text, announcing, "XXXX," or a certain player has entered the game. He was unsure which platform it was connected to, whether it was Yo-Yo or Haofeng. The host unexpectedly opted for the RD mode, otherwise known as the random draft mode. This was the most detested mode for Zig when he played Dota. How much better it would be to select the AP mode, where one could freely choose from over 100 heroes with a generous amount of starting gold. Random draft mode may be what it is, but one must at least select a hero to commence the game. In this mode, Only 22 heroes are available for selection, and Zig himself is quite a novice, with limited heroes at his disposal. After some contemplation, he realized that one of the available options was the Dark Ranger. Clad in a dark cloak, she is petite and falls into the fragile category of heroes, thriving in the late game. Hence, she is commonly referred to as Little Black. Thus, he chose Little Black. Instantaneously, Zig transformed into the Dark Ranger within the game, wielding a bow and arrow, her cloak billowing as she walked. However, Zig was left speechless as a string of subtitles appeared in the sky. What the heck, Little Black? How could someone choose her right off the bat? Why not pick a control hero? Exclaimed a player with the ID Cauliflower Shrimp. Choose a control hero, folks. The opposing team has selected Earthshaker. Lamented another player named Shah Shitty. Zig could only sigh. It was already 4 against 5 in the early game, and he thought to himself, Little Black, just stay alert. The tone of the third speaker clearly indicated that he frequently encountered players opting for mindless late-game heroes. His exasperation had become second nature. I hope he doesn't team mess things up. The opposing team has plenty of control heroes, remarked the fourth player, equally disheartened. Zig longed to inform them that he was not a burden, that he had never been a troublesome teammate, and even in adverse situations, he would persevere until the end. However, he was unable to type, which left him feeling quite frustrated. This guy is silent. He must be an elementary school student. Zig could not help but think, prompting further ridicule from Cauliflower Shrimp. Indeed, this Loki fellow is unreliable, Zig couldn't resist commenting. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was likely a flaw of the prototype. Loki had mentioned that this system was still in testing, and while the main functions were operational, features like typing might be mere secondary functions. Unable to engage in chat, Zig, portraying Little Black, had no choice but to purchase some items before heading out. A pair of boots for survival, a set of healing items, and with the remaining funds, he bought a stick for attribute enhancement. He then selected the Dark Ranger's first skill, Frost Arrow, which slows the target's movement speed by 20%, making it a potent tool for killing when coordinated with allies. Despite the seemingly short distance from the fountain to the high ground tower, Zig, assuming the guise of Little Black, found himself traversing for quite a while. He soon discovered another flaw in the prototype. The time within the Dota system was surprisingly analogous to that of the outside world. By the time he reached the high ground exit, he realized he had spent over 10 minutes. Glancing at the day-night cycle indicator above his head, he noted that if he were operating on a computer, it would be centrally positioned at the top of the screen. This raised a troubling question. Upon reaching the river, a third of a day might have elapsed, leaving him quite famished. The predicament worsened, as a Dota match typically lasted at least half an hour, which in the game's time equated to 4 days. He would surely starve by then. Indeed, upon arriving at the river's rune point, Zig felt hunger gnawing at him. What on earth do I do now? Loki, you've led me to this plight. Surely, I can't upgrade skills on an empty stomach. This implied that acquiring a hero's full skill set would require at least 3 to 4 days. Assuming everything went smoothly, Chapter 18. Village Under Siege. Zig was utterly exasperated with this flawed artifact. According to his calculations, simply traversing from the fountain to the riverbank, where one could observe the river's runes, had taken him over an hour within the Dota system, while at least an hour had also passed in the alternate world he traversed. Go be precise. The time within the Dota system paralleled that of the alternate realm. However long it took in the Dota system, the same duration passed outside. If this were the case, Zig could only remain in the Dota system for a few hours at best. The interval between 2 meals was approximately 3 to 4 hours. From lunchtime to dinner time, he could at most level up 2 or 3 skills. If he were exceptionally well fed, perhaps he could linger a bit longer, but no more than 12 hours, which would be equivalent to the day-night cycle shifting from day to night in Dota. Typically, characters at this juncture would reach level 6. Thus, if he wished to learn a hero's ultimate abilities within Dota, such as Shadow Shaman's Serpent Ward or Naga Siren's Song of the Sirens, including significant agility boosts from Little Black's Archer talents, Zig would need to be well-fed and capable of enduring 12 hours within the Dota system. Such an endeavor could not be frequent, as his body would surely not withstand it. Zig was inherently lazy, a person who would rather stay nestled in bed than venture outside. He could not bring himself to endure the torment of being locked away when his level stagnated. Zig, Zig, wake up, the orcs are coming. Just as Zig contemplated continuing his escapade within the Dota system, an urgent voice broke through his reverie. It appeared that even while he immersed himself in the Dota realm, his physical body remained receptive to the external world, as evidenced by the urgent calls ringing in his ears. Hastily, Zig exited the game, and as he was about to leave, the system prompted him to determine whether he wished to retain his skills and items from the Dota game. He selected yes and exited. The other players in Dota were far from pleased. Oh no, instant exit. Those who choose late-game heroes are so unreliable. Remember this ID. It's a total disgrace, exclaimed Cauliflower Shrimp, venting his frustration. Look at this. He even dropped his gear. What a despicable act. Another player, Sha Shitty, seethed. Zig had opted to retain his skills and items, but the uncontrollable Dark Ranger had left behind her boots and healing items on the ground. See, I told you those who randomly pick late-game heroes are unreliable, yet they persist, remarked another player. Let us continue. The tone of Cauliflower Shrimp echoed with palpable exasperation. Zig could sense that he had been labeled as the infamous instant exit player, but he was unfazed. After all, he was traversing realms, and that was far more significant. Thus, dear readers, should you encounter someone exiting a Dota match, do not be too disheartened. Perhaps they are embarking on an extraordinary journey in another world. Rest assured, many would likely protest, questioning why he could traverse while they faced the ignominy of an instant exit. Yet, one must remember, such narratives are crafted for entertainment. It cannot commence with an all-powerful figure laying waste to everything. Can it? What? Your homeroom teacher assigned a mountain of homework today, and you wish to bury them? That's an entirely different matter, is it not? It would be rather inappropriate to use a web novel to settle personal scores. Zig was roused from his Dota reverie by the stealthy assassin, Ian. Upon entering the Dota system, Zig appeared to be in a deep slumber, prompting Ian to inform him that during his stupor, a small group of prairie orcs had stealthily infiltrated Grey Bear Village. The marauding orcs consisted of 5 members, 3 wolf riders and 2 prairie tauren wielding battle axes. At this close range, Zig finally discerned the appearance of the wolf riders and the prairie tauren. The prairie tauren bore a resemblance to Zig's tauren slave, Dwayne Johnson, albeit from a different tribe. Unlike Dwayne, who showcased his muscular physique, the prairie tauren were cloaked in a thick layer of fur. Yet stood just as tall as Dwayne, towering over 2 meters. They appeared quite robust and intimidating. What left Zig breathless were the 3 infamous prairie orc wolf riders. The riders were of the werewolf tribe. Possessing 5 fingers and arched feet like humans, their bodies covered in wolf fur, with their muscular torsos subtly visible beneath the shaggy coat. The mounts of the wolf riders were 3 massive black wolves, comparable in size to warhorses and significantly larger than ordinary wild wolves, aptly named the prairie direwolf, specifically trained by the werewolf tribe for riding. According to Travelogue of the Odin continent, the wolf rider's strength and uniqueness stemmed from the fact that only werewolf tribes could tame and command these prairie direwolves, as the werewolves possessed an innate affinity for them. Other intelligent races, regardless of how clever they might be, including humans and the nature-loving elves, could never hope to control the prairie direwolf. Hence, the wolf riders were a distinctive unit exclusive to the werewolf tribe. At this moment, the situation within Grey Bear Village had grown dire. 2 villagers who could not escape had been injured by the orcs, lying lifeless on the ground in the distance. The archer Jack hung precariously from the rooftop, blood trickling from his hand as he helplessly dangled from the eaves. It seemed that Jack had climbed to the roof to shoot arrows in defense of Biden and his group. But the 3 wolf riders, armed with bows of their own, had swiftly dealt with him. The dual-bladed axe wielded by the bearded Biden sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound as he found himself locked in a stalemate with a wolf cavalryman. The wolf cavalry, a formidable unit, boasted not only the valor of its werewolf riders, but also the ferocity of their mounts. The savage prairie dire wolves, Biden, facing a single wolf cavalryman, was effectively contending with 2 threats: the werewolf rider and the ever-watchful prairie dire wolf. Poised to pounce at any moment, the dire wolf, known for its penchant for tearing at the throats of its prey, posed a lethal risk. A severed throat would mean certain death. Fortunately, Biden was no novice. He wielded his dual-bladed axe with both ferocity and precision, and even a glancing blow from such a heavy weapon could prove fatal. Both the werewolf rider and his dire wolf mount were wary of Biden's axe, resulting in a tense impasse. However, the situation for others was far less favorable. Chapter 19. The Frost Arrow. The greatsword wielder, Rukuz, and the warrior Fabo were each engaged with their own adversaries. Fabo was being relentlessly pressured by a bull-headed foe wielding a broad axe. The brute's strength forcing Fabo to retreat repeatedly, his greatsword nearly slipping from his grasp with each strike. Rukuz faced his own troubles. Against a wolf cavalryman, he could muster only defensive maneuvers, his greatsword a powerful weapon but currently ineffective in attack. The other companions fared even worse, nearly all sustaining injuries. The longsword fighter, Lawrence, and the flail wielder, Cedric, struggled against a single wolf cavalryman, finding themselves at a disadvantage. Cedric's face bore the marks of a brutal blow, his features marred and revealing the stark whiteness of his teeth, yet he pressed on in battle. Though this saga could be elaborated upon, it transpired in but the blink of an eye. Zig sent the stealthy assassin Ian to assist them, while he ascended to the rooftop to gauge Jack's condition. The archer Jack was in dire straits, having sustained 3 arrows, all precisely aimed at his vital points. One of which had pierced his heart, the arrowhead staunching the wound and forestalling excessive blood loss. Jack still clung to life, but was utterly devoid of fighting spirit. During Zig's brief survey from the rooftop, the village's battle escalated further. Fabo had lost an arm, and Lawrence had suffered grievous injuries, blood soaking his form. Ian, who had just joined the fray, managed to stab a dagger into the back of a prairie bull-headed soldier, but was swiftly struck aside by the enraged beast, collapsing helplessly against a wall. The situation grew increasingly desperate. Zig seized the bow and arrows that Jack had dropped beside him. "Lord Zig, if you cannot shoot, do not attempt it. Missing will draw their attention, and you will be in peril. Flee to Grey Bear Ridge." Jack, with a low-quality feathered arrow lodged in his chest, was still concerned about Zig's lack of archery skills. He grasped Zig's pant leg, urging him to escape alongside the elder Chuck. Zig felt a surge of indignation. How could Jack, on the brink of death, still look down upon him? He nearly kicked Jack off the rooftop. Yet he maintained an air of noble defiance. "You expect me to abandon you and flee? I cannot do that. You are all my brothers. We shall live together or die together in the face of death." In truth, he intended to utilize the skills of the Drow Ranger he had acquired from the Dota system artifact, hoping they might prove useful. If not, he would make his escape. After all, he was a man who feared death. If necessary, he could seek vengeance for Jack and the others at a later time yet. The words he spoke struck a chord, nearly convincing even himself. Where could one find such a commendable lord? In the Holy Odin Empire, which noble would share life and death with their impoverished soldiers. Jack was clearly moved. Indeed, the archer's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude, as he struggled to utter a response. "Lord Zig, what is death? Hey, shouldn't you be concerned about that right now?" Zig was at a loss for words nevertheless. He had no time to dwell on it. He drew the battle bow in his hands. Loki had been correct. The primary functions of the Dota system artifact were indeed usable. The bow, a sturdy weapon, required considerable strength to draw, yet Zig, possessing the identity of the Drow Ranger, found it effortlessly manageable. This was what one might call a bowman identity bug, truly advantageous. He silently chanted the frost arrow skill in his mind. With that, Zig released the bowstring, and the arrow transformed into a shimmering blue ice arrow, aimed at his target, the wolf cavalryman who was currently overwhelming Rukuz. With a resounding clang, the frost arrow struck the wolf cavalryman, embedding itself within him, dealing damage and activating the skill effect that reduced his mobility by 20%. The wolf cavalryman, along with his dire wolf mount, was instantly enveloped in a layer of frost. Their movements slowed. He instinctively turned to look at Zig. Even this simple gesture noticeably slowed in speed. This moment provided Rukuz with an invaluable opportunity. Though he could not comprehend why his opponent had suddenly become sluggish, his warrior instinct sensed it was a prime moment to retaliate. As the adage goes, speed is the essence of martial prowess, and indeed, when one side's pace falters unexpectedly, it opens a pathway for the other to exploit weaknesses. Seizing the moment while the wolf cavalryman turned, Rukuz swung his greatsword, targeting the wolf's mount. The dire wolf, too, was affected by the frost arrow's reduction in speed, as they functioned as a single unit. Though the deceleration was only 20%, it was sufficient to seal the dire wolf's fate. The prairie dire wolf attempted to evade, yet its sluggish movements rendered escape impossible. Rukuz's greatsword cleaved through its skull, causing a torrential spray of blood as the creature collapsed, whimpering in agony. By the time the wolf cavalryman processed what had transpired, he too was toppling to the ground, his body encased in frost. Before he could grasp the situation, Rukuz struck again, his greatsword severing the frost-laden wolf cavalryman's head from his shoulders. With a successful strike, Zig immediately sought another target, another wolf cavalryman, who was relentlessly pursuing Lawrence and Cedric. Both were grievously injured, and the wolf cavalrymen were all skilled prairie archers. Zig needed to eliminate them quickly. Another shot rang out. The arrow struck just as the cavalryman aimed to deliver a blow to Lawrence, whose long sword had been discarded as he staggered backward, bloodied. The wolf cavalryman, hit by the frost arrow, slowed down, and his blade barely grazed Lawrence's face before slicing through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Cedric dealt a crushing blow to the wolf cavalryman's skull with his flail, with their hands now free. Cedric, Lawrence, and Rukuz rushed to aid their comrades, quickly turning the tide of battle. With Zig on the rooftop wielding frost arrows to inflict damage and slow their foes, the prairie orcs soon found themselves overwhelmed. Suffering casualties and deaths, only one wolf cavalryman remained, terrified and shrieking. "Ah, magic! It's a magical arrow!" He turned to flee. Chapter 20. There might be hope. Zig could not allow him to escape. He unleashed a barrage of frost arrows at the fleeing wolf cavalryman. The cavalryman, now fully encased in frost, was pursued and ultimately felled by Biden and the others. Victory was theirs. Yet there was no time for celebration, nor for inquiries into how Zig could shoot arrows that encased foes in ice and slowed their movements. The human side had suffered grievously in this assault by the prairie orcs. 2 villagers were on the brink of death, and Archer Jack was carried down from the rooftop, an arrow still lodged in his heart. Clinging to life by a thread, the village reeked of blood, while Ian sat helplessly in a corner, his ribs shattered by the bull-headed soldier's blow. Fabo lay on the ground, cradling his severed arm in agony. While Cedric had succumbed to unconsciousness, it was a scene of utter despair. Zig bore witness to this carnage, his heart heavy with sorrow. After all, he was merely an ordinary otaku from the real world, a recent university graduate struggling to find employment. This spectacle exceeded his capacity to endure. Over their time together, Zig had grown close to these soldiers of the guard. The incident where the handsome longsword fighter Lawrence had been slapped by the tavern owner just yesterday felt fresh in his memory. Cedric, an aspiring portrait artist, now lay motionless on the ground, his face cruelly mangled. Even if he were revived, who would wish to have a half-faced artist paint their likeness? Ian, who delights in reading, now lies slumped in the corner. His hands still poised as though holding a book. Fabwa, the gossip enthusiast, now finds his mouth reduced to mere wails. Their laughter and joy seem to echo from just yesterday. "Uncle," Archer Jack cries feebly. His uncle being the bearded Biden. "I can't go on. My chest hurts terribly. Please, uncle, grant me a swift end." "Shh, do not speak, Jack, my dear nephew. I shall ensure you return home. I will heal you. You still have a house to build and a woman to marry." Upon hearing Archer Jack's pleas, Biden crawls desperately to his side, lifting Jack's limp form, offering comfort, while simultaneously attempting to soothe his own despair. Jack, hold on. I promised your father I would take good care of you. You will not die. I will take you to town. There may be a cleric with healing powers." Biden grasps Jack's hand, tears streaming down his face, for Jack is his only kin in this world. Who has ever witnessed someone survive such a grievous wound? "It hurts so much I cannot endure it. Use your axe to free me. Spare me further agony." Archer Jack glances at his left breast. His intentions are unmistakable. Even if there are indeed healers in Tuckertown, he knows he cannot last much longer. Zig, observing this heart-wrenching scene, feels an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Jack's meaning is clear. He wishes his own uncle, the bearded Biden, to end his suffering rather than prolong it. Despite Jack's apparent endurance, the battle itself was fleeting. An arrow pierced his left breast. And while the severity of the wound was uncertain, it was evident that it had struck his heart. Without timely intervention from a cleric, he would soon perish. The arrow, however, had inadvertently stemmed the flow of blood, preventing excessive loss. Yet with each heartbeat, Jack endured excruciating pain. Understanding Jack's unspoken plea, Biden tightened his grip on his double-edged axe, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze upon Jack's neck. Jack seemed to accept his fate, closing his eyes. Zig watched as Biden slowly rose, a robust figure akin to a bear. Weeping uncontrollably, he raised his long-handled axe, and the next course of action was painfully obvious. Zig turned away, unable to bear the sight, feeling that while he could survive death in this foreign realm, Biden was about to kill his own nephew. It was a reality Zig could not fathom. "Wait, there is hope," Zig suddenly exclaimed to himself. "Why didn't I think of this sooner? Biden, there is a chance for salvation." "Wait!" Zig's shout halted Biden's impending action. What had sparked this revelation? Zig recalled a healer hero from the Dota realm known as the Omni Knight. Since they had entered the Dota space artifact, it was possible to bring forth the skills of heroes. As long as the guards and villagers were still alive, they could be saved, for the Omni Knight possessed a primary skill known as purification, which restored life to allies. If feasible, this skill could save them all. Biden would not need to take his nephew Jack's life. Yet, at that moment, Everyone regarded Zig with skepticism. He perceived their disbelief in their gazes. It was understandable, as Zig was merely a 16-year-old newly adult noble, the youngest among them. Lord Zig, please do not impede me. I must restore their honor as soldiers. Biden's doubt was most pronounced, yet this forthright giant remained patient. Treating Zig as an ignorant young noble, perhaps having always viewed him as such, only now revealing it, Captain Biden. I have a plan. I can save them. You must do everything in your power to preserve their lives. This is a command. Grant me 3 minutes, Zig, realizing that now was not the time for trust issues, invoked the authority of his lordship. Biden, albeit reluctantly, lowered his axe. Witnessing the effect of his command, Zig hurried into his quarters. Time was of the essence. Any delay could cost the lives of the guards. Biden, on the brink of despair, could not afford to wait for Zig to return from the Dota space artifact. Lest Jack and the others remain in peril. Should Biden take a swing with his axe, their fates would be sealed, and even the purification skill would be of no use, as it could only heal the wounded, not resurrect the dead. Once again, the RD mode was in play. What a calamity! Entering the Dota artifact space, Zig found himself at a loss. Among the 22 randomly selected heroes, there was no Omni Knight. Not only was the Omni Knight absent, but even other healing heroes like the Necrolite and the Dazzle were nowhere to be found. Instead, he was surrounded by heroes focused on late-game DPS, such as Dwarven Snipers and Dark Rangers. Zig had once favored these heroes in his previous Dota games, but now they were of no use. Time was slipping away as he felt like he was waiting for a bus in the real world. Often finding the bus he regularly took missing, yet on the rare occasion he didn't take it, the buses would come one after another. It was maddening. Chapter 21. Who is the most helpless? With no other option, Zig had to retreat and start a new game. Instant retreat. Those who instant retreat deserve to perish. Zig needed to quickly open another game, leaving behind a trail of curses. You have instant retreated twice. If you continue to do so 3 times in a row, your account will be suspended for a month. Please maintain the integrity of the game environment. Zig was left speechless. He had always despised those who instant retreated, wishing for the gaming platform to ban them all. Yet now, if he instant retreated and got banned, it would mean he could not enter the Dota artifact system for a month. However, if he chose another game and managed to select the Omni Knight, he would still have to retreat. Thus, he was destined to face a month-long ban from the Dota space artifact. But Zig could not afford to dwell on that. There were 6 or 7 lives depending on him. In the second game, he found himself in RD mode once more. To his dismay, the 22 randomly summoned heroes again included no Omni Knight or any healing heroes. Zig was in despair. Yet if he exited this game, he would never be able to return. What could he do? Jack and the valiant Lawrence could not afford to wait. Suddenly, Zig had a moment of inspiration. Skills could be taken out, and so could items. Was there not a healing item in Dota? One was the Ancient Apparitions healing tree, and the other was a bottled blue potion, which Zig referred to as a healing salve. One bottle of this potion could restore 400 health points to a hero in one go, enough to revive a near-death hero in the early stages. The healing tree would be unsuitable. It required the hero to consume a tree for it to be effective, which was quite absurd considering the guards were incapacitated and could not even chew on trees. Thus, the only viable option was the bottled blue potion, which could restore health swiftly. Within 10 seconds, it could fully heal a wounded hero. Zig had often wondered why this healing salve was called a blue potion when it was clearly green. Did the translators of Dota suffer from color blindness? But the priority now was to save the guards. Who cared if it was called a blue potion or a green potion? As long as it could save lives. It was a good potion. Without a moment to lose, Zig hastily selected a hero and a skill, purchasing as many bottled blue potions as he could with all his remaining gold. Each potion cost 100 coins. And after the random selection, he had only 603 coins left. He bought 6 potions, leaving behind 3 coins, knowing he would soon retreat anyway. Look, that little black one bought 6 healing salves. When others saw the hero controlled by Zig purchasing 6 bottled blue potions, they began to mock him. Oh dear, he must be a primary school student. Only a child would be so foolish. Just as they were about to finish their jibe, Zig instant retreated from the Dota system artifact. It is utterly impossible to save someone as one would extinguish a fire. Zig, in his haste, did not even pay heed to the hero he had selected before abruptly quitting the game. Leaving a host of frustrated players venting their ire, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. Zig himself detests players who exit in a split second, but what choice does he have? After all, he finds himself traversing an alternate realm, with several comrades awaiting rescue. Hold on a moment, this ID, Too handsome, seems familiar. Did he not also exit hastily in the previous match? After purchasing 6 vials of blue potions, Zig exited the Dota system artifact. The ID cauliflower shrimp recognized the notification of this abrupt exit as somewhat reminiscent, recalling that just days prior, this very ID had also left the game in a hurry. Ah? It appears this individual has a penchant for quitting. Did you win the last match? Someone inquired, addressing cauliflower shrimp. Not too shabby, we emerged victorious, came the reply. Then let us press on. With skilled players among us, even the abrupt quitters can be managed. It seems this querying player had grown accustomed to such frustrations, thus elevating cauliflower shrimp to the status of a master. Alas, with a resigned sigh, cauliflower shrimp acquiesced, facing yet another situation of 4 against 5. That single sigh encapsulated the myriad of hardships and helplessness experienced by players who have been abandoned in such a manner. It was a silent protest from those who have suffered the indignity of an abrupt exit. A reluctant concession from those who have endured such betrayal. Those players, cast into despair by their teammates' hasty departures, form perhaps the most helpless cohort in existence. They endure a desolation surpassing even that of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber. An entanglement more complicated than that of Rong Mama from My Fair Princess. A tragedy greater than that of Dr. Mo from A Mortal S Journey to Immortality. A solitude deeper than Bai Hacho from the Demon Lord S Rule. A sorrow more profound than Nalin Yanran from Battle Through the Heavens. A desolation exceeding that of Zhu Ziqing S Back Shadow. And a helplessness more palpable than Dong Tsuan Rui's discovery that both sides of the tape were sticky. Nevertheless, those players abandoned by their teammates continue to fight valiantly, whether in Dota or League of Legends, embodying the spirit of the most courageous and unyielding individuals. Thus, dear readers of this tome, should any among you be players of Dota or League of Legends, when faced with such abrupt exits, let it slide. Adopt a relaxed mindset, and when feeling despondent, consider perusing Transcending Worlds as a village chief for amusement, and perhaps lend your support to this book with a recommendation. The world still possesses its beauty. Returning to the matter at hand, Zig retrieved 6 vials of healing ointment from the Dota system artifact, and upon inspection in his chamber, he marveled at the size of each vial. Resembling a fist, with the thick healing ointment inside emanating a soft green glow, both gentle and warm. Zig dashed out of his abode, clutching the 6 vials of healing ointment, and from the moment he entered the Dota spatial artifact to acquiring the vials. Scarcely a minute had passed. Surely, the injured soldiers and the villagers of Grey Bear were still alive. Indeed, upon reaching the site of the recent battle, Archer Jack was still breathing, and the others appeared to be alive as well. Their groans and wails echoed around him, revealing the inherent contradiction of human nature. If they were beyond salvation, their moans and cries would resonate like the sounds of hell, tormenting one to the brink of despair. Conversely, if they were to be saved, those very cries would signify hope for their kin, akin to melodies from paradise. Chapter 22. One must resort to fabrication. Bang, bang, bang. Zig placed the 6 vials of healing ointment before the bearded Biden, whose eyes immediately lit up. Biden, perhaps these healing ointments can save their lives. Quickly, treat the most gravely injured first. Without waiting for Biden to respond, Zig uncorked one of the vials and rushed to Archer Jack's side. Removing the arrow embedded in Jack's body and administering the blue potion into his mouth. As anticipated, the healing ointment took effect. Blood gushed from the wound on Jack's chest after the arrow was extracted. Yet under the potion's restorative influence, the fatal injury to his heart quickly ceased bleeding, and the wounds visibly began to heal, accompanied by the green luminescence of the ointment's healing properties. Such miraculous results. The healing ointments that Master Zig had procured indeed exhibited remarkable efficacy. Not only did Jack's wounds cease to bleed, but they appeared to have vanished, leaving only traces of blood. Zig, without pausing, assisted swordsman Lawrence, administering a vial of the blue potion to him as well, and similarly, a green glow of healing emerged around him. Zig and Biden proceeded to treat each injured individual with the blue potions. And without exception, every wounded soldier and villager began to emanate the green luminescence of healing. After a short while, astonishingly, all the injured began to awaken one by one. What is happening? Am I not dead? Archer Jack blinked open his eyes, inspecting his body, and apart from being covered in blood, he found no injuries whatsoever. You are not dead. Master Zig saved you with a miraculous potion, Biden explained with a peculiar expression. I am not dead. Ha ha ha. Cedric chuckled, touching his face, which had remarkably returned to its original state, despite his clear recollection of having half his face bitten off by a wolf-riding cavalryman. I am not dead. I am not dead. Observing the formerly injured standing and rejoicing, Biden's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The miraculous healing effects of these green potions were indeed superior to those of the Holy Church's divine practitioners. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Archer Jack was his only family, and as long as Jack lived, he cared not for the methods by which Master Zig had healed him. Master Zig, from this day forth, we shall follow in your footsteps for eternity. We pledge our loyalty to you and shall never betray you. Suddenly, the bearded Biden knelt on one knee, placing his right hand upon his chest. And soon Jack followed suit. The miraculous effects of the healing potions had been witnessed firsthand by Biden and several uninjured soldiers. Although they could not comprehend the nature of these potions, it was evident that they were anything but ordinary. The mere fact that Master Zig was willing to bestow such precious potions upon them was testament enough that he regarded them as brothers. Master Zig, Master Zig, the soldiers knelt in homage. Even the two villagers whom he had healed with the blue potions imitated them, kneeling before Zig. Rise. We are all brothers, Zig maintained an air of nonchalance, though internally, he was elated. Indeed, the outcome was splendid. It seemed they had transformed from mere soldiers of Zig's guard into his loyal protectors. Master Zig, what was it that you used to heal them? After Zig helped Biden to his feet, he could not resist asking. How could one not say that the bearded Biden lacked a filter? To label him as merely straightforward was an understatement. He asked questions that should remain unasked. No wonder he had offended others within the Duke's estate. Zig inwardly cursed Biden profusely while forcing himself to appear calm on the outside. What indeed did I use to heal them? To claim it was a self-formulated elixir would undoubtedly invite skepticism. What would he do if someone sought these potions the next time a player was injured? His Dota system artifact was currently suspended due to his abrupt exit. It would be at least a month before he could extract more blue potions from the Dota world. Aha! Recently, I have felt the summons of the goddess of nature in my dreams. She declared that I am suited to serve as her apostle in spreading her faith among mortals. She informed me that my brothers would soon require aid and would need the water of life. Upon awakening, I found these vials of life-giving essence at my side. Zig was fabricating a story. What else could he do? Believe it or not, only a deity could explain such occurrences. He could hardly divulge the truth, that he was a transmigrant utilizing a flawed Dota system artifact and these potions were mere game items. Such an explanation would be utterly preposterous. Zig's fabrication took effect, as a multitude of recently revived injured individuals now regarded him with blind adoration, their expressions filled with epiphany. At that moment, Zig felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having successfully deceived them. Ha ha ha! Yet, the bearded Biden posed another query. Master Zig, was the arrow you shot, which could freeze opponents, also a gift from the goddess of nature? That does not seem likely. Zig's earlier relief vanished in an instant. At that moment, he wished to sew Biden's mouth shut. Biden, are you trying to provoke me? Why ask so many questions? You deserve your misfortune for having been expelled by Sir Theran. This confidant of Princess Bianca would never tolerate your incessant prattle. Well, the two goddesses who summoned me were indeed one of them, the goddess of ice and snow. They both deemed me suitable to serve as their apostle in spreading their faith. Zig's voice grew increasingly faint as he spoke. It was all the cursed Biden's insatiable curiosity. Oh, so that is how it is, the crowd responded in unison. Had he managed to convince them again? Zig felt another wave of relief wash over him. When did you receive the summons from the two goddesses, Master Zig? Why have we not noticed any signs in recent days? Did they mention anything else? Unfortunately, the bearded Biden's curiosity yet again proved insatiable. You big mouth, could you not be a little more naive like other supporting characters in web novels? Do you not understand that as an employee, one should heed their superior's words with less questioning and more action? Zig nearly cursed Biden's incessant inquiries. Why ask so many? Is the oracle something you can casually pry into? At this juncture, Zige was compelled to adopt a serious demeanor. In truth, the essence of deceit lies in the art of vagueness, evoking an air of mystery and distance, allowing others to speculate and fill in the blanks. If one provides excessive detail, they risk being unmasked. It is akin to the saying that the secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. Ambiguous statements are the most perplexing and, consequently, the most believable. Biden was merely curious, and Zige's words proved remarkably effective. The oracle is not something mere mortals can pry into, and soon Biden and others regarded Zige with newfound admiration. A lord who has received a divine message is indeed an apostle of the gods among men. Aligning oneself with such a leader promises great prospects, But enough of this. What are your plans for dealing with those orcs? Observing the impact of his words, Zyge promptly set about addressing the matter of the prairie orcs who had inexplicably infiltrated the village. 2 prairie bull-headed beings and 3 wolf riders. 3 had perished, leaving only 1 wolf rider and 1 bull-headed creature still breathing on the ground. Chapter 23. The proposal for a watchtower. All shall heed Lord Zyge's commands. At this moment, the bearded Biden expressed profound respect. In the presence of a lord who had received divine counsel, nothing but reverence was suitable. Zyge's orders regarding the prairie orcs were straightforward and unambiguous. They were to be exterminated entirely, with all traces erased. This was not an act of cruelty nor a morbid delight in killing, but rather a matter of self-preservation. The prairie orcs were notoriously savage. They were orcs, after all, belonging to a barbaric tribe that traditionally resolved issues through bloodshed. The 5 orcs that had encroached upon the village were clearly a small scouting party, and there must be a larger orc tribe lurking behind them. Regardless of its size, if that tribe were to learn of their kin's demise in the Grey Bear village, retribution would surely follow. The consequences would spell disaster for both Grey Bear village and Zyge himself. A relentless cycle of vengeance, in a situation where the Empire's officials were already overwhelmed by the prairie orcs. Relying on the garrison from Silver Dome City for assistance would be tantamount to awaiting one's demise. What if the prairie orcs were not so ferocious? Perhaps if released, they would express gratitude for their lives and refrain from returning. Zyge had considered this possibility, but deemed it highly improbable. If the prairie orcs were not cruel, they would not invade human settlements to kill and plunder. Killing them was imperative, yet given their tribal nature, their disappearance would likely prompt their kin to search for them. A simple burial could easily be discovered by the wolf riders, who possessed keen senses akin to dogs. Thus, Zyge's orders to Biden and the others were not merely about obliterating evidence, but rather a necessary measure for his own survival. Upon receiving the command, Biden and the others swiftly severed the heads of the 2 remaining orcs, executing the task with efficiency. They rallied some able villagers, gathered firewood, and constructed a massive pyre, incinerating the 5 orc corpses until nothing but ashes remained. They also meticulously removed the soil stained with blood and cast it into the flames. This was the first time Zyge appreciated the practicality of earthy soil. The act of disposing of bodies was significantly easier than on concrete. Once these tasks were completed, the villagers who had fled during the orc attack began to return, glancing curiously at Zyge and his group as they erased all traces of the incident. However, Zyge paid them little mind. What mattered now was to ascertain how these prairie orcs had managed to infiltrate the village unnoticed. He recalled Old Man Chuck's previous claims that they would always detect incoming prairie orcs in time, ensuring the villagers retreated to Grey Bear Ridge for safety. Why had this mechanism failed this time? If the warning system was flawed, Zyge intended to mobilize the villagers of Grey Bear to construct a watchtower. With a watchtower in place, they could observe the surroundings from a height and alert the villagers to evacuate in a timely manner. Otherwise, if the prairie orcs were to breach the village again, Zyge could not bear the thought. This time, they were fortunate that only 5 orcs had come. What if, like his predecessor, the 4th Night Village Chief, they faced a horde of 40 orcs? That would spell doom. Zyge did not believe in any protagonist's halo. Life was inherently fragile, and it could be lost in an instant. He had no choice but to seek out Old Man Chuck and request his assistance in summoning the village elders to discuss this matter. Although he was now the village chief, his authority had yet to surpass that of the elders. While Zyge and Biden dealt with the prairie orcs, the majority of Grey Bear Village's inhabitants had already taken refuge on Grey Bear Ridge and had not witnessed Zyge's valor, leaving them somewhat skeptical of his leadership. Elders, the sudden incursion of prairie orcs into our village necessitates a discussion regarding our previous warning system. How could we detect their approach in the past, yet fail this time? Zyge stated directly, outlining the purpose of his gathering. What methods did you employ to alert us of incoming prairie orcs? I modified my rooftop and constructed a shelter, allowing my son to keep watch. The prairie orcs must cross the northern river to reach our village, and we can see them when they do, replied Old Man Chuck, whose home was situated closest to the north and at a slightly elevated position, making it ideal for observing the river's activity. Is that all? Zyge inquired, intrigued. Yes, indeed. This method has always proven effective, Chuck affirmed confidently. Zyge had not anticipated that the warning system in Grey Bear Village was so rudimentary, but it had evidently served its purpose. Otherwise, the villagers would not have so often evaded the prairie orcs' plundering over the years. Yet, why had this time been different, allowing the orcs to slip in unnoticed? Zyge realized that in order to advocate for the construction of a watchtower, he needed to emphasize the shortcomings of the existing warning mechanism. Only then would the elders be amenable to his proposal. Isn't it due to the misfortune brought upon us by you petty nobles? As this statement was uttered, old man Jean seemed to find newfound vigor, as if infused with adrenaline. Zyge felt a surge of frustration. Accusations of being the source of misfortune are often unfounded, leaving the accused powerless to defend themselves. Such sentiments tend to gain traction in less developed regions, and regrettably, Grey Bear Village was no exception. However, Jean had lost 3 sons and a grandson due to the previous village chief's actions. This pitiable old man was deserving of sympathy, and Zyge found himself unable to chastise him. Otherwise, he would have kicked him aside long ago. Well, today I visited my sister, spending the entire day at my brother-in-law's home, so I thought, what a coincidence. Thankfully, young Chuck emerged to testify. He was one of the villagers whom Zyge had saved with the blue bottled potion. The lad proved to be decent, taking responsibility for his own oversight while clearing Zyge of the unjust blame. With young Chuck's affirmation, old man Jean fell silent. This elderly man was both detestable and pitiable. It was said he still had a grandson and granddaughter who had yet to grow up, so he was not entirely a lonely elder. However, this did little to alleviate the sorrow of having lost 3 sons and a grandson in one fell swoop. Zyge proceeded to unveil his plans for the watchtower. Such an initiative required the support of Chuck and the other elders to mobilize the villagers effectively. Otherwise, relying solely on Biden and a handful of others would prolong the construction timeline. Moreover, the watchtower would ultimately serve the interests of Grey Bear Village. We could install a large horn or bell atop the watchtower, expediting the evacuation process for the villagers. Upon hearing Zyge's proposal, old man Chuck's eyes lit up, and he integrated his own thoughts into the discussion. The villagers of Grey Bear had long desired to construct a watchtower, but no one possessed the knowledge to build such a wooden structure. Now, with the presence of Biden and his companions, soldiers by trade, the construction of a watchtower was a fundamental skill within their grasp. They resolved to act swiftly. With Chuck's backing, the construction of the watchtower became a feasible endeavor. As it would greatly benefit Grey Bear Village, of course, old man Jean remained steadfast in his opposition to Zyge, persistently creating obstacles. His obstinacy reached new heights, as he opposed Zyge's suggestions not on their merit, but rather out of contrarianism, dismissing everything Zyge proposed with sarcasm and derision. Zyge found himself at a loss when it came to dealing with this stubborn yet pitiful old man. Chapter 24. The geography of Grey Bear Village. Although the reason for the prairie orcs' infiltration into Grey Bear Village had been identified, young Chuck's neglect during his watch while visiting his newly delivered sister, the proposal for a watchtower continued to face vehement opposition from old man Jean, whose objections were personal rather than focused on the construction itself. In truth, the construction of a watchtower held numerous advantages. Firstly, it would be significantly taller than a mere shelter on Chuck's rooftop, providing a far broader field of vision. Secondly, anyone could ascend the watchtower to keep watch, whereas a lookout stationed on Chuck's rooftop would only allow Chuck's family to monitor the area, which was far less convenient. Once the watchtower was built, it would effectively increase the opportunities for all to take turns on watch. Despite the multitude of benefits, old man Jean remained opposed. Not only did he refuse to lend assistance, but he also spread disparaging remarks about Zig, claiming that this young noble aimed to bring calamity upon their village of Grizzly. He asserted that all nobles were inherently the same, inciting many villagers to abstain from participating in the watchtower construction project initiated by Zig. Ultimately, only a handful of villagers, approximately a dozen, were truly mobilized, mostly relatives and friends of old man Chuck and the blacksmith Fane, along with a villager named Leonard, who was the unfortunate child nearly killed by the prairie orcs when they infiltrated the village, but was revived by Zig using a blue bottle potion. Zig had certain ulterior motives in constructing this watchtower. It would demonstrate to the villagers that the 5th village chief this year was indeed a leader capable of taking practical action. The watchtower, being a military structure, did not necessitate extreme effort, unlike the previous foolish knight who had trained villagers to become armed farmers, leading them into battle against orc soldiers towering over them. The construction of a watchtower was quite cost-effective. The primary material required was wood, abundant in the surrounding forests. The northern trees were straight and sturdy, easily felled and stripped of their bark for immediate use, a most convenient endeavor. Moreover, Zig was not leading the villagers into battle against orcs, but merely overseeing the building of a watchtower, which required minimal labor and effort. The construction skills required were fundamental for soldiers. If time permitted, they could even erect a 3-story watchtower, typically utilized by large military factions during the establishment of encampments, tall and offering a broad view. Hanging a gong from the base of the watchtower would allow the lookout at the top to sound the alarm and notify the villagers below. That evening, Aunt Mary, accompanied by the Minotaur slave Johnson, returned to Grizzly Village from Tuck Town, where she heard about the day's events. She immediately seized Zig, inspecting him from head to toe, and only after confirming he was uninjured did she release him. Zig was at a loss for words. Caught in the grip of the stout Aunt Mary, he had no means to resist her thorough examination. Even if he had the capability to protest, he could not. Since Princess Bianca became Zig's stepmother, most of his childhood had been spent on Aunt Mary's broad back. She was undoubtedly the closest person to him, with only Biden and his guard soldiers following in significance. When Aunt Mary learned of Zig's extraordinary experiences that day, her eyes widened in disbelief. The notion that both the goddess of nature and the goddess of ice and snow had chosen Zig as their apostle was so far-fetched that, without Biden and Jack's fervent assurances, she would have dismissed it entirely. Zig's greatest frustration was that when he had brought forth the frost arrow and healing salve from the Dota system, neither Aunt Mary nor the majority of villagers had witnessed it. It was akin to a man returning to his impoverished hometown, donned in a sharp suit and polished shoes, only to arrive at night, his finery unseen. The outcome was rather limited. It merely led to the bearded Biden and his companions no longer regarding him as a mere 16-year-old lad, bolstering their loyalty. Yet, to the villagers of Grizzly, Zig remained a lofty young noble. Still far from truly wielding the authority of village chief, he even had to rely on Old Man Chuck's prestige for the watchtower's construction. 2 or 3 days later, a small watchtower was rapidly constructed through Zig's efforts. Gazing at the watchtower that had taken this time to build, Zig felt quite disheartened. In the web novels he had read, those who traversed into this world became lords with a mere declaration, establishing their influence with ease. As for him, the seat of village chief felt only marginally within reach. He was still far from solidifying his position as the chief of Grizzly Village. It was truly a disgrace to those who had come before him. Even the construction of this modest watchtower was facilitated by Chuck's esteemed reputation. Zig understood that to genuinely attain the authority of village chief, he must bring substantial benefits to the villagers of Grizzly. To put it plainly, he needed to lead them toward prosperity and a better quality of life to secure their acknowledgement of his leadership. Ultimately, it all boiled down to ensuring that the villagers had ample bread to eat at every meal. Otherwise, who would be inclined to starve alongside him in pursuit of a grand endeavor? Zig had already considered Grizzly Village as his foundation, aspiring to forge a notable career in this foreign realm teeming with orcs, dwarves, and elves. If he could not even guarantee 3 meals a day, he would be better off returning to his previous life as a recluse. This world was ill-suited for his ambitions. Moreover, the Holy Odin Empire was currently at its zenith. The southern forest orc tribes had been entirely eradicated by the imperial forces, reducing them to slavery, while the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, residing on the plains, had also fallen to the empire, resulting in countless dwarves becoming human slaves. It was said that the price of a dwarf slave was considerably higher than that of an orc, as they were adept in smelting, prospecting, and crafting, far more useful than the brute strength of the orcs. However, every flourishing era conceals its own perils. Firstly, the empire had faced repeated failures in its campaigns against the hill dwarves, mountain dwarves, and the elven kingdom. Secondly, the northern borders were continually harassed by the prairie orcs. Indeed, the official term harassment seemed woefully inadequate. While the nobles and officials in King S Landing indulged in decadence, the villagers of the northern border suffered from hunger and deprivation, a plight not isolated to Grizzly Village. Villages frequently raided by the prairie orcs found themselves in similar dire straits. The lower-class human residents of the north could barely scrape by, existing at the brink of survival in terms of clothing. The villagers of Grizzly, regardless of age or gender, donned tattered burlap-like garments, their hues a grim mixture of brown and black, hardly qualifying as proper attire. As for hunting, the common game had long since been hunted to extinction by the villagers desperate to survive in the unforgiving cold, leaving only magical beasts in the nearby mountains and wilderness. Without the empire dispatching soldiers to assist in extermination, villagers armed only with hoes and pitchforks would meet their demise. Fortunately, while these magical beasts were numerous, they typically remained within their territories. Otherwise, the villagers of Grizzly would truly face obliteration. In truth, the lives of ordinary peasants from the imperial capital to the Holy Sword Pass were not significantly better. However, the villagers of Grizzly bore the brunt of the prairie orc threat, rendering their circumstances even more dire. In summary, the villagers of Grizzly were among the most impoverished he had ever encountered. Upon completing the watchtower, Zig climbed up to test its vantage point and indeed found the view greatly improved. Biden's design was quite practical, with 2 wooden ladders leading to the top, making ascent and descent effortless. At the pinnacle, Zig surveyed the entirety of Grizzly Village, which comprised roughly 60 to 70 houses, marking it as a sizable village with an estimated population of 2 to 300 souls. To the west and south lay vast forests, beyond which were several neighboring villages. To the east rose Grizzly Ridge, where villagers would flee during orc raids. To the north flowed a river over 50 meters wide, known as Salmon River, which each autumn welcomed a great multitude of salmon, providing one of the reasons for the villagers' continued habitation in the northern outskirts. During those brief days, the villagers of Grizzly could feast heartily. Additionally, the Salmon River indirectly ensured the village's safety. It once had a bridge leading to the northern bank, though it had long since been destroyed, likely by the villagers themselves, as long as the river remained bridgeless. Orcs could only cross at shallow points, thus delaying their advance and allowing Grizzly's inhabitants time to gather their belongings and escape. Previously, Old Man Chuck's lookout post on his roof primarily monitored the northern bank of the Salmon River. Serving as an early warning system, as Zig's gaze traversed the brush beyond the northern bank, he was taken aback. Old Man Chuck. Old Man Chuck. There was another village to the north, leaning over the watchtower. Zig inquired of Old Man Chuck below, eager to know what he had seen from the tower. He had spotted another village along the northern bank of the Salmon River, yet it was too distant to discern any signs of life. Hadn't it been said that Grizzly Village was the northernmost settlement of the empire? How could there be another village on the other side of the river? That village, indeed, was North River Village, which had been deserted for over a decade, completely ravaged by the orcs. Old Man Chuck gazed somberly at the Salmon River, a sense of wistfulness and concern etched into the deep wrinkles of his face. Chapter 25. Discovery of the enemy destroyed by the prairie orcs. Upon descending from the watchtower and pressing Old Man Chuck for further details, Zig learned that Grizzly Village was not, in fact, the northernmost settlement. Further to the north, there exist numerous villages and towns, as well as a couple of castles. However, they have gradually fallen into disrepair due to the ravages and incursions of the prairie orcs. In the words of Old Man Chuck, perhaps in another decade or so, Gray Bear Village will also succumb to desolation. But what about the villagers in those hamlets? Zig asked cautiously. In truth, Zig's concern did not stem from a genuine interest in the villagers' fates. During his time in the imperial capital, he had never encountered any mention of the devastation affecting villages in the northern borderlands, neither among the aristocracy nor in official reports. If the destruction of a few towns and the desolation of hundreds of villages were concealed, then the so-called flourishing era of the Holy Odin Empire would be nothing short of a farce. Some were taken, while others fled to unknown destinations. Old Man Chuck replied gloomily, that moment. The blacksmith Finn, who was responsible for reinforcing the watchtower, approached quietly and tugged at Zig's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "Don't inquire further. Belinda has a sister married to North River Village. Ever since North River Village fell into ruin, we haven't heard any news. Belinda's sister is also Chuck's daughter, isn't she?" Zig was struck dumb by this revelation. The plight of the villagers in Gray Bear Village was far more profound than mere poverty and hunger. It also encompassed the anguish of uncertainty regarding the fates of their loved ones. Once the watchtower was completed, Zig found himself at leisure. He ascended the watchtower several times, hoping to catch a glimpse of the ferocious prairie orcs spoken of by the villagers. But all he could see was a desolate expanse of shrubbery. As winter approached, snow began to fall in the north, and the Salmon River flowed swiftly, still unfrozen. Zig decided to join the archer Jack and others in fishing in the river. But they found only aquatic grass and no fish or shrimp. Even if there were any, they were merely minuscule creatures, as the larger fish had long been netted by the villagers. Thus, their fishing expedition amounted to little more than a pastime. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resorted to reading. He possessed 2 books. One titled Chronicles of Odin's Continent, a bard's autobiographical account detailing the travels of a minstrel named Mark across the land, including tales of the heroic women of the Sacred Sword Pass and the so-called Dawn of Light battle. Zig had gleaned much from this tome. The other was a comprehensive history of the empire, chronicling events from the inception of the Holy Odin Empire to the last 50 years. Through these accounts, Zig began to form a general understanding of Odin's continent, recognizing that while it was home to orcs, dwarves, elves, goblins, and mythical beasts like dragons and mages, it was not a realm where one individual could single-handedly overturn the tides of fate. Dragons could breathe fire, yet weapons such as crossbows could pierce their scales. Mages, while capable of casting spells, required the aid of magic arrays, magical crystals, and alchemy to perform their craft. The dragons resembled high-tier magical beasts rather than omnipotent entities, and mages were exceedingly rare. Knights and soldiers could hone their combat skills and cultivate internal energy. Yet mastering this energy did not equate to transcending the heavens. It was more akin to a form of martial arts that enhanced their speed and strength. Overall, it was not a world of extreme martial prowess. Time passed swiftly, and with the first snowfall of early winter, the prairie orcs finally made their appearance. Zig did not discover their presence. Despite having climbed the watchtower more than anyone else, it was the archer Jack who spotted them. That morning, Jack ascended the watchtower, intending to look for signs of wildlife, as fresh snow had fallen the previous day, blanketing the vast northern landscape in white. During such times, it was easiest to spot animals. Any tracks left by them would starkly contrast against the pristine snow. Jack, being an archer with keen eyesight, had originally climbed to observe these trails for hunting purposes. The small contingent of soldiers under Zig's command, though not numerous, could still confront typical magical beasts. In fact, when Jack spotted the orcs, Zig was already on the watchtower, but he lacked Jack's sharp vision and failed to see them in the distance. Within the abandoned village, something moved faintly. Following Jack's indication, Zig strained his eyes until they nearly bled, finally discerning several orc-like figures emerging from the forsaken North River village. Due to the considerable distance, all he could make out were indistinct black dots, not enough to discern their features. "Jack, you go ahead and inform the villagers to evacuate. I will remain here to observe," Zig instructed, sending the archer back to Grey Bear Village while he continued to watch the orcs. "Understood," Jack replied, swiftly descending the watchtower, untying the gong secured to its wooden base, and ringing it as he made his way back to the village. The watchtower was situated some distance from Grey Bear Village, and Zig watched as Jack ran far before finally entering the village. "The orcs are coming! The orcs are coming!" Jack shouted at the top of his lungs upon entering the village. Soon, the entire settlement was in a stir. As Jack raced past each villager's house, heads popped out to see what was amiss. Upon hearing Jack's urgent cries, they hastily returned inside, causing a flurry of commotion. The arrival of orcs was a source of perpetual tension for them, occurring several times a year. The most recent incursion had nearly cost lives, heightening the villagers' anxiety. Upon receiving the alarm, they began to expertly gather their belongings. Occasionally, someone would call out to Jack, inquiring about the orcs' whereabouts. When Jack informed them that the orcs had just emerged from the abandoned North River village, the villagers picked up their pace, now more thorough in their preparations. Unlike before, when they only realized the orcs were crossing the river once it was upon them, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, Zig remained atop the watchtower, observing the orcs' movements. 8 minotaurs and 1 wolf rider. I wonder how many wolf riders roam the prairie. Historically, every dynasty in ancient China faced the threat of the northern nomadic tribes. From the mighty Han and Tang to the unfortunate Western Jin and Northern Song, and even the Manchus, who, upon seizing the Central Plains, were constantly wary of incursions from the north. Witnessing the renowned wolf riders once more filled Zig with apprehension. The previous attack by the prairie orcs had made it abundantly clear that the wolf rider unit possessed formidable advantages. Unless faced with a mass charge from heavily armored cavalry, it was exceedingly difficult for any singular unit to contend against them. If these prairie orcs were predominantly werewolves, and if the wolf riders descended southward like the nomadic tribes of ancient China, could the Holy Odin Empire withstand such an onslaught? Fortunately, the prairie wolf riders appeared to eschew heavy armor, a common trait among barbaric races, preferring to flaunt their muscular physiques. If fortified walls were present, units like archers could inflict some damage upon them. The vast expanse of the northern prairie, referred to as the Blue Star Prairie by the humans of the Odin Empire, was rich in water and grass, featuring blue star grass that was particularly suitable for grazing livestock. In summer, this grass blooms with tiny blue flowers, each no larger than a fingernail. A single flower poses no significance, merely a common wildflower. However, when thousands of blue star grasses bloom, the sight resembles a verdant ocean dotted with countless blue stars. This breathtaking vista is celebrated in chronicles of Odin's continent as one of the 10 natural wonders of Odin's realm. Perhaps it is the bountiful resources and stunning scenery of the Blue Star Prairie that have nurtured numerous orc tribes. According to the accounts and chronicles of Odin's continent, aside from the wolf and minotaur orcs Zig had encountered, many more orc tribes existed. Zig speculated that the diversity among orc tribes contributed to the ongoing disunity among them on the Blue Star Prairie. In the real world, humans, despite being of the same species, engage in bloodshed over differing customs and beliefs, leading to deep-seated enmities. If such discord exists among similar peoples, it is likely that the various orc clans will find it even more challenging to attain peace and unity. Zig observed the wolf rider commanding the 8 minotaurs as they prepared to cross the river, employing a rudimentary method, cutting down trees along the riverbank, binding them together, and tossing them into the water. Initially, Zig thought they intended to use the buoyancy of the logs to swim across, but that was not the case. The logs were intended for the wolf rider, who, along with his giant wolf, stood atop a makeshift raft formed from the bound logs. While the minotaurs braced themselves in the water to support the raft, it appeared that the wolf rider was not particularly adept at swimming. Zig discerned that the minotaurs, being tall and sturdy, were tasked with navigating the shallower parts of the river, for at a time, supporting the raft and ferrying the wolf rider across. The Salmon River, 50 meters wide, was neither too wide nor too narrow, and this small group of prairie orcs cautiously made their way across, taking approximately half an hour from entry to exit. The village of Grey Bear was not as desolate as those villages along the north shore, largely due to its proximity to the Salmon River. This prolonged method of crossing the river provided the villagers of Grey Bear with ample opportunities to detect the encroaching orc raiders from the plains. It was only when 8 minotaurs and a wolf rider landed on the southern bank of the Salmon River that Zig descended from the watchtower and sprinted towards the village. Chapter 26. Enemy situation. Would Zig allow Biden and his group to engage in a fierce confrontation with this band of orc marauders? Certainly not. Why? Because Zig was not a reckless individual who would charge blindly at the enemy upon sighting them. Such behavior was characteristic of the youthful and inexperienced. After all, these were not mere ruffians but marauding northern orcs, and a skirmish would surely result in fatalities. This was not a trivial brawl that could be resolved by smashing a few bottles. From the last encounter between Biden's group and the orcs, it was evident that without adequate armament, humans stood no chance against the orcs in a one-on-one fight. Despite Biden's 8 members facing only 5 orcs, they had suffered grievous injuries and nearly faced total annihilation. Had it not been for the frost arrow skill bestowed by the artifact from the Dota system, they would have met their demise. What does it mean to know oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every battle? It involves understanding the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, as well as determining whether one's own capabilities can effectively counter those of the adversary. From his vantage point in the watchtower, Zig could see only 8 minotaurs and a wolf rider, but what if there were more orcs lurking nearby? It was difficult to ascertain. They could either be strategic ambushers or merely a few stragglers. Or perhaps these orcs were simply a swift advance party. To charge recklessly into battle without clarity about the enemy was the act of a fool, or worse, an imbecile. Furthermore, Zig would never lead Biden and his companions into a trap. This was not only his promise to them but also aligned with his own genuine sentiments. After all, Biden and his men were his only reliable allies. If they were lost, how could Zig continue? Upon entering the village, Zig observed a calm and orderly retreat. The villagers were carrying their belongings, moving leisurely towards Grey Bear Ridge, while Biden's group was fully equipped, awaiting Zig's arrival. "Young Master Zig, we are ready," exclaimed the boisterous Biden, stepping forward with confidence, eager to prove himself, his voice resonating with a newfound vigor. "Ready for what?" Zig queried. "The enemy has 8 minotaurs and a wolf rider, and their numbers exceed those we faced previously. Do you truly believe you can prevail? The life-giving waters from the nature goddess have run dry. Should you sustain further injuries, there will be no salvation." Zig could discern their eagerness for battle, a traditional sentiment among warriors, which boiled down to a desire for valor. However, at this moment, Zig had to temper their enthusiasm to prevent them from recklessly throwing themselves into peril. He would not tolerate even a single casualty among his soldiers. "Young Master Zig, last time they faced an enemy in Zig's presence, Biden's group had nearly been wiped out. Though they had been ambushed by orcs, it remained a source of shame for any warrior. This time, however, Biden's group was well prepared. The orcs would surely be caught off guard, as they had grown accustomed to villages fleeing at their approach. This time, they would find ambushes awaiting them. Enough of this bravado. "I intend to observe first," Zig asserted. "Orcs are known for their strength. Even if you believe you can win, it is likely that you will still incur casualties. Moreover, how do you know there aren't additional orcs lurking behind?" Although the seemingly astute Biden wanted to argue further, he was swiftly interrupted by Zig. Nonetheless, out of consideration for Biden's dignity, Zig continued, "It's not a matter of mistrust. You are my people now, my guardians. I have promised not to lead you recklessly into danger, and I shall not go back on my word." Upon hearing Zig's words, Biden and his companions exchanged glances. Zig perceived a mixture of relief and happiness in their expressions. Despite their preparations, Zig's words had reassured them. The enemy's force of 8 minotaurs and a wolf rider outnumbered them, and among Biden's 8 soldiers, only the boisterous Biden had trained to wield combat energy, meaning only he could contend with an orc in single combat. Given that orcs were renowned for their strength, it was impossible for human soldiers to prevail without incurring a price, at the same time. Their lord valued their lives, which ignited a spark of hope within them. Quickly, remove those items. Upon hearing this, Biden began dismantling a heap of ropes, nets, crossbow bolts, javelins, and other preparations from concealed spots in the grass and on rooftops. It was evident that Biden had been busy preparing an array of ambush tools in just a few days. Zig nodded in satisfaction, relieved by his decision. With the items they had set up, it would be impossible to subdue all the orc marauders in one go, and there remained a possibility of friendly casualties. Due to the ample time for evacuation, Grey Bear Village was now deserted. By the time Zig and the villagers climbed Grey Bear Ridge, the small band of orcs had already entered the village, searching house by house in order to ascertain the enemy's movements more clearly. The reluctant Zig decided to position the archer Jack on a nearby rock to observe the orcs. Jack had the keenest eyesight, allowing him to gather more accurate intelligence on the orc situation. To ensure Jack's concealment, Zig instructed Biden and the others to fell some trees to cover him, sprinkling snow atop for additional camouflage. Approximately an hour later, Archer Jack rejoined Zig and the others atop Grey Bear Ridge. According to Jack's account, these plains orcs were indeed there to pillage. They appeared to belong to a different tribe than those who had previously infiltrated, as they showed no signs of searching but rather rummaged through the houses for items to take. One orc even removed a door panel to carry away. However, Jack noted one detail. The Wolf Rider seemed to exert absolute dominance over the band of orcs. According to Jack's description, the Wolf Rider, frustrated by the meager spoils, lashed out at the Minotaurs with a whip, causing one to bleed profusely as it writhed on the ground. Did that Minotaur not resist? Zig instinctively felt that this information was invaluable. Not at all. The whipped Minotaur displayed no resistance whatsoever. This band of orcs was unable to secure any loot and has likely already made their way to the northern bank of the Salmon River. It is too late to pursue them now. Archer Jack misunderstood Zig's intent, assuming he wished to take advantage of the orcs' internal discord to launch an attack. Pursue? Nonsense. Let us find Old Man Chuck and the others. Zig was displeased with Jack's impulsive desire to engage in battle. In his view, one should only confront the enemy when victory was assured, thereby minimizing casualties, ideally to zero. Did not the art of war teach that one should encircle 10 but engage only when doubled in strength? Recklessly rushing into battle required an awareness of one's own limitations. Zig sought a victory devoid of friendly casualties. What nonsense! When Archer Jack sensed Zig's dissatisfaction, he cautiously pulled the dashing swordsman Lawrence aside to whisper. I don't know. Perhaps it is noble language. Lawrence shrugged helplessly. When Zig and his 9 companions finally located Old Man Chuck and the others, they were met with an unexpected sight. Upon reaching the villagers' makeshift refuge atop Grey Bear Ridge, Zig discovered many children hurling stones at the Minotaur slave he had purchased, the imposing Goliath. Chapter 27. The Iron Pot Dilemma. Curse those orcs. Get out, cried several children of Grey Bear Village, pelting stones at Goliath, who, standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters and brimming with muscle, crouched on the ground, cradling his head, too fearful to retaliate. Fortunately, the villagers were unarmed. Had they wielded pitchforks or hoes, they could have easily dispatched Goliath. Perhaps it was the gentle nature inherited from his lineage as a draft ox. This forest-dwelling Minotaur was exceedingly docile, never raising a hand in defense. Zig hurriedly instructed Biden and the others to protect Goliath and escort him away. The children throwing stones were merely the village youths, and prior to Zig's arrival, only Aunt Mary had been unable to intervene. Truth be told, Zig was quite content with this Minotaur slave. He was obedient and gentle in disposition, likely a result of the Minotaur's breed inheriting the diligent traits of draft cattle. Perhaps the slave traders had also played a role in his training. Regardless, Zig had never struck Goliath with a whip, considering himself a relatively benevolent master, and Goliath had always complied without resistance. Hearing Jack's report today sparked a thought in Zig's mind. It seemed that the Minotaur race, regardless of whether among humans or plains orcs, endured a tragic existence. In the Holy Odin Empire, the various tribes of forest orcs had been vanquished by humans, relegating all forest orcs to slavery. Yet what motivated the Minotaurs to be so subjugated and bullied by the werewolf orcs on the plains? This question lingered in Zig's mind, but for now, the priority was to ensure that the plains orcs had retreated, and that the villagers of Grey Bear began transporting their belongings back to the village. Ugh, what on earth is this weighty burden? Zige, in a fit of exasperation, initially sought to showcase his approachable and benevolent demeanor as the village chief by helping a villager from Grey Bear Village carry their belongings. After all, It is customary for a newly appointed leader to exhibit concern for their subordinates, is it not? However, to his dismay, as soon as he hefted the villagers' burdens onto his back, he nearly collapsed under the weight. Despite the seemingly modest size of the load, it was unexpectedly heavy, containing who knows what, causing considerable discomfort to Zij's back. He had anticipated merely a collection of trinkets and valuables, but upon unwrapping the villager's package, he was met with an assortment of food items and a hefty iron pot. How could one possibly carry an iron pot? It's so burdensome, Zij nearly exclaimed, suspecting that this very pot had painfully jostled his back muscles. Dear village chief, you must understand. Those wretched orcs have an insatiable appetite for iron pots and provisions. The villager, Anna, a neighbor of old man Chuck, had been left to fend for herself after her husband's early demise. Raising several children alone, a daunting task indeed. Upon hearing Anna's words, Zij stroked his chin, struck by a sudden epiphany. Thoughts of Wang Zhaojuan's departure to the frontier emerged. Why this particular historical figure? It was intrinsically linked to the harsh living conditions of the steppes. During the reign of Emperor Yuan of Han, Wang Zhaojun was wed to Xie, the chieftain of the Xiongnu, ushering in over 50 years of peace between the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu. Many attribute this prolonged tranquility to Zhaojuan's extraordinary beauty, claiming she was the reason for such harmony, a veritable fallen goose in terms of allure. Yet, Zij held a differing perspective. From the founding of the Han dynasty by Liu Bang in 202 B.C. To the ascension of Emperor Yuan in 49 BC, the Han and Xiongnu had been embroiled in conflict for over a century, not to mention the Xiongnu's prior incursions into the Central Plains. Was not the Great Wall constructed by Qin Shi Huang as a bulwark against the Xiongnu? Did not Zhao Wuling Wang adopt the attire and cavalry tactics of the nomads through warfare? Thus, it follows that the predations of the steppe peoples upon the Central Plain dynasties extended far beyond 2 centuries. After over 200 years of mutual slaughter, where one side avenged their kin while the other retaliated against families, how could a single woman, no matter how enchanting, quell the flames of war? Even the most exquisite beauty could hardly be deemed a sufficient catalyst for peace. Consequently, Zij found the narrative of Zhaojuan's journey to be unconvincing. So why, then, did the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu suddenly find themselves at peace? The reasons were manifold. Some might argue that the Xiongnu were cowed into submission, others might suggest internal divisions within their ranks, while still others might posit that both sides simply grew weary of conflict. All these explanations held merit. Yet, in Zij's view, the primary catalyst for this newfound harmony was the emergence of cross-border trade. Why did the Xiongnu raid the Han borders? Was it not to procure goods? Was it not a dire need for essential resources? Items such as pots, bowls, needles, and textiles were all in short supply. The nomadic peoples were primarily herders, clad in hides and feasting on sheep and cattle. Ironworking, that was far too advanced. The nomads could not manage such intricacies. Their arrowheads were fashioned from bone. This circumstance persisted even until the age of the Mongol Empire. And during the Ming dynasty, when the Mongols retreated back to the steppes, they seemingly forgot all the technologies they had once learned across the world, reverting to a primitive existence devoid of ironworking. Of course, these deficiencies of the nomadic peoples were also tied to the grasslands that offered little beyond grass. Yet, who could blame them for residing in such a vast expanse? From an economic standpoint, scarcity was inevitable, but the scarcity of essential goods on the steppes was particularly pronounced. After Zhaojuan's departure, with the establishment of mutual trade, the Xiongnu could exchange livestock for necessities. The Han people acquired a wealth of horses and cattle from the Xiongnu, while the latter procured abundant supplies for both civilian and military needs. Before long, Xie emerged from the shadows of defeat, vanquished his brother, and reclaimed his status as the great Khan of the steppes. However, upon unifying the grasslands, he refrained from waging war against the Han. Why? Because engaging in trade was far more comfortable than bloodshed. So what was life like on the steppes prior to the advent of mutual trade? One word: scarcity. To what extent? Historical records indicate that transactions between the Central Plains and the steppe peoples typically involved several sheep in exchange for a single item from the Central Plains. Documentation from the Xiongnu period is sparse, yet during the Northern Song dynasty, records from the Treaty of Tanyuan illustrate that a porcelain vase could exchange for several horses from the Liao kingdom. Such accounts are well documented. To the average observer, this may seem perplexing, as if the only explanation is that the Central Plains people were cunning, taking advantage of the naive nomads. Yet, from an economic perspective, this was simply equivalent trade. Why? Because of scarcity. While a single cow may be considered invaluable to the people of the Central Plains, to the nomads, cattle were abundant, as they grazed freely across the land. Hundreds of cattle roaming the grasslands were akin to a solitary cotton flower amidst a green meadow. It was entirely normal for an ordinary herdsman to tend to 300 or 400 head of livestock. And some affluent herders could boast over 1,000. Exceedingly wealthy ones even possessed tens of thousands. A humorous anecdote circulated online about a Mongolian university student who enrolled in a mainland university. When asked by his Han Chinese roommate what his family did, he replied that they were cattle herders. The mainland students, misinterpreting this as an indication of poverty, often insisted on paying for his meals. However, this perception shifted dramatically when they visited his home on the Mongolian steppe, where they discovered that his family owned 5,000 cattle, quite the fortune indeed. Reflecting on this modern tale, one can only imagine how much more prosperous the nomads were in ancient times when the ecological conditions on the steppes were far superior. Zige had read that during the period of trade between the Han and the Xiongnu, a single iron pot could be exchanged for 200 sheep. Why? Because the grasslands were teeming with sheep. Yet iron utensils were exceedingly rare. For a herdsman's daughter, having an iron pot as part of her dowry was a matter of great prestige, akin to a modern coal tycoon gifting 20 Ferraris at a wedding. An iron pot as a dowry, that would surely mark one as a wealthy individual on the steppes. So, prior to Zhaojuan's journey, why was there no mutual trade between the Han and the Xiongnu? The answer was simple. They were consumed by animosity. The Han would attack upon sight of a Xiongnu, and likewise, the Xiongnu would retaliate against the Han. This cycle of violence persisted for over a century. How could one think of trade when their kin had been slain? Chapter 28. The first military conference. Some may question the significance of an iron pot. It is indeed substantial. Without an iron pot, the nomads could only feast upon roasted meats, quenching their thirst with raw water. They could not transform milk into cheese, which is vital for preservation. Some may insist that they prefer grilled meat, believing the pristine environment of the steppes mitigates any health risks from drinking raw water. This is a misconception. While modern individuals may relish barbecued fare due to its rarity, consuming it daily would soon lead to digestive woes. Raw water may suffice, but illness is an inevitable part of life. When the time comes, what does one do if they yearn for a warm broth and find none? Continue with cold water? What of winter? Will one still drink icy water? The women of the steppes also bear children. Do they not require hot water? With an iron pot, the nomads could stew and boil their meats, enjoying warm broth. However, the nomadic peoples lacked the means to forge iron pots. Even if they could, they had no access to iron or in simple terms. The inability to smelt iron is a common affliction among the nomads, be they Xiongnu or Mongolian. Thus, the nomads resorted to raiding southward, as long as the living conditions of these steppe orcs mirrored those of real-world nomadic peoples. Zige was confident that if he could find a buyer among the steppe orcs to sell iron pots, it would be an unparalleled lucrative trade. The grasslands were abundant with sheep and cattle, and commodities are valued based on scarcity, hence livestock held little worth there. Yet, the steppe orcs lacked the knowledge or resources to produce iron pots, making the exchange of a single iron pot for hundreds of sheep entirely feasible, though the exact exchange rate remained uncertain. This illustrates the importance of scarcity. One could sell a cup of water for a fortune to a solitary traveler lost in the desert. In conclusion, selling iron pots to the steppe orcs represents a promising trade venture. In this age of the internet, the advantages of the reclusive individual are evident, while they may remain at home. Engaging with the online world, predicting the next 500 years is uncertain, but foreseeing the next 500 years is entirely within reach. In this alternate reality, no one would suspect that the steppe orcs' southward raids were significantly driven by a lack of resources on the steppes. The inhabitants of the Holy Odin Empire would simply perceive these steppe orcs as inherently savage, attributing their pillaging to barbarism. Yet, the reality is that the orcs were merely seeking to procure essentials. It is worth noting that in our own history, it took over a century for the Han and Xiongnu to transition from mutual slaughter to amicable trade negotiations. The humans of the Holy Odin Empire and the orcs, being of different races, undoubtedly experienced even longer periods of conflict and deeper animosities. If hatred prevails, no one will engage in trade with the steppe orcs. Thus, if Zige could successfully establish a business relationship with them, he would undoubtedly hold a monopoly on this trade. Monopolistic trade is undeniably the most lucrative venture. Upon the villagers of Grey Bear returning to their home, Zig decided to convene a military assembly. This so-called military assembly was, in essence, a gathering of all the guard soldiers for a meeting. Just 2 days prior, Zig had conferred upon them the title of his guardian knights in the realm of reality. Zig had perused a book titled The Prince, a seminal work by the Italian political philosopher Niccolo Machiavelli, which contains a notably famous adage. If a ruler seeks to attain power, he must cultivate an image of generosity in the eyes of the public. This particular saying left a profound impression on Zig, and upon his transition to this otherworldly domain, he found it most applicable. The title of Guardian Knight, while rather ethereal and merely nominal, served as a splendid means to exhibit his magnanimity. For Zig, who found himself in abject poverty, it was an ideal stratagem. It merely bestowed upon them an honor. However, for Biden and his compatriots, it was a transformation. No longer mere foot soldiers, but knights imbued with honor. This maneuver proved remarkably effective, as Biden's cohort displayed even greater enthusiasm upon receiving Zig's decree than when he had healed them with the blue bottle potion. They had truly become his loyal confidants. While Zig was unable to summon the village council, he could certainly rally his guardian knights for a meeting, for they now represented the sole armed force in Grey Bear Village, thus rendering the term military assembly fitting, albeit in a loose sense. Thus far, Zig, as the nominal village chief of Grey Bear, had little substance to his authority. To solidify his position, he needed to swiftly lead the villagers towards prosperity and a better standard of living. Achieving this necessitated devising ways for the villagers to earn money. To generate income, he must forge relationships with the prairie orcs. Yet, what to do when the orcs' first instinct upon seeing humans is to kill? The only solution is to capture them alive, engage in trade negotiations, and if one batch fails, eliminate them and procure another. If negotiations ultimately falter, Zig would have to consider alternative courses of action. The purpose of convening this military assembly was to strategize the capture of an orc. Master Zig, your idea is quite innovative, Biden, the bearded one, acknowledged, for there were many mouths to feed. The 30 pounds of flour recently acquired had nearly been consumed. If they could successfully connect with the prairie orcs, they might continue to enjoy white bread. How do we capture an orc? Inquired Rukuz, the greatsword wielder. In his previous role as deputy captain in the Duke of Highgarden's guard, Rukuz often collaborated with Biden and was accustomed to addressing practical concerns. I plan to strike at Salmon River. Today, I observed that those orcs lack boats. The wolf riders are particularly averse to water. They require 8 minotaurs to transport a line of floating logs to cross the river. Zig shared his observations, exemplifying the importance of reconnaissance. Identifying the enemy's flaws and striking when they are most vulnerable is a hallmark of a competent leader. This embodies the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in every battle. If Zig were to recklessly attack the prairie orcs within the village, despite the traps laid, it would devolve into a fight to the death. Capturing one alive would be utterly impossible. The death of either side would only breed an unending cycle of vengeance. Should one prairie orc perish, the next encounter would see them return in greater numbers for retribution. Conversely, if one of Biden's men fell, would Zig be permitted to set aside his vendetta and engage in commerce? At that point, not only would business become impossible, but they would also be perpetually on guard against the prairie orcs, bringing calamity upon Grey Bear Village, ultimately jeopardizing Zig's position as village chief. We can strike while they are crossing the river, but we need boats. Biden swiftly proposed a feasible strategy. Indeed, I have the same thought. Once they reach the midpoint of the river, we shall suddenly appear at the riverbank and shoot at them with arrows. No matter how strong those orcs may be, they cannot fully utilize their might in the water. Though Zig was merely a reclusive individual in the real world with no combat experience, he possessed a modicum of military knowledge. Besides, if the enemy comprised 8 individuals, it hardly constituted a true ambush. At worst, it would be akin to targeting those who cannot swim, particularly the wolf riders, who seemingly lack the ability to float. What if they have a larger force? Rukuz posed a pertinent question. After all, if the enemy outnumbers them, capturing them all while they remain on shore may prove challenging, as their strength typically surpasses that of humans. Consequently, casualties may be unavoidable, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Alternatively, if a portion of the prairie orcs remains on the shore, it complicates matters, as they would assist their comrades in the water. Then we shall refrain from attacking. We shall wait for the next wave of orcs to arrive. Zig replied decisively. As for how to ascertain whether the prairie orcs had reinforcements, Zig had already contemplated this. His strategy was to refrain from striking as they entered the village. Instead, they would wait until the orcs had pillaged and returned empty-handed, launching their assault as they crossed back over the river. Generally speaking, the prairie orcs ventured forth to seize supplies. It is unlikely that anyone would willingly stand idly by on the opposite bank, while others returned laden with spoils. Although such a possibility exists, it remains exceedingly slim. The prairie orcs raid human settlements for vital resources, and thus would not be prudent enough to leave sentinels behind. If, by misfortune, they did take such precautions, Zig would immediately retreat rather than engage in a futile battle. As long as he retained his men, he would not consider it a loss and would still possess the means to continue the struggle. Ultimately, Zig instructed Biden to enlist help in training Johnson. The Minotaur, for while the Minotaurs are robust and compliant, their absence from the battlefield would be a tremendous waste. Recalling the explosive power displayed by the prairie Minotaurs in recent skirmishes left Zig envious. A plan began to take shape in his mind, but first, he needed to experiment with Johnson. Chapter 29. Preparations. The inaugural military assembly concluded successfully. After the meeting, Zig, along with the bearded Biden and their companions, commenced crafting large nets, long wooden poles with spikes, iron chains, and small boats, as per their plans. All of this required their own labor, as the villagers were rather uncooperative. "Why should we assist you? A mere village chief who knows only about midwifery." Upon hearing the mention of fighting the orcs, the villagers immediately recalled the previous foolish knight chief who had caused the deaths of 4 villagers, leaving old Jean a solitary figure. Fortunately, some villagers were willing to lend a hand, including the blacksmith Fayin, who forged a few iron chains, though that was the extent of his contribution. The chains consumed a significant amount of Fayin's iron ore, and while he neither demanded payment nor complained, one must possess a modicum of emotional intelligence. Relying on favors for too long would lead to resentment. Zig had rescued Fayin and his family, yet he could not continually expect Fayin to suffer losses while crafting weapons for him. Over time, would Fayin continue to assist him? Those iron ores were Fayin's livelihood, meant for repairing and creating tools for the villagers. Should they be depleted, his family would be left to face hardship. Thus, once Fayin completed the iron chains, Zig did not impose further tasks upon him. On another front, Biden, along with Jack and Lawrence, began weaving a large net they dubbed the beast capture net. This net was an enhancement of the rope net they had previously carried, now equipped with numerous barbed hooks. The mere sight of it instilled a sense of dread. Each mesh contained a hook, and the spaces devoid of hooks were ensnared with thorny branches. These thorns were commonly found in the northern region of Grey Bear Village, often sprouting from tree trunks resembling white birch. By breaking off a section, drilling a hole, and threading a thin cord through, they could attach it to the rope net. If ensnared by this contraption, one would be unable to grasp the net, as the hooks and thorns would pierce one's hands. Conversely, if one refrained from grasping the net, the hooks and thorns would embed themselves into one's skin, causing pain. Struggling would only exacerbate the situation, as the hooks and thorns would multiply their grip, rendering the weapon an unsettling sight. The long wooden poles with spikes were straightforward to procure. In the north, trees resembling white birch grow tall and straight. By felling younger trees and removing the thorns from their trunks, they could be utilized. How to solve the thorn dilemma? Quite simply, the trunks of these birch-like trees are covered in thorns. As long as they preserved a section of the trunk for combat, they would have naturally formed long poles with spikes. The most troublesome tasks, however, were crafting bows and arrows, as no artisans in Grey Bear Village possessed the skills to create them. To acquire a quality bow, they would have to venture to Tucker Town, but the dilemma was that Zig and his men lacked funds. Thus, they were compelled to make their own bows and arrows, with the task falling to the archer Jack. However, a skilled archer does not necessarily equate to a proficient bowmaker. While Jack could fashion usable bows, their range was significantly inferior to that of his original hunting bow, rendering them merely serviceable. The construction of a small boat is not feasible in the short term. Crafting a vessel of any kind requires a minimum of a month, and there is no one willing to undertake such a task. Consequently, Zig devised a clever solution by mimicking the methods of the orcs, binding several logs together to create a raft. To enhance its buoyancy, he added even more logs, resulting in a rather large and somewhat square-shaped raft, which appeared quite peculiar. Nevertheless, despite its odd appearance, it proved to be sufficiently buoyant, capable of supporting 2 or 3 individuals. However, water would seep through the gaps in the wood, easily dampening their feet, and over time, the hemp ropes used to bind the raft would likely rot from prolonged exposure to water. Yet, this was inconsequential, as it was merely a temporary contraption meant for disposal after use. Interestingly, Biden had tasked the giant swordsman Rux with training the Minotaur slave, Dwayne Johnson. Perhaps having grown accustomed to servitude in the forest, the Minotaur was too intimidated to wield Rux's massive sword, appearing fearful of many weapons. However, he developed a peculiar fondness for shields, relishing the opportunity to hide behind one. Thus, Rux decided to have the shield-bearer Broadbent train Dwayne Johnson instead. This led to an amusing scenario where Dwayne, under Broadbent's tutelage, adeptly wielded a wooden shield while thrusting a short sword from behind it. Yet, when Broadbent showcased Dwayne's training results, The practice match between the flail wielder Hidrick and Dwayne Johnson took an unexpected turn. As soon as the match began, Dwayne discarded both his shield and short sword. Crouching down with his head buried in his arms, a standard gesture of submission for a slave. Perhaps the training had not yet been extensive enough, Zig thought with a sense of resignation. After all, the forest minotaur slave he had purchased had been conditioned from birth through the slave trader's indoctrination, so such behavior was to be expected. The forest orcs had been subjugated for so long that it was unsurprising that the slave traders had developed a comprehensive and effective methodology for taming them. After all, the earliest batches of orc slaves had been enslaved by humans for 400 to 500 years. The forest minotaurs were among the first orc races to be enslaved, known for their great strength and docile nature. Comparable to the utility of oxen, in contrast, the more recently conquered forest orc tribes, such as the wolf and tiger clans, were fierce and did not require taming. They were typically thrown into arenas to fight each other, generating profits for the slave traders through gambling. Once all preparations were complete, the subsequent actions were straightforward. Wait for the next orc arrival and seize the opportune moment to ambush them. The winter snow fell intermittently, and according to Old Chuck, this winter was not particularly harsh, characterized as a mild one. The predatory incursions of the prairie orcs were expected to be less extensive than in previous years. This was the only piece of good news Zig had heard since arriving at Bear Village. Initially, he had been concerned about the freezing of Salmon River, but Old Chuck had informed him that the freezing period was brief, lasting only during the coldest month, allowing individuals to walk on the ice. For the rest of the time, a thin layer of ice covered turbulent waters, making falls into the icy river far more perilous than falling into an unfrozen one. Zig speculated that the swift currents were to blame for this danger. After waiting for over half a month, one day, Zig was atop the watchtower with Biden and others, adding a thatched roof to the highest observation point. This roof would provide some comfort for those on lookout, shielding them from falling snowflakes. While Zig was busy constructing the roof, he suddenly caught sight of several dark figures moving across the white expanse of the riverbank. Orcs, Biden! Zig quickly tugged at Biden's sleeve, conveying the urgent news that the prairie orcs had returned. As before, Zig instructed Biden to warn the villagers to take cover while he continued his vigil from the watchtower. This time, only 3 orcs approached, 1 wolf rider and 2 prairie minotaurs, with the wolf rider directing the minotaurs to work on bundling logs for their raft. Once these 3 orcs reached the southern bank, Zig descended from the watchtower. According to their plan, Zig and Biden, along with 7 others, did not join the villagers in seeking refuge on Bear Ridge. Instead, they concealed themselves on elevated ground near the village to observe the orcs' movements. Indeed, they did not leave any guards on the opposite bank. Biden, Zig, and Jack shared their observations, confirming that no other orc presence was detected. Thus, when the orcs turned to cross the river, they would be ready to strike. Due to their timely withdrawal, this group of prairie orcs left empty-handed, quickly retreating to prepare for their return to the prairie. Chapter 30. The orcs fall into the trap contrary to expectations. Zig and his group did not catch up to the prairie orcs while they were midway across the river. By the time Zig and his companions maneuvered their raft to encircle the small group of prairie orcs, they had already crossed 2/3 of the river and were nearing the shore. The beast-catching net was designed for thoroughly tormenting targets, but Zig's group had no intention of using it this time. Their objective was to capture the prairie orcs alive. Entangled in a net full of barbs, even the strongest beast or orc, let alone a magical beast, would find it difficult to escape without sustaining significant injuries, making negotiations for their release highly problematic. Jack the Archer was swift, releasing 4 arrows before they fully encircled the prairie orcs, each arrow striking the 4 corners of the wooden raft where the wolf riders stood. Upon receiving this warning, the prairie orcs immediately ceased their movements. The wolf rider was also equipped with a bow, yet he refrained from making any rash moves, acutely aware that each of Zig's 3 rafts had 2 archers, totaling 6 bows aimed directly at him. Outnumbered 6 to 1, the trapped wolf rider was effectively a live target with no means of escape. As long as he was not a fool, he would naturally choose to surrender. Capturing this group of orcs proved far easier than Zig had originally anticipated. Initially, he had not planned to take them all alive, but the prairie orcs that had come to raid the human village were so few in number, only 1 wolf rider and 2 minotaurs, that they seemed to have grown accustomed to raiding at Bear Village, unaware of the ambush awaiting them. The waters of Salmon River were neither particularly deep nor shallow. The 2 prairie minotaurs pushing the raft for the wolf rider could only expose their heads above the surface to breathe, and any attempt to resist was hindered by the water's resistance, rendering their weapons cumbersome. Soon enough, Zig and his companions ensnared the 3 prairie orcs in their fishing net and captured them alive. "Let me go, you despicable, cowardly humans!" the wolf rider shouted as Biden and the others shackled him with iron chains and dragged him to the shore, his defiance evident. "Silence!" Fabreau shouted, preparing to kick the insolent wolf rider. Known for his fiery temper among Zig's guardians. "Wait, hold on, don't harm him. He is our patron, our client. How can we strike our client?" Zig quickly intervened, squatting down in front of the chained wolf rider. The prairie wolf rider, bound by chains, could only sit in the snow by the riverbank, surrounded by numerous pebbles that made sitting uncomfortable due to their cold and rough texture. Thus, Zig instructed Biden and the others to drag all 3 orcs to the village, specifically to the room that served as the village council hall, the village chief's office, and his bedroom. The wolf rider Zig captured had a coat of black and white fur, reminiscent of a modern-day Alaskan husky, standing slightly shorter than a human. Contrary to the fearsome visage one might expect of a werewolf, he bore a somewhat youthful expression, evoking a sense of cuteness akin to that of a wolf dog that had been raised for some time but had yet to fully mature, prompting an urge to scratch his chin. Could he perhaps be a juvenile werewolf? Zig mused. When it came to addressing the orc race, Zig found himself at a loss for appropriate terminology, referring to them as it seemed inappropriate as they were not mere beasts. Yet calling them they felt inadequate given their intelligence. This dilemma stemmed from the insidious nature of racism. Regardless of one's intentions, it is nearly impossible to escape the influence of such prejudiced thoughts. Racism manifests in various forms of discrimination and animosity, often seen in forums where certain ethnicities are labeled as inherently deceitful or criminal. To eradicate racism or nationalism is fundamentally impossible, as it involves battling the ingrained sense of division that resides within each individual. This inherent divisiveness is a part of human nature, perpetually present, whether in the real world or in a fantastical realm. While humanity may equate orcs with beasts and harbor disdain for them, it is equally plausible that elves might consider humans, who are often consumed by the thirst for war, as excessively barbaric and harbor similar prejudices. While we may discriminate against others, we simultaneously find ourselves subjected to the same treatment. Zig is no saint. In the realm of reality, he is merely an ordinary recluse. It is not surprising that one might struggle to articulate terms typically used to describe humans when referring to orcs. In everyday life, as long as one does not overtly express their prejudices, it can be deemed a sign of personal refinement. However, such individuals are in the minority. The vast majority are easily swayed by the influences of racism and nationalism, manipulated by those with ulterior motives, thereby blinded by hatred and extremism, unable to discern the truth. The truth is rather simple. Within every ethnic group exist both virtuous and malevolent individuals, in every region. Some women are materialistic while others are not. Among the youth of every race, there are both impulsive and reckless souls as well as those who are mature and sensible. Thus, if humanity comprises both good and evil individuals, it stands to reason that orcs are not universally cruel or simple-minded. This is a straightforward notion. Zig issued a command to detain them separately. He made it clear to this group of prairie orcs that capturing them for the purpose of trade was out of the question. Such directness was inappropriate, and they could only be held temporarily. The main concern for Zig was that any potential trade would necessitate dealing with orcs from a different tribe than the 5 orcs they had incinerated. For if they were of the same tribe, discovery was inevitable at that point. What might begin as a trade could swiftly devolve into slaughter. The death of prairie orcs was inconsequential, but the loss of even a single individual on his side was unacceptable. Furthermore, it was crucial to ascertain the nature of these orcs. If these 3 orcs were indeed the brutal and simple-minded variety, the prospect of trade would be futile. They could simply resort to theft instead of negotiation. Such thievery aligns perfectly with the definition of orcish simplicity. Zig was determined not to release these prairie orcs only to have them return with legions of wolf riders seeking vengeance, resulting in a disastrous loss. However, if these 3 orcs possessed clarity of thought, discussions could ensue. Engaging in trade with the astute is prudent, whereas conversing about ideals with the foolish is a well-known folly. Although Zig might appear as a mere recluse in the contemporary world, he understood this principle. Discussing ideals with the intelligent would only lead the clever to view him as a fool. To discern whether the other party was indeed intelligent, it was essential to understand their background. The more one knows about the counterpart's history, the greater the confidence during negotiations. If one were to fully uncover their secrets, even a clever individual could be at a slight disadvantage during discussions. But how could one ascertain the background of these 3 orcs? Interrogation was the answer, of course. The focal point of the interrogation would be to determine whether any members of their tribe had recently gone missing. If so, these prairie orcs would be reduced to ashes. If not, there would be a chance for trade. Yet, how to conduct this interrogation? Torture was out of the question, as Zig intended to engage in business with these prairie orcs. How could one negotiate after inflicting grievous harm upon them? This is where Zig's advantage as a young man in the internet age came into play. Not only has the internet become a repository of specialized knowledge, but even popular television dramas often disseminate such insights. High-quality dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as American series, frequently showcase methods for solving crimes and interrogating suspects. One effective technique is to separate the suspects during interrogation, an approach Zig gleaned from an early TV police drama he watched on a streaming platform. I assure you, I am not advertising for them. By conducting separate interrogations, one can prevent collusion among suspects and discern whether their statements align with the truth. If 2 or 3 individuals are speaking, only if they are recounting the factual truth will their accounts be consistent. Otherwise, if one lies, discrepancies will arise, enabling the interrogators to differentiate between truth and falsehood. Chapter 31. The social structure of prairie orcs. However, Zig did not immediately proceed with the interrogation. Instead, he shackled the 3 orcs in different dark cellars, an abundance of which existed in Bear Village. Originally designed for food storage, since the onset of orc raids, these cellars had remained empty, devoid of provisions. Prior to the interrogation, it is strategic to let the subjects simmer. This is a psychological tactic. Isolated in captivity, the prisoners would become anxious, as the confined environment would induce fear in individuals lacking professional training. For those born and raised on the prairie, accustomed to vast expanses and freedom, being suddenly confined would inevitably stir an inexplicable panic within them. The cellar, with its 6 walls, provided an ideal setting for psychological deconstruction prior to interrogation. Prolonged confinement in such an environment could lead anyone to the brink of mental collapse. In reality, there have been accounts of extreme isolation techniques, such as placing an individual in a pitch-black, soundproof cave, completely cut off from the outside world, albeit with sufficient food and water in such an environment. A prisoner held for 2 days might resort to self-mutilation, as was the case with a notorious drug lord known for his ruthlessness. It is said that within 6 to 8 hours of confinement in darkness, individuals begin to crave the presence of creatures such as snakes or mice, ultimately leading to hallucinations. After prolonged captivity, even the sight of a guard could evoke feelings of familiarity. After half a day in confinement, the 3 orcs began to pound on the walls of the cellar, shouting for a fair fight or a straightforward answer. Zig was taken aback. These prairie orcs spoke a language he could understand. Was there a universal tongue spoken across the continent? After being held for a day in the dark, upon their release, Zig noted their palpable relief, a sense of being alive. The subsequent interrogation proved to be straightforward, as separating them yielded the truth. The orcs divulged everything without the need for coercion or excessive efforts. Biden and his associates were once again in awe of Zig's prowess. After all, how could one not admire the nobility of Zig? Under Zig's direction, Biden and his team extracted a wealth of valuable information from the orcs. For instance, the Wolf Knight belonged to a minor orc tribe named Higas, and, as Zig had hoped, this small tribe had not reported any recent disappearances. This news brought immense joy to Zig. Moreover, Zig's suspicions were confirmed. The Wolf Knight was still a minor. The prairie orc tribes were numerous, and small tribes like Higas faced constant peril of being subsumed by larger orc clans. Interestingly, even a small tribe like Higas had the capacity to enslave the Tauric orcs. On the prairie, the Tauric and half-sheep orc races were classified as subservient, low-status groups. In contrast, the wolf orc tribes were inherently considered superior. Dominating over 70% of the territory on the prairie, however, larger wolf tribes occupied the prime lands, while smaller tribes like Higas were relegated to a remote, barren stretch of grassland far from water sources, a patch so deficient in quality that it scarcely deserved the label of pasture. Were it not for the relatively milder climate of the southern prairie, that desolate stretch would be devoid of any grazing by the prairie orcs. During winter, when the pasture entered a state of dormancy, tribes like Higas faced even harsher conditions. This was one of the primary reasons why this young wolf orc had ventured out with his 2 Tauric slaves to scavenge for supplies. The confessions of these 3 prairie orcs largely aligned with Zig's assumptions. The powerful prairie tribes claimed the lush pastures, ensuring their survival through the winter by stockpiling fodder. The smaller tribes, unable to graze in the territories dominated by the larger ones, resorted to raiding to survive. Thus, instances of prairie orcs descending southward were relatively rare, generally limited to minor disturbances. However, should a fierce snowstorm occur during winter, resulting in countless livestock perishing, Even the larger prairie tribes would face challenges, leaving southern human settlements vulnerable to the onslaught of thousands of prairie orcs. At that point, it would truly be a catastrophe for the northern human inhabitants. Yet for the young wolf orc who had fallen into Zig's hands, this excursion seemed more akin to a rite of passage. Beyond the desire to scavenge for supplies in human towns, the more pressing need was to procure resources to prove his maturity. This is a common trait among the barbaric tribes, where young warriors are often required to slay enemies or hunt alone to validate their status as competent warriors, a rite of passage akin to coming of age. Even the smallest prairie wolf tribes can enslave Tauric orcs. Zig found this information particularly intriguing. The social structure among these prairie orcs mirrored the complexities of human society, as every societal structure invariably harbors hierarchies. Regrettably, the Tauric orc race is somewhat tragic. Whether within the human empire or among orc tribes, they are consistently subjected to oppression and servitude. It is now evident that the adage "a kind-hearted person is often taken advantage of," just as a docile horse is ridden, holds a profound truth. The Tauren, a gentle and hard-working orc race, akin to diligent plow oxen, are enslaved by other races to toil for them, serving as a stark reflection of harsh reality. Who instructed you to be so honest? Who urged you to be obedient? It seems you are destined to be a lamentable race. From the testimonies of these three prairie orc witnesses, it is apparent that the population of Tauren orcs on the grasslands is roughly equivalent to that of the wolf orcs. Yet, the prairie is devoid of any Tauren tribes. All Tauren orcs have become the subservient laborers of the wolf orcs. "Do you not resist?" Zyge, while inquiring about a prairie Tauren, could not help but express his curiosity. In his view, Tauren are renowned for their immense strength. Should they rise in rebellion, they would surely pose a formidable challenge to the wolf orcs. Resistance? Have we never resisted? But is it of any use? They possess sharp teeth and curved blades, while we are weaponless, came the resigned reply from a prairie Tauren. Nonsense. What were you wielding when you arrived here? Before Zyge could interject, Biden, filled with skepticism, brandished a confiscated axe used by the Tauren before the prairie Tauren's eyes. "That was a reward for me and my brother for our good behavior and obedience, granted by the high-ranking wolf lords, so that I could bring something back to my wife and children." The Tauren answered candidly. It turns out that obedient and well-behaved slaves are allowed to accompany their masters in plundering, bringing home the spoils, a time-honored and effective method of managing slaves. Within this lowly caste, a hierarchy emerges, where the most obedient receive minor benefits from their masters, living slightly better than their fellow slaves, thus inciting competition among them to serve their masters diligently. "Can we return to the prairie? My child is still ill." One of the Tauren brothers tentatively inquired. Chapter 32. Zyge disregarded the two honest Tauren brothers, as his true negotiation target was the young wolf knight at the forefront. Since the wolf orcs are the ruling class, having enslaved the Tauren, it is only with this young wolf that discussions regarding trade can prove fruitful. Conversing with the two Tauren would yield no benefit. From Zyge's perspective, he would have preferred to negotiate with an elder, at least an adult wolf orc. Why? Because older individuals tend to consider matters more comprehensively. Unless one is an impulsive, hot-headed elder, it is clear to any discerning individual that trading with Zyge, or rather with the humans of Grey Bear Village, offers only advantages, not disadvantages. If trade can lead to increased wealth, why engage in life and death struggles? However, the young wolf orc might not share this sentiment. Youth is often marked by impulsiveness and fervor. Zyge speculated that even among orcs, as with humans, impulsiveness and passion characterize adolescence. This trait can be both a virtue and a vice. The advantage lies in that passionate youths are seldom mere spectators to injustices, but rather pioneers for their people. The disadvantage, however, is that they are easily swayed and can make hasty decisions without fully considering the ramifications. The dilemma is that the only resource Zyge currently possesses is this singular young wolf knight. Capturing additional prairie orcs next time would pose significantly greater challenges. Regardless of whether this young wolf knight survives to return to his tribe, the prairie orcs will be alerted to the dangers in the area and will dispatch far greater numbers with heightened caution. The next opportunity for a civil discussion with the prairie orcs could well be fraught with difficulties, perhaps requiring a bloody toll. Once blood is shed, the prospect of trading with the prairie orcs will drift further out of reach, escalating conflicts until a fierce battle ensues. For now, persuading this young wolf orc is paramount. If Zyge fails to convince him, he cannot allow the young knight to return alive to the prairie. He must either kill him and incinerate the body to erase all traces, or bind him and take him to the nearby Silver Dome City, turning in the captured prairie orcs to the local imperial garrison. Capturing 3 prairie orcs could be regarded as a significant achievement, possibly opening up other opportunities for Zyge. However, when Zyge presented his proposal for trade to the young wolf knight, as anticipated, the youth erupted into laughter. Why would we trade with you feeble and cowardly humans? In truth, the young wolf was not entirely wrong in his assertion. After all, whenever the prairie orcs raided, the humans of the village would either retreat into fortresses or hide in the mountains, leaving deserted villages or towns for the prairie orc horde to pillage. Consequently, the vast and sacred Odin Empire to the south of the prairie had naturally cultivated an image of cowardice and timidity among the prairie orcs. Humph! Are you not afraid I will slay you? Zyge feigned a threat, pressing his meat-cutting knife against the young wolf's throat. Zyge had no real intention of killing the young orc. Rather, he sought to gauge the youth's resolve. Often, many may outwardly display a fearlessness that belies the trepidation within. With a little pressure, they may crumble. Kill? We wolf orcs have never feared death. Ha ha! Were it not for your despicable methods, how could I have been captured by you? Our prairie wolf warriors are born fearless. Let me tell you, I gained renown in my tribe at the age of 10. At that time, I tamed a battle wolf all by myself. I am a prairie wolf warrior. Death? I do not fear it. The young wolf knight's bravado did not seem feigned in the slightest. Troubling. This young wolf orc was proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. The most concerning aspect was the young warrior's claims. Zyge instructed Biden and the others to interrogate the two Tauren orcs, receiving confirmation of the astonishing tale. A 10-year-old child taming a prairie giant wolf as a steed is akin to a 10-year-old attempting to train a horse. It is worth noting that many 10-year-olds in the real world are still in the 3rd grade. It is said that prairie giant wolves possess a fierce and volatile temperament. Compared to taming horses, the difficulty is not even in the same league. Humans often suffer injuries when breaking wild horses. Yet, the prairie giant wolf is a carnivorous beast, with razor-sharp fangs. One careless moment could lead to the tamer becoming the tamed. The fact that this young wolf orc was able to tame a prairie giant wolf at the tender age of 10 speaks volumes of his pride. Such a proud young wolf, that even if Zyge were to release him now, he might very well turn back and lead an entire horde of prairie wolf orcs, along with a large contingent of their so-called cow slaves. Seeking revenge, do not be deceived by the small size of their tribe. Among the prairie orcs, every individual is a soldier. Their numbers dictate their military strength. The Haguspu tribe, although small, likely boasts at least 100 or so members. Should over 100 prairie wolf soldiers descend upon Gray Bear Village, the 8 men of Biden's group would be akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Within a mere morning, Gray Bear Village would be reduced to ash and bone. In such a scenario, Zyge would fare no better than that foolish night village chief, who only caused the death of 4 villagers. While Zyge could potentially doom the entire village and perhaps himself as well. What to do? Is it truly necessary to kill these 3 prairie orcs? Or should they be handed over to the local garrison in Silver Dome City? Do wolf orc warriors merely boast? Zyge exited the interrogation cellar of the young wolf orc, taking a moment to collect his thoughts, when suddenly an idea struck him. Perhaps he could employ the tactic of provocation. What boasting? The young wolf orc was momentarily taken aback by Zyge's shift in tone, but soon grasped the insinuation, responding defiantly, Humph! The men of our prairie wolf tribe never engage in empty boasting. To tame a prairie giant wolf at the age of 10? I have heard of true prairie warriors who can catch a wild bull with their bare hands and shoot an eagle from the sky with a bow. If you are such a warrior, I would immediately release you, for I admire such valor. However, if you are merely a braggart, how tall were you at 10? I suspect you could hardly reach the belly of a giant wolf when standing. How then could you have tamed it? Orcs who boast are looked down upon. Zyge's voice dripped with disdain as he spoke, spitting as he did so. Zyge's words struck a chord with the young wolf orc. It was indeed true that he had tamed the prairie giant wolf, the very beast he rode upon, yet at the time of taming, it had merely been a pup. Had it not been for the innate affinity between wolf orcs and prairie giant wolves, he might have met a grim fate. The unyielding young wolf orc was unwittingly ensnared by Zyge's words. You cowardly human, what gives you the right to look down upon our prairie wolf warriors? Whether in wrestling or archery, I am renowned in my tribe. The baiting tactic proved effective. The young orc, much like any ordinary youth, was filled with impulsiveness and fervor, eager to prove himself. What? Just you? Shall we have a contest? Among our group, my archery is considered the weakest. If you can best me, I shall grant you the chance to compete against our archer, Jack. If you triumph over Jack, I shall set you free. Zyge had contemplated this matter moments ago. Since the young orc required plundered supplies to prove himself, he would similarly be eager to demonstrate that he was a warrior of the Prairie Wolf clan under the provocation of challenge. In Chapter 33, Archery Skills, the young werewolf orc's eyes brightened as he heard, "If you defeat us, then you may go free." In truth, the young werewolf orc had been anxious in his heart, pondering how these humans could be so formidable. No matter what he said, this human seemed to discern whether his words were truthful or deceptive. Had they unwittingly compelled them to speak the truth? Did they possess some magic that forced honesty? Little did he know that the so-called magic of truth-telling was merely the effect of separate interrogations. In this low magic world, the only interrogation method these savage orcs were familiar with was brutal coercion. This was a matter of perspective. Magic, to orcs, was both mysterious and terrifying. Despite the young werewolf orc's earlier bravado, he felt a tremor of apprehension at the thought that this seemingly frail human might be a legendary mage. His earlier bravado was merely a reflection of the long-standing pride of the wolf clan and a smidgen of stubbornness, a desire for a swift and honorable end. The reason for his refusal of Zyge's proposal to conduct business was that he fundamentally doubted the sincerity of this youthful mage who could wield truth-telling magic. For centuries, who had ever heard of humans engaging in any business with orcs? When humans encountered orcs, or vice versa, it was typically to kill or capture them as slaves. Business? A delusion. Who would have thought that this human mage wished to compete in archery against them? What splendid fortune! Archery was a forte of the prairie orcs, especially of the wolf clan. If there was a chance to escape, it must be seized. Anyone who did not would be a fool. Most importantly, Zyge and his companions had not resorted to any brutal torture thus far, and had maintained a gentle demeanor, which instilled a sense of daring within the young werewolf orc. If these humans were not the ruthless murderers they seemed, the likelihood of their honoring the agreement was considerably higher. Humph. But that would only hold true if you could defeat us first. Zyge replied with confidence. However, Biden, who stood nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. The last time the prairie orcs had infiltrated Grey Bear Village, Jack had provided support with his bow and arrows from the rooftop, only to be shot down by 3 wolf cavalrymen, each one hitting their mark, with one arrow striking his heart. This proved that the werewolf clan was indeed a proficient archery race. Biden was well aware of his nephew Jack's abilities. Although Jack was an archer, he had yet to reach the level of a master marksman. When compared to the skilled prairie orcs, Jack could only hope for a draw at best. As for Zyge, there was no need to elaborate. After spending 2 to 3 months together, Biden had only seen Zyge use a bow once. Although blessed by the ice goddess, the ability to shoot frost arrows and achieve great distance with precision were 2 entirely different matters. During the last skirmish in the village, Zyge had primarily engaged in close-range shooting, where hitting a target was relatively easy. However, this time they would be competing in both distance and accuracy, a far more challenging endeavor. Competing against an opponent in long-range accuracy required exceptional archery skills. While Zyge had been able to produce the waters of the Fountain of Life to heal them, Biden felt grateful yet anxious about whether Zyge could truly handle archery. Zyge wished to compete in archery against the opponent. If he lost, he would allow these prairie orcs to leave safely. Wasn't that tantamount to letting them go free? After all the preparations made to capture them. Zyge, might you reconsider? Biden gently tugged at Zyge's sleeve, requesting a moment outside. Biden, you must proceed with confidence. These orcs must be released. The most crucial matter now is to establish a relationship with them and conduct business. Killing them serves no purpose. Letting them go free would only invite their contempt and ultimately lead to retaliation. Their small tribe of prairie orcs lives a harsh life. If they realize we are trustworthy, we might just conduct successful dealings. What do you think? A few days prior, Zyge had checked the last hero skill he had brought from the Dota world. Discovering it was the Nagasiren split arrow, which allowed him to hit multiple targets at once. Skills brought from Dota also carried character attributes. Archers in Dota possessed a talent for hitting their targets with near certainty, ensuring accuracy. However, Zyge could not reveal this truth to them. He could only persuade them with reason. That moment, Zyge realized that sometimes, keeping his secrets was quite a burdensome task, as he had to conjure up a set of justifications for everything. It was exhausting. Before long, the young werewolf orc and 2 Taurens were brought to an open area, their feet still bound by iron chains. The rules of the competition were simple. Zyge and the young werewolf orc would stand in place, each having the opportunity to shoot 3 arrows. One side would shoot first, followed by the other, with the same target, thereby allowing for a comparison of their archery skills. The one who shot with the greatest accuracy would be declared the victor. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds would triumph, and it did not matter who shot first. If the young werewolf orc defeated Zyge, he would then have the right to compete against the archer Jack. Should he win against Jack as well, he he could swagger away with his 2 Taurens in tow. Once Zyge outlined the rules, the young werewolf orc felt a surge of joy within. This method of competition favored him most. Grey Bear Village was geographically closer to the prairie, and the prairie orcs regarded the grasslands as their backyard, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Archery on the prairie was unlike that in other locales. The constant winds greatly affected accuracy. The young werewolf orc had learned archery since childhood, capable of drawing a bow at 3 and hunting at 5, adapting to the harsh conditions of shooting on the prairie. Whenever these prairie werewolves went hunting, they instinctively accounted for the wind. Moreover, the werewolf orcs often shot while mounted on their werewolves, making ground-based shooting even easier. It was akin to transitioning from a hellish mode to a simpler one. The latter felt remarkably easy in comparison. Those humans, accustomed to the warm and comfortable south, would undoubtedly struggle to shoot arrows on the prairie. The more the young werewolf orc thought about it, the more he reveled in his advantage. You may shoot the first arrow. The target is yours to choose. To demonstrate good faith, Zyge allowed the young werewolf orc to take the first shot, even returning his bow and arrows. Establishing business with this small werewolf clan was Zyge's objective, and this gesture would make him appear magnanimous. The young werewolf orc chose a small tree approximately 200 meters away as his first target. To be fair, hitting a target at 200 meters with a bow was relatively achievable, provided one selected quality materials and crafted a sturdier bow. However, accurately striking a target from such a distance was considerably more challenging. At 200 meters, even a door plank appeared diminutive. It was true that the more powerful the bow, the further it could shoot, but drawing the bow required significant arm strength. This meant that while aiming at the target, one needed to maintain considerable strength to hold the bowstring, posing a high demand on the archer's abilities. The young werewolf orc estimated that the tree's trunk was roughly the size of his thigh. Hitting it at 200 meters would make him a top-tier marksman within his tribe. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a prairie wolf warrior. The young werewolf orc fully drew back his hunting bow. Feeling an inner delight, whoosh, thud, he steadied his breath and calmly released his first arrow. The arrow soared straight through the air, arcing slightly due to the distance, yet it struck the small tree firmly. He hit the target. Biden, Jack, and the other observers were deeply impressed by the young werewolf orc's archery skills. At such a distance, while Jack could manage to hit the target, his success rate was merely 1 in 2. As the young werewolf orc's arrow embedded itself in the tree, the bearded Biden and Jack exchanged a meaningful glance, both sensing that they did not hold high hopes for Zyge's victory in this archery contest. 200 meters was simply too far, and the tree's trunk was far too slender. Biden's gaze toward Jack conveyed encouragement. It seemed necessary for Jack to prepare himself, for only if Jack triumphed over this young werewolf orc would they stand a chance in this competition. Upon seeing his arrow lodged in the tree trunk, the young werewolf orc let out a gentle sigh of relief. He himself had not been entirely confident in his ability to hit the target from 200 meters. Now, all that remained was to see how this human mage would fare. Competing in archery against a prairie orc performing at full capacity was simply an invitation to humiliation. Before the young werewolf orc could even finish his thoughts, Zig had already drawn the bowstring of the war bow borrowed from Jack in a feigned display of effort. Zig pretended to aim before releasing the arrow. Although Zig was not skilled in archery, he could still put on a show. After all, had he never seen a pig run, despite never having eaten one? What followed was the manifestation of the incredible accuracy bestowed upon him by the archer's innate talents from the Dota system artifact. His arrows would never miss. Zig switched his status to that of a great Naga but refrained from employing the split arrow skill. Thud. Zig's arrow struck firmly into a small tree in the wilderness. The young werewolf orc was taken aback. This shouldn't be possible. At such a distance, how could this human mage possibly hit the target? 200 meters away in the open field, compounded by the northern winds, it was already a feat for him to hit the target. How could this mage manage it? The expressions of Biden and his companions nearby became even more colorful. Chapter 34. The result of the archery contest as Zig's subordinates, it was only natural for Biden and his group to respect him. But privately, they did not believe Zig possessed the ability to hit a target from such a distance. Yet now, they were all wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Goodness, what is happening?" When had Lord Zig developed such remarkable archery skills without revealing them? But upon reflection, it was understandable. How long had Biden's crew been associated with Zig? Although they had never witnessed Lord Zig shoot an arrow, surely every noble had their instructors in archery. With this thought, it became logically plausible that Zig could strike a target 200 meters away. Despite the abuse and harshness from his stepmother, Zig must have learned archery in his childhood. Thus, this successful shot might just be a stroke of luck. Right? Yes, it must be luck. Yet luck could sometimes determine the outcome of a contest, and young Master Zig's fortunate shot ensured that the humans would not lose. Following a round of hushed conversations, Biden's group exhibited expressions of relief. The werewolf orc youth's face, however, darkened. With both arrows hitting their mark, it would be difficult to declare a victor, a stalemate. According to the best-of-3 contest rules, he would need to win the next 2 rounds to secure his freedom. He could not fathom how a mage capable of casting truth-telling spells could possess such extraordinary archery skills. Wasn't it said that mages, like their orc shamans, were frail from their constant immersion in magic? How could this young mage draw a bow so accurately? However, it was the human mage who would shoot first in the next round, and he had yet to choose his target. Holding the war bow, Zig was filled with exhilaration, a delightful sensation coursing from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. He felt magnificent, akin to receiving an unexpected bonus in his paycheck. Ecstatic, Zig prepared to continue shooting, confident that he would hit his mark. If he was to select a target, it ought to be something more challenging. Then 2 rather unfortunate eagles happened to fly over the field where Zig and the others were competing in archery. They circled twice, likely drawn by the sight of small game like wild rabbits below, unaware of the impending danger. Thus, Zig knocked 2 arrows onto the bow, drew it back fully, and aimed at the 2 soaring eagles. No way! Lord Zig intended to shoot eagles, and to hit 2 at once. How could that be possible? The reactions of Biden's group, especially Jack, the archer, were filled with astonishment. Shooting birds in the sky was vastly different from targeting ordinary animals. Firstly, one could not ascertain the flying height of the birds, as there were no reference points in the sky, leading to a lack of depth perception. Without depth perception, one could not determine the appropriate force or lead time. Secondly, birds flew at high speeds and not in straight lines. Even if one calculated the lead time, it could prove useless if the bird veered off course just as the arrow was released. In Jack's mind, he was shouting, "Lord Zig, please don't. Even if luck is on your side, do not become overconfident." Meanwhile, the werewolf orc youth was even more terrified. An orc capable of hitting soaring eagles would undoubtedly be revered among the grassland orcs. Why did the werewolf tribe only occupy 70% of the grasslands? It was simply because the remaining 30% was held by a skilled shooting orc race, the centaurs. Otherwise, with the ferocity of the werewolf cavalry, the grasslands would have long been dominated solely by their tribe. The centaur orcs were respected for their archery skills, which allowed them to become another upper class on the plains, thus safeguarding many gentle orc races, such as the taurens and the half-sheep orcs. Numerous peaceful grassland taurens and half-sheep orcs who had not fallen under the yoke of the werewolf tribe sought refuge within the territories of the centaur orcs. Among the werewolf orc clans, there was great admiration for skilled archers. Should a clan member manage to strike a flying eagle, they would earn the title of Aqui, meaning divine archer. Such orcs were highly sought after and cherished by any grassland tribe. The leaders of smaller tribes would often marry off their daughters to these divine archers to keep them. Larger tribes might offer even more, bestowing 1,000 slaves and subjects upon the divine archer to retain their services. In the small tribe known as the Hegus, there had yet to be a single individual worthy of the title of Aqui. In fact, the vast majority of tribes on the plains had never seen an Aqui, highlighting just how challenging it was to strike a soaring eagle. If one could hit 2 eagles in a single shot, Walt the young werewolf orc could scarcely imagine it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that this human mage was a dual genius in both magic and archery? The werewolf orc youth desperately reassured himself. He refused to believe and did not wish to accept that such a paragon of archery, a rarity among the plains, could arise from a frail human. Yet all hopes were dashed. Zig drew the bowstring taut, inhaled deeply, aimed at the 2 circling eagles, and released the arrows. The 2 arrows soared through the air as if guided by an unseen force, tracing graceful arcs before striking the eagles in their abdomens. The unfortunate eagles, caught off guard, flapped their wings in pain before plummeting straight down. The eyes of everyone present followed the descent of the eagles. A double hit. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. Lord Zig possessed such miraculous archery skills. This was the collective thought of Biden's group. Goodness. An Aqui had emerged among humans. Oh, divine warrior of the skies, legendary wolf Attila, please do not forsake our werewolf tribe. The werewolf orc youth nearly fell to his knees in prayer. The legendary wolf Attila, the divine warrior of the skies, was indeed the deity worshipped by the werewolf orcs, depicted as a werewolf. Ah, it's your turn. After shooting, Zig elbowed the still-dazed werewolf orc youth. Your turn for what? If I could hit a flying eagle, I would already be the acquis of my tribe. The werewolf orc youth thought to himself. Feeling as though 1,000 llamas were stampeding through his mind, cough, cough, there are no eagles in the sky now. I can't shoot. At this moment, the werewolf orc youth could only save face, concocting an excuse that the 2 eagles had already been shot down by Zig to mask his own inability to hit them. Oh look, there's another one flying over there. Zig pointed to a solitary eagle approaching from the sky, likely just a latecomer to the hunt. What? How could there still be another eagle? There wasn't one just now. The werewolf orc youth was utterly at a loss, lamenting why 3 eagles had appeared today. If it hadn't been for this eagle, he might have shot at another target. If this human sharpshooter and mage made a mistake, the werewolf orc youth might have had a chance to win. After all, the first arrow had been a tie, but with the arrival of another eagle, he had no choice but to shoot. Though hitting it would still mean defeat. The difference between a double hit and hitting a single bird was vast. However, failing to shoot would be far too embarrassing. What to do? He had no choice but to shoot. The despairing werewolf orc youth reluctantly knocked his hunting bow, hoping against hope that fortune would favor him. But contrary to his wishes, with a swift whoosh, the arrow flew skyward, only to fall limply back down without hitting anything. The eagle in the sky seemed to caw in mockery, as if to say, "Ha! You missed me." Defeated. The werewolf youth had utterly lost. Chapter 35. Before the deal, can we now discuss the matter of the deal? Zig said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Betting on archery was merely a means to assert dominance over the unruly werewolf orc youth, in a savage tribe like this. To persuade the werewolf orc clan, one can only resort to such methods. However, the ultimate goal is to engage in trade with this nomadic orc tribe. Means are means, and ends are ends. Zig is acutely aware of this in his mind. What? You truly wish to conduct business with us? The werewolf orc youth was taken aback. Initially, he believed that the mysterious human's talk of trade was merely a ruse to deceive him. Yes, for what he aimed to deceive him about. That was secondary. He needed to remain vigilant. Once on guard, he would be cautious of any tricks the human might employ. Yet, to his surprise, this human brought up the idea of trade a second time, which lent some credibility to his words. After all, this human had gone to great lengths to capture him, causing him no harm, and even challenged him to an archery contest. Perhaps this was indeed his intention. After all, what could a single small tribe offer him? The werewolf orc youth began to seriously contemplate Zig's proposal. It was evident that the once defiant werewolf orc youth had softened considerably. Though orcs are known for their savagery, they also possess a straightforward nature. They hold great respect for any warrior of considerable ability. This sentiment is shared among many barbaric tribes. The more warriors there are, the stronger the tribe becomes, leading to better living conditions for its members. Of course, I come in the name of peace between humans and orcs, Zig declared fervently, presenting himself as a staunch pacifist. While in reality, he merely sought to solidify his position as village chief through the pursuit of profit. Reflecting on his situation, Zig found it rather tragic. In the novels he had read, protagonists effortlessly claimed territories and amassed followers upon entering other realms. Whereas he struggled to secure even a modest position as village chief, despite his considerable efforts. How disheartening it was. The terms of the trade were simple. We shall exchange 1 iron pot for 200 sheep. How does that sound? Zig stated unequivocally. Based on his recollections from the internet, he recalled that during the period of full-scale war between the nomadic tribes and the Central Plains dynasties, the price of iron pots was set at 1 pot for 200 sheep. Such a price was quite reasonable given the scarcity of resources during wartime. Zig believed that, in the context of the fierce rivalry between humans and nomadic orcs, this price was indeed fair. Despite the seemingly large number of 200 sheep, livestock was abundant on the grasslands. A single herder might only possess 300 to 400 sheep and cattle in total. Yet, they would be willing to trade, as iron pots were both a necessity and a pricey commodity for their way of life. Zig estimated that 200 sheep represented the highest price he could offer. However, he was uncertain whether the nomadic orcs deemed an iron pot to be worth such a sum, as they inhabited a different world. Nevertheless, Zig was unwilling to lower his price, as it was his target price, and if the orcs found it excessively steep, they could negotiate. After all, isn't bargaining a common practice when purchasing goods? Unless, of course, the orcs were incapable of negotiation. To his surprise, the werewolf orc youth showed no inclination to haggle. Upon hearing the proposed price, he pondered seriously and eventually murmured in agreement, as if the price seemed quite favorable to him. This indicated that Zig's assessment was indeed correct. The value of an iron pot on the grasslands should hover around 200 sheep. Economic principles are akin to natural laws, and these laws are inescapable for any living being. For instance, if I possess a bottle of water and I am not thirsty, it holds a mere value of 1 currency unit to me. However, should you find yourself parched at that moment, you might ascribe a value of 2 currency units to it. And if your thirst intensifies, you may even be willing to pay 3 currency units for that very bottle. If I were to sell it to you for 1.5 currency units, I would profit 50 cents, and for you, it would likewise represent a gain of 50 cents, or even $1.50. It is precisely because both parties benefit from the transaction that there exists a strong desire to engage in it. Taking the iron pot as an example, for the nomadic orcs, its value is 200 sheep, since livestock is abundant on the grasslands, yet iron pots are neither sourced nor produced there, though they possess ample sheep and cattle. Conversely, for humans who have advanced ironworking techniques, raising sheep is not as straightforward. Without the grasslands, one must venture into the mountains to gather fodder. Due to spatial constraints, livestock must also be housed, and fodder is often scarce. A household in the Holy Odin Empire might manage to rear a mere 10 sheep at most. The scarcity of sheep leads to significantly higher prices for mutton within the interior of the Holy Odin Empire compared to the grasslands. A single sheep might be valued at 30 to 40 silver coins in human society, while an iron pot might only fetch a few copper coins. Zig could not make unilateral decisions regarding this trade. However, with his sister's impending marriage, he hoped to secure an iron pot as a dowry, ensuring she would not be mistreated in her new home. He intended to return and discuss this with his father. Believing that his father would agree, as exchanging 1 iron pot for 200 sheep was quite reasonable on the grasslands. The werewolf orc youth expressed his thoughts sincerely, laying bare his position. Indeed, the orcs were a straightforward and primitive race, openly revealing their bottom line. However, this was understandable, for both the Tauren and werewolf clans remained in a very primitive state. Only Zig, hailing from a society with a highly developed modern commerce, recognized the significance of price negotiation. Naturally, Zig could not make exorbitant demands, such as asking for 1,000 sheep in exchange for a single iron pot. Despite their lack of trading experience, the orcs were not foolish. Demanding 15 currency units for a bottle of water would only lead to a one-time profit and not sustainable trade. The purpose of trade is mutual benefit, not unilateral profit. If Zig set his price too high, the orc tribe might opt for pillaging rather than trading. Only when both parties profit can the business endure over time. The subsequent arrangements unfolded smoothly. The werewolf orc youth and his 2 captive Tauren were released. To demonstrate goodwill, Zig borrowed a small pot from the blacksmith Finn, one suitable only for boiling a small amount of water, and presented it to the werewolf orc youth as a token of earnestness, instructing him to take it back as a deposit. There was no need for violence. The werewolf orc youth left with an iron pot, leaving him somewhat bewildered with happiness. Barclay. This was the name Zig learned from the werewolf orc youth during their exchange upon his release. Watching the 3 nomadic orcs depart on a raft along the Salmon River, Zig and his companions promptly returned to Grey Bear Village. With the departure of these nomadic orcs, Zig had even more tasks ahead of him. First and foremost, he had no means to repay the borrowed iron pot from Finn. Consequently, Zig proposed that Finn join the venture as a shareholder. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that Finn be involved in the trade with the nomadic orcs, for he was the only blacksmith in the village capable of forging pots. Zig intended to establish a cooperative to oversee transactions with the nomadic orcs. Though he had never run a company, he understood the operational dynamics of one. The cooperative would serve as Zig's preliminary trial run for establishing a business aimed at encouraging greater participation from the villagers. Only by demonstrating the benefits of aligning with the village chief could Zig firmly retain power. From the perspective of a village chief, only by leading the villagers toward prosperity could he earn their genuine support in his role. Otherwise, without providing tangible benefits or addressing their basic needs, a mere imperial appointment would render Zig a nominal leader without the villagers' loyalty. Lacking their support, he could never transform Grey Bear Village into his domain, let alone pursue further ambitions. Chapter 36. The Cooperative. Moreover, establishing the cooperative as a shareholding entity would provide Zig with an opportunity to earn some income point. One should not assume that the profit margins from exchanging an iron pot for 200 sheep would be exceedingly high. Zig alone could not capture all the profits. Supply, sales, transportation, and husbandry all required manpower. The impoverished populace of the Holy Odin Empire was barely scraping by, leaving little to no funds for purchasing mutton. Only local officials and nobles residing in the towns possessed the financial means to indulge in mutton. Zig estimated that the number of nobles in Tucktown was insufficient to absorb such a surplus of sheep. Thus, sales would need to extend to several towns governed by Silver Peak City. To reach these numerous towns, Zig and Biden, along with their scant 8 companions, would be wholly inadequate. More villagers must be enlisted to assist with sales. Only the villagers of Grey Bear knew the routes to those towns and the small country roads leading to them. This necessitated involving some villagers as shareholders responsible for sales, not only providing the cooperative with manpower but also binding some villagers to him through shared interests. Zig understood a fundamental principle: only when everyone shares in the bounty will he continue to enjoy the spoils. This philosophy of shared benefits ensures that any leader's position remains secure. It is evident that if a lord possesses all the wealth while his soldiers suffer from hunger, few among them would be willing to fight for him. Simply avoiding rebellion would be a feat in itself. The reason for not involving all the villagers in the cooperative is quite straightforward. It is essential for the villagers to understand that only those who support and hold the village chief, Zig, in high esteem, are entitled to partake in the benefits he brings. Thus, when selecting shareholders for the cooperative, priority is given to those villagers who have previously contributed to Zig's endeavors. Naturally, those who do not endorse and support Zig will find themselves excluded from his circle of benefits. When the other villagers observe a small faction, loyal to Zig, enjoying the privileges bestowed by their inclusion in his profit-sharing group, while they themselves continue to struggle with meager meals, they will inevitably yearn to join Zig's circle of benefits. To gain entry into this group, there exists but one criterion: an earnest support and admiration for Zig's position as village chief. Zig is not innately versed in the intricacies of wielding power. Rather, he has gleaned these insights from the vast resources available on the internet, including novels, films, and critiques. Such is the advantage of living in the age of the internet, where knowledge ranging from the rudimentary to the profound is readily accessible. The cooperative shares are provisionally allocated as follows. Zig holds 20%, each of Biden's group possesses 1%, the blacksmith Finn commands 10%, and the remaining 30% is reserved for villagers willing to join Zig's cooperative in the future. As the number of participants increases, the herds of sheep brought by the prairie orcs will require caretakers until they can be sold, necessitating additional hands. These new members will not command substantial shares, typically ranging from 1 to 2%. Yet, do not underestimate the significance of that 1%. In the Holy Odin Empire, a single sheep fetches 30 to 40 silver coins, and a similar price applies to a cow. Selling 200 sheep equates to 8,000 silver coins, and 1% of that amounts to 80 silver coins. Meanwhile, what is the income of the villagers from Grey Bear Village? 0, with their sustenance relying on potatoes and bread mixed with wood chips and bark. The villagers of Grey Bear may never have encountered such wealth. This distribution is temporary but entirely reasonable. Blacksmith Finn is responsible for crafting iron pots, a role integral to the cooperative, while Zig, as the leader, receives a modest 20%. Biden and his companions, being the founders of the cooperative yet not actively involved in its operations due to other commitments, justifiably hold 5%. In truth, none of the current members of the cooperative, aside from Zig, comprehend the implications of shareholding, including Biden and his associates. This group of former lowly soldiers, now guardians, lacks basic numeracy skills. They can count to 10, perhaps even 100, but concepts such as 10% or 5% entirely baffle them. If asked to calculate 5% of 8,000, they would likely resort to banging their heads against a wall. They are content to rely on Zig, confident that as village chief and cooperative leader, he will distribute the profits among them, without concern for the actual shares they hold. This ignorance stems from a lack of education. In the modern world, such arithmetic would be child's play, yet in the Holy Odin continent, only clergy and nobility are literate, while soldiers remain illiterate, of course. Once they receive their shares of wealth, comparisons will ensue, and they will come to understand the significance of their holdings. Speaking of Biden and his group leads us to Zig's forthcoming initiative, defense. Zig intends to construct a large watchtower. These 2 towers, positioned east and west, will be situated on the southern bank of the Salmon River to enhance surveillance capabilities. Zig has also decided to renovate the original small watchtower, adding a sturdy grass hut atop it, further reinforcing its structure. This will not only provide comfort for the watchmen but also allow for the storage of reserve bows and arrows, transforming it into an arrow tower in case of danger. Under Zig's command, his 8 guardian knights, led by Biden, along with a few willing villagers, spent 10 days erecting the 2 new watchtowers. Additionally, Zig instructed Biden and his team to lay various traps along the route to Grey Bear Ridge. This is Zig's precautionary measure. Should Buckley, the werewolf, abandon the idea of trade and instead consider a no-risk plunder with his entire tribe of wolf riders and minotaurs, Such preparations will bolster the safety of both himself and the villagers. Time passed swiftly amidst the urgent preparations, and after 15 days, Zig finally received word from Buckley. Yet, anxiety gnawed at him. Even if Buckley is willing to honor the agreement, what of his werewolf tribe? Would the chieftain of the Higas clan refrain from pursuing a no-risk venture? Zig must remain vigilant, for his adversaries are the fierce prairie orcs. Therefore, he has taken extensive precautions. First, he has stationed archers Jack and Faboden atop the 2 large watchtowers by the riverbank. Should they detect any signs of prairie orcs from other directions, they are to sound the alarm immediately, preventing any encirclement. Zig does not trust that the prairie orcs will treat him as he treats captives. He has no desire to become a slave or be devoured by the werewolves of the prairie. Secondly, he has organized the villagers of Grey Bear to retreat into the deep forests of Grey Bear Ridge, a task made simpler by their familiarity with fleeing to the mountains when prairie orcs approach. Thirdly, he has prepared 2 wooden rafts by the Salmon River, with 2 individuals stationed on each raft to guard them, ready for an immediate escape. According to the agreement, when Zig ascends to the northern bank of the Salmon River, he will also bring a standard large iron pot favored by the prairie orcs. This sizable pot will serve the orcs well for cooking meat and boiling water, proving to be an invaluable asset in their daily lives. You question whether that human truly possesses a magical ability to compel honesty? In the ruins of North River Village, an elderly werewolf approached Buckley. Buckley's father, the elderly werewolf, had traveled far and wide in his youth and had once heard the tribal shaman speak of humans and elves who wielded magic. Among the most mysterious and fearsome of these magics was the art of mind control, said to manipulate individuals, rendering them akin to puppets. Naturally, Buckley's father categorized Buckley's description of the truth-telling magic as a form of mind control. This enigmatic power evoked both fear and respect in the elderly werewolf. A mage versed in such magic must be formidable, and it is a privilege to conduct business with such a powerful sorcerer. Thus, the elderly werewolf chose the night of the full moon to meet with this formidable human mage in his non-combatant form. Little did the elder werewolf know that the so-called truth-compelling magic was merely a method Zig had learned from police dramas. A rudimentary interrogation technique familiar to any police academy graduate or enthusiast of crime dramas in modern society. As for whether this mage harbors ulterior motives, the elderly werewolf has contemplated this. And thus he has prepared contingencies. It remains uncertain who will be watching whom. Indeed, that human mage possesses the ability to discern which of our words ring true and which do not. Moreover, he is an exceptionally skilled archer, having once shot down 2 hawks with a single arrow. Buckley emphatically affirmed this, for Zig's impressive presence had left a lasting impression on him. If the notion of a truth-compelling magic left him feeling apprehensive, the feat of shooting 2 hawks with 1 arrow filled Buckley with genuine admiration. Buckley, my dear brother, it seems you have been bewitched by his mind control, aside from the great Sky War god and his 7 valiant warriors. Who else could down 2 hawks with a single shot? Another young werewolf, clearly skeptical of Buckley's account, interjected. Chapter 37. Trade and the Werewolf Clan. The elderly werewolf, named Kapushkin, is the father of young werewolf Buckley. The other young werewolf, named Pashiko, is Buckley's older brother. In contrast to young Buckley, Pashiko has reached adulthood and has participated in several raids against human villages, holding a strong disdain for the feeble human race. His presence at this trade was merely due to the insistence of their father, Kapushkin. In his view, it would be far simpler to simply raid the human village rather than go through the hassle of exchanging sheep. Pashiko, my dear brother, I am not under the spell of that human mage's mind control. My 2 cow slaves can attest to that, Geralitu, Zahatai. Come forth and repeat what you have witnessed. The young werewolf Baklef held deep respect for his elder brother. In order to substantiate his claims, he summoned 2 Tauren orcs who had been captured alongside him that very day to bear witness. Indeed, my esteemed master, every word spoken by young Master Baklef is the absolute truth, declared Pashiko, one of the captives. We were present at the time, right beside Master Baklef, and we witnessed firsthand the sorcerer wielding mind magic, who remarkably shot down 2 hawks with a single arrow. The Tauren orc named Zahatai approached the 3 werewolves, performing a gesture of subservience and recounting the events as they transpired. Being of a lower caste among the prairie orcs, Zahatai felt compelled to speak the truth, for there was no possibility of evading the dispute between the 2 masters. Theo remained silent, would invite punishment from Baklef, while revealing the truth could lead to a similar fate at the hands of Pashiko. He had resigned himself to the likelihood of being whipped in Zahatai's eyes. Pashiko had always been a figure of brutality, yet to his surprise, Pashiko refrained from lashing out in rage at Zahatai. Instead, He stood with his arms crossed, one hand stroking his chin as he fell into deep contemplation. When Zig and the burly Biden, accompanied by the swordsman Lawrence, cautiously arrived at the ruins of North River Village, they were met with a scene of utter desolation. For the sake of safety, Zig instructed the stealthy assassin Ian to scout the area before they ventured into the ghostly remnants of the abandoned village. Even prior to entering, he ensured he had a clear escape route in mind. Zig was a man who harbored a profound fear of death, a jest, indeed. After all, their adversaries were werewolves, ferocious beasts renowned as the tyrants of the plains. Backlef, the young werewolf, had been easily deceived, but the others might not be so gullible. As Zig set foot on the northern bank of the Salmon River, he repeatedly reminded himself to exercise utmost caution. The werewolf race was likely an evolution of prairie wolves, and despite their striking appearance, wolves have always surrendered to the strong while preying upon the weak. This behavior is vividly manifest in the animal kingdom. Regardless of the species of wild carnivores, they invariably target the young, the frail, or the elderly, never daring to confront robust prey in their prime. This is a fundamental instinct of wild carnivores, and wolves epitomize this predatory behavior. Zig surmised that if werewolves were indeed derived from such carnivorous wolves, they likely inherited similar instincts. Therefore, when interacting with this race, one must never exhibit any signs of weakness, lest they be regarded as prey. Thus, while being cautious in the presence of these werewolves, one must never display fear. Dealings with such a race necessitate a display of strength. As Zig walked, he envisioned the demeanor he ought to adopt during the impending transaction. Entering the dilapidated North River Village, he encountered shattered door panels, blackened walls, and broken windows. Some window frames had not completely fallen, swaying eerily in the howling northern wind, a testament to the years of abandonment. The village, deserted for over a decade, bore this haunting visage. Though the structures had yet to collapse, from the watchtower of Bear Village, one might assume it to be a complete settlement. Yet, if left unattended for decades, these dilapidated homes would gradually decay and collapse, revealing their true nature as an abandoned ghost town. Presently, North River Village resembled a chilling tale of horror, a plight bequeathed by the marauding prairie orcs. Zig pondered the fate of the villagers, recalling what the blacksmith Faye had told him, that Chuck's eldest daughter, Belinda's sister, had married into this village. Since its desolation, Chuck had never seen his daughter again. Life for the inhabitants along the northern border of the empire had become truly wretched. Zig couldn't help but utter a sigh. However, as he lamented while rounding a crumbling stone house, he unexpectedly spotted 3 humans on the desolate village path. Zig's heart raced with anxiety. North River Village was supposed to be deserted. Could it be haunted? Summoning his courage, he observed closely. There were no ethereal figures, no disheveled hair, nor white garments. The 3 individuals he encountered were all male and cast shadows. Let us tentatively refer to them as 3 men. Their attire bore no resemblance to that of the inhabitants of the Holy Odin Empire, appearing instead akin to a primitive tribal garb. They were clad in animal skins, wearing leather caps, and each bore a curved blade at their sides, accompanied by 3 prairie direwolves nearby. Prairie direwolves, could it be? Zig recalled that werewolves were a unique breed among the orc races, capable of shifting between their wolf forms and human forms, rendering them enigmatic in the eyes of ordinary humans. Werewolves were not uncommon within human society. Following the extermination of the forest orcs, many forest werewolves were sold into arenas and gladiatorial pits, forced to battle for their lives. To heighten the entertainment value, slave traders often presented them in human form, allowing them to transform into their werewolf state mid-fight, creating an electrifying atmosphere that drew eager crowds. Gladiatorial matches featuring werewolves commanded exorbitant ticket prices, often doubling or tripling, as the werewolves' transformations significantly enhanced their prowess, allowing them to triumph over seemingly dominant opponents. While the noble spectators were fueled by adrenaline, the slave traders profited immensely from the betting stakes, reaping rewards beyond mere ticket sales. Nevertheless, the population of forest werewolves was scarce, far outnumbered by their prairie counterparts. Following the annihilation of the last forest orc tribe 40 years prior, only a little over 1,000 werewolves had been captured, with fewer than 300 capable of serving as gladiators. Tragically, these forest werewolves, like many fierce orc races, perished in the brutal contest. In recent years, werewolf gladiators appeared only sporadically, and it was said that these rare contenders were actually prairie werewolves. The rarity of werewolf gladiators had made any match featuring them a lucrative venture for slave traders. Zig found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether the prairie orcs were more ruthless in their raiding, or if the humans who reveled in blood sport were the true monsters. For the sight of blood ignited such excitement among the spectators. As he considered the implications of the three werewolves appearing before him in human form, Zig discerned the truth. The trio clad in animal hides were indeed the young werewolf Baklef, along with his father and elder brother. The shortest among them was unmistakably Baklef, appearing youthful and brash. Baklef spotted Zig and his companions, yet the three did not make a move. Instead, both groups stood still, scrutinizing one another, before they simultaneously approached the center of the desolate path, a clear indication of caution on both sides. After a distance of about 10 meters, both parties halted. It was evident that while Zig remained wary of the three werewolves, the werewolves equally regarded them with suspicion. The atmosphere was tense, marked by an eerie silence that hung in the air. Ultimately, it was Zig who broke the stillness. The youthful werewolf Baklef, with a hint of flush on his cheeks, was about to respond when he was interrupted by a robust young werewolf standing beside him. Human, my dear brother, informs me that you are a transcendent being among our kind, a true alki. I wish to witness your remarkable skills, if you would permit. The young werewolf, Baklef's brother Pashiko, revealed through his words a distinct lack of respect for the human before him. Zig appraised Pashiko, precisely as he had anticipated. The werewolves would never simply take Baklef's word for it. What he had not foreseen was that his method of interrogation had been perceived as a form of mind magic by the elder werewolf. The werewolf tribe, like many martial and barbaric cultures, reveres the valiant. It is not merely a matter of conducting business with them. To engage with such a race, one must possess notable skills. Zig had just begun to utter an affirmative response. Yet before the word could escape his lips, the elder werewolf, Kapushkin, restrained the young werewolf, Pashiko. This human has come to trade with us. Such impudence is unacceptable. In contrast to his two sons, Kapushkin exhibited a greater sense of composure. Faced with a human mage who might wield mysterious mental magic, maintaining a respectful demeanor seemed the most prudent course of action. Although Kapushkin harbored doubts about his younger son Baklef's account, he could not dismiss the fact that this seemingly frail human had indeed captured his impulsive son without inflicting any harm, later releasing him back to the plains. According to the customs of the prairie orcs, a captured member of the tribe must pay a ransom to return to their clan. Yet this human had demanded none. Instead, he had gifted Baklef a small baking pot to bring back to the tribe. Chapter 38. The splitting arrow and calculation. The larger werewolf tribes occupied the lush pastures near the river, amassing excess fodder in autumn to sustain their livestock through the winter. The Higas tribe, however, was a meager werewolf clan, barely surviving on a barren stretch of pasture deemed unworthy by larger tribes, where they grazed cattle and sheep. This desolate land could sustain their livestock in summer. Yet come winter, the already sparse grass withered, failing to support the multitude of animals. Even in the summer months, the pastures available to the Higas tribe provided no surplus fodder for feeding. As winter approached, many of their livestock faced starvation, and Kapushkin, the chief of the Higas tribe, was naturally consumed by anxiety. In past years, to survive the winter, they had often resorted to raiding, but small villages yielded little in terms of supplies, and larger towns were heavily guarded by human soldiers, rendering a forced assault perilous. For a tribe with a limited population like the Higas, any loss of life was unacceptable. At this critical juncture, Baklef returned with news of a human seeking to trade. The elder werewolf, now of advanced years, found it improbable that a potential mage would capture a prairie orc merely for amusement. Since the human had expressed a desire for trade, Kapushkin decided to bring his two sons to investigate. However, he did not approach unaccompanied. As the wise elder and leader, he brought with him a contingent of warriors from the Higas tribe, over a dozen in total, lying in wait in the nearby snow. The contrasting black and white fur of the werewolves provided excellent camouflage, affording Kapushkin a variety of options. If this human truly sought to engage in commerce and was indeed a mage, then a fair trade could alleviate the tribe's winter woes. Conversely, if this human were merely an ordinary, feeble individual, having deceived Baklef with some trickery, then there would be no hesitation in exacting a bloody price for his audacity. Should this human harbor any nefarious intentions, the warriors concealed nearby would be ready to respond. Kapushkin's sons were unaware of this plan, fearing that their loose tongues might betray their father's stratagem. Should the human be a genuinely powerful mage capable of wielding mental magic, revealing their ambush could spiral the situation beyond his control, leading to dire consequences. Hence, Kapushkin believed that maintaining sufficient respect until the human's true nature was discerned was the most prudent choice. The elder werewolf was secretly pleased with Pashiko's provocative behavior towards Zig, yet outwardly, he maintained an air of decorum. Fear not. If a werewolf warrior wishes to see, let him observe. Zig nonchalantly waved his hand. Inwardly, however, Zig reveled in the opportunity to showcase his archery prowess. Bring me a bow, he commanded, extending his hand for Lawrence to pass him a bow, one hastily constructed and inferior to the hunting bow used by the archer Jack. Yet sufficient for his needs. With bow in hand, Zig surveyed the sky and spotted several crows perched upon a withered tree, approximately 200 meters away. How unfortunate for you, Zig mused silently, drawing the bowstring taut and activating the splitting arrow skill. 5 arrows were loosed simultaneously, soaring through the air. Swish, 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 5 crows were struck down, plummeting from the dead tree, while the startled survivors took to the sky in a cacophony of cries. Stunned silence enveloped the onlookers. A miracle! This was nothing short of divine. Biden, the bearded warrior, stared wide-eyed, convinced that this was indeed the legendary blessing of the war god. Having traversed the land, Biden firmly believed that this was the fabled blessing recounted by bards, the waters of life. The ice arrows simultaneously favored by both the goddess of nature and the goddess of ice and snow. Now, to strike down 5 crows in one shot was a feat only a warrior blessed by the war god could achieve. Biden's usually sharp mind seemed to falter. If hitting 2 eagles in one shot was miraculous, then striking 5 crows was unequivocally divine. This indicated that Lord Zig's archery skills had reached an extraordinary level. Could it be that a new legendary hero was about to emerge? According to the tales passed down by bards across the continent, legendary heroes often began as mere mortals, yet through divine favor. They accomplished great deeds, some becoming emperors, others renowned rangers, or even wealthy magnates. It was said that the founding emperor of the Holy Odin Empire, His Majesty Augustus Beegleaf, triumphed over formidable foes, establishing the revered empire through the favor of the supreme deity. Odin. Truly, Lord Zig was magnificent. Having saved the handsome Lawrence's life, Lawrence's admiration for Zig had grown, his thoughts primarily occupied by women. Yet now he could only revere Zig's demonstration of skilled as for the 3 werewolves involved in the trade, Capushkin, Pashiko, and Baklef. There was no need for further persuasion. The moment 5 crows fell simultaneously, their faith was secured. Was there any doubt? Their eyes nearly fell from their sockets in disbelief. From their expressions, Zig perceived a myriad of emotions: astonishment, admiration, relief. A rich tapestry of feelings played across their human faces. With this display, the subsequent negotiations proceeded smoothly. Pashiko, though astonished, showed adequate respect for a formidable individual. Mr. Zig, these 200 sheep are the agreed-upon quantity. Please count them. Capushkin, the elder werewolf, quickly transitioned from his brief moment of surprise to the matter at hand. At his command, a flock of sheep emerged from the snow behind the 3 werewolves. As Zig beheld the sheep, his eyes sparkled with delight. For the impoverished Grey Bear village and himself, these sheep represented a veritable treasure trove of gold and food. Zig felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Notably, among the 2 shepherd slaves driving the flock, one was the cow slave Gurlit, whom Zig had encountered before, while the other was a ragged human. Zig wondered if this human was also a werewolf in human form. However, he appeared distinctly different from Capushkin and his kin, who wore decent leather garments, while this individual resembled more a slave. According to Baklef's earlier descriptions, the Hegish tribe was a weak clan, unlikely to possess the means to capture other werewolves as slaves. Could this shepherd actually be a human of our kind? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zig pointed at the shabby shepherd herding the sheep. Indeed, this is a human, a gift accompanying our trade, as a token of our sincerity. In truth, Capushkin brought this human captive for 2 reasons. Given that this was their inaugural trade, if the humans proposing the exchange were hostile towards orcs, the arrangement could potentially be a trap. Presenting this human slave allowed them to gauge the human's reactions. Should it be a ruse, Capushkin would swiftly ascertain the danger, enabling his side to seize the upper hand. As the leader of a small orc tribe, Capushkin could not afford to be reckless. If this group of humans truly exists solely for the purpose of trade, and if Zig is indeed a wizard, then let this human captive serve as a complimentary gift to the other party. After witnessing Zig's extraordinary feat of shooting down 5 crows in one shot, Capushkin naturally regarded the human slave, tending to the sheep, as a present. I am sincerely grateful for this generous gift. I shall take him back with me, Zig remarked, clearly intrigued by this unexpected offering. Given that this human was captured by the orcs of the plains, he might possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts and fates of other abducted northern inhabitants. As stated by Old Chuck, the village elder of Grey Bear Village, the northern residents seized by the orcs over the past few years have essentially vanished without a trace. This individual appears to have been in the clutches of the orcs for many years. He may very well have additional information about the countless humans captured over the years. For decades, numerous residents from northern villages have been taken by the orcs, and all have seemingly disappeared, leading to the grim conclusion that those taken by the orcs are presumed dead. Nonetheless, villagers like Old Chuck, whose loved ones have been captured, cannot help but ponder the fate of their kin, whether they live or have perished. Perhaps this human, gifted by the werewolf clan, holds knowledge about the whereabouts of Old Chuck's eldest daughter. Subsequently, Zig began to discuss the specifics of a long-term trading arrangement, wherein he, as a modern individual, held a considerable advantage. Wholesale, utilizing contemporary bulk trading methods to entice the orc traders. If only a single iron pot is exchanged, the orcs must pay Zig 200 sheep for 2 iron pots. They only need to offer 190 sheep per pot. For 3 iron pots, the price drops to 180 sheep each, and so forth. If the transaction exceeds 10 iron pots, the orcs need only pay 100 sheep per pot. The orcs, who have always adhered to straightforward trading practices, were utterly unaccustomed to such a method. While they were not strangers to trade on the plains, an iron pot is worth 200 cattle or sheep, which is the standard price between orc tribes. They had never encountered a system where the more one buys, the cheaper the price becomes. What is wholesale? This is wholesale. Zig aimed to enlighten these rustic orc traders about the power of modern commercial strategies. The more one purchases, the lower the unit price. He intended to render these orc traders irresistibly captivated. Although they had never seen it before, the 3 werewolf orcs opposite Zig began to grasp the essence of wholesale. However, calculating such figures was not a task they could accomplish in a short time. Even Kapushkin, the composed and meticulous elder of the werewolf clan, struggled to ascertain the numbers despite counting on his fingers for an extended period. If they traded for 5 iron pots, how many livestock should they pay? After some deliberation, he thought it might be 500. No, perhaps 800. 800 seemed wrong as well. Was it 700? Alas, the more he calculated, the more confused he became. Zig had not anticipated this situation. The fact that the werewolves were counting on their fingers indicated their willingness to trade. Otherwise, what would be the point? Yet, this seemingly simple arithmetic had nearly left them in disarray. This was the consequence of their lack of mathematical education. In the real world, even an ordinary third-grade student would surpass them in skill. Zig felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration at their finger-counting antics. Esteemed warriors of the werewolf clan, it is quite simple. Consider it 1,000 sheep for 10 iron pots. Zig, who exhibited a mild tendency toward obsessive-compulsive behavior, could not help but suggest that they adopt a more straightforward approach of calculating in whole tens and hundreds. I see. If we trade a smaller quantity, we must exchange 200 sheep for 1 pot. But if we trade in larger quantities, we only need 100 sheep for 1 pot. This revelation did not come from the steady elder Kapushkin, but rather from his eldest son, the young werewolf named Pashiko, who grasped the concept first. After Pashiko deduced the result, Kapushkin experienced a moment of clarity, yet he was immediately confronted with another dilemma. But we cannot gather so many sheep at once. We must reserve some lambs for winter. Otherwise, we shall have no sheep next year. You can exchange the iron pots for sheep with other herders. We will offer you 1 iron pot for 100 sheep. And on the plains, you can trade 1 iron pot for 200 sheep. This way, you will certainly profit. Seeing that the werewolf traders had finally grasped the concept, Zig pressed on in his view. For a long-lasting trade relationship to flourish, Kapushkin's side must also yield profits. The great philosopher, Old Ma, once stated that a capitalist would take risks with a 50% profit, trample upon all earthly laws with a 100% profit, and dare to risk the gallows with a 300% profit. This iron pot trade could enable them to turn 100 sheep into 200 with a single transaction. With such high profit margins, Zig was confident they would be tempted. Zig handed over the iron pots to the 3 werewolf orcs, thus completing the trade. This transaction left both parties exceedingly satisfied. Baklev's sister, Kapushkin's youngest daughter, was to be wed in the spring of the following year, and for the orc people, gifting an iron pot as part of the dowry was a matter of great pride. After marrying into the family, the husband and mother-in-law would often treat such a richly endowed bride with kindness. Zig, too, received 200 sheep in the Holy Odin Empire. A single sheep is valued at 30 to 40 silver coins. Selling all 200 sheep would yield 6,000 to 8,000 silver coins, equivalent to 60 to 80 gold coins. To the affluent nobles of the Holy Odin Empire, this sum was merely a trifling matter. However, For an ordinary impoverished citizen who would be elated to earn a few copper coins, 100 silver coins would suffice to sustain a family of 3 for 2 years, of course. The significance of this transaction extended far beyond mere material gain. It established a stable cooperative relationship for future long-term trade. For the Capushkin family of the Higish tribe, they would no longer fret over obtaining a warm drink during the winter or the survival of their livestock through the cold months. They could keep a few lambs for breeding, while the remaining livestock could be slaughtered for food or sold to Zig and his fellow humans. The following spring, they could trade iron pots with other orc tribes for even more cattle and sheep. For Zig, although utilizing a wholesale approach meant an iron pot could only be exchanged for 100 sheep, how much was one iron pot really worth? Not even 100 copper coins. With the establishment of a long-term trade relationship, this would not merely be a trickle of income, but rather a continuous river of wealth flowing abundantly. Profits. These were staggering profits. Following the completion of the trade, Zig crossed the Salmon River on a wooden raft that had been waiting for him at the riverbank, returning to Grey Bear Village. The 200 sheep, neither too many nor too few, took nearly an hour to transport back to the village using 2 rafts. Subsequently, Ian, the stealthy assassin who had been lurking on the northern riverbank, returned to report a chilling piece of news to Zig. After Zig and his companions had departed, Ian, concealed in the snow on the northern riverbank, discovered that in addition to the 3 werewolf orcs who had openly traded with Zig, there were several more lurking in the snow. These were all werewolf warriors in their wolf forms, numbering about a dozen, and after the trade concluded, they emerged from the snow, surrounding the elder werewolf Capushkin as they made their way toward the plains. Are you certain those lurking in the snow have all left? This news sent a shiver down Zig's spine, simultaneously instilling a sense of relief while heightening his vigilance. It became clear that not only did Zig harbor doubts about the werewolves, but the werewolves themselves did not entirely trust Zig, the human. Moreover, their preparations were far more thorough. Had it not been for Zig's display of the great Naga's splitting arrow in front of the werewolves, he shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Were they preparing to thwart Zig's treachery? Or were they contemplating an ambush to eliminate Zig and seize his possessions, conducting a transaction without any investment? Regardless of the reason behind the werewolves' ambush, Zig felt a profound sense of fear at his own negligence. They must have all departed. The stealthy assassin Ian was cautious. Not only had he remained hidden in the snow for an extended period, but after confirming that all the werewolves had retreated, he meticulously observed for a long while to ensure there was no possibility of a surprise attack before returning to report to Zig. In any case, Zig had made a grave error this time. Although he ultimately completed the trade safely and returned with 200 sheep, he could not guarantee that luck would favor him again in the future. The presence of so many concealed werewolf warriors, unnoticed by the lookout in the watchtower, prompted Zig to consider that the issue might not stem from the sentry's negligence, but rather that the black and white fur of the plains werewolves provided them with excellent camouflage in the snow. Akin to the effect of camouflage clothing. What a terrifying adversary, yet also a partner. Aside from ensuring that the lookout tower was manned in shifts, Zige commanded Biden and the others to sleep fully clothed with their weapons at hand that night, to guard against any incursions from the prairie werewolf orc tribe under the cover of darkness. However, as time passed, the prairie werewolf orcs did not return to plunder. Nonetheless, from that moment on, Zige never relaxed his vigilance regarding security. Herding 200 sheep back to Grey Bear Village immediately drew the attention of the villagers. To the prairie orcs, 200 sheep were merely a small flock, as a single family of prairie orcs typically tended 300 to 400 cattle and sheep. And it was not uncommon for a powerful prairie orc tribe to possess over 1,000 head. Yet for the common impoverished citizens of the Holy Odin Empire, they had never beheld such a multitude of sheep before. The flock filled the village paths, and many villagers curiously peered at the thickly woolen sheep, speculating where the newly arrived noble village chief had procured such a chaotic bunch. After corralling most of the sheep into a pen, Zige instructed Aunt Mary and the Minotaur slave, Giant Stone Johnson, to take 2 sheep to Tucktown in exchange for money and to purchase several pounds of flour to bring back to the village. As evening fell, Zige ordered the slaughter of 2 sheep, one to be roasted over the fire and the other to be stewed for a grand feast of lamb for the entire village. That night, numerous bonfires were lit in the wilds surrounding Grey Bear Village, with the largest bonfire boasting a whole roasted lamb, golden and crisp, its aroma wafting through the air. Smaller bonfires surrounded it, each bearing an iron pot filled with bubbling lamb stew. All the villagers' bread ovens sprang to life, for Chief Zige had distributed a pound of flour to each household, enabling them to bake fragrant white bread. It was only when many villagers began to knead the dough and prepare to bake that they realized their ovens were either covered in dust or their chimneys blocked. In their efforts to clear the chimneys, many villagers emerged covered in soot. Yet the villagers of Grey Bear were jubilant. For many, it had been years since they had tasted white bread. Those who emerged blackened from chimney cleaning could not help but chuckle at the prospect of indulging in white bread, their bright smiles revealing gleaming white teeth. Chapter 40. Dividing the lamb among the classes. Little Chuck was the youngest and only son of Old Chuck. He still remembered the last time he savored soft, fluffy white bread, which had been 2 years prior when his sister Belinda gave birth to a son with the blacksmith. Fane, in his elation, Fane had brought out all the flour in their home to bake a large loaf of white bread, slicing it to share with Old Chuck and several relatives, and Little Chuck had been fortunate enough to enjoy 2 slices. Since that day, for a full 2 years, his diet had consisted solely of potatoes and black bread. And even the black bread was sporadic, especially after Grey Bear Village had suffered at the hands of 4 knightly village chiefs this year. Little Chuck had not even eaten black bread mixed with tree bark and wood shavings, instead subsisting on boiled potatoes every day. Thus, he had grown thin and dark, a typical appearance of someone suffering from prolonged malnutrition, which reflected the condition of the majority of Grey Bear villagers, all of whom faced nutritional deficiencies. Now, Little Chuck was also covered in soot, for their oven's chimney had been blocked, and with Old Chuck now in his 60s or 70s and several sisters married off, the task of cleaning the chimney fell to Little Chuck, who was in his 30s. Just as he finished clearing the chimney and descended from the roof, Belinda, the blacksmith's wife, delivered a large, freshly baked white bread to Old Chuck's home, already sliced and warm. The aroma of the bread wafted from a distance, prompting Little Chuck to rush over, for he had heard that his brother-in-law, the blacksmith Fane, had acquired shares in the village chief's venture. Although he did not comprehend what shares entailed, he knew that Fane had received a substantial 10 pounds of flour, while other villagers received only 1 pound each. Without pausing to speak or wash his hands and face, Little Chuck eagerly grabbed a slice of the fragrant white bread and took a hearty bite. His hands left a trace of black soot on the pristine bread, and the slice bore a large crescent-shaped bite mark. The untouched edges of the bread inadvertently wiped some soot from the corners of his mouth. Yet, Little Chuck cared not. He was simply delighted to eat. Old Chuck, accustomed to frugality, had hidden away most of the pound of flour, intending to use only a small portion to make white bread and save the rest for black bread, thus prolonging the time they could have bread. Even if it was black bread, it was still bread, was it not? Little Chuck, in his haste, devoured the entire slice in just 3 or 4 bites, stuffing his cheeks full, nearly choking without water. Yet he continued to chew, relishing the dry, fragrant sweetness of the white bread. Slow down, his sister Belinda chided, casting him a disapproving glance. At your age, you ought to act more mature. It's high time for your father to find you a wife. Grey Bear Village was exceedingly impoverished. Whenever the prairie orcs came, it was always the first village to be harassed. Villages further south would receive early warnings from Grey Bear, and though all were poor, those villages fared slightly better. Consequently, the girls of Grey Bear often married into other villages, while few were willing to wed a villager from Grey Bear. Many of the village boys remained bachelors. Like Little Chuck, who was over 30 and still unmarried. Belinda, are you not concerned about wasting flour by baking so much white bread? You ought to save some for future baking. Old Chuck did not respond to Belinda's remarks, his heart aching at the sight of so much flour being used. Father, you should have a piece too, Belinda insisted, shoving a slice of bread into Old Chuck's hands. Old Chuck, inhaling the aroma of the white bread, took a cautious bite. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. It was the long-forgotten taste of white bread. Surely, he was not dreaming. Soon, Old Chuck placed his kneaded dough into the oven, and moments later, the delightful scent of baking bread filled the air. The white dough gradually transformed into a golden hue, rising and becoming fluffy in the oven, as the family gathered around, beaming with smiles, eagerly awaiting the bread's emergence. Similar scenes unfolded in every household in Grey Bear Village that day. Some families earlier, others later, all anticipating the arrival of freshly baked bread. Every villager bore a smile, for it had been far too long since they had enjoyed soft, fluffy white bread. For ages, the villagers of Grey Bear had subsisted on potatoes and black bread mixed with tree bark and wood shavings. Families like Chucks and Fanes considered themselves fortunate, while others had not tasted white bread in years. As the villagers inhaled the fragrance wafting from the ovens, a sense of happiness seeped into their very beings. The entire Grey Bear Village was enveloped in tranquility, yet within each home, a palpable joy thrummed. However, The fragrant white bread was not the most anticipated delight of the night. The true highlight would be the whole roasted lamb and the dozens of pots of lamb stew. As night fell, all the villagers brought their freshly baked bread to the village square, gathering around the bonfires to share in the feast of lamb. Once darkness descended, the bonfires blazed brightly, the golden, crisp whole lamb sizzling and crackling, its fat melting and dripping onto the flames, causing them to leap and dance joyfully. The aroma of the roasted lamb wafted in all directions. The villagers had never tasted lamb, nor had they ever inhaled the scent of roasted lamb before. Many could not help but drool at the enticing aroma. This lamb had been roasted since the afternoon by Biden and his companions, who had already consumed the heart, kidneys, and other organs. A.S. Zige's trusted confidants, Biden and his group indulged in the first batch of white bread. Naturally, they had to treat their own. Aunt Mary, besides purchasing flour in Tucktown, had brought back sesame seeds and spices. The bread they enjoyed was sprinkled with sesame seeds. Now, these seasonings were being used on the whole lamb, and as soldiers, Biden and his comrades were well-versed in outdoor grilling, making the whole lamb a simple task. With 200 to 300 villagers in Gray Bear, it was impossible for them all to gather around the whole lamb, more congregated around the numerous pots of lamb stew. Most villagers had not eaten meat in years. The last time they had feasted upon meat was over a decade ago when a few villagers managed to hunt a deer. However, that deer was divided only among those who had participated in the hunt, leaving only a scant few with the opportunity to partake now. As they inhaled the aroma of the roasted lamb and the fragrance wafting from the stew, they could barely contain their salivation. The villagers of Gray Bear Village endure a life of considerable hardship, subsisting primarily on potatoes and a coarse black bread mixed with tree bark and wood shavings. For them, the aroma wafting from a pot of lamb soup signifies not merely the fragrance of meat, but rather the essence of happiness. As the iron pot bubbles away with the broth, it isn't long before some villagers can no longer resist the urge to partake. They scoop out the chunks of lamb with spoons, slicing them into pieces without any seasoning, and each receives but a small morsel. They savor a bite of lamb, pairing it with the white bread they have baked at home, and some villagers cannot help but shed tears of joy. How delicious it is! How exquisite! Those fortunate enough to taste the lamb instinctively glance toward Zige, the new village chief seated by the central bonfire. All of this bounty is a result of his arrival. The villagers' gazes soften, imbued with emotions ranging from guilt to gratitude, and even admiration. While all villagers receive their share of lamb and flour, it is worth noting that many had previously hurled stones or spat at Zige when he first arrived in the village, their eyes now filled with remorse and shame. Despite the slaughter of 2 sheep appearing plentiful, when divided among 200 or 300 villagers, each person receives but a meager piece of lamb, barely enough to satisfy. Yet, joy abounds, for it is the first time they have tasted meat, reveling in the flavor it brings. Smiles adorn every villager's face as they sip the lamb soup and enjoy their white bread, engaging in cheerful conversations, laughter echoing around the bonfire. The roasted lamb is sliced by Zige and his companions, who generously distribute the succulent meat to the villagers who approach for their portion. Those who aided Zige in constructing 3 watchtowers receive larger shares of lamb, including the blacksmith Fayin, several relatives of Old Man Chuck, and a few other supportive villagers, each receiving a sizable piece of roasted lamb. Meanwhile, those who did not assist Zige can only watch enviously as their neighbors receive far more meat than they do. "Mama, why do they get more lamb than us?" a little boy, who had once spat at Zige, innocently inquires of his mother. Their pot of lamb soup quickly empties, and the boy, still savoring the taste of lamb, watches a villager gnawing on a generous piece of roasted meat, unable to suppress his drool as he tugs at his mother's arm. Yearning for another taste, it's because they worked for the village chief. His mother replies helplessly, resorting to serving him a few extra spoonfuls of soup to soothe him. Zige desires precisely this reaction. Villagers who had previously extended their assistance not only enjoy more roasted lamb, but also receive a greater share of the lamb soup. He aims to create distinctions among the populace. Those who support him will reap more rewards than those who do not. In the month or so since Zige's arrival, only a handful of villagers have assisted him, a mere few among the 200 or 300. As Zige worked on the watchtowers and prepared weapons to combat the Orcish marauders, only a dozen or so lent a hand, mostly comprising close kin of Old Man Chuck and blacksmith Fayin, perhaps totaling just 7 or 8 households. He intends for these families to prosper beyond their peers. To receive more than the others is merely the beginning. Once the cooperative is established, those who have aided him will be prioritized for shares. And when the rest of the villagers come to understand the benefits of investing, their allegiance to him will deepen. He seeks to demonstrate to all villagers that following him leads to ample food. Clothing and wealth, Chapter 41. The significance of class. Of course, at present, no villager is privy to Zij's grand design. Soon, the well-fed villagers gather around the bonfire, engaging in jubilant dances and singing, the atmosphere becoming increasingly vibrant. Zij circles the bonfire, astonished to find that not a drop of soup remains, nor a morsel of lamb. Several villagers who have yet to join the dance continue to gnaw on lamb bones. The remnants of sinew and meat cling to the bones, and they persist in their efforts to extract every last bit, chewing for flavor. Many may question the necessity of establishing class distinctions when the scene is so filled with joy. Would it not be more appealing to create a society where everyone thrives together? Zij too aspires to establish an egalitarian utopia. However, as an economics graduate, he understands that such a utopia is but a fleeting dream. Nobel laureate Friedrich Hayek once stated, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions." Throughout history, social classes have persisted. In the Stone Age, those who hunted more effectively accumulated greater wealth. During feudal times, the hierarchy extended from kings and nobles down to the common folk, with each successive tier experiencing greater poverty. In modernity, every nation exhibits a divide between the affluent and the impoverished. Why is this the case? Because class distinctions provide individuals with a direction for their efforts. Each person aspires to improve their circumstances. When one observes their relatives and friends driving luxury cars, donning fine clothing, their wives adorned with exquisite jewelry, and feasting on superior food, envy arises. They yearn for a better life. This desire for improvement fuels ambition. In the Stone Age, primitive humans aspired to a better existence, striving to enhance their hunting skills. In doing so, the tribe's wealth increased, resulting in a more abundant food supply capable of sustaining more children, thereby enabling the tribe to flourish. During feudal times, nobles enjoyed superior lives compared to commoners. If commoners wished to escape poverty and live like nobles, they had to strive to become nobility, either by serving the king or the nobility, often at the front lines of battle, earning their status through valor. The establishment of the noble class during feudal times invariably served the purpose of warfare. Only the brave had the opportunity to ascend to nobility and enjoy a more prosperous life. The stimulation of noble privileges encouraged commoners to fight bravely, enabling their nation to triumph in wars against others. However, in feudal times, opportunities for warfare were limited, resulting in a rigid class structure wherein the poor remained poor and the nobles continued to thrive. In contemporary society, if one desires a better life akin to that of the wealthy, they must strive to accumulate wealth. Once a class structure is established within a nation, the lower tier is invariably more populous than the upper tier. Forming a pyramid shape. At the pinnacle of this pyramid, there may only be one or a few individuals, while the number of individuals increases as one descends the layers, culminating in the base, the impoverished class, which is often the largest. At this juncture, some may argue that not all nations exhibit a pyramid-shaped class structure. Take the United States, for instance. Scholars have remarked that the American class structure resembles a bullet shape or a spindle shape, with the fewest individuals at both the top and bottom, while the middle class, or the bourgeoisie, constitutes the majority. A healthy nation should ideally have a majority comprised of the middle class. However, these so-called scholars often lack a comprehensive understanding. They see only the surface without recognizing the underlying reality. Why? Because the United States no longer exists in isolation from the world. In the context of globalization, the lower tiers of American society have effectively been outsourced in the form of capital. If one were to consider the United States as a closed entity, who would manufacture the everyday goods needed by its populace? Would the middle class willingly toil on assembly lines producing toothbrushes or toilet seats? Thus, the actual social structure of the United States, or indeed the global social structure, remains pyramid-shaped, with many arduous and labor-intensive tasks still performed by those at the bottom of the pyramid. The difference lies in the fact that due to capital influence, the burdens of the lower tier in developed countries are often outsourced to poorer nations. Consequently, those who assert that the United States possesses a spindle-shaped social structure are either misinformed or willfully blind. Or perhaps they simply indulge in the ignorance of American citizens. So, why have modern commercial nations supplanted feudal ones? It is because the class structure of modern commercial societies allows for mobility. The idle rich may squander their fortunes and descend into poverty, while the industrious poor can amass wealth and rise to affluence. The greater the internal social mobility within a nation, the more vibrant it becomes. Conversely, if a nation primarily comprises a stagnant middle class, it will inevitably grow rigid. The feudal state fell into stagnation precisely because the class structure became entrenched, with nobles remaining nobles and commoners forever common, leading to repeated uprisings and revolts against oppression. This echoes an ancient Chinese proverb, flowing water does not rot, and a door hinge does not become infested. What, then, occurs in a society devoid of class? Taking Zige and the villagers of Grey Bear as an example. If, in the future, every time Zige earns money through trade and distributes lamb and flour, the shares are equal regardless of contribution, then over time, those villagers who have worked for Zige will find themselves in the same position as those who have not, enjoying lamb and flour simply by remaining idle at home. What motivation would there be for those who have assisted Zige to continue putting forth effort? Do not presume that this is the end. If time were to stretch a little longer, even Biden and his entourage would be reluctant to follow Zige's lead. Since everyone else is content to reap benefits without exerting effort, Biden's group, despite their considerable contributions, finds themselves receiving the same rewards as the villagers of Grey Bear Village who have not lifted a finger for Zige. Is it not reasonable to assume that Biden's group feels a sense of imbalance? Given enough time, they may dissolve their partnership or, in a more severe scenario, eliminate Zige and pursue their own independent ventures. The essence of hierarchy lies in the principle that effort begets reward. Therefore, why does Zige not simply withhold even a morsel of lamb or a pound of flour from those villagers who have not assisted him? It is because Zige presently bears the title of village chief. A lack of gesture would be unacceptable. He must demonstrate to all the villagers of Grey Bear that his arrival signifies their access to meat. Moreover, this action is, in fact, far more damaging than withholding the lamb entirely. Why? Because those villagers who have tasted lamb and received benefits from Zige will inevitably feel envy when they observe the supporters of Zige enjoying delicious lamb daily, while they themselves cannot even savor a sip of broth. The uninitiated may not desire lamb, but those who have relished its flavor will undoubtedly yearn for it again. This is akin to a poor person in the contemporary world, who, having never seen a Ferrari, may not wish to purchase one, believing that a cart is the most convenient mode of transport. However, once one has seen a car, the desire to possess one becomes irresistible due to status, comfort, and sheer enjoyment. Similarly, the ordinary villagers who have tasted lamb and witnessed the supporters of Zige feasting on succulent lamb and soft white bread, while they themselves cannot even sip soup, will naturally come to understand that associating with Zige ensures access to meat. What if the villagers unable to obtain lamb attempt to forcibly seize Zige's lamb and bread? They would be powerless to do so, for those who have already benefited from Zige would protect him. This rationale echoes why kings in feudal states distribute fiefs to nobles. One cannot remain wealthy alone for long. Why sharing wealth among a select group, one maintains their position atop the pyramid. Without the support of these nobles, if all were destitute and only a single king wallowed in riches, his reign would surely be short-lived, potentially ending with him being slain and devoured by enraged commoners. However, with the backing of the nobility, the situation changes. Not only will the nobles protect him, but the commoners will aspire to become nobles themselves, and some may even achieve that status through service to the king, thereby preventing the poor from uniting against him. Even if some impoverished individuals sought to overthrow the king, others might assist him in quelling the rebellion in hopes of becoming nobles themselves. A sentiment not uncommon among soldiers in the army. Only when the commoners of a feudal state perceive no hope of ascending to nobility, such as when they are heavily taxed and oppressed, or when their accomplishments go unrecognized, does the king's rule face imminent peril, as the class structure lacks mobility. This is why, in ancient China, literati officials advised emperors to be clear in their rewards and punishments, often making it the foremost suggestion in their memorials, followed by a plethora of other recommendations. In a similar vein, Zige's establishment of a hierarchy within Grey Bear Village through a cooperative will serve to solidify his position as village chief. At the pinnacle of this pyramid stands Zige himself, followed by the blacksmith Fayin and Biden S group, then those who have aided Zige, and finally, at the base, the villagers who have not contributed at all. Naturally, as the cooperative expands, opportunities will arise for those at the bottom to ascend into the middle tier, and such chances will be fiercely contested. The method of competition will be through diligent work for the cooperative. Or, in other words, for Zige, working tirelessly without idleness, for countless others are eager to take their place. Contributing to the cooperative means accruing substantial wealth. Consequently, within the entire Grey Bear Village, no one will be able to undermine Zige's position as village chief. At that juncture, every word Zige utters will compel others to strive relentlessly to fulfill his commands, requiring no further persuasion from him, even if his directives are misguided. There will be those who will dutifully execute them regardless. While everyone enjoys a feast, dancing, and singing together, Zige refrains from joining in. despite many villagers who have tasted lamb and benefited from Zij's generosity attempting to coax him into dancing, he politely declines. He has more pressing matters at hand, guard duty. This night, Zij must stand watch. In truth, during this night of roasting lamb legs around the bonfire, Zij remains vigilant, his alertness heightened. Both watchtowers are manned to thwart potential raids by the orc tribes of the plains, particularly the Higas tribe. This is not mere paranoia. Zij reflects on his previous oversight. In hindsight, the wolfmen of the orc tribes lying in wait during trade should be regarded as a contingency set by the Higas tribe, either to seize an opportunity for plunder or to guard against any treacherous inclinations from his own kind. Zij can accurately gauge the intentions of the old chief Kapushkin of the Higas tribe, indicating a mutual distrust that is entirely reasonable. Two races, perpetually at odds with one another, differing in appearance, form, and customs, suddenly establishing a trade relationship would naturally breed skepticism. If such trust existed, it would be a rarity indeed. Those who are easily deceived by appearances do not survive long. Yes, the villagers feast on lamb and sip lamb soup. Sentries remain vigilant atop the two large watchtowers. Zij ensures they are well compensated, providing each with a lamb rib, a generous bowl of meat soup, and an entire piece of white bread. Among the watchmen are the archer Jack and the greatsword wielder Fabwa, their mouths smeared with grease as they indulge in their meal. When Zij ascends the watchtower, he finds Jack reclining against a wooden post, having overindulged. Ironically, Jack bears the brunt of the duty, being the youngest and possessing the keenest eyesight. Thus the responsibility of watchkeeping largely falls upon him. Zij intends to relieve him, taking the watch for the night to allow Jack to rest. Initially, Jack protests, insisting that he cannot allow his lord to take his place. Why? Because tonight's dinner has been Jack's most satisfying meal, and having participated in the entire trading process, he knows that such days will become routine. How could he bear to have his lord endure the night watch? If Zij were to catch a chill, his uncle and captain of the guard, Biden, would not let him off easily. He would surely flay Jack alive. On both public and private grounds, Jack has protected Zij, and Zij has once saved his life with the waters of life. This bond of shared existence is unbreakable. Jack places great value on Zij as a lord who cares for the common folk. Zij's actions tonight in distributing lamb demonstrate that he is not like those nobles who indulge in excess within their castles while allowing the food to spoil and the common people to starve. Such lords are few. At least for Jack, Zij is the sole example he has witnessed. Serving under him is an honor, a privilege. Ultimately, it is Zij's authoritative command that persuades Jack to descend from the watchtower. The two large watchtowers built later are equipped with straw huts, and with no wind or snow this night, Zij feels relatively warm in the lower tiers. This clear, cold night is ideal for contemplation. Beyond self-reflection and self-punishment, Zij requires calmness to think. This habit has been cultivated since his middle school days. Back then, the old version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, featuring Tanguaqiang as Zhuge was being aired on television. Zij was most impressed by the portrayal of Cao Cao by Bao Guan, particularly how Cao often suffered defeats yet would swiftly regroup and launch surprise night raids against the enemy camps. These counterattacks frequently turned the tide in his favor, and he never failed. Why is this? Because victors tend to lower their guard, becoming overconfident. After each defeat, Cao's return to the enemy's stronghold often resulted in decisive victories, as he exploited the human tendency to forget caution in times of triumph. Thus, when Cao launched his surprise attacks after the enemy's victories, he encountered little resistance, as many soldiers were celebrating and drinking, leaving a multitude of drunken revelers vulnerable to slaughter. Overconfidence breeds carelessness. This is human nature, a common error we all make, and even Cao Cao, who frequently exploited this weakness, fell victim to it, with dire consequences. His notable blunders due to overconfidence include two instances. One after Zhang Xiu's surrender, where his arrogance led him to demand the company of Zhang's beautiful aunt, provoking Zhang into a furious night attack on Cao's camp. The other following Lu Biao's death, when Lu Tsong's entire Jingzhou surrendered, and the overconfident Cao sought to form an alliance at Chibi. In the first instance of hubris, Cao paid a heavy price, losing his eldest son, Chaoong, and the general Dian Wei, nearly facing total annihilation. The consequences of the second bout of hubris are well known throughout China, culminating in the disastrous defeat at Chibi. While dining in the evening, Cao Cao composed verses about the sparse moonlight and the southward flight of magpies. Yet by the dead of night, his army of 800,000 was reduced to mere ashes, with only 20 to 30,000 escaping in disarray back to the north. He lost vast territories, including Jingzhou and large swathes of southern Anhui. The heavy toll from these two instances of overconfidence far surpassed the sum of all his previous defeats. leaving a profound impression on Chiga, who frequently reminded himself to avoid such blunders. This is the advantage of modern individuals in the internet age, the ability to learn from the historical experiences of others for their own benefit. In contrast, in this low-magic world inhabited by orcs, dwarves, and elves, no one possesses Chiga's advantage derived from the digital era. They lack television, the internet, and a wealth of information. The vast majority of individuals are illiterate. And even the literate nobles and clergy lack the time and means to acquire knowledge. In terms of overall knowledge, those in the internet age possess a significant advantage over any people from any world or time. Even a mere D-class individual would understand far more than the decadent human nobility or the illiterate chieftains of orc tribes. As Chiga ascended the watchtower for his vigil, he sought both to calm himself atop the frigid structure, preventing himself from succumbing to arrogance, and to remain vigilant. Should that elderly werewolf, Kapushkin, return with the prairie orcs of the Higas tribe to launch a night raid on Grey Bear Village, would the contented villagers, indulging in mutton and hearty soup, be able to respond in time? This was precisely why Chiga resolutely forbade Biden and his companions from drinking, despite their numerous pleas, claiming that meat was unappetizing without wine. Chiga remained steadfast in his refusal. Having imposed strict standards on his subordinates, he could not afford to be lenient with himself. A man must hold himself to a higher standard. When Biden and his companions observed Chiga truly taking his post atop the watchtower, they had no further objections, yet they remained perplexed as to why their lord maintained heightened vigilance while everyone else celebrated. Chiga chose not to explain, for how could he convey the concept of hubris, a Chinese idiom, to them? Translated into the common tongue of Odin's continent, it would sound absurd, both joyous and conceited, forgetting one's own shape. Such a notion was impossible to articulate. Thus, Chiga refrained from explanation, knowing it would be a laborious endeavor. Additionally, the origin of the idiom could not be translated. How could he tell Biden and the others about a general from his homeland named Chow, who, in his exuberance, forgot himself and consequently lost his son? His generals and his army of 800,000. That was even more unmanageable. Ultimately, Chiga asserted his authority as lord. Pay no mind to this, return to your rest, and remember to sleep clothed tonight. Keeping your weapons close. Even the phrase to sleep in armor, ready for battle proved cumbersome to translate. So Chiga knew it would be futile to attempt an explanation. After sending the archer Jack down from the tower, Chiga began his watch. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. Throughout the night, he stared blankly at the dark expanse of the northern bank. With nothing to occupy his mind, Chiga began to count the potential earnings from the cooperative. In truth, he was indifferent to the money. What could he possibly do with such wealth in Grey Bear Village? Spend it all on 10 roasted legs of lamb? Thus, he contemplated whom to invite to join the cooperative as shareholders. Without question, blacksmith Fayon was indispensable. Without him, there would be no iron pots, and the cooperative would falter. Chiga allocated shares to Fayon second only to his own, exceeding even those of Biden and the other early martial members of Chiga's cadre. Old Chuck and his son Little Chuck were also included, but the elder Chuck was so frail he could barely move, so shares would only be granted to Little Chuck, Fayon's sister. Jenna and her husband, Zach, could only be counted as one entity. Jenna was quite prolific, having borne 6 or 7 children, and both were out selling sheep, who would tend to their offspring. Furthermore, other close relatives and friends of Fayon and Old Chuck who had ever lent a hand to Chiga would also be considered. However, the remaining 30% of shares still fell short of allocation. If they could not be fully distributed, so be it. Those shares would not be given away freely. Chiga preferred to allow the sheep to sell more slowly than to reward those villagers who had not contributed to his efforts. Otherwise, how could a hierarchy be established? Those who had not previously supported Chiga could not expect to receive shares in the cooperative. What a delusion! Any surplus funds would temporarily be treated as public money to be addressed later. Once those villagers who had not joined the cooperative witnessed the substantial profits from becoming shareholders, they would naturally feel envy, admiration, and jealousy. Almost everyone in Grey Bear Village was interconnected by kinship. Soon, there would be a multitude of people seeking to gain entry into the cooperative through various connections and backdoor dealings, granting Chiga ample opportunity to maneuver. Since they were all relatives and friends, he could establish fair competition. First, one must work for a certain number of years in the cooperative to qualify for shares, and even then, those shares would amount to a mere 1,000th or even 1/10,000th. Who could blame them for having previously turned a blind eye to supporting village chief Chiga? To prosper, one must be willing to be the first to take risks, such as the price of lacking foresight. However, Do not underestimate the value of a mere 1,000th or 1/10,000th share. 200 sheep were just the beginning, with many more cattle and sheep to be brought over from the prairie in the future. A 1/10,000th share could yield an annual income of dozens or even hundreds of silver coins, and potentially more in time. But that is a matter for the future. When Chiga thought of those sheep, his heart ached at the thought of selling an entire one outright. It felt like a significant loss. To put it bluntly, selling sheep by the whole is truly underwhelming. After all, a sheep is a treasure trove of resources. In the early days of the industrial era in the real world, sheep provided a wealth of industrial materials. Chapter 43. The treasure trove that is the sheep. While mutton is undoubtedly consumable, its value in comparison to the entirety of the sheep is relatively low. The most significant aspect is the wool. In the context of the industrial age, textiles made from wool serve as the finest warm clothing. Woolen sweaters, woolen blankets, every woolen fabric is effective in resisting the cold. During the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, wool was a crucial industrial material. Without it, perhaps the British Industrial Revolution would not have advanced so swiftly. With the opening of new trade routes, British textiles flooded foreign markets, spurring a frenzy in the wool textile industry. A booming market led to a scarcity of raw materials, making sheep farming a highly lucrative endeavor. Subsequently, many British nobles expanded their estates, often displacing tenant farmers from their lands, demolishing their homes, and sowing pastures in their place. While it was legal for nobles to evict tenant farmers, as they were the landowners, this resulted in many farmers losing their livelihoods, leading to a surge of displaced individuals migrating to London and becoming homeless. One can imagine the scene of numerous homeless individuals lying before Buckingham Palace. The dignity of humanity is at stake. With so many beggars congregating at the gates of Buckingham Palace, what would this mean for the reputation of the British monarchy? The British government, in a rather unscrupulous move, enacted laws allowing anyone unable to find work to be treated as slaves. This forced many of the impoverished lower classes in Britain to transition from tenant farmers to beggars, and subsequently, from homeless individuals to laborers in sweatshops. This event is discussed in textbooks, famously known as the enclosure movement, where sheep ate the farmers. The root cause of all this strife was merely the desire to acquire more land, raise more sheep, and shear a little more wool from them. Chiga was uncertain how much wool could be harvested from a single sheep, but he understood that sheep can be sheared once a year. And as long as they are free from disease and pests, sheep farming is a highly profitable business. In addition to wool, sheep pelts are also valuable materials, unlike the modern processing techniques available today. In the early industrial era, goat hides were often disregarded due to their stiffness. In contrast, sheep hides are soft, fine, and highly pliable, and due to the intricate patterns of sheep leather, many nobles preferred to craft garments from it. Sheep leather products require minimal processing to achieve an attractive finish. In simpler terms, sheep leather products exude an air of luxury. In comparison, goat and cow leather, being more rigid, are only suitable for crafting shoes, while sheep leather can be fashioned into jackets. Sheep leather garments and gloves are soft and comfortable to wear, making them particularly favored by women, who generally find cow and goat leather products too stiff. It is worth noting that cowhide is a crucial material for crafting armor. Who has ever seen a young lady donning a stiff leather jacket akin to armor on the streets? Can a girl forego wearing leather? Certainly. However, cotton and linen garments cannot provide the warmth that leather can. Most importantly, once processed, sheep leather garments boast a refined texture and an aristocratic aura. Yet, in the sacred Odin Empire, only cattle and goats are prevalent, while sheep are found solely in the northern regions, specifically in the Blue Star Prairie controlled by the prairie orcs. Setting aside mutton, sheep pelts, and wool, all that remains are bones and horns. After being calcined, sheep bones scattered on the ground serve as an excellent phosphorus fertilizer, entirely natural and pollution-free, incomparable to chemical fertilizers. Crops grown in such soil experience remarkable yield increases, a fact that need not be overstated. Sheep horns are also significant industrial products. They can be crafted into sheep horn combs, various seals and stamps, as well as horns. Particularly, horns are of utmost importance as military supplies. Instruments like drums and gongs, while cumbersome and inconvenient to transport, have the advantage of being much smaller when made from cattle or sheep horns, yet still produce commendable sound. The military command system relies on flags by day and predominantly on sound at night. In times of structured military organization, this may suffice, but in chaotic situations, such as being routed by the enemy, who would wish to burden themselves with heavy and unwieldy drums and gongs, it would be folly. In contrast, a horn made from cattle or sheep horn can be conveniently hung at the waist and easily produced when needed. Theo described it in contemporary terms, It is an essential strategic resource. Once Zig has established an army, he will undoubtedly classify cattle and sheep horn materials as prohibited trade items, for selling them would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Every part of a sheep, from its outer fleece to its bones, is utilized without waste. Thus, the sheep industry is highly lucrative, but it is absolutely profitable only through self-slaughter and processing. Selling an entire sheep to others, particularly to those nobles, is an endeavor only undertaken by the unenlightened herdsman. Processing and slaughtering the sheep oneself yields profits that can easily double the price of selling a whole sheep. As previously mentioned, a single sheep can fetch 30 to 40 silver coins in the Holy Odin Empire. While this price may seem unattainable for the commoners of the empire, it is but a trifle for the indulgent nobility of the Holy Odin Empire, merely a drop in the bucket. As they would say in Cantonese, a light drizzle. However, how much could a finely crafted pair of women's sheepskin gloves sell for? 20 to 30 silver coins. This approaches the price of an entire sheep. Yet a single pair of gloves requires only a fraction of sheepskin. And what of a women's sheepskin coat? It could command 1 to 2 gold coins. Naturally, such a coat requires an entire sheepskin. In the early industrial era of the real world, which noblewoman would choose anything other than sheepskin for her winter coat? With the fleece and wool utilized, the meat can still be sold. If unsold, it can be consumed, as evidenced by the emaciated children in Grey Bear Village. Yet, the most profitable aspect of the sheep industry lies in the wool produced, which can be woven into woolen sweaters and blankets. Fetching prices between 50 to 70 silver coins. Do not underestimate this figure. The amount of wool from a single sheep can yield many garments, and shearing occurs twice a year, with each shearing producing 2 to 3 pounds of wool. While a single sweater weighs less than half a pound, the most lucrative aspect is that the sheep produce wool annually. What? Young lambs do not yield as much wool. The fleece of young lambs is finer and softer. But in lesser quantity, the fleece sheared from young lambs is known as lamb's wool. It is the finest grade of wool product. Sweaters made from lamb's wool are not only more comfortable than those made from adult sheep wool, but can also command several times the price. Now, one can understand why the English nobility were so fervent during the enclosure movement. It was sheer profit. The returns from raising a single sheep can be multiplied by dozens or even hundreds. What did the great sage Old Ma say? If there is a profit of 100%, capitalists will trample all earthly laws. With a 300% profit, they would dare risk the gallows. The profits from sheep farming are already beyond measure. Now, the question arises. Since the sheep industry is so lucrative, why doesn't Zig engage in sheep processing himself? The answer is simple. Zig lacks manpower. To produce woolen garments and blankets, a textile factory is required. To create sheepskin coats and gloves, a leather factory is essential. For meat production, a slaughterhouse is necessary. To craft horn combs, a workshop is needed. All these require a substantial workforce, and what Zig currently lacks most is labor. Biden and his 8 companions are merely warriors. It is unreasonable to expect them to weave wool. Those factories, spinning, weaving, leather, and slaughter, demand manpower, as do the transport and escorting of goods. This is a vast industry that cannot function without hundreds or thousands of workers. And how many people are in the cooperative now, including Zig, Biden and his 8 companions, and perhaps Aunt Mary along with Zig's Minotaur slave and Dwayne Johnson? They total a mere 11. They lack even the manpower to sell whole sheep, as the entire Grey Bear Village comprises only 200 to 300 souls, including the elderly and children. These factories and operations are still a distant prospect. Thus, even knowing the sheep industry is so profitable, Zig must content himself with selling whole sheep for modest gains. Certainly, selling a sheep for 30 to 40 silver coins is a considerable fortune for Zig and the impoverished villagers of Grey Bear Village. What Zig must relinquish is merely a single iron pot, which can be exchanged for as many as 200 sheep at wholesale prices for 100 sheep. Upon reading this, many may wonder if trading iron pots with the prairie orcs is truly so profitable. Indeed, it is. Even in the Republican era of the real world, a pot could still be exchanged for 2 sheep with the pastoral nomads. By then, due to improved transportation, resources on the prairie were no longer so scarce. Yet a pot could still fetch 2 sheep. Imagine how much more valuable it was during centuries past, when the 2 factions were at odds and the prairie was resource poor. This illustrates the true embodiment of scarcity. The low price of cattle and sheep on the prairie is unimaginable to those in inland areas, just as the low price of iron pots in the interior of the Holy Odin Empire is unfathomable to the prairie orcs. The valuation of the same commodity varies due to differing scarcity, which fuels the motivation for trade. Of course, the prerequisite for trade is that both parties cease mutual slaughter. Would you engage in business with your father's killer? Certainly not. Zig's ability to establish trade with the prairie orc tribe indicates a unique, monopolistic trade route. Consequently, Zig has set forth a goal for the future development of the sheep industry in Grey Bear Village. To initially focus on selling whole sheep, accumulating financial, material, and human resources, so that once they have developed and expanded, Zig and Grey Bear Village may qualify for the next operational model, the sheep processing industry. As the night finally brought a hint of a chilly breeze, Zig savored a sip of hot soup from his small pot, continuing to ponder the future development of Grey Bear Village. The flavor of the mutton soup remained exquisite, and Zig found himself contemplating numerous issues. Truly, Grey Bear Village is in a state of disrepair. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to describe it as such. First, with the sheep acquired through trade, Grey Bear Village and the cooperative have, at the very least, acquired property. What does possessing property signify? It indicates that the villagers of Grey Bear Village are no longer destitute, capable of packing a few belongings and relocating. Why were the villagers of Grey Bear Village able to retreat to Grey Bear Ridge when the prairie orcs approached? Because they were all impoverished, possessing little more than blankets, clothes, food, and iron pots to carry as their total wealth. However, now that they have these sheep, the scenario changes. During a raid by the prairie orcs, they cannot simply pack the sheep into bags and flee. To put it bluntly, they were previously too poor, unencumbered by shoes, and thus unafraid to confront those who wore them. Now that they possess assets, the villagers of Grey Bear Village, along with Zig and his companions, are no longer barefoot but shod, and naturally, those who wear shoes fear having them stolen. Chapter 44. A time of reconstruction. Let us not dwell on other matters. When the prairie orcs come to raid, people can flee, but what becomes of the sheep? Unlike humans, sheep cannot simply be packed into bags and whisked away. Herding them is a daunting task. It requires not only preventing the flock from scattering but also guiding them in a unified direction, a task that generally requires specialized skills, which is why shepherds and herding dogs exist. The most troublesome aspect is that sheep move slowly, stopping to look back with every step, pausing to graze after a few strides, and bleating intermittently. Thus, when attempting to lead a flock, individuals move slowly as well. During an incursion by prairie orcs, they may find themselves unable to protect both the sheep and themselves, even if they successfully drive the flock to the mountain. The sight of 200 sheep from a distance, a sea of white, bleeding as they go, would be easily spotted by the prairie orcs, potentially exposing the villagers' hiding place. If they do not tend to the flock, they would have no choice but to watch the prairie orcs plunder the hard-earned wealth Zig has gathered. Therefore, when the prairie orcs come to raid, whether to bring the flock or not presents a dilemma. Given this, only one option remains: to defend Grey Bear Village. However, this raises a new issue. The cooperative, or rather the entire Grey Bear Village, possesses only one armed force, Biden and his 8 companions. Even counting Zig, who exploits his archery skills, they total 9. Can 9 individuals truly defend Grey Bear Village? Zig harbors doubts. He cannot always rely on luck. As old Chuck described, most of the time, when the prairie orcs raid, they come in groups of 10, 20, or even more. Instances of only 2 or 3, or even just 7 or 8, are exceedingly rare. If there existed walls and archer towers, Zig and his companions might harness the geographical advantages of these fortifications to systematically eliminate the Orcish marauders of the plains, thereby making it conceivable for 9 humans to triumph over a dozen or 20 robust Orcish soldiers. However, a watchtower cannot serve as an archer tower, for it merely comprises a wooden frame. While 1 or 2 individuals might ascend to stand guard, should more than 3 people occupy the pinnacle, the fragile structure of the wooden framework would inevitably collapse under their weight, succumbing without any need for an enemy assault. To accommodate a sufficient number of archers, an archer tower must be constructed of stone and wood, ensuring the requisite sturdiness to house the archers. Yet, erecting such a stone-wood structure entails quarrying stone and meticulous design, a daunting task that is nearly impossible to accomplish swiftly without ample manpower. Of course, if the walls were erected, the construction of the archer towers could be postponed, encircling 2 large watchtowers with walls, placing an archer atop each, and allowing them to rain down arrows upon the approaching marauding orcs from behind the walls would likely yield favorable results. Considering that even Zig himself, along with Jack, could only serve as archers, having these 2 watchtowers temporarily provide firepower would suffice. The remaining individuals could defend the walls, effectively repelling an assault of around 20 or so orcs, as defending a city traditionally offers significant geographical advantages. Should the number of orcs exceed 40 or 50, retreat would be the only option, for Zig's forces would be too scant to guard both the eastern and western fronts. The thought of constructing walls only added to Zig's burdens. For the scale of such an undertaking far surpassed that of the Archer Towers. Throughout history, building city walls has always been a monumental endeavor. In an era devoid of concrete, walls were entirely composed of stone, bound together with rice paste. Without conscripting tens of thousands of laborers, it would be impossible to erect walls capable of encircling a city. Even if one aimed to construct wooden walls, the costs and time investment would still be substantial, involving trench digging and tree felling, requiring an astonishing number of trees to encircle the entire Grey Bear village. Although the northern region's trees hold little monetary value, the issue of manpower remains a pressing concern. Even if every villager, young and old, were mobilized, including Zig's Minotaur slave, Dwayne Johnson, erecting a sturdy wooden wall around Grey Bear village would still demand at least a month's time. Who could guarantee that no Orcish marauders would strike during that month? The orcs, particularly the formidable Minotaur orcs standing over 2 meters tall, wielding heavy battle axes, would easily breach walls made from trees of insufficient girth. To withstand their assault, the walls would need to be constructed from trees thick enough to be encircled by a single person's arms. Otherwise, a single charge from those mightily built Minotaurs would reduce the wall to rubble. However, such stout trees cannot be felled with mere axes. They require the use of large 2-person saws, which are regrettably absent from Grey Bear village. While saws could be procured with money, Zig currently lacks liquid assets, as his wealth remains tied up in a herd of sheep. Selling the sheep necessitates labor, and although the workforce has been identified, Zig remains uncertain about the purchasing power of towns north of the Holy Sword Pass. Nevertheless, he estimates that selling these sheep should be feasible, despite the dire circumstances of the common folk in the Holy Odin Empire. Primarily due to excessive taxation, the villagers of Grey Bear village predominantly cultivate wheat, yet have not tasted white bread for 2 or 3 years due to taxes. The tithes due to the church and the head tax imposed by the empire alone consume 30 to 40% of the total income of the impoverished citizens of the Holy Odin Empire. After accounting for various other taxes, all that remains for the peasants are meager potatoes. Zig has encountered Odin's son, Loki, the god of traversal, indicating the true existence of the great deity. One wonders how Odin would react upon learning that his name is being exploited by the church for nefarious purposes. Having been in this world for 3 or 4 months, Zig has heard tales of clergymen targeting young women. Should a girl resist, she is branded a witch and condemned to the stake. Is it not apparent that all the so-called witches, condemned to be burned, are strikingly beautiful? No. The clergy have their own justifications, claiming that these witches' beauty stems from demonic seduction and the use of dark magic to maintain their youthful allure. Such wickedness! While the heavy tax burdens suffocate the impoverished citizens of the Holy Odin Empire, they simultaneously enrich the nobility and clergy, who luxuriate in wealth. Take the knights as an example. They may lack territories, yet possess vast estates. The so-called temporary war tax levied upon them is a relic of the early days of the Holy Odin Empire, established 400 years ago when knights' estates were still modest and unable to bear the cost of war. However, as 4 centuries have passed, many knights have amassed great wealth by acquiring the lands of the impoverished, and all nobles above the rank of knight are exempt from paying taxes to the empire, which derives all its tax revenue solely from the common folk. It is evident how vast the chasm of wealth disparity is between the impoverished citizens and the nobility of the Holy Odin Empire. The 4 knights who recently visited Grey Bear village to collect war taxes were likely newly ennobled knights who had gained military distinction over the past 2 years. Otherwise, the ancient knightly and noble families would not stoop to such a place to extract wealth. Thus, Zig's primary consumer demographic must necessarily be the nobility, and fortunately, they are abundant within the Holy Odin Empire, ensuring a steady market. In the town of Tucker alone, there are several minor barons, and the number of knights is beyond reckoning. According to Aunt Mary, who returned from Tucker, the 2 sheep they brought to the town market were snatched up by a noble's steward, who disdainfully tossed down 80 silver coins without a hint of negotiation. This indicates that selling the sheep should pose no difficulty. With money, the villagers could prosper, though this would primarily benefit the shareholders of the cooperative. However, the overall development of Grey Bear village, whether military or civilian, hinges on labor, and there is a dire shortage of workers. No carpenters, no stonemasons, and only one blacksmith named Fane. The absence of ordinary laborers and skilled artisans is acutely felt. Without the timely construction of walls, it is impossible to safeguard their assets. Without protection for their assets, they cannot be liquidated. Without liquidity, they cannot hire enough laborers to erect the walls. Zig's musings brought him back to square one. Manpower, money, and time are all desperately needed, summarized succinctly as a state of utter disarray. These thoughts weighed heavily on Zig's mind, prompting him to delve into the intricacies of the tower defense system bestowed upon him by Loki. Immersing himself in the system, he discovered that it remained in a locked state, with 16 days remaining until he could unlock it. Seemed prudent to send Aunt Mary to Tucker to procure a high-quality hunting bow. As Jack's handmade bow was lamentably subpar, lacking in range and having already broken under his own use, Zig was indeed not a diligent sentry. After sipping some hot soup, he inadvertently dozed off against the post of the watchtower. Perhaps it was the warmth from the mutton and broth that lulled him into such a deep slumber, for he slept soundly until dawn as the sun crested the horizon. Its rays streamed into Zig's eyes. Rousing him from his slumber, he chastised himself for his failure as a sentry. Had the Orcish marauders attacked during his slumber, it would have spelled doom for all. He resolved never to indulge in such negligence again. Whether this reflection stemmed from genuine concern or merely served as an excuse for his laziness remains uncertain. Chapter 45. Humanity on the plains achew. Today, aside from those on guard duty, achew. Everyone else has gone out to sell sheep. Little Chuck, Zach, and Radford, you new shareholders, are heading out with Biden. Set off this morning and ensure that all the sheep are sold within the shortest possible time. Achew. After being relieved by Jack from his post at the 4-story watchtower, Zig found himself beset by sneezes, leading a worried Aunt Mary to hastily prepare a bowl of hot soup for him. Thus, it is said that a man must be stern with himself, for there are always consequences. See, sneezing is the price he pays, and he vows never again to act the braggart. As Zig sipped his hot soup, wrapped in a blanket, sneezing intermittently, he convened a meeting of all cooperative shareholders. Currently, Grey Bear Village lacks any military structures, no walls, no archer towers. Relying solely on Biden and his own resolve to repel the Orcish raids is akin to striking at stone with an egg. The longer the sheep remain in their possession, the greater the risk of them being stolen. Therefore, the sooner they can sell those sheep, the better. The advantage of this approach lies in swiftly selling the sheep, which would alleviate Zig from the burden of retreating with them. Presently, he finds himself in dire need of funds, manpower, and time. This strategy could buy him some time. Once he has earned sufficient money, he can fully commit to constructing walls and archer towers to protect the sheep acquired through trade with the Hegas tribe. As Zig continued to sneeze, he completed his arrangements and returned to sleep. Aside from the archer Jack and the shield sword wielder Broadbent keeping watch, all of Zig's subordinates, including Aunt Mary and the Minotaur slave Johnson, as well as all the shareholders of the cooperative, had set off to sell sheep, each taking 3 to 5 sheep to various small towns near Grizzly Bear Village. These individuals were not professional shepherds, so merely managing to escort 3 sheep to their destination was already commendable. With everyone gone, Zige enjoyed a hot soup, tucked himself under a blanket, and slept soundly until the afternoon. And no rush, one at a time. Just as he awoke, Zige donned his clothes and stepped outside, only to be greeted by a peculiar sight. A large crowd of villagers from Grizzly Bear Village gathered inexplicably around a temporary sheep pen. Even old Jack was attempting to squeeze through the throng. Due to a lack of manpower, all the shareholders of the cooperative had mobilized, leaving about 100 sheep in the temporary pen. Zige initially thought the villagers were plotting to raid the sheep. Raid? Absolutely not. Those sheep were the property of the cooperative. Zige's sneezes vanished in an instant. After all, that was money. Whoever dared to steal from him would face his wrath. Pushing through the crowd, Zige soon realized something was amiss. The villagers surrounding the temporary pen showed no signs of raiding. Rather, their eyes were brimming with tears. What was going on? Before Zige could process the situation, he felt his sleeve tugged sharply twice. Turning around, he was taken aback to see old Chuck, his eyes glistening with tears. "Village chief, please help me. You remember how I assisted you when you came here, right? That man you rescued. Could you ask him if he knows anything about my Elvira?" Chuck's words came out in a jumble, and it took Zige a moment to recall that the issue lay with the shepherd gifted to him by the Wolf Clan's orc tribe. Hegas. This shepherd was perhaps one of the few who had managed to return alive from the grasp of the Prairie Wolf Clan's orcs. Since the onset of the Prairie Orc raids on human villages, those who could not escape were often seized, vanishing without a trace. The survivors either migrated south en masse or were scattered, forced to settle in villages untouched by the Prairie Orcs. Approximately a third of Grizzly Bear Village's inhabitants had relocated from other villages destroyed by the Prairie Orcs, many of whom had lost relatives and friends, some with mothers abducted, and others with husbands taken captive. Today, it seemed someone had initiated a conversation with the shepherd sent to Zige by the Prairie Orcs, discovering that he had been enslaved for over a decade. Consequently, villagers began to inquire about the fates of their loved ones. Once one person began asking, another followed, and soon the shepherd found himself surrounded by a throng of villagers. Thus, Zyge witnessed the scene before him. The individual gifted to Zyge by the Hegish tribe was named Cotton. He had been abducted as a slave at the tender age of 10, and now, over 2 decades later, this boy had transformed into a weathered, middle-aged shepherd slave. Having grown accustomed to the life of a slave, Cotton regarded Zyge as yet another master. Despite being human, Cotton, who had been treated as a slave since childhood, diligently managed Zyge's flock. "Cotton, Cotton, come here," Zyge called out without needing to push through the crowd, and Cotton eagerly trotted over to him. Having arrived in Grizzly Bear Village just a day prior, Cotton's mindset as a slave had yet to shift. Zyge shook his head in exasperation. While he was pleased with the Minotaur slave Johnson, it was hard for him to accept that another human, Cotton, was similarly subservient. However, this was not the time for correction. So many people surrounded Cotton, all eager to glean news of their relatives. The pressing issue was that Cotton appeared to know the whereabouts of a female villager's kin. According to him, the father of this villager was currently enslaved by a wolf clan in a marriage alliance tribe, the very tribe to which the daughter of Kapushkin was to be wed. This female villager had recently relocated from the north, from a village ravaged by the prairie orcs, struggling to find stability after marrying a bachelor from Grizzly Bear Village. Now, with this example, a multitude of villagers, separated from their loved ones during the prairie orc raids, sought to learn of their kin's fates from Cotton, encircling him closely. Were it not for Zyge's shout, he might have never reached Cotton. With the village chief's arrival, many villagers could not crowd around Cotton any longer. In truth, Cotton was feeling overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. He was merely a shepherd slave from an orc tribe, and his knowledge of that female villager's situation was purely coincidental. "Cotton, secure your sheep pen and follow me," Zyge commanded, unhesitatingly utilizing the village chief's authority to lead Cotton back to the village hall, where everyone awaited outside. With so many people, it was impossible to manage. A crowd of villagers looked on eagerly. Closing the door behind them, Zyge summoned Old Chuck inside. "Cotton, I did not call you in here for any ulterior motive. Like them, Old Chuck has a daughter who married into North River Village over 20 years ago, and he has not heard from her since. He wishes to ask you if you recognize a woman named Elvira, who should now be in her 40s. Zyge gestured towards Chuck, explaining that he was the village elder, underscoring the importance of Cotton's future interactions with him. Zyge wasted no time, directly relaying Chuck's concerns to Cotton, even elevating Chuck's standing to jog Cotton's memory. After Zyge spoke, he glanced at Chuck, noting the glimmer of hope in the old man's eyes. If there were news, it would mean Elvira was at least alive. A glimmer of hope that Chuck yearned to hear. No, Cotton shook his head without hesitation, continuing, "I have not heard of North River Village within the Hegish tribe. The wolves often trade us like commodities. When we gather, we share where we come from, and I do not recall anyone mentioning North River Village." Cotton's words were somewhat disjointed. How did the wolves trading them relate to North River Village? Zyge initially struggled to comprehend, but after a moment, he understood. Cotton meant to convey that he had always been a slave under the Hegish tribe, where some slaves were bought while others were sold, indicating a considerable degree of mobility among them. When human slaves gathered, they would chat about their origins, and Cotton had never heard anyone mention being from North River Village. It was evident that Chuck's expression darkened upon hearing this. Were there many human slaves in the Wolf Clan tribe? Zyge was particularly intrigued by Cotton's subsequent remarks. The notion that prairie orcs captured humans for consumption seemed less credible than the idea of them being taken as slaves. Yes, not many, but there are more minotaurs and satyr slaves. Most of the time, we live alongside them. Cotton, perhaps dulled by his long captivity among the prairie orcs, spoke in a somewhat incoherent manner, yet Zyge grasped the essence of his message. The so-called lower castes and slaves were synonymous. The Wolf Clan orc tribe did not understand herding, relying instead on plunder for survival. Initially, they raided other orc tribes, such as those of the Minotaurs and Satyrs. For the Wolf Clan orcs, raiding was a matter of pride, viewing herding and agriculture as the mark of inferior races. They produced nothing. The cattle and sheep they seized required care, creating a disaster for the gentle prairie orc races. When the Wolf Clan orcs attacked a tribe, they would seize the entire tribe, appropriating the property of these gentle prairie orcs and transforming them into slaves. After exhausting the Minotaurs and Satyrs, the Wolf Clan orcs turned their sights on the southern human settlements, lured by the abundant resources of human towns. Raiding humans became an addiction. Many Wolf Clan tribes had been engaged in conflicts with the prairie centaur tribes. But upon realizing the substantial rewards from raiding humans, they abandoned their skirmishes and flocked southward to plunder the sacred Odin Empire's human settlements. in their raids on human towns, the wolf clan orcs employed their usual tactics, seizing everything, including humans, for slavery. When humans attempted to escape, they were often discovered by wolf cavalry. The vast expanse of the prairie left no place to hide. Even if one managed to flee from one wolf clan orc tribe, another could easily capture them. Chapter 46, 3 days. Are you saying that there are actually many humans who escape? Zyge was particularly sensitive to this news, setting aside the likelihood of being recaptured while fleeing across the prairie. Surely among so many, a few must have managed to return. The residents of human towns occasionally rescued some who had escaped from the prairies. Why is it that the Holy Odin Empire's officials have remained almost entirely silent on this matter? Logically, the abduction of the Empire's subjects by foreign tribes to be enslaved is a grave affront. Yet, the Empire's response to the widespread plundering by the prairie orcs in its northern territories is merely to characterize it as harassment, a term that is utterly trivializing. The Holy Odin Empire's military not only refrains from retaliating against the prairie orcs, but has also launched a series of 13 campaigns against the hill dwarves, mountain dwarves, and elves, races that have never posed any threat to the Empire. Why, then, focus on attacking the elves and dwarves instead of the prairie orcs, who are an actual menace to the Empire? This perplexity troubled Zyge immensely. Unable to fathom it, he decided to dismiss the thought. But what Cotton revealed next made Zyge gnash his teeth in anger. The prairie wolfmen are exceptionally cruel to the elderly and infirm, discarding these useless slaves to be devoured by their monstrous wolf mounts. Is this the retribution for humanity's enslavement of forest orcs? Zyge pondered silently, recognizing that human slave traders also treat elderly and sick orc slaves with extreme brutality, often burying them alive or incinerating them without a second thought. In fact, this cruelty extends beyond just human elders and the sick. It is a treatment meted out to the elderly and infirm of other races as well. The faces of both Zyge and Old Chuck contorted in anguish. Cotton further elaborated, seemingly to illustrate that such occurrences are tragically commonplace, asserting that humans and other docile prairie orc tribes are treated equally. This only served to highlight Cotton's profound logical disarray. It was as if he had become utterly foolish. This is no trivial matter. So many humans on the prairie are being enslaved, and some of them could very well be relatives of the villagers. It is important to note that this is not an isolated incident. Numerous villagers from Grey Bear Village have had family members seized by the prairie orcs. And what about the dozens of villages surrounding Tuck Town? Expanding further, what of the many towns governed by Silver Dome City? Cotton's chaotic description, when combined with the accounts from those outsiders in the villages, led Zyge to conclude that in the north, at least 3 human cities like Silver Dome City, Firebrand City, and Blue Moon City have been overrun by prairie orcs, with countless human towns and villages encompassed within their territories. So many villages have been ravaged, and so many humans have been abducted as slaves by the prairie orcs. Cotton himself was taken as a shepherd slave after one of these cities fell. The fact that the entire Empire's official stance on the prairie orcs is merely to label their actions as harassment is simply unfathomable. It is shocking to learn such news. One cannot even begin to imagine the consequences should this information be disseminated. Village chief, you must find a way to save them. They are our kin. Zyge was deep in thought when old Chuck suddenly erupted in anger. Chuck's eldest daughter should be around 45 this year, a fact he had been keeping track of. Upon hearing about the prairie wolfmen's treatment of the sick and elderly, his heart sank. The average lifespan in this world is not long, and to reach 45 is already a significant achievement. Those who, like Chuck, live into their 60s are exceedingly rare. Seeing Chuck so distressed left Zyge feeling helpless. This was not a matter to be rushed. With only 8 men at his disposal, even if they charged into battle, they would only amount to 9. How could such a meager force hope to rescue those taken by the prairie orcs? The immediate priority is to defend Grey Bear Village. If it falls, he too would be enslaved. These were thoughts Zyge could not share with old Chuck or the villagers of Grey Bear. He could only wait for Biden and his companions to return and convene a meeting that evening. As for the villagers outside, Zyge believed it was impossible to keep this secret. Once Cotton stepped out of the village council hall, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by inquisitive villagers. If pressed, Cotton would likely spill the details, not to mention that old Chuck had already heard. Let it be. Let Cotton deal with the villagers himself. It would be a relief for Zyge. The fact that the prairie wolfmen are using human elders and the sick as fodder for their wolves is a grave matter, and Zyge wished to contain this news, though he feared it was already too late. Cotton's speech had been somewhat incoherent, and perhaps the villagers would not be able to clarify much, so the news might not spread quickly. As evening fell, those who had gone out to sell sheep returned one after another. The sale of sheep had gone even more smoothly than anticipated. The nobles seemed unconcerned about the money, with some nearly coming to blows over the bidding. Upon inquiry, it became clear that the 3 provinces north of the Holy Sword Pass had long suffered from disturbances caused by the prairie orcs. While grain was manageable, meat was in short supply, as farmers' livestock are usually kept in pens, making them easy prey for the prairie orcs. Due to this chronic scarcity of meat, the nobles could only have it transported from within the Holy Sword Pass, an endeavor that is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive but also costly. How much it truly costs, Zyge did not know, but the quantities were minimal given the distance involved. Live animals are cumbersome to transport, but once slaughtered and cut into pieces, they can be transported more easily, though the long journey often leads to spoilage. The price of 30 to 40 silver coins per sheep was Zyge's impression of the prices within the heartland of the empire. And initially, he feared setting the price too high would deter buyers. It turned out he had set it too low. An increase is necessary. The price for a single sheep must rise to 80 silver coins. Buy it if you wish. Thus, the following day, the nobles appeared far more rational, no longer fighting over sheep purchases. Some of the nobles' stewards and cooks deemed the price too high and abstained from buying, although all the sheep taken out were sold. It took quite some time, indicating that 80 silver coins had reached the upper limit of pricing. After the sales over the past 2 days, only 90 sheep remained in the temporary pen. By the 3rd day, after Biden and his companions took the sheep away, only about 30 remained. Seeing that the number of sheep had dwindled to such a degree, Zyge finally felt a sense of relief. With another day of effort, all the sheep could be sold. In such a case, even if the prairie orcs were to steal these sheep, it would not be a significant loss, as the damage had already been minimized. Zyge's concerns were not unfounded. There were many tribes of prairie orcs, with at least a dozen large ones and even more smaller tribes, certainly over 100 in total. Only the Hegish tribe had established trade relations with Grey Bear Village. Any other prairie orc tribes could invade at will, leaving Grey Bear Village at significant risk of being raided. The slow sales of sheep were unavoidable. Establishing a clear hierarchy was essential to ensure that the villagers recognized the value of cooperative shares. If everyone could obtain shares without effort, who would be motivated to work hard for Zyge? On the morning of the 3rd day, after everyone had left, Zyge, feeling idle, climbed up to the watchtower to chat with Archer Jack. He had a plan that required Jack's assistance. In fact, this plan had formed in Zyge's mind the day after they began selling sheep. Today, after Biden and the others sold the sheep in town, they ordered some bows and arrows from the weapons shop. It was clear that having these villagers wielding hoes and pitchforks against the orcs would be futile. The combat effectiveness of armed farmers would be far too low. Even if they possessed some fighting spirit, would they dare confront the towering prairie minotaurs face to face? Probably not. The prairie wolfmen may not be as enormous, but they ride wolves, which is far more terrifying. It would be miraculous if armed farmers didn't soil themselves at the sight of wolf cavalry. However, if they could use bows and arrows to shoot from a distance, they might still manage to fire a few shots. Human minds can easily deceive themselves. At a distance, enemies seem less imposing, and those armed farmers should still muster the courage to shoot a few arrows. This was the only method Zyge could conceive to enhance Grey Bear Village's defensive capabilities swiftly. To teach the villagers archery, Archer Jack would be the ideal instructor. After engaging in conversation with Jack, Zyge shared his ideas, and Jack agreed, recognizing that this was indeed the sole solution to the village's current firepower deficiency. Thus, they began discussing the matter in earnest. Archer Jack had comprehensive insights on the archer class. Archers are low-cost and require minimal physical attributes, unlike shield and sword bearers who need towering statures. The only requirement for archers is upper body strength, which can be developed through training. It is crucial to fortify the walls before archers can be effective. Otherwise, they would only have time to shoot a couple of arrows before the prairie orcs rush in, forcing the armed farmers to surrender immediately. The watchtower could not accommodate too many people, but villagers could shoot from the rooftops of their homes. Given the limitations of manpower, the walls could only be built 2 men high, allowing them to target enemies 50 meters away from their rooftops. Jack, keep a close watch during your patrols these next few days. Something about this tranquility feels off. Having discussed serious matters, Zyge and Archer Jack began to indulge in lighthearted banter. Jack was accurate with his arrows, but had a tendency to gossip. He shared scandalous tales about how the handsome swordsman Lawrence had fathered several children with the tavern owner's wife while still unmarried, and how the shield-bearer Broden Bent's endowment was notably lacking, causing Zyge to nearly bite his tongue in disbelief. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Lord Zyge, look, orcs. Suddenly, Jack squinted and pointed towards Zyge's right rear. Zyge followed his gaze and indeed saw several orcs emerging from the ruins of North River Village, about 3 or 4 of them, all unmistakably from the Wolfman tribe. Lord Zig, you are truly remarkable. Being aware even of the impending arrival of the orcs, after numerous unexpected displays of prowess, Jack has long been in awe of Lord Zig, viewing him not only as a commendable lord but also as a mysterious sage. The newcomers are none other than the orcs of the Hegas tribe. Upon closer inspection, Zig is quite certain that this time the Hegas tribe has come for trade rather than plunder, with no ulterior motives in sight. Why? Because these orcs have not only kindled 3 designated bonfires by the riverside as a signal for trade, but are also accompanied by a grand procession of sheep. As the flock emerges from the snow-laden terrain, the ruins of North River Village are inundated by the sea of white wool, suggesting that the Hegas tribe has brought no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, sheep. Goodness, Zig, upon witnessing such a vast herd, nearly curses aloud. Chapter 47. The urgency of trade. Zig's intuition proved correct. After a thorough count, the Hegas tribe indeed brought precisely 1,000 sheep. Truly, one fears what one anticipates. Zig would have preferred that these orcs were from another tribe, one that might consider raiding rather than trading. Zig's plan was to concentrate all efforts on selling the sheep, subsequently distributing dividends from the cooperative, and then finally having sufficient funds to hire carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths to construct walls and archer towers for Grizzly Bear Village. The archer towers require a sturdy stone and wood structure, necessitating a considerable number of masons and carpenters. Even if the walls were wooden, they would still require the assistance of blacksmiths and carpenters to reinforce the timber, should they be stone walls. The manpower and stoneworkers needed would increase exponentially. With merely 200 to 300 inhabitants in Grizzly Bear Village, the workforce is far from adequate. With walls and archer towers in place, Zig intended to engage in the next round of trade with the Hegas tribe. Currently, the only blacksmith available to Zig is Finn, who can forge only 1 iron pot per day. Thus, it would be ideal to delay the next trade until after the walls are constructed, at which point Zig would possess enough iron pots to barter with the orcs. Trading too early would not only leave Zig without sufficient iron pots, but the sheep acquired would be defenseless without walls or towers. However, the Hegas tribe's sudden delivery of such a large number of sheep has completely disrupted Zig's plans. If Zig were to refuse these sheep, it would convey a lack of sincerity from Grizzly Bear Village, potentially jeopardizing the fragile trade relationship established and making future negotiations exceedingly arduous. Were the orcs to feel slighted, they may retaliate, and with Biden and the others absent, Zig's defenses are at their weakest. Should the orcs turn hostile, Zig's life would be in jeopardy. The trade relationship between Grizzly Bear Village and the Hegas tribe has only just begun, and trust is not yet firmly established. Zig harbors doubts about the orcs. Hence, he has instructed Fabo, who is on watch duty, to alert the villagers to retreat to the hills, while Archer Jack remains vigilant atop the watchtower, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Even in trade, Zig permits only 1 representative to cross the river, forbidding the passage of any dire wolves, so that in the event of trouble, he may escape. Accepting these sheep, Zig estimates that, with the current cooperative manpower, it would take at least 20 days to sell off all the sheep. During these 20 days, they would need to construct walls and archer towers while managing the inventory of sheep. Neither the workforce nor the time is sufficient for such a task. These sheep represent wealth. Although Grizzly Bear Village appears desolate and devoid of opportunities for expenditure, Zig is reluctant to allow them to be seized without compensation. It is easily understood. Imagine having 10,000 coins in your pocket, currently of no use. Yet if someone were to covet that sum, you would surely feel urgency, would you not? Truly, a predicament on both fronts. Esteemed Archer Acqui, this time our tribe has brought 1,000 sheep. As per our agreement, you should provide us with 10 iron pots, this being the wholesale price. Heh. Once again, leading the Hegas tribe is Capushkin, an astute orc who, despite his brutish exterior, possesses a shrewd mind. Having crossed the river, he approaches Zig with a grin, rubbing his hands together in camaraderie. The 4 young orcs accompanying Capushkin remain on the opposite bank, awaiting developments. After the first day of sheep sales, Biden and the others promptly followed Zig's instructions to procure a substantial amount of iron ore, which was then carried back to Grizzly Bear Village by the Minotaur slave, Giant Johnson. The following day, Finn began crafting iron pots. Now, on the 3rd day, Zig possesses only 1 iron pot to deliver to the orcs, while another remains in Finn's forge, clanging away. Trading is simply impossible. I must clarify, we currently lack sufficient iron pots to meet your demand. We have only 1 pot. How about we trade for just 100 sheep? With no other choice, Zig speaks candidly, judging by Kapushkin's decision to leave the other orcs waiting across the river. It appears that the leader of the Higish tribe holds him in some esteem. Yet Kapushkin is not as easily deceived as the naive young orc Baker Love. Business is built on trust. Unable to deceive, Zig opts for honesty instead. There's no rush, it's quite all right. We can receive the iron pots later. Kapushkin responds with a smile, exuding an air of calm that leaves Zig puzzled as to his motives. No, no, no. You are the esteemed Akwi, a man of respect. The entire Higish tribe believes that a noble such as yourself would never default on our goods. Kapushkin, more eloquent than Zig, presents himself as an utterly trustworthy partner. A paragon of integrity. Were it not for his wolfish appearance, Zig might have been swayed by his demeanor. Thus, the two engage in a verbal spar on the riverbank, one insisting that the orcs must not be at a disadvantage, while the other firmly believes in the honorable nature of the esteemed archer Akwi. Neither is willing to reveal their true intentions. Zig is unconvinced that the old orc would genuinely place his trust in him. Yet Kapushkin steadfastly refuses to disclose the underlying reasons for his actions. Eventually, the elder orc decides to leave all 1,000 sheep with Zig. Preparing to depart, it is only thanks to Zig's prompt intervention that he manages to convince Kapushkin to leave behind the herding slave as well. For Zig is at a loss as to how to manage such a massive flock. Kapushkin, carrying one iron pot, crosses back over the river to the northern bank, where all the orcs gather around their venerable leader. Father, why is there only one iron pot? Kapushkin's son, Pashiko, inquires with dissatisfaction, recalling that, based on the wholesale price, 100 sheep should equate to one iron pot, and with 1,000 sheep brought this time, they ought to return with 10 pots. Can a mere infant become a warrior in a day? Kapushkin retorts, employing a saying from the grasslands. The orc tribes are not entirely barbaric, they possess their own wisdom. This saying bears a resemblance to the notion that Rome was not built in a day, emphasizing that achievements require time. It also serves as a reminder to the warriors of the orc tribes not to act hastily. Though the proverb is simple and blunt, it carries profound meaning. But, Pashiko begins, eager to argue further. But what? You must understand that this winter, our pastures cannot sustain so many livestock. These sheep would eventually starve. By entrusting them to this human, we can ensure the survival of more cattle and sheep through the winter. Kapushkin expresses disappointment in his eldest son, perceiving a lack of wisdom despite abundant strength. How will he compete for the position of tribal leader once I am gone? The leaders of the grassland orc tribes are not determined by inheritance. They are elected unanimously by the members of the tribe. Only a leader who is both brave and wise can guide the tribe through the harsh realities of the grasslands. For now, we shall place our trust in that human. He does not appear to be cunning. Did he not generously gift us a small frying pot as a deposit last time? Fear not, should that human dare to breach our agreement, even if he is the esteemed archer Akwi, we shall ensure he learns the consequences of deceiving the warriors of the orc tribe. According to the agreement with Zig, they will return 15 days later to collect the 9 iron pots owed to them. The orcs of the Higish tribe, accompanied by their bovine slaves, converse as they journey northward, gradually fading from view against the snow-covered expanse of the horizon. The werewolf tribe of the Higish clan sauntered away effortlessly, while Zig cursed under his breath as he led 1,000 sheep back to Grey Bear Village. Zig still could not fathom why these werewolves were so accommodating. Accompanying him on this journey, apart from the 1,000 sheep, were 10 shepherd slaves, all of whom were human. It appeared that the werewolves of the Higish clan were intentionally extending a gesture of goodwill. These 10 individuals were soon settled with cotton, enjoying certain privileges as humans returning to a human settlement, temporarily housed together until arrangements could be made to build individual homes for each of them. The real predicament lay with the 1,000 sheep. Upon seeing the vast expanse of white wool, Zig felt a headache coming on. His initial plan to concentrate manpower and sell the sheep swiftly, in order to safeguard against potential losses in the event of another raid by the prairie orcs, had been dashed. Grey Bear Village lacked even a single defensive military structure. The feasibility of erecting a basic wooden fence was uncertain, making the idea of protecting 1,000 sheep seem utterly fanciful. Once Biden and the others returned from selling sheep, Zig felt compelled to summon all the village elders for an urgent second village council meeting in Grey Bear Village to discuss the next course of action. When Biden and his group returned, they were taken aback by the sheer number of sheep. With so many sheep and so few hands, how long would it take to sell them all? This time, the village council meeting proceeded more smoothly. Most of the village elders and esteemed villagers arrived punctually at Zig's council hall, and no one doubted Zig's capabilities any longer. Zig had not only fulfilled his promise of providing every villager with white bread, but he had also treated them to golden, crispy roasted lamb and richly fragrant lamb soup. For many villagers of Grey Bear Village, who had not tasted meat for years, some even for a lifetime, the memory of that evening's lamb soup lingered on their palates. Chapter 48. The second village council. Several village elders of Grey Bear Village, along with a few other esteemed villagers, and Biden's entourage of 8 knights gathered in the village council hall. Filling the once spacious hall to capacity, "Bully, what brings you here?" A voice called out from within the hall upon spotting the villager Bully, tugging at his clothing excitedly. Bully, in his 30s and one of the more respected villagers, had also been summoned for the council meeting. "Why shouldn't I come?" Bully retorted, prying away the hand that clutched his garment, only to find another villager, Leonard, who often served as a council member. "Did you not proclaim last time that Chief Zig would never manage to provide us with white bread? That you would never participate in a council meeting convened by him?" Leonard had come to needle Bully, as the two were both relatives and rivals, having once vied for the affection of a lady. Leonard had showered her with affection, yet she ultimately chose to marry Bully to "Oh, did I say that? I don't recall." Bully feigned ignorance, adamantly denying having made such a statement. When Zig first convened the village council with the earnest promise of providing every household with white bread, no one had believed him. After the meeting, villagers had openly derided the new noble chief, and Bully was not the only one who had expressed such sentiments. "Oh yes, you clearly did," Leonard pressed on. "Grey Bear Village is too impoverished. Few young women wish to marry here," he added, bitterness evident in his words. At over 30, Leonard remained unmarried, harboring deep resentment towards Bully and seizing every opportunity to remind him of it. "Where's your evidence?" Bully countered, demonstrating his thick skin and shamelessness, proving the adage that only those with resolve could win a lady's heart. His son was nearly 10 by now. "Enough bickering. The chief has arrived." Old Chuck, witnessing their ridiculous exchange, intervened. As the most respected elder, it was uncertain whether Chuck's words held more weight in Grey Bear Village or those of Zig, the newly appointed chief. Zig himself felt uncertain about this. However, one thing was clear. People were beginning to listen to Zig. This was one of the reasons he felt emboldened to convene the meeting, though the primary objective was to rally the entire village to construct walls and archer towers, and to train the village's able-bodied men as archers for defense. All of this was to secure Grey Bear Village. Given the failures of past leaders, Zig had no confidence in whether he could mobilize the villagers. Why? Because, similar to the last council meeting, while Zig had earned the villagers' acceptance by saving Belinda with the forceps, and had received hospitality from old Chuck, being capable of assisting in childbirth did not equate to leading the villagers to prosperity. Likewise, the ability to lead the villagers to wealth did not necessarily mean he could lead them to victory against the orcs. Thus, whether Zig could persuade the esteemed villagers during this council meeting to rally the entire village to build walls and archer towers hinged significantly on old Chuck's support. To this end, Zig had already consulted with old Chuck prior to the meeting. Although Chuck had expressed his willingness to publicly support Zig during the meeting, he remained skeptical about whether he could sway the other esteemed villagers present. As anticipated, once Zig finished articulating his thoughts, the council hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, making it impossible to discern the discussions amidst the buzzing noise, however, from the numerous villagers shaking their heads. It was evident that most were not optimistic about the proposal. "Silence. One at a time. Bully, you go first." Chuck's authority became apparent at that moment. "Chief, what if too many orcs come? Should we still defend? What if there are 40 or more?" Bully's anxiety regarding the previous foolish chief who led villagers to their doom was palpable. "If they come in overwhelming numbers, we will retreat to the mountains as we did before. I assure you, I will not lead anyone to their demise," Zig responded, clarifying that this matter could not be taken lightly. Even with walls, if dozens more prairie orcs arrived, they would still be unable to defend. Given their insufficient manpower, even if all villagers were mobilized for defense, the morale of these armed villagers would be a significant issue. In this era of cold weapons, the spirits of soldiers are crucial to victory. And the villagers were not professional soldiers. How high could their morale realistically rise? If the prairie orcs came in great numbers, retreat would be the wisest choice. Zig's words alleviated many villagers' concerns. They understood that Zig was not like the previous chief, but a pragmatic leader. Moreover, with so many sheep surrounding the village that represented both food and wealth, regardless of whether they were stakeholders in the cooperative, no villager wished to see these sheep stolen. "That sounds nice, but what about the walls? Building them in less than 2 months is impossible. Can you really have them constructed overnight?" A voice, laced with skepticism, interjected. It was old Jean. This obstinate elder had not even attended the feast of roasted lamb. Preferring to eat potatoes at home rather than partake in the chief's lamb it was understandable, as he had suffered the direct consequences of the last foolish night chief's leadership when 3 of his sons and a grandson had perished. Overnight. What a ridiculous notion! Jean's stubbornness influenced the villagers, who began to doubt Zig's proposal to hasten the construction of walls. Indeed, even if a wooden fence were to be erected, mobilizing the entire village, young and old, along with hiring workers from neighboring villages, would take at least a month. Constructing a stone wall would take even longer, requiring 2 to 3 months at a minimum. At this moment, Zig longed for the modern marvel of concrete. Concrete would be a boon. With just water and sand mixed with cement, one could construct a sturdy wall with small stones, and the height could be adjusted without considering the weight of the boulders. Once the concrete set, it would be akin to a stone wall, saving both labor and time. The curing process wouldn't exceed 3 days, however. Where could Zig procure concrete? The production of concrete required limestone, and he didn't even know where to find a limestone quarry near Grey Bear Village. Even if he found one, producing concrete necessitated ample time for grinding and firing, a process consuming even more time. And time was precisely what Zig lacked. With 1,000 sheep penned in the village, they were at risk of being raided at any moment by the marauding prairie orcs. To accomplish what old Jean had suggested, building a wall overnight, would only be feasible with concrete or magic. Conjuring ice into walls. Suddenly, Zig's eyes lit up at this thought. Conjuring ice into walls, overnight. There was a solution. It didn't have to be concrete. He could achieve it. While he might not be able to construct a wall overnight, within 2 days, he could erect a wall around the village, and it would not be significantly inferior to a stone wall. Just as all the villagers present at the meeting perceived Zig's silence as a sign of humiliation at old Jean's remarks, they were taken aback when Zig suddenly made this emphatic promise. How is it possible to build a wall in 2 days? The chief must have lost his wits due to old Jean's taunts or is merely indulging in noble bravado. Zig's words were met with unanimous skepticism from the villagers. Even his most trusted subordinate, the bearded Biden, tugged at Zig's sleeve and whispered, "My lord, do you truly have confidence in this? Fear not, I have a plan." Zig reassured him. "Tomorrow, we shall mobilize all villagers. Those with buckets will bring buckets, those with shovels will bring shovels, and those with spades will bring spades. To construct the wall." Zig dismissed Biden's concerns, disheartened that even his closest aide had doubts. This realization struck him. He had yet to reach a level of authority where his words would be regarded as absolute, where the villagers would heed him like a divine decree without hesitation. "You little noble, are you plotting against our village again?" Old man Jean exclaimed upon hearing Zig's directive for the villagers to bring tools for wall construction, nearly collapsing in despair. "What do you mean again? Since my arrival, have I ever done anything harmful to our village?" Zig felt a pang of frustration at Jean's accusation. However, as one of the primary victims of the previous village chief who lie, and the second most significant elder after Chuck, he could not confront him directly and could only retort, "Indeed. Ever since Zig became village chief, we have been enjoying mutton." At this moment, it was not Chuck who defended Zig, but Leonard, a shareholder in the cooperative. Others may have been oblivious, but he was acutely aware that the profits from sheep sales had already amounted to several thousand silver coins, although he was uncertain about his share. He understood that with such a sum, there must be a portion for him. Leonard's words resonated with many villagers, especially those still savoring the taste of mutton soup. All the shareholders of the cooperative fervently supported Zig, for they grasped more clearly than the other villagers the magnitude of the benefits Zig had brought. Did Zig possess the ability to erect a wall around Grey Bear Village within 2 days? Absolutely. This was yet another advantage of the modern era with its networks and television. Zig recalled a scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Cao Cao faced off against Ma Chao. After suffering a devastating defeat at Chibi, Cao Cao's elite forces were mostly lost in the flames. At that time, Ma Chao, as the commander of the Shiliang army, launched a massive assault into the Central Plains. Cao Cao, leading his troops into battle, found himself in dire straits against Ma Chao's cavalry and long spears. Ma Chao shouted that the one with the beard was Cao Cao, prompting Cao Cao to shave it off. When Ma Chao exclaimed that the one in the red robe was Cao Cao, the latter discarded his red cloak. This famous incident became known as shearing the beard and discarding the robe. Upon returning to his camp, Cao Cao reflected on his defeats and realized he could not win an open battle against the Shiliang army. His only advantage lay in his shorter supply line compared to Ma Chao's, allowing him to outlast his opponent. However, in the vast plains, the only way to hold a position was to build walls. Thus, Cao Cao adopted the strategy proposed by Lu Gue, instructing his soldiers to construct walls from ordinary earth and douse them with water. Since it was the dead of winter, the water quickly froze upon contact with the soil. Within a night, Cao Cao had erected a formidable wall around his camp, or rather, a wall of frozen earth. With this frozen earth wall, Cao Cao was able to hold his ground, ultimately exhausting Ma Chao's forces, leading to the demise of Ma Chao's entire family. Zige, a fan of the Three Kingdoms, was well aware of this tale. Having seen it portrayed on television, he planned to employ Cao Cao's method of constructing a frozen earth wall to erect a temporary barrier. If Cao Cao could build a robust wall overnight, Zige believed he could accomplish the same in 2 days, especially considering the shortage of manpower. With the joint efforts of Zige and Old Man Chuck, half of the villagers attending the council agreed to Zige's proposal. Zige did not require unanimous consent. The construction of such a frozen earth wall was straightforward. One could shovel dirt while another poured water. Creating an ice wall was midwinter in Grey Bear Village, making the task quite manageable with minimal labor required. The meeting is adjourned. Shareholders of the cooperative, please stay. With the objective achieved, Zige was ready to convene a shareholders meeting. Since the decision regarding the wall had been made, the sale of sheep would be temporarily halted, and it was imperative to distribute dividends promptly. By doing so, shareholders would experience the benefits firsthand, leading to a disparity in living standards compared to those villagers who had not joined the cooperative. This would ingrain the truth that following the village chief meant enjoying meat into the villagers' minds, granting Zige enough authority to assert his will. This time, the silver coins from our sheep sales are substantial, and everyone has worked hard. According to our profit-sharing system, we shall begin distributing dividends. As Zige spoke, he instructed the mighty Johnson to bring all the silver coins earned into the council hall before the villagers. Zige wanted them to witness that those who supported him received swift and generous rewards. Based on the initial equity distribution, the lowest shareholders received only 1%. The villagers who had assisted Zige in building the watchtower were not his direct subordinates, so it was normal for their share to be minimal. However, these minor shareholders had no grasp of mathematics and were unaware of what 1% entailed. They only knew one thing. Chief Zige was about to distribute money. Hey, Little Chuck, how much can we expect from 1%? Leonard, who was close to Little Chuck, inquired, thinking that as Chuck's son, he ought to know more. It's probably worth 10 copper coins a day? Or maybe a silver coin? I'm not sure, but I guess it's something like that. At most, it would be a silver coin. However, I think that it's unlikely that we worked for the chief for 3 days. So today we should get at least 30 copper coins. Little Chuck, also mathematically challenged and illiterate, had no understanding of percentages. He mistakenly thought that being a shareholder meant working for Zige and assumed that dividends were merely wages. Based on the prevailing wages for laborers hired by nobles in the vicinity, a day's work typically earned only 3 or 4 copper coins, so receiving 10 copper coins a day was already substantial. If that were the case, earning 30 copper coins for 3 days of work would indeed be a considerable sum. Nonetheless, he was uncertain and felt that it could not be that low. After all, Zige only distributed silver coins and not a single copper coin, so how could they be compensated in copper coins? Thus, he tentatively added the possibility of receiving an additional silver coin. In Little Chuck's mind, he believed that receiving 30 copper coins would be the most optimistic estimate. If the village chief gives us a silver coin, I would gladly kiss his boots. Leonard was also skeptical. He had previously worked for nobles for over 10 days and only received 30 copper coins and a single silver coin. Such a scenario seemed improbable, yet he could not resist indulging in fantasies. Leonard figured that earning 10 copper coins a day was the most plausible scenario, which would still be a decent income. He counted on his fingers, thinking that if he worked for Zige every day at that rate, he could save up 3,000 copper coins, equivalent to 30 silver coins, for a bride price within a year. Recently, someone had introduced him to a girl from a neighboring village. She had a slight limp and was not highly sought after. But Leonard was willing to accept her. After years of being single, he had found it challenging to marry due to the poverty of Grey Bear Village, where no one wished to marry into the village. A girl with a limp would be a good match, at least better than the other bachelors in Grey Bear Village. However, the girl's family demanded 30 silver coins for her bride price, which had initially daunted Leonard. Now, things had improved. Chief Zige was offering wages far superior to those of other nobles, and if he worked diligently, he could finally marry. Not only Leonard, but the majority of the villagers also believed that they could expect, at most, only a few dozen copper coins. Even the blacksmith Finn estimated that he might receive slightly more than the other villagers, thinking that his 10% share would yield him around 100 or so copper coins. Leonard, come forth to collect your dividend. As Leonard was lost in his daydreams, Zige first called out Leonard's name. He was pleased with Leonard's defense during the meeting and believed such a person deserved to be the first to receive dividends. When Leonard received his dividends, he nearly fainted from joy, clutching the heavy bag of coins. This bag is filled with silver coins, not copper. Despite receiving only 1%, the subsequent sales had significantly increased the price of sheep, rising from 40 silver coins to 80 silver coins each. The total sales exceeded 150 sheep, and after deducting expenses for iron ore and hunting bows, the average profit for 1% of the shares amounted to 96 silver coins. Leonard struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money before him. At just over 30 years of age, he had never encountered such wealth, leaving his mind in a haze. As he counted, he realized there were nearly 90 silver coins, close to 100. Surely, that was enough to marry 3 crippled maidens. Leonard's thoughts meandered aimlessly. Yet, a moment later, he corrected himself. With village chief Zig at the helm, he could earn even more money. Marrying 3 crippled maidens would hardly suffice. 10 would be more appropriate. His mind continued to spiral into confusion. Down we go. It's my turn to collect the money. All the village shareholders turned enviously as Leonard claimed his bounty. When Zig called forth the next shareholder to receive their dividend, Leonard stood dazedly in place, oblivious to the growing impatience of the next shareholder waiting behind him. Eventually, he was nudged aside and returned to his spot, lost in a blissful reverie, chuckling foolishly to himself. As each shareholder collected their dividends, the assembly hall brimmed with jubilant energy, smiles spreading across every face. Unable to be concealed at a few villagers, lacking the qualifications to be shareholders yet freshly emerged from the village assembly, curiously lingered at the door, eager to witness the spectacle of the distribution. Their eyes widened as they beheld the substantial bags of silver coins, not mere coppers, but heavy, lustrous silver. With the lower shareholders having claimed their shares, it was time for the senior shareholders to receive theirs. First in line were Biden and Zig's trusted aides, each holding 5% of the cooperative shares, which translated to nearly 500 silver coins each, an amount surpassing their entire annual military wages. Next came the blacksmith, Fane, who felt faint at the sight of the smaller shareholders' windfall, as he received a bag containing almost 1,000 silver coins. He was utterly flabbergasted. Happiness had descended upon him unexpectedly. Even if Fane spent his entire life forging iron in Grey Bear Village, he could never amass such wealth. Surprisingly, Old Chuck, in recognition of his repeated support, received 2% of the shares, totaling nearly 300 silver coins for the Chuck family. Old Chuck and Young Chuck nearly wept as they clutched their newfound fortune, each shareholder fixated on their coin bags. And had it not been for the crowd, they would have immediately begun counting. Once the distribution concluded, Zig dismissed all shareholders. After 2 consecutive meetings, he was fatigued and entrusted his share to Aunt Mary, allowing her to spend it as she pleased. Aunt Mary nearly fainted at the sight of such wealth. That night, many villagers in Grey Bear struggled to sleep, each a shareholder of the cooperative, filled with the sounds of coins clinking. Those without wives counted their coins repeatedly, while those with wives counted their coins once, then engaged with their spouses, before counting again, and repeating the cycle. The cacophony echoed loudly, enough for half of Grey Bear Village to hear. Was that the sound of happiness? Who knows? In any case, many villagers found the night far from restful due to the noise. The next morning, the shareholders, invigorated after a night of turmoil, gathered with the villagers they had rallied at the designated spot. Equipped with various tools and standing proudly before Zig, some well-informed villagers had already learned of the dividends and came, unhesitatingly bringing their tools to answer the village chief's call. These villagers were among the first to feel the pressure of class disparity. Having listened to the sounds of counting coins all night, they could not ignore the weight of this reality. However, the shareholders informed them that to attain their status, they must wholeheartedly support Chief Zig. They too had heeded the chief's call to build the watchtower, which granted them the opportunity to become shareholders. Now was the time for them to pledge their loyalty to Chief Zig by aiding in the construction of a wall. Zig counted that nearly 100 villagers, young and old, actively responded to his call to build the wall for Grey Bear Village. The remaining 100 or 200 villagers were not entirely unresponsive. They simply displayed less enthusiasm, often motivated by the village elders, returning home early to prepare meals. Of course, a small faction, led by Old Jean, failed to grasp the significance of class and shareholders. They stood idly by, occasionally mocking Zig's ambitious promise to erect a wall within 2 days, deeming it nothing more than foolish boasting. Chapter 50. A multitude of threads constructing a wall, or a city wall, was not akin to waging war. Even the elderly and children could partake. While heavy labor such as digging might be beyond their capabilities, Splashing water was a task anyone could manage. Within a day and a half, the villagers, following Zig's directives, erected a towering 5-meter wall encircling all of Grey Bear Village. This temporary wall not only reached impressive heights, but also boasted sufficient width for soldiers to move atop it. Should the savage orcs from the plains come to pillage, the pathways atop the wall would provide ample support for archers. This was no miracle, yet it was indeed extraordinary, merely shoveling earth and pouring water. The wall had frozen solid in the frigid weather. The villagers, lacking formal education in physics, possessed enough common sense to understand that once water froze, it became as hard as stone. Realizing this principle, the villagers' gazes toward Zig transformed, shedding their previous mixed sentiments for a unified admiration. The chief is so wise. He thought of this method. This was the collective voice within their hearts. With the wall completed, Zig had not even offered wages. Why? The villagers, enlightened, wished to invest. To invest, they must wholeheartedly support Chief Zig's endeavors. Old Gene, witnessing the imposing wall, could scarcely close his mouth. Despite losing 3 sons and a grandson, he still had a grandson and granddaughter, along with 3 daughters-in-law to care for, essentially placing him in a position of hardship. Zig had no time to concern himself with Old Gene's current attitude. For such a stubborn elder, who had also suffered the loss of his family due to the negligence of the previous village chief, Zig could not afford to flaunt his achievements. The wall stood as a resounding testament. And what more could be done to disturb him? As the village chief, Zig's foremost priority was to ensure that the frozen earth wall remained sturdy. Thud, thud. Zig struck the frozen wall with his fists. Finding it even more resilient than he had anticipated in the biting cold, the entire wall had solidified to an ice-like firmness, and Zig was pleased with the outcome. The frozen wall was merely a temporary solution. As spring progressed and temperatures rose, it would likely crumble with a mere push. However, this provided Zig with precious time to construct a more robust stone wall. With 4 months remaining until the thaw, there was ample opportunity for Zig to encircle Grey Bear Village with a formidable stone wall. Once the wall was erected, Zig could confidently proceed with subsequent economic and military plans for Grey Bear Village. First and foremost, he would continue the sale of sheep. Given the immense pressure from the previous batch of sales, and with Biden and his companions serving as the primary military force, they could not continually venture out to sell sheep. Zig resolved to increase manpower to ensure that the sheep would not be left unsold. As for whether they would sell, Zig was unconcerned. The nobles were far wealthier than the commoners. Silver Peak City and its surrounding villages housed hundreds of barons and numerous viscounts, with knights numbering even more. Having established the Holy Odin Empire for over 4 centuries, the nobility had proliferated. These nobles were exempt from taxes and could levy taxes on their subjects, who in turn were required to pay taxes to the empire. The wealth gap between nobles and commoners continued to widen. Zig pondered whether the empire's finances could sustain the operational costs of its entire system, given that the commoners possessed so little wealth. However, he decided not to dwell on such matters. His priority was to ensure the success of the sales. Next, he aimed to quickly arrange apprentices for Fane, as the blacksmith production of iron pots was alarmingly low, only 1 pot per day. Observing the behavior of the Haegus wolf tribe, it was evident that they were more eager to trade than Zig had anticipated, seemingly eager to offload the sheep onto him. This had puzzled Zig until the wall construction revealed the reason. With the cold weather, the grass on the plains had withered, making it impossible to sustain so many livestock. Essentially, the Haegus wolf tribe was attempting to offload their doomed animals onto Zig, who foolishly offered them wholesale prices. Even if Zig purchased these unsustainable livestock at a lower cost, they would have readily agreed. Old tricks still held their power. For the first time, Zig recognized that he had been outwitted by the wolf tribe. According to this estimation, in the future, the werewolf tribe of the Haegus faction will likely send an even greater number of sheep, and currently, Zig has accrued a debt of 9 iron pots to the Haegus faction. If he fails to deliver more iron pots to the orcs, he may encounter unnecessary troubles, such as the werewolves of the Haegus faction accusing him of breach of contract. While he is not particularly fearful of an attack from the Haegus faction, the absence of a partner raises concerns about where Zig will procure sheep for sale. Furthermore, there are pressing issues regarding military structures such as city walls and archer towers. It is imperative to swiftly organize the hiring of additional laborers to construct stone walls and archer towers. Otherwise, once winter passes, the entire Grey Bear Village will be left defenseless. This matter requires a stakeholder to oversee it, and it must be addressed promptly, as the construction of stone walls has a lengthy timeline, ideally commencing at once. Additionally, there is a need to explore limestone quarries. Only with access to limestone can Zig produce cement, facilitating the construction of various buildings, both military and civilian. Should Grey Bear Village prosper, it will soon require expansion, and the current walls will certainly prove inadequate for protecting the villagers. Moreover, the expansion and development of Grey Bear Village necessitate a significant influx of immigrants. Zig must devise strategies to attract villagers from other settlements to relocate, a task for which he currently has no effective solutions. He can only hope that neighboring villagers witness the prosperity of Grey Bear Village, encouraging them to migrate willingly, but this process is inherently slow. In addition, trading with the prairie orcs should not be limited to merely exchanging iron pots, nor should it focus solely on dealings with the Haggis faction. Theo put it in modern terms. Diversification is essential. However, there is no immediate urgency for this, as Zig and the cooperative currently lack substantial sales capacity. Furthermore, it is better for fewer people to be aware of his trade relations with the prairie orcs. Given that all northern human villages are engaged in conflict with the prairie orcs, some have suffered devastating losses, it would be perilous for others to discover that Grey Bear Village maintains a close relationship with the prairie orcs, resulting in potential accusations of treachery against humanity. Additionally, there is an urgent need to train more militia. These tasks are manageable but require time. Zig intends to have archers like Jack and shield bearers like Broden train the village's able-bodied young men. Generally, transforming ordinary individuals into competent soldiers takes at least 3 months of training, and adequate nutrition is essential. Without sustenance, one cannot muster the strength to train. Fortunately, the issue of food is no longer problematic for Grey Bear Village, as they now possess wealth and sheep, allowing the young men participating in training not only to be well fed, but also to enjoy meat at every meal, ensuring their nutritional needs are met. Although there is no shortcut to time.it seems necessary to develop some open land as a training ground for soldiers. Additionally, procuring equipment is crucial. With the frozen earth walls already constructed, defense is no longer a concern. Yet the soldiers are almost entirely unequipped. Bows, armor, shields, and steel swords incur significant costs. Otherwise, why would armored knights be considered nobility? The expense of such equipment is prohibitive for the average individual, and even the state treasury struggles to bear it, necessitating a system where knights are supported by their vassals. In summary, the situation is one of myriad challenges and urgent needs. Fortunately, the income of Grey Bear Village, or rather the cooperative, is not an issue. With financial resources, these goals can be achieved, but generating revenue takes time, and the training of soldiers and construction of walls demands manpower. There is a deficiency of both personnel and time. Without adequate manpower and time, the modest savings Zig has painstakingly accumulated may swiftly diminish. Grey Bear Village is constantly confronted with threats from the prairie orcs, with the current military strength lacking archer towers and sufficient soldiers. Relying solely on Zig and his 8 guardian knights to defend the village is nothing short of a fantasy. If the raiding parties of the prairie orcs exceed 50, the entire Grey Bear Village is doomed, and Zig's life would be in peril as well. Yet, there is no alternative. One must take life one step at a time, for Rome was not built in a day. With the frozen earth walls erected, the sheep cannot remain housed with the villagers indefinitely. Thus, the sheep enclosures have been relocated outside the walls, adjacent to the base of the wall, allowing for their swift entry during an attack. Following this strategy, Zig assigned tasks to his trusted subordinates, including Biden and the shareholders of the cooperative. Little Chuck has now been promoted to the position of sales manager for the cooperative, responsible for recruiting villagers to herd sheep to various towns for sale, even to Silver Peak City. And of course, the recruited villagers are not shareholders, but are compensated at an hourly wage. How much is the wage? 20 copper coins a day. If they work diligently and enthusiastically, they may have the opportunity to become shareholders. Working for noble lords yields only 3 to 5 copper coins a day at most. Yet, working for the cooperative offers 20 copper coins daily, an astounding increase. Naturally, Zig has instructed Little Chuck that the number of hired workers is limited, prioritizing those villagers who actively support him. Leonard, due to his outstanding performance, has been appointed by Zig as the village's construction committee member, responsible for overseeing the construction of the stone walls and archer towers. This is also a measure to continue incentivizing support for Zig among the shareholders, revealing that standing firmly by Zig's side comes with greater benefits. The position of construction committee member is no small task, from hiring stonemasons and carpenters to quarrying stone and transporting materials. All responsibilities fall under his purview, which will keep Leonard quite busy. The matter of blacksmith fane is to be managed by him, as artisans particularly emphasize the importance of tradition. The blacksmithing skills in his family have been passed down from father to son, and now asking Fane to take on apprentices is a change he is reluctant to accept. he envisions a gray bear village where only his family possesses the knowledge of blacksmithing. As long as their craft remains within the family, all will be well. To this end, Zig has endeavored to persuade blacksmith Fane, but with little effect. Chapter 51. The Sign and the Rescue. Seeking recommendations and collections, Zig has entrusted Biden with the procurement of weaponry and the training of new soldiers. As Biden is Zig's most trusted and vital subordinate, making him the most suitable choice for these responsibilities. However, after arranging these matters, Zig still feels insufficient, as there is an acute shortage of manpower. To attract more laborers, he decides to hang a large wooden sign at the newly constructed gate of Grey Bear Village's frozen earth walls. The sign bears a message in the common tongue of Odin's continent. In Grey Bear Village, diligent effort will lead to a better life. Many villagers are illiterate and inquire among themselves, and upon learning the message inscribed on the sign, they feel a warmth wash over them, an inexplicable sensation akin to the germination of a seed of empowerment taking root in their hearts. Why do some individuals hesitate to strive? Is it not because they cannot envision the fruits of their labor? Why do soldiers refrain from risking their lives? Is it not due to the absence of visible opportunities for recognition and advancement? Why do farmers shy away from cultivating their fields? Is it not because they see no chance for prosperity? Why do scholars hesitate to innovate? Is it not because they cannot foresee their efforts yielding wealth? Zig aims not only to show the villagers the prospects of prosperity within Grey Bear Village, but also to inspire them to disseminate this message as a shared belief. As long as there are tangible opportunities for prosperity and ideals that ignite the desire for hard work, when everyone aspires to wealth, Grey Bear Village will burst forth with boundless vitality. And when villagers from other settlements resonate with this sentiment, a wave of migration will ensue. Thus, the issue of labor shortages in Grey Bear Village can be satisfactorily resolved. The power of shared beliefs and ideals is immense. There is no need for coercion. The impoverished will eagerly seek to join a place that embodies such values. In the age of cold weapons, population is everything. It is both the nation's productive force and its potential for warfare. Just after hanging the sign, Zig returned to his residence within the village's assembly hall, intending to rest, only to be startled by the presence of old Chuck, who had been waiting for him. I wish to see my daughter. I long to see my Elvira, village chief Zig. Please find a way. Old Chuck, with tears in his eyes, expressed his yearning to reunite with his eldest daughter. The last time Zig learned about the dire circumstances facing humans in the prairie from Cotton, Old Chuck had been eager for Zig to rescue his daughter. However, at that time, the village walls were not yet constructed, and Zig was powerless to assist. Old Chuck, however, held on to hope. He longed for a miracle. Yearning for the day his daughter would unexpectedly appear at the village entrance, waving to him with his grandchild in tow. The last account he heard of the plight of those taken as slaves from the prairie only seemed to distance that hope further. Yet he still clung to the possibility of a miracle, and the only person he knew who could bring such a miracle was village chief Zig. If village chief Zig could procure so many sheep from the prairie orcs, providing the villagers with roasted lamb and mutton soup, what else could be called a miracle? If village chief Zig could erect a protective wall for the village in just 2 days, what else could that be but a miracle? If village chief Zig could create one miracle, then another, surely a third and fourth miracle could follow, and perhaps his daughter Elvira would return amidst one of those miracles. For this reason, old Chuck once again approached Zig, pleading for assistance. This matter is not easily achievable. In order to delve into the grasslands and rescue those villagers, a substantial army must be established, and it must consist of cavalry. Without cavalry, without superior equipment, and without an army exceeding 100,000, how could one possibly rescue so many from the fierce and ruthless wolfman or clans? Zig does possess a solution, albeit a drastic one. The most straightforward method to liberate those taken by the grassland orcs would be to annihilate all the wolfman orc tribes. However, such an undertaking would require at least 100,000 well-equipped cavalry. Otherwise, venturing into the grasslands would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. 100,000. Old Chuck was taken aback by this figure. The entire Grey Bear Village comprises only 200 or 300 individuals. Unless this esteemed village chief Zig becomes an emperor, how could he possibly mobilize 100,000 men? Old Chuck felt quite disheartened and mumbled to himself as he departed. Wait! Just as Old Chuck was about to step out the door, Zig suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, I have a solution. This moment was not due to Zig leveraging the experience of the traversers. Rather, it was his own idea. His approach was deceptively simple, to trade for human slaves just as one would with cattle and sheep, using iron pots and other resources as currency. While this notion may seem inhumane, treating humans as livestock, Many would argue that rescuing kin taken as slaves by the orcs should be accomplished through battle and bloodshed. Yet, does Zig possess such capability? The answer is no. Zig is a pragmatic individual. Since this method could save those enslaved by the grassland orcs, why not pursue it? There are indeed many who proclaim, "I refuse. I demand an eye for an eye, and I shall crush my adversaries beneath my iron hooves." However, Zig is not one of those individuals. Idealistic pursuits are better left to idealists. Zig knows he cannot assemble 100,000 troops to assault the orc tribes within just a few months. In truth, even a cavalry of 100,000 would still be an optimistic estimate. The vastness of the grasslands and the multitude of wolfman orc tribes means that unless every cavalryman is immortal, scattering them across the plains would be as futile as casting salt into the sea. Currently, Zig has merely constructed walls and garnered a few thousand silver coins, resolving the immediate issues of Grey Bear Village. The dream of leading an army to sweep through the orc tribes remains a distant one, achievable only in a decade or two when the deceased have passed. How then can he rescue those enslaved? Thus, trading iron pots and goods for human slaves from the Higish tribe becomes the most suitable choice, as long as he offers them enough profit margin. The wolfman orcs of Higish will not only sell their own human slaves to Zig, but may also procure additional slaves from other tribes to trade with him. However, Zig quickly pondered another concern. Would the Higish tribe resort to raiding existing human villages to capture individuals to sell to him? This possibility was soon dismissed by Zig. The surviving human villages are on high alert, either fortified or with places to hide. While the orcs may find it easy to seize supplies, murdering and abducting individuals is much more challenging. The Higish tribe is a small one, and each wolfman warrior is precious. Engaging in a frontal assault would be highly disadvantageous, as the loss of even a few warriors could lead to their assimilation by other tribes. From Zig's recent observations, it appears that the wolfman orc tribes on the grasslands are not united. They frequently engage in conflict and vendettas. Once a wolfman orc tribe annihilates its rival, the surviving members are often exterminated without a chance of becoming slaves. The Higish tribe surely has its own rival tribes. Losing warriors could very well put them at risk of annihilation by their enemies, for orcs are not foolish. Furthermore, Zig intends to add a stipulation to the trade. Only those humans who have been captured for over a year will be considered, thus eliminating this possibility. Zig also contemplated another crucial issue. Would such transactions bolster their enemies? Certainly. Yet, the most pressing concern remains the rescue of those enslaved by the grassland orcs. This choice is imperative, and the issue of empowering the enemy can be dealt with later. The Higish tribe's expansion will not be an easy feat. While Zig may not be fully aware of the specific dynamics on the grasslands, he is certain that there are formidable tribes with tens of thousands of warriors. How many members does the Higish tribe and its allied tribes even have? From Cotton, he learned that the Higish tribe has at most only 4 or 5 dozen young warriors. Even if they mobilized their entire tribe, they would barely muster over 100 wolf cavalry. To confront a tribe with thousands of warriors is a daunting task, and maintaining a strategic partnership with Grey Bear Village is foundational for their future development. If all goes well, the trade relationship between Grey Bear Village and the Higish tribe could last at least a decade. Even if, after 10 years, the Higish tribe evolves into a large wolfman tribe of several thousand. Turning against Zig would not necessarily instill fear in him. The Higish tribe will grow, yet does that mean Grey Bear Village will not? To take a step back, rescuing the enslaved humans through trade is an unavoidable necessity. So many yearn for news of their loved ones, so many families have been torn apart. Within Grey Bear Village alone, the clamor for rescuing enslaved kin is resounding. As a village chief, being able to rescue the suffering relatives of villagers would elevate Zig's standing among them to unprecedented heights. Naturally, this method is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as no one knows where their relatives are, or whether they are even alive. Perhaps old Chuck's eldest daughter has long since perished. However, this offers a glimmer of hope to the living. What keeps people alive if not a flicker of hope? Yet, the task of negotiating with the Higish tribe for the purchase of abducted humans cannot fall to old Chuck. As concern breeds chaos, if the wolfmen catch wind of anything amiss, exorbitant demands will ensue. This matter must be handled solely by Zig in just a few days. It will be time for him to settle the outstanding delivery of 9 iron pots to the cunning Capushkin of the Higish tribe. At that moment, he can broach the subject, with the specifics of the transaction to be discussed later. The grassland orcs lack not just iron pots but also many other essential supplies. Their needles for making and mending garments are fashioned from bone, and their provisions for winter are scarce. Why do the grassland orcs often descend south to plunder human villages during winter and spring? It is precisely because their cattle and sheep are susceptible to freezing. leaving them without sufficient food at that point. Anything, grain, flour, needles, even utensils for eating, can be sold to them. Without spoons and tongs, do these grassland orcs really intend to plunge their hands into boiling water to retrieve their meat? Excellent. Since the grassland orcs require these basic commodities, it presents Zig with an opportunity to profit. Chapter 52. Actively constructing support for the village chief, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to Zig's plans. The most gratifying, and predictably so, aspect for Zig has been the overwhelming demand for positions within the cooperative. The number of villagers eager to secure employment with the cooperative is staggering. Consequently, Zig conducted an open recruitment, offering 40 employment slots for the cooperative. Any villager who actively contributed to Zig's village-building efforts would have the chance to join the cooperative as a worker. However, on the day of recruitment, nearly the entire village turned up to apply. A long queue formed outside the recruitment point, with some individuals even climbing onto nearby rooftops. Naturally, the 40 positions were filled rapidly, yet even after the open recruitment, many villagers remained undeterred, seeking connections and favors to become cooperative workers. Old Chuck, being relatively close to Zig, and the blacksmith Fane's family were nearly overwhelmed by visitors. Both families had approached Zig on multiple occasions to discuss this matter. Young Chuck was fortunate not to have taken a wife. Otherwise, the number of visitors seeking favors would have doubled. The entire Gray Bear village is interconnected, and both Old Chuck's family and Fane's family have numerous relatives who do not support Zig. And some even mock him. This is not a small number. Old Chuck's younger brother is among them. His name is Balmer, and the villagers refer to him as Old Balmer. Old Balmer is not particularly close to Old Chuck. On the contrary, he is quite friendly with Old Fane, as his two daughters married Fane's deceased sons. When Old Fane opposed Zig, Old Balmer supported the notion of driving Zig away. Like Old Chuck, Old Balmer has two daughters and a son, but his son is the eldest, and he now has a flock of grandchildren. Naturally, when Zig first arrived, Old Balmer encouraged his little grandson to spit in Zig's face. Old Balmer is also a pragmatic man. Unlike Old Gene, who stubbornly refuses to eat Zig's mutton, he relished a hearty meal, stating in his own words, "If there's meat to eat, why not indulge?" Watching the miraculous construction of the frost-resistant walls and witnessing his relatives and neighbors return home daily with 20 copper coins, Old Balmer could no longer remain idle. That money was earned through hard work for the cooperative. Just a few nights ago, he heard the sound of Old Chuck and Young Chuck counting coins into the early hours. The crisp and delightful sound of a silver coin clinking as it fell into the pile was truly enchanting. In the days when everyone shared the same poverty, the two brothers endured a meager existence, consuming the same coarse fare and donning equally tattered garments. Their diet consisted of potatoes and dark bread mixed with sawdust and tree bark, while their clothing was fashioned from scraps of burlap. Old Balmer harbored a strong aversion towards his elder brother, who constantly meddled in village affairs. However, times have changed. The shareholders of the cooperative now flaunt their wealth, exchanging their former possessions for new ones both inside and outside their homes. On the night the villagers secretly referred to as Counting Money Night, when dividends were distributed to the cooperative shareholders, a transformation began. Since that fateful night, the shareholders' diets and attire have undergone a remarkable change. And no longer do their faces appear gaunt and emaciated from hunger. Instead, they now exhibit a healthy glow. How could it be otherwise? When they feast daily on white bread and savor lamb soup, their nutrition greatly improved. The most conspicuous change, however, extends beyond their rosy complexions to their attire. Previously clad in garments resembling dirty, black burlap sacks, the shareholders have recently donned new clothing made from the latest cotton fabrics, exuding vitality. Notably, Young Chuck has been seen in a striking ensemble of a yellow-sleeved, brown vest robe, resembling the distinguished gentleman of the town. Rumors abound of Leonard, who had intended to marry a girl from the foot of the hill, now having second thoughts. Why the change? It is, of course, due to newfound wealth. Whispers suggest he has offered 90 silver coins as a bride price to propose to the most beautiful maiden from the neighboring village. Though the outcome remains uncertain, Old Balmer, unable to sit idly by, feels the pangs of envy. Who wouldn't desire such a life? However, joining the cooperative has now become a privilege. One must labor for a period before being granted shares, performing tasks that earn merely 20 copper coins a day. Although this is certainly better than what the nobles offer, it pales in comparison to the income of the shareholders. Alas, the authority over hiring within the cooperative lies firmly in Chuck's hands. Compelling Old Balmer to humbly beseech his nephew, "Dear Chuck, I implore you to employ your cousin. I hear the mayor has entrusted you with this responsibility. Kindly allocate a position for us. Federer is your cousin. After all, Remember how he defended you when you were bullied as a child? Old Bamer, with an air of desperation, resorted to recounting even the childhood scrapes between Chuck and others, though such memories are distant for Chuck, who is all too aware of the discord between his uncle and father. Chuck, skeptical, muses that perhaps old Bamer is concocting tales to deceive him. It is not that I refuse to assist you, but rather that I lack the authority. The mayor has decreed that only those villagers who actively participated in the wall construction will be considered for employment. He was present during the construction. He knows who contributed and who did not. If I were to grant a position to Federer, I would forfeit my own stake. The construction of the frozen earth wall was time-sensitive, limited to just 2 days. As the one who had wagered, Mayor Zig found himself cornered by Old Man Jean and was thus compelled to lend a hand. During the wall's construction, the diligent workers would be rewarded with laughter. And the mayor was well aware of who had toiled hard. Chuck would not dare disregard this reality. Furthermore, the demand for labor has surged, with the 40 available positions already filled, leaving no room for Federer. Old Bamer's pleas proved fruitless. Bamer, it is not that your nephew is unwilling to help. The competition for cooperative jobs is fierce. You witnessed the recruitment yesterday. The positions were claimed in an instant. There is simply no opportunity left. Old Bamer, residing next to Old Man Chuck, had observed the flurry of activity within their household and recognized the truth in Chuck's words. Regret washed over him. How foolish he had been to staunchly oppose Mayor Zig from the onset. In the mere span of 2 days since the cooperative's public recruitment, Old Man Jean suddenly found himself ignored. As a village elder, he was met with silence, while the entire Bear village seemed to have descended into a fervent state of support for Mayor Zig. Old Bamer was not alone in his regret. Many villagers who had idly stood by during the wall's construction now lamented their inaction. To become a shareholder in the cooperative, one must first labor for it, and to labor, one must have actively supported Mayor Zig's endeavors. Nearly 100 villagers had eagerly responded to Zig's call during the wall construction, qualifying them for cooperative employment. With 100 villagers vying for 40 positions, there was simply no room for those who had tarried. If only I had not heeded that old fool Jean. With no opportunities remaining, Old Bamer stormed off in frustration, taking his ire out on his in-laws as he left Chuck's home, having learned from the experience surrounding the wall's construction and the qualifications for cooperative employment. The villagers were far more enthusiastic about participating in the military training organized by Biden. The initial sessions focused on archery. Each villager participating in the archery training fashioned their own targets, transforming the open space beyond the frozen earth wall into a makeshift training ground. Though rudimentary, it sufficed. The villagers engaged in military training received no wages, yet were rewarded with 3 meals of lamb daily, provided by the cooperative. This drew the attention of those who did not meet the recruitment criteria, salivating at the thought of the delectable lamb. They still reminisced about the taste of roasted lamb legs and lamb soup from that fateful evening. Archer Jack momentarily escaped the monotony of standing guard, leading 40 villagers in archery practice at the training grounds. The weapons shop in Tuckertown had been stripped bare by Biden and his companions, leaving them with only a handful of hard bows. The physical exertion required to draw such bows was considerable. While the villagers eligible for recruitment were generally sturdy, they were still malnourished. Even the strongest among them struggled to pull the hard bows, leading to fatigue after just one draw. Though they employed a system of rotating training, the villagers could manage only 3 actual archery sessions each day, and their accuracy was dismal. Out of over 40 villagers shooting at targets 50 meters away, only 2 or 3 arrows found their mark. Jack shook his head in disbelief at such inefficiency. Reluctantly, Jack decided to prioritize physical conditioning for those in military training. However, he estimated that even with the villagers enjoying hearty meals, they would require at least a month or 2 to develop any semblance of combat readiness. Jack felt powerless. He had done all he could, yet the results were minimal. What of those villagers who neither secured cooperative employment nor met the recruitment standards? There was still work available for them, with more projects underway, the first of which was the construction of archer towers. The task of quarrying stone was monumental. The stones needed to be cut into large, uniform blocks to ensure the stability and durability of the towers, which would house numerous archers and store ample weaponry. Without cement or superior binding materials, the stone towers constructed from small rocks would bear weight only comparable to that of lookout towers, making wooden lookout towers a faster option. Mayor Zig planned to erect 4 such archer towers, strategically placed at each corner of the frozen earth wall, allowing each tower to cover 2 sides of the wall while accommodating around 10 militia archers, significantly bolstering defensive efforts. The labor required for constructing the archer towers was substantial, with the work of building wooden cranes for stone quarrying consuming 50 laborers. coupled with the transport and refining of stone. Virtually no one in Bear Village remained idle. The village buzzed with activity, as villagers were seen bustling about everywhere. Each morning at dawn, the villagers set out to work. Some headed to various towns for sheep sales. Others engaged in military training, while the remaining elderly and women stayed home to prepare meals. The sight of smoke rising from 50 or 60 households against the backdrop of a snowy winter morning was quite a picturesque scene. Though the laborers building the archer towers received no pay, their enthusiasm remained high. Everyone understood the importance of actively supporting the mayor, for their efforts would ultimately benefit the villagers themselves. With the archer towers, the archers could conceal themselves behind shooting ports, safely launching arrows while avoiding enemy fire, thus ensuring Bear Village's offensive capabilities during sieges. The entire village radiated a spirit of prosperity. Chapter 53. The Long Winter Day's Good Day. Mayor, good day. After assigning tasks, Zig found himself with some leisure time. As a mayor, he need not involve himself in every detail. Instead, he spent his days wandering with Biden and a few others, inspecting project progress and evaluating training conditions. Wherever he went, villagers hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Mayor, would you like some potato pancakes? The villagers bowed respectfully to Zig, and the children in the village were not to be outdone. Among them was the boy who was currently offering Zig potato cakes. He left a deep impression on him. When Zig first arrived in Bear Village, this very boy was the one who spat in his face at tea that time. Zig had no idea who he was, but he soon learned that he was the grandson of Old Balmer and the cousin of Little Chuck. The inspection proceeded smoothly, which meant that nothing of significance occurred, aside from discovering a few villagers constructing archer towers who were sneaking bites of the adhesive rice paste. Zig quickly lost interest in the inspection. His days were filled with feasting on lamb skewers and sketching plans for new stone walls. Time passed in a languorous monotony, to the extent that even the bearded Biden began to take up brewing in his spare time. There was little else to do in winter. Humans can sometimes be rather foolish. In moments of idleness, they seek out trouble. Zig began to reminisce about the days spent with the werewolf orc tribes. Life had been too smooth lately, and he felt an inexplicable restlessness. He thought to himself that it would be splendid if a tribe of prairie orcs would emerge to raid, providing the perfect opportunity to test the strength of the newly constructed walls and the prowess of the freshly trained militia archers. He hoped for no more than a dozen or so prairie orcs. Any greater number might frighten the villagers into fleeing. After all, these villagers were merely ordinary farmers, and even their training had only just begun. When faced with a large group of prairie orcs, they would surely panic. The difference between those who had been on the battlefield and those who had not was stark. Many inexperienced soldiers would soil themselves in their first combat, let alone these armed farmers. To face a true battle, it would ultimately rely on Zig and the 9 others, as even the mighty Dwayne Johnson would not prove particularly useful. Speaking of his Minotaur slave, Zig was filled with dissatisfaction, not because the creature was disobedient, but rather because it was excessively compliant. Zig had always felt that such a towering figure, standing at 2.5 meters, was wasted if not brought to the battlefield. Hence, he arranged for the shield-bearer Broadvent to conduct long-term training with him. The giant showed no resistance and complied with every command. During practice sessions, he no longer cowered on the ground. One might say that Broadvent's training of Dwayne Johnson was somewhat effective, but in truth, it was riddled with flaws. The Minotaur's sword-swinging lacked power, and when defending with the shield, he merely hid behind it, failing to understand the principles of movement or counterattack. If he were to face an actual battle, he would surely meet his demise. Zig could hardly believe that a member of the strength-oriented Minotaur tribe would wield a sword so feebly. After conducting thorough research, he concluded that the issue likely did not lie with the training itself. Broadvent's methods were quite conventional, and the Minotaurs, being both nearsighted and colorblind, were primarily known for their brute strength. This doomed Dwayne Johnson to the role of an infantryman rather than an archer, and thus Broadvent had focused solely on heavy infantry training for him. The training was straightforward, which eliminated the possibility of training deficiencies. Zig speculated that the most probable explanation was Dwayne Johnson's lack of desire to exert himself. The Prairie Minotaurs, also slaves to the werewolf tribe, somehow managed to serve as raiders for the werewolves. While both Dwayne Johnson and the Prairie Minotaurs were slaves, the former was trained through human slave-breaking methods, becoming a mere work slave, whereas the Prairie Minotaurs appeared to be viewed as lowly beings, expendable at will, yet capable of earning their own wealth. Every slave was a slave by no choice of their own. Perhaps deep down, Dwayne Johnson's true thoughts were, "Why should I fight for you? Even if we win the battle, I remain a slave, and you remain my master." Understanding this, Zig offered Dwayne Johnson a promise. should he distinguish himself in the next battle by slaying enemies. Zig would grant him his freedom. Upon hearing Zig's vow, a flicker of barely perceptible light appeared in Dwayne Johnson's previously dull eyes. He concealed it well, and Zig did not notice. However, the subsequent training yielded remarkable results. Dwayne Johnson was no longer the obedient slave who complied without question, but rather a diligent trainee. Each time he thrust his sword from behind his massive shield, the bulging veins on his arms suggested an explosive power behind his strikes. Life in Bear Village progressed fervently amidst construction, albeit in a state of ennui, as the deadline for delivering the 9 iron pots owed to the Hegish tribe drew near. Only 4 days remained. In that time, the anticipated raid by the prairie orcs finally arrived, but it did not unfold as Zig had imagined. Instead of a training battle for the militia, it left Zig profoundly disappointed. Why? Because this band of approximately 20 prairie orcs, upon seeing the towering walls of Bear Village and the numerous archers stationed atop, merely circled the walls before retreating without attempting an attack. Zig quickly understood that the prairie orcs were not foolish. He estimated that the newly constructed walls could withstand an assault from 20 or 30 prairie orcs. Did they not realize that attacking Bear Village would exact a bloody toll? As soon as Zig received the alert of the prairie orcs crossing the river to invade, he swiftly organized the residents and livestock to retreat within the walls, preparing all armed forces to defend from the battlements. The moment the prairie orcs approached, the archers would unleash a relentless barrage. As the prairie orcs neared, not only were the militia on the walls tense, but even the villagers hiding within were filled with anxiety. Unaware of the situation on the walls, they strained to listen for any signs of commotion, the only sound in the village being the carefree bleating of sheep. Ultimately, the prairie orcs did not attack, leaving many people unnecessarily anxious. This non-battle transformed 2 individuals into heroes in the eyes of the villagers. Zig, the village chief, was credited with the construction of the walls that repelled the orcs, and a militia archer who, lacking the strength to properly draw his bow, accidentally fired an arrow that startled the prairie orcs into retreating. This archer, named Nebo, was akin to Little Chuck. Both were still single in their 30s. It was no wonder his right arm lacked strength. Years of bachelorhood had taken their toll. After the tale of Nebo's arrow spreading fear into the hearts of the prairie orcs circulated, he gained notoriety, with matchmakers lining up to introduce him to potential partners. Nebo was not a shareholder in the cooperative and remained quite impoverished, yet young women sought him out, believing that marrying such a valiant warrior would secure their safety. This newfound attention irked Zigit. Was he who had built the walls and risked his life to secure the sheep. He had worked diligently to lead the villagers toward prosperity. Why should Nebo overshadow him? No one had even approached Zig to introduce a girlfriend. This simply could not stand. Zig resolved to thwart such occurrences. If Nebo wished to join the cooperative, he would have to face numerous hurdles. Zig's frustration mounted. It was embarrassing to lack a girlfriend in the real world, and to be without one in this strange realm would be utterly disgraceful. In matters of romance, anyone who obstructed Zig's path would become his adversary, and he was determined to make their lives difficult. Zig did not wish to end up like Hanli, who had waited 3 centuries for a single encounter, leaving others to mock him for traversing realms for so long while indulging in fantasies. For a normal man, such a wait would render one's right hand useless, and he would be ridiculed for having spent 300 years in a foreign world, with his right hand as his only companion. How pitiful! Having failed to achieve his goal of seeing the militia shed blood, Zig felt disappointment, but he knew he could not rush the matter. The arrival of prairie orc tribes for raiding was beyond his control. This recent group of about 20 prairie orcs had clearly come to scout for easy pickings. Upon finding none, they simply retreated. Zig's plan to send the militia into a real battle had fallen through. A matter he could neither influence nor command, and he resigned himself to the situation. In 4 days, the scheduled date for the transaction with the Hegish tribe, concerning the 9 iron pots and discussions on exchanging goods for human slaves, would arrive. This was a significant affair, and Zig had prepared ample supplies, such as flour and wheat, items the prairie orcs would surely desire. The prairie orcs would venture south to raid human settlements only when their livestock froze in the winter and they had no food. Yet these provisions held little value. The prairie orc staple was meat. The werewolf tribe's orcs only sought grains like rice and wheat for their convenience and preservation. If their cattle and sheep perished, these grains could prove vital in desperate times. There are still some essential supplies, such as needles and threads, cotton cloth, bowls, and cutlery for dining. The prairie orcs also possess these necessities. Some acquire them through theft, while others rely on primitive substitutes. For instance, the bone needles originally used by the prairie orcs, though functional, are exceedingly brittle and prone to breaking when stitching thicker leather goods. Similarly, cotton cloth, which can be dyed and embroidered, transforms into elegant garments. When adorned with symmetrical patterns, such attire unmistakably signifies one is a noble among the prairie orcs, far surpassing the aesthetics of animal hides, despite the latter being wearable. Furthermore, the bowls crafted by the prairie orcs are merely wooden and often crooked. While human-made ceramic and glass bowls exude a sense of sophistication, in simple terms, the prairie orcs could survive without these supplies, and their lives would not be drastically affected. However, possessing such items elevates their status to that of the affluent. Notably, iron needles are particularly coveted, as the prairie orcs lack the capability to forge iron pots, let alone iron needles. Despite their diminutive size, needles require meticulous craftsmanship that most blacksmiths may struggle to achieve. A prairie orc household utilizing iron needles would undoubtedly be considered wealthy within their community. Yet, it remains uncertain how valuable these supplies are in the eyes of the prairie orcs, how many cattle or sheep they could barter for, or how many human residents taken captive could be exchanged. Chapter 54. Only strength enables trade. Father, what if they refuse to give us the iron pot? Indeed, an iron pot for 100 sheep? I wouldn't agree to that. How fortunate. That individual is too enigmatic. If he reneges on our iron pot, we would be powerless. Joining the negotiation team this time, alongside the father and son duo of Capushkin and Pashiko, was Barclayef, a young orc from the werewolf tribe. Throughout their journey, the elder werewolf Capushkin and his two sons deliberated whether this mysterious human, Zig, might default on their agreement. Barclayef, more contemplative than his brother, struggled to comprehend why Zig would only exchange one iron pot for 100 sheep when he learned that one could typically barter for as many as 200. He found himself increasingly curious about the enigmatic Zig, particularly regarding such a seemingly disadvantageous trade. If someone on the prairie were to exchange an iron pot for merely 100 sheep, that individual would surely be deemed a fool among the werewolf tribe. Such a lopsided transaction would undoubtedly benefit their own tribe. Nevertheless, Barclayef could not fathom that the mysterious human who had captured him could be a simpleton. In his mind, Zig had assumed three distinct personas: a soul magician capable of eliciting truth, an impeccable marksman, and an elemental archer capable of infusing magic into his arrows. His father, Capushkin, had once mentioned that only the proud and mysterious elven race could produce such formidable elemental archers. Barclayef vividly recalled the moment Zig unleashed a splitting arrow. How could such a person possibly be a fool? Fear not. If that human dares to cheat the brave warriors of the werewolf tribe, we shall ensure he learns the price of his treachery. Otherwise, why would we bring so many warriors? Capushkin dismissed his son's concerns, asserting that apart from the werewolf soldiers stationed at their base, he had brought at least 12 brave warriors and 30 bull-headed orc slaves. Capturing a modest human village like Grey Bear Village would be exceedingly simple with such a formidable force. The price of an iron pot for 100 sheep had already piqued the interest of many within the Higas tribe. After the first transaction, the villagers, who were already anxious about their livestock surviving the winter, became fervent. Eager to partake in such a seemingly foolish trade, they rushed to send flocks of sheep to Capushkin, their tribal leader, for the next transaction. Consequently, less than 3 days after the first exchange, a second, urgent transaction was imminent. However, numerous families among the prairie werewolf tribe expressed their discontent. They had sent 1,000 sheep to Capushkin for trade, only for him to return with a single iron pot. Were it not for Capushkin's long tenure as the chief of the Higas tribe, those prairie werewolves would surely suspect him of embezzling their funds. Thus, in addition to bringing back many sheep from the Higas tribe, Capushkin also returned with their curved swords, war bows, and direwolf mounts. Should he not obtain the promised iron pot, Capushkin was prepared to confront Zig directly. Even if that mysterious human were an expert archer and elemental archer, he could not withstand the might of so many brave orc warriors. The only concern was his soul magic. Father, let me take the lead. Pashiko exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement at the prospect of battle. After all, the young werewolf warriors took great pride in slaying enemies. The Higas tribe was a small clan, and finding a wife was challenging for the male orcs. Pashiko remained single, yearning for combat. Very well. If that human archer refuses to part with our iron pot, shoot an arrow into the sky. With their meager numbers, they cannot possibly withstand our werewolf warriors. We shall burn, kill, and seize everything. At this moment, Capushkin appeared transformed, shedding the guise of the wise yet somewhat cunning elder chief of the werewolf tribe, revealing instead the bloodthirsty nature of a common werewolf warrior. This was the essence of the werewolf tribe. They inherited the traits of wolves. Despite Kapushkin's years of leadership and reputation for wisdom, he remained fundamentally a werewolf. Indeed, they cannot stop us unless they possess walls. With his father's support, Pashiko laughed heartily. However, as they traversed the thicket along the northern bank of the Salmon River, Pashiko's laughter faded the moment they emerged from the woods, his mouth agape and breath faltering. He stammered, When did this human village acquire walls?" Swallowing hard, he pointed at the imposing walls across the river, his mouth agape as if he could fit a watermelon inside, murmuring in bewilderment, "Last time I came, there were none." Indeed, there had been none during his last visit. The elder werewolf, Kapushkin, was equally dumbfounded. When he had crossed the river to trade 1,000 sheep, he had seen no walls in the village of Grey Bear. How could such extensive walls have been constructed in just 15 days? Not only Kapushkin and Pashiko were astonished, the werewolf cavalry and bull-headed orc warriors following them also lost their composure. The werewolf cavalry merely engaged in hushed discussions, but the bull-headed orc warriors were overwhelmed. This was a miracle. The bull-headed orc warriors revered the Earth Mother, believing only she could raise a wall overnight to protect her emissaries on Earth. "O Earth Mother, have you finally revealed your miracle? Please accept the worship of your most devoted followers. Save the suffering bull-headed tribe." Without exception, the 30 bull-headed orc warriors brought by Kapushkin knelt in prayer, prostrating themselves on the ground to honor the Earth Mother. Constructing a wall in just 15 days was beyond even legendary Earth elemental mages, let alone humans. The only explanation was that it was a miracle. Observing the bull-headed slaves kneeling, Kapushkin's cheeks twitched in agitation. In their current state, should a conflict arise, it was uncertain whom they would support. While these bull-headed orcs were indeed considered pariahs within their tribe, they were also children of the Earth Mother, just as the werewolf tribe revered the Sky War god. "Rise, you wretched bull slaves," Pashiko shouted, raising his whip to strike the kneeling bull-headed orc warriors. "Stop it, Pashiko," Kapushkin intervened, having lost his desire for confrontation. Given the enormity of the walls, even if they emerged victorious, the Higas tribe would suffer immense losses, an outcome their tribe could not endure. With the sight of the imposing walls, Kapushkin reverted to the thoughtful, composed, and somewhat cunning leader of the werewolf tribe. "But, father, what of it? Did you not see those walls? Unless we bring every werewolf warrior and slave from our tribe, can we possibly breach that wall? Even if we do, how many warriors will perish?" Pashiko wanted to retort, but Kapushkin swiftly silenced him, discontented with his eldest son's inability to gauge the situation. Ultimately, the decision made by the werewolf tribe was for Kapushkin and Pashiko to cross the river together to negotiate the trade. Whether they could recover the iron pot owed by the mysterious human would depend on the circumstances. If they could reclaim it, they would. If not, they would devise another plan. After all, the chief owed the debt, and the warriors of the tribe could not die needlessly beneath the walls. Kapushkin and Pashiko approached the city wall with a sense of trepidation. Zig did not allow them entry into the city. They remained outside, conducting business. The truth was that Zig had no intention of keeping their iron pots. From the very beginning, he had instructed someone to carry out 9 iron pots from the city, lined up in a row. What a jest! He aspired to develop a long-term partnership with the Higas tribe. Why would he default on their payment? The 9 iron pots were placed before 2 werewolf orcs, leaving them utterly astonished. And of course, Zig was not without his precautions. The shadowy figures on the city wall thoroughly extinguished any thoughts Kapushkin and Pashiko had of attacking. Ever since the last encounter, when the stealthy assassin Ian discovered the werewolf orcs in the snowy terrain, Zig had adhered to a principle. When trading with the barbaric tribes that revered strength, one must possess sufficient power oneself, or make the other party indirectly sense one's formidable strength. Otherwise, should these savage races perceive any weakness, they would readily devour you. They were orcs. They might not value trust as highly as more civilized races, and at times, they would protect the weak. This is the essence of civilization. Advanced societies place great importance on trust and the protection of the vulnerable, far surpassing the primitive and backward civilizations. The lack of trust and a protective system is a common ailment in many underdeveloped nations today. Those who have traveled to African countries know well that from government officials to tribal commoners, the regard for trust and the protection of the weak is alarmingly low. Without adherence to trust, long-term trade cannot flourish, and thus, the economy of the entire nation stagnates. If there is no emphasis on protective systems, the weak remain unprotected, and the law of the jungle prevails. Might makes right. Consequently, a nation oscillates between turmoil and poverty. This is a consequence of civilization and atmosphere not having progressed to a certain stage, unrelated to race. After all, a black man can become president in America. Beyond trust and protective systems, many advanced institutions cannot be established without civilization and atmosphere having reached a certain level. For instance, an electoral system requires a degree of consciousness and knowledge. Without this, even an electoral system would lead to chaos, as exemplified by India, a topic for another time. Regardless, Zig would not let his guard down again. Fortune once does not guarantee fortune again. It is necessary to appropriately display strength in long-term dealings with barbaric tribes, for they have yet to attain a level of civilization. The shadowy figures of archers atop the wall served their purpose well. When Zig proposed a trade for human slaves from the plains, the two werewolf orcs expressed significant interest. After a cordial and friendly exchange, both parties reached a long-term cooperation agreement and extensively negotiated specific terms of the trade. In Chapter 55, The Golden Tent Wolf King, Zig had 2 large crates of needles, cloth, and grain flour brought out as a deposit. The 2 werewolf orcs from the Higas tribe immediately became wide-eyed. To put it plainly, grain flour was precisely the essential resource they lacked for sustenance. With the winter grass withering, they could not sustain so many cattle and sheep. Having grain would greatly ease their plight this winter. The trade details Zig established with the Higas tribe for human slaves were quite simple. The price of 1 sheep equated to 1 human slave, in other words, 1 iron pot at wholesale price could be exchanged for 100 humans captured by the plainsmen and turned into slaves. The rest were calculated based on the prices in the plains. 1 needle for 10 sheep, 1 bag of wheat for 10 sheep, and items like bowls, spoons, and forks were even less valuable. 1 bowl, 1 spoon, or 1 set of cutlery could be exchanged for a sheep each. If one wished to trade for human slaves, they could simply convert humans into sheep in terms of value. Straightforward and direct. The only aspect Zig found troublesome was that the plainsmen had no concept of weight units. When speaking of 1 pound or 10 pounds, they were at a loss, only able to count by bags. He couldn't fathom how they prevented shortchanging or distinguished between sizes to avoid being cheated. However, soon enough, Zig found himself unwilling to comply. When the plains orc referred to a bag, he meant a large sack that 1 orc could carry, which easily weighed over 100 pounds. It became clear that these orcs were not entirely ignorant of trade. No wonder they had agreed so readily. The trap lay here. The plains orcs' primitive trading methods stemmed from their rudimentary lifestyle. But Zig could not allow them to play this way. 100 pounds of wheat for 10 sheep was far too little profit for him. Wait. You orcs cannot disregard weight units. The amount of wheat you can carry in a bag is limited, and we would be at a loss otherwise. Trade should be mutually beneficial. If you profit, we must also profit. Initially, 1 iron pot could exchange for 100 sheep, and we were already at a disadvantage. If this continued, I would cease trading altogether. Zig had noticed from their previous frantic 3-day endeavor to gather 1,000 sheep that exchanging 1 pot for 100 sheep was undoubtedly a bargain. These orcs were not completely oblivious to trading. They may not have known arithmetic, but their wits were clearly focused on this area. A stronger human would inevitably suffer losses. If a minotaur were to carry food, one could only imagine how much he would transport. That would not do. Our plains warriors speak with conviction. What was agreed upon cannot be altered hastily. Besides, this is how we trade on the plains. Kapsushkin had finally seized an opportunity to earn a bit more and was reluctant to relinquish it. Moreover, the various weight units like pounds and ounces gave him a headache. It was much simpler to calculate by bags. After all, there were trades among orc tribes on the plains. If they didn't understand, they would just have to learn. We humans conduct trade this way. Who doesn't engage in banter? Zig could certainly hold his own in that regard. Kapsushkin was somewhat crafty, and Zig was unwilling to yield. The negotiations concluded with an agreement of 1 bag of wheat for 10 sheep. However, 1 bag full of wheat was nearly the size of an orc's head. A compromise reached by both sides. This led to the Higas tribe consistently dispatching larger-headed orcs for future transactions. Once the trade was concluded, it was time to foster camaraderie. Zig had the bread baked by Aunt Mary brought out. Along with slices of seasoned lamb, he prepared a sandwich of seasoned lamb between 2 slices of bread for the 2 plains orcs, chatting amiably while they ate, discussing the pleasant weather and the absence of snowstorms this winter. Zig, unfortunately, brought the bad habit of discussing business over a meal from the real world into this other realm. Dear human archer Acqui, what is this? It is exquisite. Truly the food bestowed by the god of war from the heavens. The method of consuming seasoned lamb nestled between 2 slices of bread nearly caused the 2 werewolf orcs to swallow their tongues. It was simply delightful. This delicacy is known as a hamburger. The children back home adore it, in our homeland. There's a clown named McDonald's and an old man named KFC who have made a fortune selling these. They have become the wealthiest in the city. Zig initially intended to treat them to enhance their relationship, but unexpectedly, this method of eating was unfamiliar to the plains orcs. Leaving them in awe, he began to embellish tales, for the werewolf orcs from Zig's homeland could not possibly visit. Allowing him to spin tales freely, can making this food really lead to becoming the richest in the city? How astonishing! I wonder if McDonald's and KFC are as wealthy as the Golden Tint Wolf King from the plains. Zig rambled on without restraint. In business, the key is mutual enjoyment. Thus, in his exuberance, he also brought out fried potato chips and the wine brewed by Biden, treating the two werewolves to a feast that left them so enamored with the delicacies that they forgot their own names. Biden's wine was rather potent. After indulging, the two werewolf orcs began to slur their words. The Golden Tint Wolf King. This title piqued Zig's interest. One who holds such a name is undoubtedly no ordinary figure. At least a con-level leader, or perhaps a formidable warlord of the plains. Indeed. Dear human archer Acqui, have you heard of him? Pashiko slurred. I've heard of him from Bakerel. He is your brother. In truth, Bakerel had never mentioned this. The time since their last separation had been brief, and Zig had not inquired about it. However, now, driven by curiosity about the Golden Tint Wolf King, Zig casually fabricated some details. He then engaged in aimless chatter to elicit information. This roundabout conversation yielded some insights regarding the so-called Golden Tint Wolf King. This figure, who had only risen to prominence as a warlord in recent years, was reportedly once the leader of a small to medium-sized tribe in the southern plains. However, for reasons unknown, he disappeared from the tribe for nearly a year, and upon his return, his tribe suddenly possessed a significant number of exquisite curved blades. Some claim that during his year-long absence, the Golden Tint Wolf King had discovered the treasure of the god of war, while others asserted he received divine guidance from the god of war. Regardless of the rumors, the Golden Tint Wolf King had indeed risen to power. His tribe, armed with superior curved blades compared to others, consistently shattered their opponents' inferior weapons during battles, leading them to triumph. Within a few years, from a tribe of merely 1,000 individuals, he expanded rapidly by assimilating other small to medium-sized werewolf tribes, transforming into a large tribe boasting tens of thousands of wolf cavalry and establishing himself as a dominant force on the plains. Soon after, the Golden Tint Wolf King led his tribe to engage in conflicts with other powerful tribes on the plains. For several years now, the Khan of the Golden Horde has vanquished numerous formidable tribes that once dominated the vast steppes, such as the Anti and Novgorod tribes, growing in power to a truly fearsome extent. At present, the Khan's only remaining rival is the formidable Sun Wolf King, who has united the remnants of those defeated tribes along with several medium-sized clans into a coalition. They have clashed with the Khan on multiple occasions, each side experiencing both victories and defeats. Zig is keenly aware of the current state of affairs on the steppes, where the rivalry between the Khan of the Golden Horde and the Sun Wolf King unfolds. Once the outcome of this struggle is determined, the victor will undoubtedly ascend as the true king of the steppes. This situation evokes in Zig memories of certain historical patterns, whether it be the Huns, Turks, Khitans, or Mongols. They all began their southern incursions only after achieving supremacy or unification over the steppes. When that time comes, the sacred Odin Empire will face not mere raids for resources, but a full-scale invasion aimed at the conquest of humanity. According to the old werewolf Kapushkin's understanding, in terms of sheer strength, the Khan of the Golden Horde possesses a slight edge over the Sun Wolf King. However, the Sun Wolf King has gathered many tribes that harbor animosity towards the Khan. And in terms of numbers, he far outstrips the Khan. Naturally, in terms of wealth, the Khan is undeniably richer. The devastated human settlements north of Grey Bear Village stand testament to his exploits. The Khan has plundered vast quantities of jewels, gold coins, and resources from these human towns, and it is said that the pillars of his royal tent are made of pure gold, with his curved dagger adorned with countless gems. Other minor werewolf clans can only scavenge behind the Khan, snatching up what little they can from the villages. My dear companion, my beloved Kapushkin, which of these two wolf kings do you favor, the Sun Wolf King or the Khan of the Golden Horde? Who among these sovereigns of the steppes do you believe will ultimately prevail? After sharing this information, Zig, intrigued, inquired about Kapushkin's perspective on the duel between these two titans. Without a doubt, the Sun Wolf King shall emerge victorious. Currently, the combined forces of the Sun Wolf King and his allies far exceed those of the Khan, perhaps by thrice or more. How could the Khan possibly triumph? Just days ago, I heard that this autumn, the Khan suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Sun Wolf King, being driven to the banks of the Volranga River. nearly drowning in its depths. Kapushkin spoke with palpable enthusiasm, his long werewolf tongue licking his lips as he continued. It won't be long before the Khan's golden tint and his treasures are divided among the Sun Wolf King and his allies. Perhaps we too may reap some benefit, ha. Is that truly so? I beg to differ. It is entirely possible that the Khan of the Golden Horde will ultimately prevail. In Zig's eyes, the so-called Sun Wolf King and his allies appear more akin to a disorganized rabble, a coalition of several tribes that struggle to coordinate effectively. However, Zig refrained from voicing this sentiment explicitly. Oh, dear human archer Ake, what leads you to such a conclusion? Under the influence of alcohol, Pashiko began to drape an arm around Zig's shoulders. Just a casual guess. Merely a hunch. Zig was indeed making a casual guess, for he revels in creating an air of mystery. Thus, he offered a cryptic smile, invoking the notion of intuition, regardless of whether others believed him. After all, based on historical experience, any military force composed of numerous disparate factions is generally prone to disunity. A single blow can scatter them, thus earning them the label of a disorganized mob. Chapter 56. The cooperative reform. Zig harbored a subtle worry regarding the rivalry between the two powerful sovereigns of the steppes, for such a duality often culminates in the emergence of a singular dominant force. The adage two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain holds true in both ancient and modern contexts, as well as in this fantastical realm inhabited by orcs, dwarves, and elves. The two wolf kings, barring unforeseen circumstances, are destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle, with the victorious wolf king standing as the true sovereign of the steppes. What remains uncertain is when these two will eliminate each other. Perhaps they will remain locked in a stalemate for a decade or more, or perhaps, following a singular battle, the steppes will be unified in an unexpected turn of events. Zig merely hopes that the two wolf kings will continue to clash for a while longer, resulting in the demise of more Orcish warriors, thereby diminishing the forces that may descend upon humanity in the future. The most pressing concern now is the development of his village, to hold the line where possible, and if not, to retreat with his people to the Holy Sword Pass. Why then? Warfare will consume the land, and no one will pay heed to his role as village chief. Kapushkin and Zig agreed to engage in trade every 10 days henceforth, allowing both the Higish tribe and Grey Bear village ample time to prepare. The Higish tribe requires this time to barter with other orc clans for cattle and human slaves, while Grey Bear village needs sufficient time to sell these sheep and livestock. Currently, the trade between the Higish tribe and Zig's dealings revolves solely around sheep and human slaves, although future exchanges will include cattle and horses. The pressing issue lies in the current sales capacity of Grey Bear village. It is challenging to ensure that the cooperative can promptly sell all the sheep acquired from the Higish tribe. It seems the cooperative scale must continue to expand. However, Zig is reluctant to overly enlarge the cooperative. Why? Because the cooperative currently functions as a business that purchases livestock from Orcish raiders to sell to human nobles. Should this enterprise grow too large, numerous complications will inevitably arise. Without delving into distant concerns, one must ponder whether the villagers hired to sell the sheep may eventually falsify sales figures. For instance, if they sell a sheep for 50 silver coins, they might report only 40 coins, pocketing 10 for themselves, an amount far more lucrative than the meager daily wage of 20 copper coins. When the cooperative was small, Zig could easily identify and prevent such fraudulent practices, as the few salaried employees would stand out if they suddenly acquired wealth, their consumption patterns starkly contrasting with their income levels. Yet, as the cooperative grows larger, Zig will find it increasingly difficult to monitor so many individuals. Once one person commits fraud without being caught, it sets a precedent for others to follow, leading the entire cooperative to face the same fate as many large enterprises. Despite high profits, they will be gradually depleted, and many incentive mechanisms will become ineffective, ultimately resulting in the cooperative's collapse, leaving Zig with nothing but a bloated workforce. Many real-world enterprises attempt to mitigate the issues arising from excessive scale and personnel by minimizing the number of direct employees. A prime example is the fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's. The restaurant industry is labor-intensive, requiring a fixed number of servers and cooks, leaving no room for layoffs. Despite McDonald's presence in every corner of the globe, these are primarily franchise establishments, each managed independently by franchisees, while the McDonald's corporate entity merely provides training, branding, and designated suppliers. This allows the headquarters to avoid micromanaging every detail, such as employee tardiness or reward systems. Many centralized domestic enterprises, which favor tight control, often fall into a vicious cycle where upper management becomes bogged down in minutiae. The approach they take is often to establish processes and regulations, Yet this can lead to rigidity and a tendency for departments to shift responsibility onto one another. This need not be exemplified. Many readers familiar with large enterprises are likely to resonate with this experience. And numerous large companies exhibit this flaw, rooted in the excessive centralization of control at the top. With over 30,000 stores and 150,000 restaurant employees worldwide, it is impossible for McDonald's CEO to oversee such extensive operations and personnel. Instead, McDonald's astutely divides certain profits, refraining from claiming the entirety of each restaurant's earnings, instead distributing these profits to franchisees, who then manage their establishments with strict oversight. A single McDonald's restaurant features only a handful of staff, and this localized, centralized management allows for timely adjustments to operational strategies while maintaining stringent employee control. Consequently, McDonald's avoids the necessity of managing 150,000 employees globally, transforming its headquarters into a highly efficient operational center and establishing itself as one of the world's leading dining enterprises. In the future, the cooperative's operational scale will inevitably increase, and if Zig fails to implement timely measures, the cooperative will encounter various issues typical of large enterprises. Presently, the cooperative comprises just over 60 individuals. And with a slight expansion, Zig can still maintain oversight. He plans to initiate a reform once the cooperative's membership exceeds 100, determining the nature of that reform at that time. For now, he intends to secure the majority of the profits, as the cooperative remains small and efficient under concentrated management. However, the thought of expanding the workforce causes Zig to break into a cold sweat. There are not enough people in Gray Bear Village. Where can he find additional hands? The cooperative currently lacks the opportunity to replicate the mistakes of larger enterprises. This matter cannot be rushed. Once he rescues those humans enslaved by the orcs, he will see if anyone is willing to stay in Gray Bear Village. If there are willing individuals, that will be manageable. If not, Zig cannot compel them to remain. For he has rescued them, not sought to transform those who have suffered under Orcish bondage into his own slaves. Point 1. Must at least seek out their relatives, do they not? Upon returning to Gray Bear Village, Zig began preparing items for the next trade, including iron pots, needles, threads, and various necessities. Due to the extensive dumping of the last batch of 1,000 sheep, the price of sheep in the nearby towns had reverted to its original level. The once exorbitant profit of 80 silver coins per sheep was no longer acceptable to the nobles of those towns. After all, while they may crave meat, even the nobles have their acceptable price range. The price drop nearly rendered the sheep unsellable. Fortunately, the shareholders in charge of sales promptly adjusted the prices, preventing a complete saturation of these sheep. Nevertheless, this batch of 1,000 sheep still yielded a total sales revenue of 40,000 silver coins for the cooperative. Although 40,000 silver coins might seem substantial, it only converts to 400 gold coins, a mere yearly income for lower-ranking nobles, and, for those of higher rank, it may barely scratch the surface of their wealth. The great nobles, possessing vast estates and exempt from taxes, allocate their riches to maintain courtesans and indulge in lavish noble balls. It is said that some nobles spend thousands of gold coins for a single ball. After this 40,000 silver coin revenue, Zig once again distributed dividends, leaving every shareholder with amounts that caused envy among other villagers. Following this distribution, Zig decided to implement reforms, the reasoning being quite simple. There were no clear public funds to cover the various constructions in the village. The cooperative was established for the development of Gray Bear Village, to gather funds, while the shareholding system was meant to provide incentives. However, after everyone received their dividends, they treated the money as their own, resisting contributions for the construction of walls, archer towers, or militia training. All expenses fell solely on Zig. Initially, Zig had not noticed this issue, but upon receiving his own share of dividends, he sensed something amiss. How could this be? In truth, Zig was a rather shrewd individual. Just as others were unwilling to spend their own money on village development, he too was reluctant to be so foolish, although he held the largest share. And despite the scarcity of spending opportunities in such a desolate place as Gray Bear Village, he had no intention of using his own funds to support the villagers. What was this? The village chief personally funding the villagers. Zig was no longer interested in that role. Let others take it on if they wished. He proposed to allocate 70% of the cooperative's income to a village development fund, ensuring sufficient resources for future constructions in Gray Bear Village. Zig apprehensively voiced his proposal, and the moment he mentioned 70%, the income for everyone drastically diminished. For instance, a shareholder with the minimum 1% stake, who would have received 400 silver coins under the previous distribution method, would now see their dividend reduced to a mere 120 silver coins, a staggering loss of 280 silver coins. Concerned that such a significant reduction in income would incite opposition among shareholders, Zig feared the consequences. As long as the village chief leads us, we will not suffer, declared Leonard, a village councillor and the lowest-ranking shareholder. The first to speak up. Ever since aligning with Chief Zig, his circumstances had improved. He was well-fed, well-dressed, and had even become engaged to the most beautiful girl from the neighboring raccoon village, with their wedding set for the day after tomorrow. Compared to his previous existence of subsisting on potatoes and bread mixed with wood chips, his current life felt like a dream come true. Leonard swore to remain a loyal supporter of Chief Zig. With hands on his hips, he shouted slogans in enthusiastic support of the chief. I may not know what 70% is, but I know who has brought us this life. I agree. Another villager stepped forward in support, leaving Zig dizzy with disbelief. So your support is based on your inability to do basic math? Yes. I don't know what 70% is either, but we support the chief. And yet another villager chimed in. Zig was left speechless. He had prepared an array of arguments, emphasizing that only with funds could they build proper defenses and acquire armor and weapons, but it was all in vain. These villagers simply did not understand arithmetic. It seemed a temporary educational workshop was in order. What a bunch of illiterates. Chapter 57. Jack's crossbow and flowers. After the cooperative's reforms were complete, Jack remained behind to report to Zig on the training of the armed farmers. Sir, I believe the current training of these militiamen is insufficient. They lack the capability to form a fighting force. The farmers here are generally undernourished and frail. After more than 10 days of training, a single archer's strength is barely enough to shoot 3 arrows, and even then, they struggle with accuracy. Hitting a target as large as a door frame is beyond them. Jack gestured with his hands, illustrating a size comparable to a door. If they cannot hit a target this size, that poses a serious problem. Indeed, it was clear to see that drawing a heavy bow while aiming was a considerable exertion of strength. Without sufficient arm strength, maintaining that brief moment of aim was nearly impossible. To illustrate, lifting a bucket of water is manageable for most, but holding it aloft with both hands for an extended period is a challenge few can endure. This dilemma forced Zig to reconsider his original plans. He had intended to emulate the English longbowmen and establish a troop of archers. The English longbowmen were renowned for their formidable prowess. Capable of long-range shots with great power, during the 100 Years' War, they inflicted considerable hardship on the French knights, who were typically clad in only basic armor, leading to the loss of significant portions of French territory, of course. Aided by treasonous elements among the French and incompetent allies, the English longbowmen, also known as longbow archers, wielded a simple yet powerful weapon capable of piercing shields of considerable thickness, thereby maintaining an advantage over lightly armored cavalry and infantry. It wasn't until the emergence of Joan of Arc, who transformed the cavalry into heavy cavalry, that the tide began to turn. The Orcish raiders of the plains never donned armor. Whether they were minotaurs or wolf riders, they flaunted their muscular torsos to showcase their bravery. A longbow unit could inflict significant damage upon them from a distance, which was more than adequate for the defensive needs of Grey Bear Village. Yet Zig overlooked a critical aspect. The English longbowmen were not merely trained. They were a product of a national system that promoted archery. At that time, England encouraged archery among all citizens, with nobles frequently hosting archery competitions and offering generous rewards, fostering a high caliber of archers through such incentives. However, this required a long-term nationwide initiative, which Zig lacked the time to implement. Sir, why not consider using crossbows instead? They are simpler to operate and possess greater power, though they are somewhat costly, Jack suggested appropriately. As a professional archer, he understood that training regular archers took considerable time, and using crossbows would simplify the training process. Crossbows, known as arbalètes, had many advantages over bows, including longer range, greater penetration power, and, most importantly, ease of operation and aiming. Unlike traditional bows, which demanded considerable strength and skill to draw and aim, a farmer could be trained in just a few days to wield a crossbow effectively. At a distance of around 20 meters, a crossbow could easily pierce heavy armor, capable of slaying a heavily armored knight. Historically, during the Crusades, many heavily armored knights met their demise at the hands of Arab farmers wielding crossbows. Yet crossbows had their downsides. Their construction was more intricate than that of bows, making them generally more expensive, and their rate of fire was slower, as reloading required the use of the foot to brace the weapon. While an archer might shoot 3 or 4 arrows, a crossbowman could only manage 1 shot in the same time frame. Given the current circumstances in Grey Bear Village, equipping the armed farmers with crossbows seemed most appropriate. As for the financial aspect, buying them was the solution. Zig prioritized his safety. With ample crossbows, aside from the elderly and the children who had yet to grow, it could be said that Grey Bear Village would be universally armed. When the Orcish raiders approached the village walls, they would be met with a rain of over 200 arrows from the towers. No matter how formidable the orcs, they would be pierced like hedgehogs. However, acquiring enough crossbows would require sourcing them from the weapon shops in the town, which likely lacked sufficient stock and quality. It would be necessary to procure them from the Bateman Fortress, a significant military stronghold and large city, where the weapon shops would far exceed those of Tucktown, and larger stores would offer superior weapons and armor, such as broadswords, crossbows, and even armor. Thus, the plan to arm the entire village with crossbows was firmly established. Zyge has preliminarily resolved to order 200 individual crossbows from the weapon shop in Ending City. These crossbows are particularly suited for defense, as the bolts they release are sufficiently large and possess a considerable range. Additionally, he intends to procure 10 hand crossbows. While hand crossbows exhibit low accuracy and limited range, their convenience is undeniable. These hand crossbows are designated for personal use by himself and Biden's entourage, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. The hand crossbow is akin to a handgun. In close to mid-range combat, a single bolt, if it strikes its target, is likely to pierce through even heavily armored infantry, unless the adversary wields a shield thicker than 10 centimeters. The process of outfitting the troops will undoubtedly take some time, as even the largest weapon shop cannot fulfill an order for 200 individual crossbows all at once. Zyge plans to equip the 40 armed farmers currently undergoing training and then lead them into the nearby mountains to hunt magical beasts, allowing them to witness bloodshed. He aims to instill in these armed farmers the understanding that with weapons in hand, they are no longer defenseless peasants but soldiers capable of taking lives. The fact that the armed forces of Grey Bear Village have yet to experience battle weighs heavily on Zyge's mind. As Qi Jiguang famously stated in his military treatise, Jixiaoxinshu, what constitutes a qualified soldier? A qualified soldier is one who holds a spear in hand and does not allow his mouth to dry from anxiety when facing battle. Achieving such a state without having taken a life is exceedingly difficult. Zyge is reluctant to discover that the soldiers he has painstakingly trained would flee in terror at the mere sight of the enemy. However, the acquisition of the crossbows must be postponed, for there is a wedding approaching in the village. After receiving his second dividend of 400 silver coins, Leonard has begun to flourish. While his wealth may not seem substantial in Grey Bear Village, it certainly distinguishes him as a figure of considerable affluence compared to the surrounding villagers. The nearby villages have suffered greatly from the ravages of the prairie orcs, leaving their inhabitants in dire poverty. When Leonard offered an exorbitant bride price of 90 silver coins, the family of the young woman from Raccoon Village was immediately overwhelmed and readily accepted his proposal. This young woman is renowned for her beauty, and many suitors have found themselves thwarted in their attempts to win her hand. Had her parents not harbored aspirations of marrying her off to nobility, they might never have had the opportunity to engage with the upper class, leaving Leonard with little chance of even gaining her attention. Marrying into the family of a noble's confidant is still a commendable match. During his courtship, Leonard exaggerated the closeness of his relationship with Zyge, leaving the elder couple quite dazed. Who is Zyge? Zyge is the eldest son of the Duke, and upon the Duke's demise, he shall inherit the title. Surely, the confidant of the Duke's heir must also prosper? Coupled with the gleam of silver coins, it would be foolish not to accept the proposal. The entire village of Grey Bear, being closely related, will naturally partake in Leonard's wedding festivities. Leonard, being one to flaunt his newfound wealth, has allocated over 200 silver coins for the wedding alone, procuring a carriage, bridal attire, and new furnishings, all of which are typically reserved for the weddings of the nobility, inciting envy among the unmarried women of Raccoon Village. When the bridesmaids arrived in Grey Bear Village, they were met with awe at the impressive fortifications that had emerged in this village most afflicted by the prairie orcs. They wondered if marrying into this village would free them from perpetual fear. The wedding in Grey Bear Village, however, is quite simple, presided over by the matron Andalina from the monastery. She first inquires of the groom whether he wishes to take the bride as his wife, to which he affirms. Then she turns to the bride, asking if she wishes to marry the groom, and upon her affirmative response, they exchange woven grass rings. Among the impoverished farmers of the north, it is customary to forego rings. Instead, the bride and groom create floral crowns for one another, signifying the completion of their union. Due to the winter season, Leonard's wedding can only feature grass rings, a fact that troubles him deeply. After partaking of ample spirits on the day of the wedding, he fervently declares his desire to purchase a gold ring for his bride. Naturally, Leonard seizes the opportunity to boast in front of his former rival, Burleigh, intoxicated by his bravado, proclaiming that his bride is younger and more beautiful than Burleigh's, suggesting that Burleigh's wife must surely regret not marrying him. Burleigh, without uttering a word, presents his son as a silent rebuttal, implying My son is already this old, and you have only just married." Thus, the two engage in a playful exchange of jabs. Of course, no wedding is complete without the tradition of the bouquet toss. According to the sacred customs of the kingdom of Odin, the unmarried maidens who catch the bride's bouquet are deemed the next fortunate souls to wed. Just before the couple enters their chamber, the bride turns her back to all the unmarried maidens attending the banquet and tosses her bouquet on a flurry of eager hands. The bouquet unexpectedly lands in the arms of Jack, who had been merely observing from the sidelines. With the newlyweds retreating to their chamber, the remaining festivities commence with the traditional matchmaking dance. The process of the matchmaking dance is quite intriguing. The unmarried men stand in a line, motionless, while the unmarried women approach to invite them to dance. The rationale behind the men's immobility is manifold. One reason is to spare the girls' feelings. Should a boy invite a girl to dance? There will inevitably be some who remain unasked, potentially bruising their pride, whereas boys are expected to endure such minor disappointments as part of their maturation. Furthermore, by allowing the girls to take the initiative in inviting the boys to dance, the likelihood of them finding a mutual attraction and subsequently marrying is significantly increased, a pattern likely observed by the older generation of northern folk. The harsh living conditions of the north, coupled with a short average lifespan, necessitate early marriages to bolster population growth. Thus, the matchmaking dance unfolds, with the spirited northern maidens drawing out bashful young men from the line, gathering around the bonfire and roasted lamb. As they engage in a lively and joyous dance. Chapter 58. The maidens sia while others revel in dance, Zyge finds himself overlooked. Throughout the entirety of the matchmaking dance, not a single maiden extends an invitation for him to join. The reasons are quite simple. Firstly, his appearance is deemed unappealing, characterized by a high forehead, an upturned nose, and large, prominent ears, attributes that are challenging for those young women who prioritize handsomeness to accept. Secondly, his elevated status as the noble son of a duke renders him too lofty for the modest maidens participating in the dance. Many of these young women, being practical and not overly concerned with appearance, perceive Zyge's noble lineage as a barrier. Even the lowest-ranking knight would consider them mere mistresses, let alone those of higher rank. They rightly discern that a noble of Zyge's stature would never find them worthy of his attention, leading them to maintain their distance. The most sought-after figures at the matchmaking dance are none other than the archer Jack and the swordsman Lawrence. Jack, at just 19, is a quintessential young bachelor. Tall and youthful, serving as the militia instructor in Grey Bear Village, truly an idol for the young maidens. He receives the most invitations to dance, and even though he often clumsily steps on the toes of several girls, they remain undeterred in their eagerness to invite him. Then there is Lawrence. Despite his age, he is undeniably handsome, an adept dancer, and exudes a gentlemanly charm with his sword hanging at his side. His charismatic demeanor and eloquent tongue easily captivate a throng of young women. The matchmaking dance has always held paramount importance in the weddings of northern villages, serving as a venue for young men and women to connect and fall in love. Numerous romantic tales are woven from such encounters, with many legendary couples originating from these dances, leading to enchanting narratives that stir the imagination. For instance, the renowned tale Midsummer Night's Whispers recounts the story of a northern maiden who encounters an elven prince during a matchmaking dance, culminating in their love affair. Another tale, The Castle of Ice Tears, narrates the plight of a northern couple whose love is thwarted when the boy is abducted by a dark sorcerer, leading to a heart-wrenching moment when the maiden discovers the boy's spirit trapped within the sorcerer's body, resulting in her tears crystallizing into a castle where she eternally guards the boy's essence. For instance, The Dance of the Ice Lake Monster narrates the tale of a young girl cursed by an evil sorcerer. In her ordinary form, she bears the appearance of a scaly water spirit, only regaining her youthful visage during the weddings of others, on one occasion, while she clandestinely partakes in the festivities of another's nuptials. A handsome young man invites her to partake in a courting dance. Alas, this is a tragic story. Ultimately, in her desire to meet the dashing young man, she is discovered in her full water spirit form. Adorned in scales. It is precisely because of such romantic legends that countless northern maidens harbor fervent fantasies about the courting dance at weddings. How they yearn to encounter their beloved at such gatherings. There is a northern proverb that states, "The maidens at the courting dance are as passionate as fire, eagerly desiring love." However, in such a significant and ambiguous occasion, not a single individual pays heed to Zig. What a disheartening tragedy. The harsh reality of being single is already a calamity in itself, and now, having traversed to another realm, he finds himself still in the throes of solitude. Throughout the entire courting dance, Zig stands by as a mere spectator, frustrated, He channels all his discontent and ire onto the banquet table. For tonight, all the lamb and bread are graciously provided by the cooperative. He shall feast to his heart's content. For to leave unsatisfied would be a travesty. Excuse me, esteemed village chief. Just as Zig is engrossed in devouring a succulent piece of roasted lamb, a sweet voice calls out beside him. Turning to look, he sees a bashful young maiden with a sprinkle of freckles adorning her cheeks. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she stands before Zig, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. The unmistakable signs of her shyness are laid bare. Village chief, may I ask you, could you come? The girl stammers, her uncertainty palpable as her fingers tighten around her garment, even tugging at it involuntarily, unable to articulate her request fully. That moment, Zig feels as though he might faint from sheer happiness. In this otherworldly realm, he is 16, and this bashful maiden appears to be around 15 or 16 as well. In his reality, he has never had a girlfriend, and here, amidst this courting dance, he finds himself in an environment rife with romantic tension, as a blushing girl stands before him, uttering, "May I ask you?" Surely, she must be inviting him to dance. Such innocence and shyness resonate with the myriad tales of first love found in countless web novels. Pure, kind-hearted, bashful, chaste. She embodies all of Zig's dreams of first love. Though not conventionally beautiful, this girl, who does not scorn her own appearance, leaves Zig with no further desires. Having never dated in either reality or this new realm, what more could he wish for? What is it, lovely maiden? What would you like to ask of me? Zig's heart races with excitement, eager for her to finish her request. Upon hearing Zig's inquiry, the girl seems to muster her courage. Her fists clenched tightly. "Village chief, would you do me the honor of dancing with me?" As she utters this phrase, her shyness dissipates, replaced by a sense of relief, as if a great weight has been lifted. At last, the moment Zig has longed for arrives. In his previous world, he had no girlfriend, but here, finally, a girl wishes to dance with him. The melodious tunes of the northern wind organ fill the air with a lively dance rhythm. And accompanied by the music of the courting dance and the flickering bonfires, Zig and the girl begin to dance joyfully. Though her steps are awkward and inexperienced, lacking the grace and fluidity of the bridesmaids from Raccoon Village, Zig is nonetheless overjoyed. Regardless of this stranger's clumsiness, she is the first girl to dance with him, and while she may not possess the mesmerizing allure of an enchantress or the ethereal grace of a goddess, she is simply an ordinary girl with a sprinkle of freckles, reminiscent of a beloved younger sister. Innocent, kind, and adorably awkward. Alas, time passes swiftly, and as the courting dance draws to a close, Zig is left yearning for more. The moment the music ceases, the girl suddenly glances at the moon, her expression shifting to one of panic, as if recalling something dreadful. Zig, still holding her hand, feels her grip loosen, and before he can react, she has pulled away her delicate arm. "I'm sorry, I must leave," she breathes, her head bowed, and without another word, she hurriedly slips into the crowd, seemingly fleeing. Zig, alarmed, pushes through the throngs of people in pursuit. There are few dancers, and as he bursts through the crowd, he fails to grasp her arm, helplessly watching as she disappears into the silent shadows of the night. It appears she is resolutely determined to abandon the courting dance. Zig suddenly realizes he does not even know her name, and desperately cups his hands to call after her. "What is your name?" "I am Xia, she replies, glancing back over her shoulder as she continues to run. Though her voice reaches Zig faintly, he manages to catch the name. Xia. Regardless of her sudden departure, Zig's heart swells with joy. Returning to the dance floor, he is in high spirits, only to find the handsome Jack still surrounded by eager girls vying for his attention. A mischievous thought crosses Zig's mind. "Jack, come here," he commands, assuming the authority of a lord. "What is it, my lord?" Jack, who was thoroughly engrossed in dancing with one of the bridesmaids from Raccoon Village, immediately abandons his partner and scurries over to Zig's table laden with lamb. "Go to the watchtower and keep watch now," Zig chuckles wickedly. "Why? Tonight, it's Cedric and my uncle's turn to keep watch," Jack protests, clearly reluctant to leave the throngs of girls clamoring for his attention. "Your uncle is your uncle. Shouldn't you show him some respect? Go. Relieve him." Zig casually fabricates a reason, indifferent to Jack's objections. But what? This is an order," Zig interjects sharply, employing the weight of his authority to intimidate. "What is going on?" Grumbling under his breath, Jack reluctantly trudges off towards the watchtower. Disappointed expressions ripple through the crowd of girls as they witness Jack being summoned away. After some commotion, when the bashful girl returns to her companions, a flurry of whispers ensues, and the atmosphere becomes electric. Having toyed with Jack, Zig resumes his feast, determined to indulge until he is utterly sated. With each bite of lamb, he reflects upon the name of the girl he danced with, Xia. Undoubtedly, it is a beautiful name. Meanwhile, the time for the Dota system's artifact to bestow its powers has arrived. He must overindulge to enter the realm and acquire skills. Zig is resolutely determined to elevate a hero's ability to level 6 within the Dota universe. He has even decided on his hero, Axe, in this realm, relying on these peasant soldiers, trained for merely a fortnight, to engage in battle against the orcs is a fool's errand. While they may adeptly wield their bows and crossbows, it is a different story when the enemy closes in. Hence, the need for a formidable tank arises. Biden and his companions are merely foot soldiers, incapable of serving as a proper shield. Axe stands as the quintessential tank hero within the Dota universe. Should Zig possess Axe's prowess, don armor, and wield the battle cry alongside the counter-helix skill, he would be able to withstand the onslaught of 100 orc warriors. Lost in these thoughts, Zig cannot help but feel a swell of pride. Axe's battle cry holds a formidable impact. When the time comes, his thunderous roar will surely ignite the spirits of his soldiers and the armed peasants alike. With this exhilarating prospect in mind, Zig devours several more pieces of lamb, then instructs Biden, who is visibly perplexed after descending from the watchtower, to refrain from disturbing him unless an urgent matter arises. With that, Zig immerses himself into the Dota system artifact once more. Upon entering the Dota system artifact, familiar lines greet him. XXX has entered the game. This time, luck is on his side, although it is again in RD mode. Axe is among the heroes available. Without hesitation, Zig selects AXE.so handsome. It's you, who have been a bane to me. As soon as Zig selects Axe, a message appears, revealing that he has been recognized by none other than the player ID Cauliflower Shrimp, who had been abruptly exited from 2 matches by Zig last month. Even if turned to ash, I would still recognize him. From the words he typed, one can perceive the intensity of ID Huakai Dashia's fury. Instant retreat, a matter that incites deep disdain among all. Shall we continue? Another player inquired. Let us proceed. I have grown accustomed to instant retreats, as if he were non-existent. ID Huakai Dashia's nerves are rather robust, as he frequently faces such swift defeats. Could it be that he has encountered a master? Some players are already starry-eyed. Zig, observing their shameless comments about him, felt a surge of anger but found himself at a loss for words. He could only sit on the ground, pointing at the words they cast into the sky, cursing profusely. However, to those players, it merely appeared as if the axe was squatting on the ground, raising his axe towards the heavens. As a seasoned player, Zig understood the characteristics of the axe hero. The axe's armor is not particularly high. Many mistakenly believe him to be a tank, yet initially, he is quite fragile, possessing only 1.8 base armor. Even the famed squishy sniper boasts a higher initial armor of 1.94. Many newcomers assume the axe is defined as a tank and recklessly charge to absorb damage, only to perish ignominiously and face the ire of their teammates. So why is the axe categorized as a tank hero? The primary reason lies in his 2 abilities, Berserker's Call and Counter Helix. The Counter Helix inflicts substantial damage on surrounding enemies, and at level 1, it already deals considerable damage, leading to the perception that minions do not harm him significantly. Berserker's Call, commonly referred to as War Cry by Dota players, plays a pivotal role in defining the axe's tanking capabilities. Many only notice that the axe's War Cry ignores magic immunity and forces enemies to attack him, viewing it as a powerful control ability. However, what many newcomers fail to recognize is that the axe's War Cry can, for a brief period, increase his armor by 40 points. This is the true essence of what enables the axe to function as a tank. How significant is an increase of 40 armor? For those who are not sensitive to numerical values, one can compare it to the Assault Cuirass and Shiva's Guard, 2 top-tier armor items. Shiva's Guard grants 15 armor while Assault Cuirass provides 10. Experienced players will grasp that the 40 armor provided by War Cry is exceedingly high, capable of mitigating considerable damage. Understanding this distinction highlights the disparity between newcomers and seasoned players. The latter can utilize this 40 armor to escape peril when being pursued, as long as the opponents lack magic damage abilities. Once the axe's health dips low, that 40 armor can absorb a significant amount of lethal physical assaults. Conversely, novice players mistakenly believe the axe is a tank and hastily venture to jungle, recklessly engaging level 5 creeps without utilizing War Cry due to a reluctance to expend mana, ultimately finding themselves depleted of health and berated by teammates. Returning to the matter at hand, Zig, opting for the axe, spent his initial 600 gold on a set of Tango, a buckler, and a ring of protection, allowing the remainder to go to waste, as Zig was not fond of carrying a blue potion at the outset. Its healing effect is too easily interrupted. After selecting the counter helix skill for the axe, Zig staggered out, though ideally, he would have preferred to bring a town portal scroll. With one, the axe's early game strategies would be more versatile, allowing him to lane and disrupt creeps effectively. Many newcomers favor creep disruption, yet for the axe, it is highly situational. If the opponents consist of two late-game heroes, his disruption can severely annoy them. However, if the enemy possesses heroes like Dark Ranger, Venomancer, or Viper, who have slowing abilities, the axe must tread carefully. Once ensnared, he is essentially doomed. Should he be caught and possess a town portal scroll, a timely return could preserve his life. Nevertheless, Zig had no intention of annoying the enemy with creep disruption, as his current goal was to level up the axe and amass sufficient gold for items. Thus, the axe, as played by Zig, began to farm in the top lane. Farming effectively requires a certain methodology. As a melee hero, directly engaging in auto attacks from behind the creeps is foolish. The correct approach is to utilize counter helix in conjunction with the enemy hero. Initially, when only counter helix is available, the axe should ambush in the jungle, waiting for the creep wave to pass his position before suddenly charging out to target the enemy hero, causing the creeps to automatically attack him. This way, the axe's counter helix can be frequently triggered. Indeed, Zig executed this strategy, facing two heroes in lane, Shadow Shaman, commonly known as Little Y, and Spectre. Each time Zig's axe emerged from the jungle, Little Y and Spectre would frantically attempt to evade him. Yet, even so, both heroes found their health halved by the axe's counter helix, significantly diminishing their farming capability. Before long, Zig's axe reached level 2, and upon doing so, he promptly selected Berserker's Call, marking the true beginning of his tanking career. Since farming was going smoothly, Zig did not intend to disrupt the creeps. He planned to wait until he had enough gold to purchase boots and a town portal scroll from the shop, after which he would disrupt a wave or two to further annoy the opposing heroes, one of whom was squishy and the other late game, rendering them nearly useless without creeps in the early game. However, this led to frustration on the enemy side. Upon seeing Zig choose the axe, they instinctively assumed he would disrupt creeps and positioned a Tidehunter in the jungle near their lane, waiting for the axe to make his move. Although Little Y and Spectre struggled against the axe, once Tidehunter joined, the dynamics shifted dramatically. If they coordinated effectively, after Zig's axe cleared a wave of creeps, Tidehunter could suddenly appear, using his gush ability to slow Zig down, while Little Y ensnares the axe with his shackles. Capturing the axe even once would inflict significant damage. Twice, and he would likely fall. However, Zig had no intention of disrupting creeps, leaving Tidehunter feeling quite frustrated. Failing to catch the axe in the act of disruption, Tidehunter was at a disadvantage in levels. Observing that Zig's axe had already reached level 2 and still did not disrupt creeps, Tidehunter cursed under his breath but remained cautious, fearing that if he left, the axe would begin to disrupt creeps, leaving Little Y and Spectre scrambling. Thus, Tidehunter could only hide in the jungle, feeling vexed about facing an axe unwilling to disrupt creeps. Deciding it was futile to continue lurking, he resolved to join the lane instead. "Fine, I'll just farm with you guys," the Tidehunter player typed in the team chat. Just as Little Y began to respond, a wave of creeps approached, prompting Zig to surge from the jungle once more, startling Little Y into abruptly halting his typing, attempting to distance himself from Zig's axe. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Zig's axe drew dangerously close to Little Y and Spectre. However, Little Y was indeed a team player. Realizing that if the axe drew closer and unleashed his war cry, both heroes would be ensnared and suffer multiple hits from counter helix, he quickly decided to act. In a selfless act of sacrifice, Little Y used his shackles to bind Zig's axe, halting his advance. He understood the importance of preserving Spectre, for if she could survive the early game with minimal deaths, she would evolve into a formidable and troublesome hero in the late game. Hence, Little Y, recognizing this, sacrificed himself to bind Zig's axe. Seizing the opportunity, Spectre swiftly retreated towards the tower. Although Little Y ensnared Zig's axe, he had entered the range of counter helix, resulting in his health dropping to half in an instant after just replenishing with a blue potion. While Zig was unable to activate the axe's war cry ability at that moment, the continuous attacks from the creeps triggered counter helix repeatedly, and as Little Y bound Zig, he remained immobile in a mere 2.75 seconds. Not only were the opposing creeps annihilated by counter helix, but Little Y's health also dwindled perilously low. Spectre, now safely at the tower, could only watch helplessly as Little Y was subsequently struck on the head by a volatile chemical from the approaching alchemist, rendering him stunned. Zig's axe promptly activated War Cry, controlling the situation twice, sending little Y home to recuperate. First blood. Zig's axe claimed the first kill. Zig's gold surged significantly, following Zig's elimination of little Y. The Tide Hunter, who had been lying in wait in the jungle for so long, could no longer hold his composure and rushed to the top lane to replace little Y, bracing against the onslaught of Zig's axe and alchemist. However, since Tidehunter was only level 1, he and Spectre dared not engage directly, choosing instead to remain at a distance to farm experience. At this point, Zig had finally accumulated enough gold for boots and a town portal scroll. Preparing to disrupt creeps and further annoy the enemy? Axe? Quite impressive. At this moment, ID Huakaidashia felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that this player he had previously scorned for his swift retreats was indeed quite cunning. He had even secured first blood. If he could endure the entire match, he would undoubtedly be a commendable teammate. However, Zig couldn't respond to them via text, observing his ally ID Cauliflower Shrimp chatting in the sky. He could only silently purchase boots of speed and town portal scrolls from the neutral shop, proceeding with the plan to cut off the enemy's minions in Chapter 60. Battle cry and return. The time for Dota players felt brief, yet Zig calculated that after such an extended period of combat, at least 3 to 4 hours had elapsed. The initial levels 2 and 3 were relatively easy to attain, but progressing to levels 4, 5, and 6 would require considerably more time. Zig, controlling his axe, stealthily slipped into the woods. After all, playing axe without continuously cutting down minions would hardly be enjoyable. Ignoring the warnings, he dove into the forest, despite small Y's return potentially leading to his capture. Upon seeing axe vanish into the woods, ID Cauliflower Shrimp expressed concern in a flurry of rapid typing, all while executing last hits. Zig was unable to type a response, disregarding the advice and immersing himself in the trees. Achieving a level 2 axe was indeed exhilarating. However, Zig found himself lacking supplies, having consumed 2 out of 4 tree eaters. With his health not at full capacity, he planned to cut down some minions before feasting on a tree. Thus, Zig maneuvered his level 2 axe in and out of the forest, successfully reaching level 3 after dispatching 2 waves of minions. At that moment, the small Y, who had just respawned at the fountain, ambled past the middle tower, coincidentally encountering Zig, who had just cleared the second wave of minions. The opponents, Phantom Lancer and Tidehunter, were not particularly skilled either. Zig's axe had disrupted 2 waves of minions, prompting them to retreat to the first tower, where they soon realized their minions had vanished. They hurried back, forming a pincer movement with small Y closing in from behind. Faced with such a situation, wouldn't it be prudent to flee? Zig swiftly plunged into the woods, disappearing into the fog of war. Small Y pursued closely behind, intent on avenging his first blood loss. The Phantom Lancer and Tidehunter, returning from the minion lane, were still a considerable distance away, while Small Y was relatively close. Should Small Y catch up to Zig's axe and ensnare him with his chain lightning skill, the incoming Phantom Lancer and Tidehunter would be able to close in as well. If all 3 heroes converged upon him simultaneously, using their skills in unison, Zig's axe would undoubtedly perish. Fortunately, Zig's axe had already acquired boots, while Small Y remained shoeless, resulting in Small Y failing to catch up. The gap only widened, and the distance between the Phantom Lancer and Tidehunter was even greater. Zig, controlling his axe, circled around, as the 3 enemy heroes either had to chase him together or not at all. With fewer than 2 pursuing, they could not hope to take down Zig's axe. However, if they chose not to pursue, they would continually find themselves disrupted by Zig's minion cuts, gradually losing health under the relentless onslaught of Alchemist and their own minions at the tower. This caused the 3 players on the opposing team to nearly lose their composure. After Zig cut down 3 more waves of minions, he encountered a catapult, which appeared every 3 minutes in the Dota universe. While not particularly fearsome, a hit from a catapult wouldn't inflict significant damage. Players didn't particularly dread catapults during the landing phase. In fact, many enjoyed them for the additional gold they dropped upon destruction. Yet, for a player like Axe, the catapult was less welcome, as it could not be countered by his counter-helix damage. At that moment, Zig had exhausted his supply of tree eaters, and coincidentally, the 3 enemy heroes, Phantom Lancer, Small Y, and Tidehunter, charged towards Zig's position where he had been cutting minions. A particularly annoying aspect of the catapult was its ability to attack even if heroes hid in the fog of war, thereby revealing their positions. Zig fell victim to this, having already concealed himself in the woods when a stone from the catapult exposed him, leading the 3 enemies to follow the projectile's trajectory. Leading the charge was Small Y, still harboring resentment over his first blood loss. When he reached Zig's side, Small Y used his chain lightning skill to hinder Zig's axe. However, the enemy made a critical error. Tidehunter failed to unleash his gush skill while Small Y had axe ensnared, likely intending to separate their control abilities to prolong the restriction on Zig. Many novice players often overlooked that Tidehunter's gush skill not only dealt damage but also reduced armor. For Zig's axe, being ensnared by Small Y while simultaneously hit by gush would have dire consequences, as it would unknowingly amplify the damage inflicted by the enemy heroes. Though Small Y's chain lightning had a relatively long duration. By the time it ended, Zig's axe had already lost 2/3 of his health under the combined assaults of the 3 enemy heroes and a catapult. Fortunately, Zig possessed a town portal scroll. As the chain lightning effect concluded, Zig immediately activated Axe's battle cry skill, boosting his defense by 40 points. He promptly employed the town portal scroll. At this juncture, the debuff from Tidehunter's gush was negligible. His level 1 gush had only reduced 2 points of armor, while Zig's axe had gained a substantial 40 points of defense. With such a significant increase in defense, the physical attacks from the 3 enemy heroes felt like mere tickles. Zig's axe, though in the red, stood within the blue circle of the town portal, remaining motionless as he barely lost health under the onslaught of the 3 heroes, ultimately watching as Zig's axe safely returned to base in a precarious state. That was some impressive play, Cauliflower Shrimp typed, conceding that Zig's method of using battle cry to secure his escape was quite practical. As a skilled player, Cauliflower Shrimp understood the brilliance of Zig's maneuver. Had he not possessed a town portal scroll, facing the combined assault of 3 enemy heroes along with Small Y's ensnarement and Tidehunter's gush would have led to a certain demise for a typical axe focused solely on fleeing. Incredible, truly remarkable, exclaimed Cauliflower Shrimp, hoping Zig would continue to play, as no one relished the prospect of facing 4 opponents alone. However, Zig found himself unable to respond, as he was currently engaged in Dota in an ethereal form. Thus, despite Cauliflower Shrimp's message, Zig's reply remained unseen. Still a novice, Zig thought, recognizing that while Cauliflower Shrimp had concluded he was a mere student, he might indeed be a rather adept one. Zig, seeing the words Cauliflower Shrimp had typed, suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. What if I named myself Super Student? Would he retreat upon seeing me? Haha. Meanwhile, the enemy undead faction erupted into a heated argument. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had, Axe wouldn't have escaped, Small Y lamented, still bitter over his first blood loss. Many novices behave this way, often blaming their teammates for losses in team fights or when ganked, rather than accepting responsibility for their own shortcomings. Nonsense, arriving sooner would have made no difference. That Axe is a skilled player, Tidehunter retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. Drawing from his experience, Tidehunter recognized that the battle cry escape was a feat achievable only by those familiar with the skills of various heroes. What a stroke of luck for Zig, he thought, sure that hearing such praise would swell Zig's pride. Just then, a series of discordant messages erupted in the chat. The 3 of you up top are worthless. Even with first blood, you couldn't catch a single axe. The tone of the enemy mid lane's fire mage dripped with disdain. What? You come try it. If you don't know how to catch someone, don't blame others. Small Y shot back, irritated. Enough of this, let's not bicker. The typically low-profile Phantom Lancer interjected, attempting to quell the discord. You're no better. If I hadn't risked myself to save you, I wouldn't have lost first blood. You late-game heroes are all fools. Small Y, now fuming, switched to indiscriminate insults. Phantom Lancer, having endured the barrage of insults, could no longer remain silent and began to retaliate against Small Y, amidst the chaos of the undead teammates exchanging barbs. Zig readied himself, having switched his equipment. He abandoned the previously favored Tranquil boots in favor of Phase boots, using his remaining funds to purchase 2 blue bottles for replenishment and a town portal scroll. Leaving him with just over 700 gold. Zig planned to linger a bit longer in the lane to gather the necessary funds for one of the components of the Vanguard. The Ring of Health. The Ring of Health was considered a relatively expensive item early on, and many novice players struggled to accumulate the 875 gold required for it. However, for Axe, this posed no challenge, as his counter-helix ability allowed him to farm and earn gold like no other hero in Dota. Zig's only concern was time. The daylight portion of the day-night cycle had already passed its midpoint, indicating he had been in the Dota world for nearly 6 hours, and no matter how much he had eaten for dinner, he could not possibly sustain himself for 12 hours straight. Thus, Zig's next objective was to control Axe, focusing on farming and leveling up, as long as he could avoid being ganked. Due to having recently utilized a teleportation scroll, Zige found himself forced to make the arduous trek from the fountain to the battlefield on foot. This journey felt interminable, consuming nearly an hour within the realm of Dota. However, in truth, Zyge had not lingered long within Dota. By the time he earned sufficient coins to purchase a recovery ring and acquired some healing salves, represented by blue bottled potions, he was thoroughly fatigued and famished, leading him to reluctantly exit the Dota system artifact. Upon his departure, Zyge chose to retain his skills and items from the Dota world. This decision left his 4 comrades, who shared his faction, disheartened, as the uncontrollable Axe, in a fit of frustration, discarded all his possessions onto the ground and proceeded to annihilate them one by one. "Blast it! Not again!" exclaimed ID Huakaidashia, infuriated. While 6 or 7 hours had elapsed for Zyge, it had merely been a fleeting 10 minutes for them, which was quite vexing. Just as they had recently praised Axe's performance, he abruptly abandoned them and began destroying equipment. Was this not a betrayal? Chapter 61. Silver Summit City Huakaidashia. You promised that we would win a few times. One of the players on the Radiant side recalled the earlier words of ID Huakaidashia upon witnessing Axe destroy the equipment. Indeed, brother, we are counting on you. Another player expressed high hopes for Huakaidashia, whose amusing game ID suggested yet another Dota player tormented by the trials of naming. Yes, yes. Let the ant lead us to glory. The last Radiant player typed eagerly, faced with the earnest expectations of his teammates. The player behind ID Huakaidashia once again acquiesced, for being prematurely ejected had long since become second nature. There were no grand proclamations, no stirring rhetoric. Huakaidashia rallied his remaining 3 allies and rejoined the fray, embodying the resolve of a seasoned Dota player, of course, if profane words could manifest as blades. The player behind the ID2 handsome would have been cut to ribbons, utterly battered. Zyge returned from the Dota world to Grey Bear Village at the ungodly hour of 4 in the morning. Given the northern winter night, dawn was still a distant prospect, so Zyge hastily sought sleep to replenish his strength for the journey to Silver Summit City the following day. When Zyge finally awoke, it was midday, with the sun hanging directly in the southern sky, striving to illuminate the northern lands with its brilliance. The thin blanket of snow adorning the ground sparkled under the sun's rays. Serene and exquisite. For this expedition to Silver Summit City, Zyge was accompanied by 10 individuals, among whom the most significant were the formidable knight Biden and archer Jack. Biden, the most powerful knight among Zyge's subordinates, was essential to the journey, while Jack's presence was crucial for selecting suitable bows and crossbows at the weapon shop in Silver Summit City. The remaining knights were temporarily commanded by the greatsword wielder, Lux, who stayed behind in Grey Bear Village to train and lead the armed farmers in defense against any marauding orcs. In addition to Biden and Jack, the entourage included several shareholders from the cooperative and a few employees with commendable sales records. Naturally, Zyge's Minotaur slave, Strong Johnson, was also in tow, ready to assist with the transportation of numerous crossbows and bolts, which were quite heavy. Zyge regretted not having exchanged for a few horses with the orcs, as having steeds would have made the journey far more convenient, sparing him the need to walk to Silver Summit City. The distance from Grey Bear Village to Silver Summit City necessitated 2 days of travel, requiring the passage through 2 small towns. Thus, a round trip would consume 4 days. Luckily, this winter had been uncharacteristically mild, making the roads more navigable. After 2 days of travel, Zyge and his party arrived at Silver Summit City. As anticipated, Silver Summit City, as its name suggests, is a formidable military stronghold nestled on the slopes of a snow-capped mountain, its surface blanketed in pristine white snow that glimmered like a silver canopy under the sun's rays. Beautiful, grand, and magnificent. In fact, this was not Zyge's inaugural visit to Silver Summit City. A month prior, while en route to assume the role of village chief in Grey Bear Village, he had spent a night at a budget inn in Silver Summit City. The city remained as bustling as ever. Upon entering, throngs of people crowded the snowy streets, flanked by various shops, weapon stores, armor shops, taverns, brothels, and general stores, all catering to the nobility and merchants. Zyge and his party found a tavern and booked 5 rooms. With financial resources at their disposal, they opted for a more respectable establishment than the budget inn they had previously frequented. However, even this moderately priced and left the cooperative shareholders and employees feeling apprehensive, as these impoverished individuals had never experienced such luxury. The meticulously prepared soft beds, pristine linens, the warm water delivered by the inn servants, and the delectable dishes they had never tasted before caused them to clutch their coin purses tightly, fearful that the costs might be exorbitant. Ultimately, it was Zyge who assured them that this was a cooperative perk and that all expenses would be covered, allowing them to relax and enjoy their stay. In truth, a night at such an inn would cost less than 90 copper coins, expensive for the impoverished, but a mere trifle for Zyge, whose wealth had recently surged. The primary objective of this trip to Silver Summit City, aside from acquiring a substantial quantity of crossbows and bolts, was to explore the possibility of purchasing additional orc slaves, particularly forest minotaur slaves, known for their imposing stature, strength, and docile nature, traits that rendered them exceptionally useful. Especially as Zyge aimed to construct a proper stone wall before the winter snow melted, having the assistance of minotaur slaves would expedite the process significantly. After resting overnight at the inn, Zyge and his companions set about their business in Silver Summit City. Perhaps due to the persistent threat posed by the orc tribes in the north, Silver Summit City boasted an abundance of weapon shops. As Zyge traversed the streets, he encountered numerous establishments, such as the Great Hammer Armory, the Golden Forge, and the Greatsword Shop. Any shop displaying a sign adorned with 2 swords and a shield was a weapon store. Despite the multitude of weapon shops, they were primarily small workshops rather than factories. Furthermore, the production of crossbows was considerably more complex than that of bows. After thorough inspections by Archer Jack, Zyge discovered that even in the shops that met his criteria, only a handful of crossbows were available. Thankfully, Zyge had the foresight to bring Jack along, as many of the crossbows were mere toys for the nobility, lacking in power. The main offerings of the weapon shops consisted of longswords and broadswords, which were primarily sold to nobles, yielding significantly higher profits than the weapons designed for common soldiers, such as bows and crossbows. Zyge entered a relatively larger equipment store, unlike the weapon shops that only sold weapons or the armor shops that exclusively peddled armor. This establishment, named 7 Days Steel, offered both weapons and armor, showcasing a broad range of merchandise. It boasted the largest inventory of crossbows and bolts, with over 10 crossbows and more than 500 bolts in stock. Eager to procure the necessary crossbows, Zyge wasted no time purchasing the entire stock, much to the delight of the shopkeeper, whose eyes sparkled with joy, and he eagerly ushered Zyge and his party to a prestigious seating area. Businessmen are indeed shrewd. Under the shopkeeper's enthusiastic guidance, Zyge outfitted Biden and his companions with sets of inner armor. However, Zyge's primary focus remained on acquiring a considerable number of crossbows. After scouring every weapon shop in the city, he managed to secure just over 50 crossbows, far below his expectations. As for the hand crossbows he desired, they were nowhere to be found. Consequently, Zyge placed an order for an additional 150 crossbows with the shopkeeper at 7 Days Steel, much to the shopkeeper's delight, causing him to tremble with excitement. Naturally, given the substantial order, Zyge negotiated a discount of 1/3 off the price, and the crossbows he had already purchased were included in the reduction. During the haggling process with the shopkeeper, Zyge noticed several dwarf slaves within the equipment store. Their adept forging motions revealed that these dwarven slaves possessed craftsmanship far superior to that of the human artisans in the shop. Chapter 62. Purchasing Slaves. Dwarven Artisans, the most skilled race in forging and mining on the entire continent of Odin, now reduced to slavery under human dominion due to the annihilation of their nation. Zyge recalled the accounts in the comprehensive history of the Empire, which detailed the harmonious relations once shared between humans and dwarves. Whether from the Plains Dwarven Kingdom, the Hill Dwarves, or the Mountain Dwarves, nearly all dwarven kingdoms maintained amicable cooperative ties with humanity. According to the comprehensive history of the Empire, it was said that both humans and dwarves, being relatively similar, shared a mutual disdain for elves and orcs. As neither race was favored by these others, both humans and dwarves, orcs were deemed barbaric, while elves were perceived as haughty. Both races enjoyed drinking and had a fondness for finely crafted weaponry. Among all dwarven tribes, the Plains Dwarven Kingdom was the most friendly towards humans, yet, inexplicably, 30 years ago, they declared war on the humans of the Holy Odin Empire. The kingdom of the Grey Dwarves is merely the weakest of all dwarf kingdoms. Naturally unable to contend with the mightiest humans on the continent, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the humans swiftly led to the annihilation of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom, and the vast majority of its inhabitants subsequently fell into the status of slavery. However, among all slaves, dwarf slaves are regarded as some of the most valuable. While a minotaur slave might fetch around 30 to 40 silver coins, roughly the price of a sheep, a dwarf slave commands an impressive 200 silver coins, equivalent to 2 gold coins. The weapon shop known as 7 Days Steel, possessing several dwarf slave artisans, indicates the high quality of their forged weapons. Superior craftsmanship allows the shop owner to earn greater profits, enabling the purchase of more dwarf slaves, a virtuous cycle indeed. Upon reflecting on this, Ziggs suddenly conceived an idea. Why not acquire a couple of dwarf slaves for himself? With the assistance of dwarf artisans, a myriad of equipment could be crafted. Not only exquisite armor and steel swords, but perhaps even firearms, which brought to mind the legendary dwarven gunslingers. The prospect of having gunslingers would certainly be intriguing. Zig surmised that the dwarven gunslingers in this other world were likely still utilizing smoothbore firearms. If he were to offer them some guidance on rifling, wouldn't he that bring them to shame? And then, introducing breech-loading mechanisms would transform their muzzleloaders into breech-loaders. Without further ado, Ziggs was determined to spend lavishly during his visit to Silver Peak City, vowing to exhaust his funds down to just enough for the return journey. After leaving a deposit for 150 crossbows and 10,000 crossbow bolts at 7 Days Steel, Ziggs, accompanied by the bearded Biden and the archer Jack, made his way to the slave market in Silver Peak City. In comparison to the grand slave market of the imperial capital, King S Landing, the slave market in Silver Peak City appeared almost like a small street stall. A wooden crate, a few cages, and a wooden platform constituted the entirety of Silver Peak City's slave market. The wooden crate served as a vantage point for slave traders to announce the details of the slaves they were selling, whether they were newly captured or seasoned, their races, health status, and pricing. The cages were merely tools for transporting the slaves, with each cage representing a different trader. The wooden platform was used to showcase the slaves, who were shackled and displayed one by one as they awaited auction. Upon arriving at the slave market, Ziggs chanced upon a trader presenting their orc slaves, all of whom were minotaurs and seasoned. However, the market was rather desolate. Few nobles were present to select slaves. Seemingly uninterested in minotaurs, this left the trader, who was fervently promoting his orc slaves, in an awkward position. Yet, the 6 minotaur slaves on display were precisely what Ziggs needed. Without hesitation, he purchased all of them. Much to the trader's delight, who, in his exuberance, offered Ziggs a discount, resulting in a total payment of only 200 coins for the 6 minotaur slaves. My lord, you truly have an eye for quality. The orc slaves we handle in the Pan's Trading Guild are the most obedient, the trader exclaimed, grinning broadly as he clutched the heavy purse filled with coins. The so-called Pan's Trading Guild was merely a front for a slave trading operation. These traders would not openly identify themselves as slave merchants, given the profession's poor reputation, instead opting for more respectable-sounding names. How many more slaves do you possess? Ziggs inquired. The trader, a bald man, elicited Ziggs's disdain. Next month, we will have another shipment of orc slaves arriving, all minotaurs and seasoned. The bald trader, recognizing Ziggs's interest in acquiring more slaves, eagerly nodded in agreement. As for the trader's claim of having orc slaves, who could truly know? A month was ample time for him to procure orc slaves from other larger trading guilds. You are called Pans? Ziggs scrutinized his bald head, noting the scarcity of slave demand in the northern regions. Only minor slave traders would attempt to transport slaves northward. Indeed, my lord, that is I, Pans replied, stroking his bald head with a smile. His response confirmed Ziggs's suspicions. He was indeed a minor slave trader, even naming his trading guild after himself. However, in this slave market of Silver Peak City, his guild appeared to be the largest, with more slaves in his cages than any other trader. Are there any dwarf slaves? Ziggs's primary concern lay with the availability of dwarf slaves. Should they exist, he could bring them back to Grey Bear Village and establish a true blacksmith shop. The current operation of Fane? The blacksmith running a shop at home, barely qualified as a workshop, capable of crafting only a few iron pots and mending agricultural tools. Unfortunately, not at the moment. However, if you require them, I can arrange for some. I know a few large guilds over by the Holy Sword Pass. Pans hesitated at the mention of dwarf slaves, aware that such slaves were not only expensive but also known for their volatile tempers. They were typically employed in mines and blacksmith shops, and few noblemen would indulge in purchasing dwarf slaves for domestic labor. Nobles preferred the strong yet docile minotaur slaves who could manage their estates. Very well, if you acquire dwarf slaves, you may deliver them directly to Grey Bear Village, Ziggs stated, preferring not to engage in further conversation with the trader. The profession of slave trading was far from honorable, and despite its profitability, it was met with disdain. Ziggs was reluctant to interact further with such individuals. Grey Bear Village? I've never heard of it, Pans replied, perplexed. Yes, Grey Bear Village, in Tucktown, Biden. Purchase every last minotaur slave. Ziggs, disinterested in further dialogue with Pans, shifted his focus entirely to acquiring the remaining minotaur slaves. At merely 40 silver coins each, Ziggs swiftly bought every minotaur slave available in the market. The slave traders, few in number, had only 2 or 3 minotaur slaves each, amounting to a mere handful of seasoned orc slaves. The transaction was straightforward, payment exchanged for slaves, and thus, over 10 minotaur slaves became Ziggs's property. Pans was taken aback by Ziggs's extravagant spending. Trading slaves in the northern regions was hardly a lucrative venture, and he had initially feared that the minotaurs he brought north would remain unsold. Yet, in a blink, they were all sold, including those from other trading guilds. Pan's eyes glinted with ambition as he turned to delve back into the throng of traders, eager to discover the whereabouts of this elusive Grey Bear village. Having never even heard of Tucktown, T.O. Prophet, he must seize the opportunity presented by this affluent patron. After 2 days of travel, Ziggs and his companions returned to Grey Bear Village. Upon their arrival, they were struck by the palpable difference in the atmosphere compared to their previous visit. The first time they entered the village, Ziggs had been driven away by villagers armed with stones, who themselves appeared ragged and emaciated, living in a state of disarray. Yet this time, the vitality of Grey Bear Village and the villagers' sense of happiness enveloped them like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. As the caravan passed through the gates of the frozen earth walls, the shareholders and laborers of the cooperative swiftly organized themselves to unload the goods from the carts. The calls for gathering manpower, the footsteps of the shareholders and laborers, and the shouts accompanying the movement of heavy cargo resonated like the bustling sounds of a busy freight station. Bundles of crossbow bolts were transported to the 2 watchtowers, repurposed as arrow towers, while the militiamen of Grey Bear Village looked on with uncontainable excitement. The crossbows remained to be unloaded, surrounded by eager militiamen who gathered around the cart, grinning with delight. Following the carts laden with crossbows and bolts were more than a dozen carts brimming with food and supplies. In comparison to the carts of crossbows and bolts, the villagers were far more concerned with the carts carrying essential provisions: iron pots, ceramic bowls, needles, cloth, various pottery items, and an assortment of labor tools such as hoes, saws, and axes. One by one, these carts were drawn through the gates of Grey Bear Village. The sight of the incoming supplies brought beaming smiles to the faces of the villagers. Though the roads remained rugged and the villagers' homes were still humble abodes constructed of mud and wood, the spirits of the villagers were high, their complexions significantly healthier than during Ziggs's first visit. Prior to his trip to Silver Peak City, Ziggs had not felt such a sense of contrast. However, this time, after procuring crossbows and slaves from Silver Peak City, he had traversed many northern villages along the way, where every human resident he encountered bore the marks of hunger and fatigue. Upon returning to Grizzly Bear Village, a stark comparison emerged. The villagers, adorned with smiles, appeared far healthier and more vibrant than the emaciated inhabitants of other villages. In essence, Grizzly Bear Village had blossomed with newfound vitality. The supplies procured during this expedition were stored in batches, and concerns regarding their storage locations were unfounded, as each household in Grizzly Bear Village possessed a cellar. However, due to years of poverty, these cellars lay empty, making them the most suitable place for storing provisions. The militiamen, armed farmers of Grizzly Bear Village who had undergone training, eagerly grasped the newly acquired crossbows from Silver Dome City, examining them with an affection akin to a warrior caressing his weapon. Indeed, anyone with military experience tends to cherish their arms, and the militia was no exception. Meanwhile, shareholders and laborers from the cooperative cautiously safeguarded other supplies intended for trade with the Higas tribe. These were valuable commodities. The sight of a dozen robust Minotaur slaves brought immense joy to Leonard, responsible for construction projects. The quarrying of stones had been progressing slowly, as the immense boulders required for building stone walls and archer towers were far too heavy for human labor. The extraction and transportation of these stones demanded great strength. With the assistance of these Minotaur slaves, many projects hampered by limited manpower could now accelerate. "Wrong, wrong. You can't pull it like that. You must step on it," exclaimed a militiaman, attempting to disassemble a crossbow from the cart, struggling to pull back the bowstring with his hands. Rux, the great sword-wielding companion who had come to accept this batch of weapons, shouted to halt the militiaman's foolish actions. The use of a crossbow is similar to that of a bow, yet the operation differs entirely. The bowstring of a crossbow is typically too taut to draw back without stepping on it. However, this design flaw allows crossbows to boast superior range and force compared to bows. While arrows may fail to penetrate plate armor, crossbow bolts can. Of course, the necessity of using one's foot to cock the crossbow results in a rate of fire merely 1/4 that of a bow. The crossbow is, without a doubt, a weapon for the militia. Zig, who had intended to rest after a bumpy journey, was approached by Rux, who reported an unexpected event. Some sheep were missing from the pen. How could they have gone missing? The sheep, traded from the prairie orcs, represented Zig's current source of income. If too many were lost, how would the cooperative earn money? Over the past few days, 2 or 3 sheep had vanished each night. Initially, Zig assumed the shepherds had miscounted, but they insisted they had been stolen. Upon inspecting the sheep pen, Zig discovered traces of soil left by creatures that had climbed over the fence, as well as bloodstains from one of the sheep. Chapter 64. Preparing for battle without hesitation, Rux conveyed his instructions succinctly. Sheep had been stolen. Could it be a beast? Zig pondered. No. Ordinary beasts have long been eradicated. Only territorial magical beasts remain around Grizzly Bear Village, and these typically do not venture beyond their domains. Sitting in a recliner, Zig tapped his fingers against the armrest, lost in thought. How did I not consider this? You brought this upon yourselves. Suddenly, Zig rose from his chair, stroking his chin with a sinister grin. His greatest concern had always been that the militia of Grizzly Bear Village had never tasted blood. Untested militiamen could not be considered true soldiers. Merely farmers wielding weapons. True combatants are seasoned veterans, those who have faced the battlefield, taken lives, and witnessed death. Only such veterans will stand resolute before the enemy. New recruits tend to falter at the sight of adversaries, their weapons trembling in their grasp. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, it is these novices who will be the first to break, triggering a chain reaction of panic. Once a few recruits flee, the rest will follow suit, as the soldiers behind them cannot distinguish between the veterans and the newcomers. What may have begun as a minor skirmish could spiral into an uncontrollable rout, leading to defeat. This phenomenon is known as a collapse under pressure. A truly formidable army derives its strength from the abundance of veterans within its ranks. The more seasoned warriors, the greater the combat efficacy. Why is it that many dynasties possess strong military prowess at their inception, yet falter under foreign invasion after prolonged peace? It is because, over time, armies become populated solely by novices. When inexperienced soldiers confront an enemy for the first time, their instinctual response is panic, leading them to abandon their weapons and flee. Such an army lacks real combat effectiveness. The Mid-Ming dynasty faced rampant piracy along its coasts, not solely due to the drawbacks of the land reclamation system, but also because the coastal garrison soldiers had never seen blood. The Taiping rebellion burgeoned within a mere 2 years, establishing its capital in Nanjing, capitalizing on the fact that the Qing troops had been untested in battle. Such examples abound. Whenever a nation enjoys prolonged peace, the decline in military effectiveness becomes inevitable, a phenomenon that cannot be avoided. Hence, drills are essential. Through training, the army can at least maintain a semblance of combat readiness. Zig resolved to lead the militia of Grizzly Bear Village in a campaign against the magical beasts surrounding their village, serving not only as a drill, but also as a means for them to experience bloodshed and steel their resolve. By vanquishing powerful magical beasts, they would transform from mere recruits into seasoned warriors, prepared to face organized attacks from the prairie orcs. Moreover, these magical beasts were nothing more than mindless creatures. Dozens of militiamen armed with crossbows could easily overwhelm a single magical beast. No matter how formidable. In the days that followed, Zig instructed the bearded Biden to train the militiamen. With the acquisition of these crossbows, the accuracy of the bolts shot by Grizzly Bear's militia improved significantly. After 2 or 3 days of training, all the militiamen could consistently hit targets within 30 meters. The next exchange between Grizzly Bear Village and the Higas tribe was imminent. One fateful morning, Zig summoned all the militiamen of Grizzly Bear Village, leading them into the nearby forest to hunt magical beasts for the first time. Just before their departure, Zig felt a thrill akin to leveling up in a game. Although this upgrade pertained to the militiamen rather than himself, the first target Zig selected was an ice-type magical beast, a notorious black-striped two-headed tiger that had taken residence in the woods near the village. Claiming several lives, this creature, infamous in the northern regions, thrived in the frigid mountainous terrains, where it was not only widely distributed but also plentiful. The black-striped two-headed tiger was ferociously powerful and could exhale icy mist, placing it at the apex of the magical beast food chain. Fortunately, much like other magical beasts, it would not easily stray from its territory. Of course, should humans encroach upon their domain, they would be met with hostility. Leaving half the militia to guard the village, the other half, led by the bearded Biden, accompanied Zig to hunt the black-striped two-headed tiger. Alongside the militiamen, Zig's minotaur slave, the imposing Johnson, joined the venture. Before setting off, Zig assured him that should he earn 10 merits in battle, he would be granted his freedom. Does this include earning merits during the hunt? Johnson, the minotaur orc slave, inquired, keen to clarify. If Zig deemed hunting magical beasts unworthy of merit, he might reconsider his commitment. Yes, I assure you, whether in slaying magical beasts or battling other races, as long as you fight valiantly, it will count as merit, Zig affirmed, striking Johnson's shield with enthusiasm. To fully equip Johnson, Zig requested that the blacksmith, Finn, craft a steel tower shield and a long spear tailored to his size. had time permitted, and if Finn possessed the skill to forge steel weapons, Zig would have preferred to adorn Johnson in a complete suit of steel armor, complemented by a robust steel shield. For a race like the Minotaurs, known for their immense strength, being clad in superior steel armor would allow them to absorb damage at the forefront of the team. This concept is commonly referred to as a meat shield. Certainly, if Johnson were fully armored in steel, any adversary daring to engage him would likely shatter their teeth upon impact. Was Zig concerned that Johnson might abandon him upon gaining his freedom? Such was Zig's shrewdness. Minotaurs, whether in human society or among the prairie orcs, are a subjugated race. After parting ways with Zig, where could Johnson go? Once granted his freedom, Zig would provide him with an independent dwelling and equal treatment in battle or labor. Akin to human soldiers, this would ensure that Johnson remained steadfastly loyal to Zig, embracing his identity as a free beast. With Johnson as an exemplar, the other Minotaur slaves would undoubtedly follow suit, fighting fiercely for Zig in pursuit of their own freedom. Thus, Zig envisioned forming an elite battalion of heavily armored Minotaurs, outfitted with steel shields, weapons, and armor. Chapter 65. The Beast Hunt. Indeed, all of this remained merely a part of Zig's grand design. The blacksmith, Phaon, was only capable of forging iron tools, and the creation of steel armor and weaponry was still quite distant. It was rumored that there was to be a hunt for the black-striped two-headed tiger, and the reactions of the militia were largely uniform. A palpable tension permeated the air, as they were primarily farmers by trade. Were they truly to embark on a quest to slay a beast? One militia member selected for the hunt trembled uncontrollably at the thought. Surely, the village chief had not lost his mind? After all, it was a magical beast they were to confront. Another militia member, also chosen for the hunt, nervously rubbed the wooden grip of his crossbow, polishing a small section to a shine. "What if we swap with the others?" he suggested, referring to those who had not been drafted for the hunt and instead remained to guard the village. The sentiments expressed by these two were merely a reflection of the majority of the militia upon learning of the beast hunt. Evidently, the overwhelming consensus was one of reluctance. Naturally, attempts to exchange positions with those guarding the village were met with refusal. For the defenders were not foolish. The inherent dangers of confronting a magical beast were self-evident, and no one would willingly trade safety for peril. As the afternoon approached and departure drew near, the unwillingness of the militia was palpable. The only exception to this pervasive fear was the normally docile Minotaur, Stone Johnson, who stood resolutely at the front of the line, wielding a large iron tower shield, betraying not a hint of trepidation. Thus, as they set forth, a rather disjointed tableau unfolded. The armed militia, each bearing a look of gloom, while those remaining at the frozen walls of the village wore expressions of relief. Biden informed Zig that the black-striped two-headed tiger was a creature adept at camouflage and ambush. Only by sacrificing a live animal could they lure this carnivorous beast out for slaughter. Otherwise, should they fall prey to its ambush, fatalities would likely ensue. Upon reaching the wooded area frequented by the black-striped two-headed tiger, Zig instructed Biden to bleed one of the sheep they had brought along, using it to lure the beast. The wounded sheep lamented in the snowy forest, its blood staining the pure white snow, creating a stark contrast. As the sheep limped through the snow, its struggles only exacerbated its wounds, and the scent of blood gradually pervaded the woods. Indeed, after half an hour of the sheep's mournful cries, a vividly striped tiger suddenly sprang from an inconceivable hiding place, pouncing upon the sheep with lightning speed. With a swift shake of its heads, the creature tore the sheep asunder. Mere moments before, the once motionless black-striped two-headed tiger had appeared as nothing more than a small patch of black rock draped in snow. Whoosh! A militia member concealed in the snow was momentarily stunned by the sudden spectacle, inadvertently pulling the trigger of his crossbow, and miraculously struck one of the tiger's necks. The wooden bolt embedded deeply into the beast's flesh, a portion of it lost within the tiger's thick hide. In pain, both heads of the ferocious creature turned towards the source of its injury. With a roar of rage, the black-striped two-headed tiger lunged toward the militia member who stood frozen in shock. "Fire! Use your damn crossbows!" Zig shouted, reacting quickly to the chaos, urging the militia to attack the enraged beast. Arrows flew as over 20 bolts whizzed toward the furious creature. These militia members, having only practiced against stationary targets, struggled to hit the swiftly moving tiger. Barely a fraction of their shots found their mark. At such a moment, the superiority of the crossbow over the bow became evident. Under the intense pressure of fear, the militia's arm strength faltered, making the power behind their bowshots negligible. However, with a crossbow, once the bolt was loaded, it merely required a pull of the trigger to release it. Thus, even in a tense situation. One's aim with a crossbow was magnitudes better than with a bow. 7 bolts struck the black-striped two-headed tiger, momentarily impeding its advance. Yet, the ferocious beast, fueled by pain and fury, let out a deafening roar. Charging once more toward the paralyzed militia member, just as the tiger was about to pounce on him, Stone Johnson, the Minotaur, charged forward with his massive shield, colliding with the beast. A heavy thud echoed through the snowy forest, resonating far and wide, with faint echoes returning from a distance. The black-striped two-headed tiger was knocked to the ground, its crimson blood staining the snow, trailing a vivid line across the white expanse. Stone Johnson had saved the terrified militia member from certain doom. The militia member, still in shock, glanced at the Minotaur, realizing he had been rescued. He raised his crossbow, wanting to express his gratitude, yet words failed him. He merely nodded vigorously at Stone Johnson. "Load your crossbows! Load your crossbows!" Biden shouted, understanding that the beast's fall was merely a temporary setback. They needed to inflict further damage. The militia, responding to the command, hurriedly stepped on the crossbow's string to load their bolts. Perhaps due to nerves, several bolts slipped from their trembling hands, falling onto the snow-covered ground, forcing them to bend down to retrieve them. This delay was perilous, but with Stone Johnson holding the beast's attention, there was a brief reprieve. If the black-striped two-headed tiger had lunged at the militia still loading their weapons, it would have spelled disaster for them all. With the Minotaur distracting the beast, the militia eventually managed to load their crossbows. As the black-striped two-headed tiger roared in fury, facing Stone Johnson, they unleashed a volley of bolts. Over 20 arrows struck the powerful creature, transforming it into a veritable pincushion. The once ferocious beast, now riddled with bolts, howled in pain, spewing icy mist in a frantic manner. Alas, it was too late. Despite its might, the creature was still flesh and blood. And with so many bolts piercing its body, even the slightest movement brought agony, rendering it incapable of fleeing. The militia, calm and collected, readied their crossbows once more. This time, as they loaded their bolts, fewer fell due to nervous hands. A third volley of over 20 bolts struck the black-striped two-headed tiger, causing its howls to crescendo before gradually fading into silence. Subsequently, Biden, wielding his double-headed axe, severed the heads of the dying beast. "Ha ha! I have slain a ferocious beast." The militia, their nerves finally unwound, erupted in celebration. What an incredible achievement! In the past, they would not have dared to approach such a creature. Now, the two-headed monster lay dead at their feet. Having vanquished an ice-type magical beast and gained invaluable experience in facing foes, this group of over 20 militia members had evidently matured, each wearing a smile, even the once terrified member, now chuckling sheepishly despite his damp trousers. Why were they wet, you ask? Well, he had lost control in his fright. As the militia returned to Gray Bear Village, dragging the carcass of the black-striped two-headed tiger, those who had opted to remain and guard the village stood in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. This was the black-striped two-headed tiger, an ice-type magical beast. They had slain a beast, a militia member, the first to spot the creature's remains from atop the frozen walls, shouted in excitement and rushed down to the village, eager to gather the villagers to witness the beast's body. His cries became a cacophony, referring to the militia that had ventured forth to hunt the beast. While the villagers of Gray Bear were filled with a WES, the militia paraded the massive beast's corpse into the village. They were met with a hero's welcome from the villagers. When had the villagers of Gray Bear become capable of hunting such formidable beasts? Pride swelled in every heart. Chapter 66. Post-war debriefing. It was my arrow that struck true first. Ha ha. The militia member who had nervously misfired the initial shot could hardly contain his excitement. Eager for everyone to acknowledge his supposed feat, why don't you mention how you stood there frozen in fear? Or that you were saved by the village chief's Minotaur servant? A fellow militia member quickly chimed in, exposing his blunder. Well, it was still my first hit, and that is a fact. A fact, do you understand? The militia member's face flushed crimson as he jumped up and down, insisting on the truth, conveniently forgetting his earlier paralysis. Those who had remained behind to guard the empty walls of the village were consumed with envy. Why had such honor not been bestowed upon them? Behold those villagers, welcoming the militia who participated in the hunt for the beasts like heroes returning from a grand quest. What an immense honor it is! Among the remaining militia, countless expressions of regret are evident, as they beat their chests in despair, lamenting their absence. Many of the militia find themselves pondering, how did we not consider this, with so many of us to slay a single beast? Armed with sturdy crossbows, even the mightiest of monsters must kneel before us. Zig is quite pleased with the reactions of these militia. Indeed, the act of warfare is often a psychological hurdle. Those who have never faced the battlefield and taken a life naturally perceive the enemy as fearsome and terrifying. Akin to the black-striped two-headed tiger. However, once the enemy lies lifeless, a thought flashes through the minds of these new recruits. The foe was not so daunting after all, much like the corpse of this black-striped two-headed tiger. No matter how formidable, it could be vanquished by the weapons in their hands. Thus, these militia or fledgling soldiers begin to grow. After engaging in one or two more battles, they will swiftly evolve into seasoned veterans. Becoming the backbone of their unit, as night fell, the cooperative slaughtered a sheep to reward the militia who had ventured to hunt the beasts, and Zig seized this opportunity to convene a post-battle debrief. The post-battle debrief is a modern military tradition. Non-commissioned officers have their own debriefs, and soldiers have theirs. In the contemporary military, these debriefs allow both soldiers and non-commissioned officers to exchange insights, invariably revealing their shortcomings from the previous engagement, thereby enhancing coordination between soldiers and units. This process can significantly bolster the combat effectiveness of the troops in a remarkably short time. A post-battle debrief is not a formal affair. It can occur during meals or before sleep. Resembling a casual chat while summarizing experiences and lessons learned, it is akin to students reviewing their incorrect homework problems, categorizing and reflecting on why they made such errors. Those who engage in this practice typically achieve commendable results, landing in the upper tiers of performance, while those who neglect to analyze their mistakes often find their academic achievements lacking. Essentially, a post-battle debrief serves to identify one's errors, summarize them, and prevent future missteps in combat. Zig has introduced this modern military management system into the militia of Grey Bear Village, a rarity in a world still dominated by feudal lords. As the debrief commenced, all the militia who had participated in the hunt for the black-striped two-headed tiger eagerly engaged in fervent discussion. Hold on, one at a time. The debrief was held by the crackling fire beside the roasted sheep, and as the discussions grew animated, they inevitably became noisy. Zig had to intervene, inviting those with something to express to come forward. I believe we should secure the crossbow bolts to our arms for easier access. Retrieving them from a quiver on our backs can lead to dropping them while loading. The militia who proposed this suggestion likely had experienced dropping a bolt in the snow while loading. I think we should form two lines and advance side by side, rather than spreading out, as this will prevent the beasts from ambushing us, ensuring our comrades on the flanks remain safe. Another militia member voiced his opinion, clearly perturbed by how motionless the black-striped two-headed tiger had appeared, resembling a black stone in the snow. With a mechanism for taking turns to speak, the post-battle debrief became remarkably orderly. Soon, one militia member's comments caught Zig's attention. I believe we lack unified command during our actions. If we all shot at the beast while it was attacking the sheep, we would not face the peril we encountered today. The speaker was a youth, possibly around the same age as Archer Jack, slim in stature yet with a resolute countenance. Excellent. What is your name? Zig thought, recognizing that this militia member had touched upon the issue of unified command and contemplating whether he might be a promising recruit. He is Paget, my son, replied another slightly older militia member, Hant, one of the two hunters from Grey Bear Village. A father-son duo on the battlefield. Splendid, Zig mused inwardly, chewing on lamb and sipping hot broth. The post-battle debrief progressed in an enthusiastic yet orderly manner. Not only the militia but also Biden and Zig's other knightly guardians offered their perspectives. These seasoned soldiers provided suggestions that were far more practical than those of the militia, such as advancing in groups of 5 with appropriate spacing, or having the Minotaur, Rock Johnson, lead the way while carrying a tower shield. Speaking of Rock Johnson, Zig suddenly recalled that this brave Minotaur had been quietly sitting aside throughout the entire debrief, neither speaking nor contributing. Rock Johnson, do you have anything to share? Zig deliberately called out his name. Huh, me? The Minotaur, munching on his fodder, clearly did not expect Zig, his master, to invite him to speak. Yes, you, do you have any insights to share? Zig encouraged him with an affirmative gaze. Upon hearing Zig's words, Rock Johnson instinctively took them as a command, yet upon standing, he found himself at a loss for words. Towering over 2 meters, the firelight barely reached his face. And after a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered, Master, may I ask if I have earned merit today? Zig paused for a moment, taken aback by Rock Johnson's query, but after a brief contemplation, he understood. As a slave, what concerns him most? Is it not the desire for freedom? Indeed, Zig declared firmly, nodding affirmatively at Rock Johnson, then continued, Johnson, as long as you put forth the effort, Achieving merit 9 more times will not be difficult. Zig did not complete his statement, for it seemed he had promised that should Rock Johnson achieve 10 feats of merit, he would be granted his freedom. A promise that Rock Johnson had held close to his heart. Freedom, for a slave, is an irresistible temptation. Chapter 67. New news, new problems. A black-striped, two-headed tiger lunged from the snow at an injured sheep, its twin heads viciously seizing and tearing the creature in two. Prepare. Fire. The militia member Paget, serving as an impromptu commander from a distance, commanded all militia to heed his call, his shout of fire. More than 20 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air towards the feasting black-striped two-headed tiger. Struck by the barrage, the beast was instantly grievously wounded. This marked the third day of the militia's engagement in the hunt for the monsters, and by now they had grown accustomed to the sight of beasts. With the experience gained from previous encounters, the militia armed with crossbows understood to shelter behind Rock Johnson and Biden. As the opportunity arose, the temporary commander would issue the order to collectively unleash their bolts at the creature. These crossbowmen had now become semi-competent warriors. Although they still had a way to go before reaching veteran status, they held firm confidence in the power of their crossbows. Over these 3 days, this group of militia had hunted 4 monsters, their coordination becoming increasingly adept. Of course, there were injuries among them. During the struggle against a white-faced spider, another smaller white-faced spider had unexpectedly emerged from the snow, injuring one militia member with its icy silk. Fortunately, the healing ointment brought from the Knife Tower's artifact had once again proven effective, saving that militia member from peril. After a 10-day interval, Grey Bear Village finally welcomed the trading caravan from the Hegish tribe once more. This time, the Hegish tribe brought a substantial number of cattle and sheep, along with humans captured from the grasslands as slaves, 2,000 sheep alone, 500 black cattle, and 300 to 400 humans. From a distance, the trading caravan from the Hegish tribe appeared grand, with a sea of white sheep and a dark mass of cattle. The bleating of sheep and the mooing of cattle resounded in a harmonious cacophony. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with Grey Bear Village delivering 10 carts of goods to the grassland orcs, including iron pots, needles, cotton fabric, earthenware, spoons, bowls, cups, salt, and wheat flour, among various daily necessities. Both parties were exceptionally satisfied with the outcome of this trade. After acquiring this large batch of sheep and black cattle, the entire Grey Bear Village became bustling once again, constructing more temporary enclosures to pasture these flocks and herds, while the cooperative also increased the number of hired workers. At this juncture, Zig's position as village chief had become exceedingly secure. Witnessing such a large gathering of cattle and sheep, the villagers understood that prosperous days lay ahead. A consensus emerged among all villagers. Only Zig could lead Grey Bear Village towards wealth. Only Zig could develop Grey Bear Village. However, Zig had now completely entrusted the cooperative's affairs to young Chuck. He intended to devote his energies to 2 other matters. Firstly, the old werewolf Capushkin, who had come to trade, brought Zig a piece of news. They had learned that a medium-sized tribe in the southern grasslands, the Quiaba tribe, had experienced the disappearance of several werewolves who had ventured out on a raid a month prior. And they had yet to return to their tribe. As Capushkin revealed this information to Zig, his gaze was laden with complexity. Clearly, among those who understand, words are often unnecessary. Mutual comprehension can readily be attained. Zige effortlessly dismissed the probing actions of the old werewolf, Capushkin, with a simple "Thank you for your reminder, my dear partner." This left the old werewolf with a chill creeping down his spine. If the human with whom he was trading truly killed the werewolves of the Kuya tribe, then he was indeed negotiating with a dangerous beast. However, the allure of substantial profits was difficult to resist. With the supplies provided by Zige, the living standards of the Hegish tribe would soar. They would be able to don garments made of cotton and utilize pottery typically reserved for the nobility of the larger clans. The women of the werewolf clan could sew their tents using iron needles rather than the easily breakable bone needles. The old werewolf Capushkin was reluctant to conduct business with Zige, a human capable of annihilating other tribes, which instinctively invoked a sense of danger within him. Yet, the promise of lucrative returns made it hard for him to let go. After a few more transactions, the Hegish tribe could forge alliances with other tribes using these resources, thus countering the threats posed by the medium-sized clans, i.e. the harsh reality of the savannah, where the weak are devoured by the strong. A small tribe like the Hegish constantly faced the peril of being assimilated by larger tribes. By forming alliances with more amicable clans, the Hegish could evade such a fate and perhaps even expand their influence by absorbing smaller tribes, allowing them to evolve from a small clan into a medium-sized one. In stark contrast to Capushkin's intricate calculations, Zige, upon concluding his negotiations with the Hegish, immediately intensified the training of the militia and incorporated more able-bodied individuals from Grizzly Bear Village into the ranks. Should any shareholders or laborers from the cooperative be among them, their positions would be inherited by the women in their households. Consequently, the militia of Grizzly Bear Village expanded to 80 members. Reaching the limit of able-bodied individuals available, Zyge found it impossible to recruit further from the original residents of Grizzly Bear Village. Another pressing matter was the accommodation of the rescued humans. Zyge's intent was to liberate them from the clutches of the savage orcs, to extricate them from their suffering. However, 300 to 400 individuals was an overwhelming number, far exceeding the original population of Grizzly Bear Village. Thus, Zyge's foremost challenge was arranging their lodging. Fortunately, these individuals had grown accustomed to hardship, erecting tents outside the frozen walls of Grizzly Bear Village. Having been enslaved by the orcs for years, they were familiar with life in tents. Yet, complications arose as these rescued individuals were fervently convinced that they still had relatives, believing that their kin might have escaped to the northern cities beyond the Sacred Sword Pass, Silver Peak City, Fire Seal City, or Blue Moon City, or perhaps relocated to one of the other northern provinces. Upon their rescue, they eagerly desired to search for their family members, a natural inclination, yet the trouble lay in the fact that after so many years of lost contact, who could ascertain if their loved ones were still alive? If they were, where might they be residing? Regardless of whether they ultimately sought their relatives, these individuals had to temporarily settle in Grizzly Bear Village. If they were to reside there, what would their means of sustenance be? Food was not a concern. Zyge could adequately supply them in that regard. However, he was not running a charity. Providing for them for merely a day or two was manageable. But to sustain them long-term would lead to his own ruin. It seemed imperative to escort these newly rescued individuals to Silver Peak City promptly. It was their duty to resettle these refugees saved from the savannah. And with the aid of the bureaucratic machinery in Silver Peak City, the news of these rescued humans could be disseminated swiftly, allowing their kin to reclaim them. Chapter 68. The troubling Viscount Capet. The following morning, as dawn broke, a multitude of ragged humans emerged simultaneously from the temporary tents erected beneath the frozen walls of Grizzly Bear Village. Upon exiting their shelters, they converged towards a singular destination. To meet the Lord of Silver Peak City, Viscount Capet, merely sending Biden and the others would not suffice. Only Zyge, as the firstborn of the Duke of the High Court, held the privilege to meet the Viscount. The cooperative's dealings concerning the sheep herd were under the diligent supervision of Little Chuck, progressing methodically, with the only concern being the defense of the city. The old werewolf Capushkin, being merely the chief of a small tribe, was aware of the situation, indicating that the werewolves of the Kuya tribe were already scouring for their missing kin, and it was likely they would soon arrive at Grizzly Bear Village, and if Zyge had not thoroughly eradicated any traces of the bodies, the village would soon face the wrath of the Kuya tribe's werewolves. Upon this realization, Zyge could not help but shake his head and chuckle wryly. It was the orcs who sought to pillage and kill. Yet he found himself anxious about their potential retaliation. Power. It was power that was necessary. Zyge's influence was too diminutive, hence the concern. In this world, many matters are delineated by power. Only those with substantial might have the right to judge the righteousness of an action. Otherwise, if one is slain and retaliates, the fault still lies with them. Though this may sound unjust, when has the world ever been fair? Grizzly Bear Village, under Zyge's command, had acquired armed forces, barely qualifying as a faction. Yet with merely 80 militia members, it was but an insignificant ant in the eyes of any substantial power. The old werewolf Capushkin had informed Zyge that the Kuya tribe was a medium-sized clan, signifying at least 1,000 werewolf warriors within its ranks. The pressure was immense. Development of power was essential. Grizzly Bear Village required more soldiers, more armor, and more weaponry. Zyge commanded Biden to remain for the city's defense while he, accompanied by the greatsword wielder Rux and the longsword bearer Lawrence, set forth for Silver Peak City. Floral tea, pastries, the afternoon sun, and the smooth strains of a saxophone in the residence of the commanding officer of the Silver Peak City garrison. Viscount Capet leisurely savored his floral tea, a blend of jasmine favored by the nobility. This was the exquisite afternoon indulgence that a noble should relish, of course, had it not been for the occasional news of orc raids. Each day would have mirrored the tranquility of such an afternoon tea. Viscount Capet found himself enviously contemplating his companions who reveled in leisure, for among his circle, he felt like the unluckiest soul. While his peers basked in the comforts of the imperial capital, he had been dispatched to this wretched locale beyond the Sacred Sword Pass, where the weather was frigid and the land rife with ferocious orcs. The noble pursuits of hunting and other activities were rendered impossible, leaving him to languish idly within the confines of the city. The fortunate souls remaining in the imperial capital were likely enjoying their own blissful escapades. Viscount Capet scarcely cared for the title of commanding officer of the Silver Peak City garrison. Although he held the highest rank in Silver Peak City, the burdens were heavy. It was either the orcs raiding a village or the tax revenues from another village failing to materialize. Each day was fraught with such vexations, yielding little financial gain, prompting him to ponder if a more leisurely position in the capital would be preferable. Viscount, this is dreadful. This is terrible. A panicked voice erupted from outside Capet's door, causing him to feel a wave of dismay. How disheartening! Capet muttered under his breath, biting his lip in irritation. Which village has been ravaged by the orcs again? This news is a daily occurrence. Truly bothersome. Suddenly, the door to Capet's office swung open, revealing his herald. What now? If it's just a few villagers dead, spare me the details, Capet uttered lazily. The herald gulped, panting heavily as he struggled to convey his message. Our report, my lord. Refugees, numerous rescued refugees. What refugees? Be clear. Capet's patience thinned as he regarded his herald's frantic demeanor, exasperated by the notion of refugees in the icy expanse of the northern Sarl province. There are no natural disasters here. It's true, my lord. A village chief has brought many refugees to the city, all rescued from the clutches of the savannah orcs, former residents abducted by those damned savannah creatures. The herald continued, breathlessly yet more coherent, now aware that his noble superior detested receiving bad news. What? Who could have rescued those people? How is that even possible? Viscount Capet's irritation escalated, as he suspected the herald was fabricating tales. After all these years, who could possibly liberate humans from the orcs? Perhaps a handful of individuals have escaped, but that's it, my lord. You must see for yourself. There are indeed numerous refugees, the herald, now frantic, urged. A crowd has gathered before the commanding officer's residence. You can't remain here sipping tea and listening to music. Should there be no refugees, I shall have your position, Capet growled, rising from his exquisite mahogany recliner. Stepping out of his office while casting a parting remark at the herald, upon exiting, Capet faintly heard a cacophony of voices outside the residence, traversing the lengthy corridor and passing through the reception hall. The clamor grew louder with each step towards the grand entrance. When he finally opened the door, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. A vast throng of ragged humans had gathered at the entrance of the garrison commander's residence, their cries echoing in the air. As soon as the gates of the commander's residence swung open, the throng of refugees surged forward, a tide of humanity that would have surely overwhelmed the esteemed Count Capet had it not been for the valiant soldiers of the Silver Dome City garrison standing resolutely in their way. The Count had never witnessed such a tumultuous crowd, and the disheveled state of these individuals, dirtier than the most impoverished peasants from rural areas, instinctively prompted him to retreat a couple of steps and slam the doors of his estate shut with utmost finality. What is happening? Count Capet summoned his herald, his voice tinged with a trace of panic. He had never encountered such a vast assembly before. In truth, the Count harbored a disdain for crowds and an aversion to soldiers, preferring the refined elegance of noble balls indeed. The village leader from under your jurisdiction in Taku town rescued these refugees, who are now seeking a place to settle and a means to locate their relatives. It was not his herald who responded, but rather the captain of the residence guard, a man well acquainted with these refugees and the challenges they posed. Settle down? You expect me to find them shelter? Preposterous. Do I possess the wealth for such endeavors? Drive them away. Send them back whence they came. To provide these refugees with housing and sustenance would entail significant expenditure, and the mere thought of spending money filled Count Capet with discontent. Was it easy for him to scrape together some funds in this desolate backwater? To squander his hard-earned wealth on these people, who bore an uncanny resemblance to beggars, was out of the question. Affirmative, sir, the captain snapped to attention, fully aware that such an order was expected from his superior. Just a moment. As the captain took a couple of steps away, Count Capet abruptly called him back. A spark of inspiration igniting within him. Under your jurisdiction? Did you mention jurisdiction? These refugees were saved by a village leader from my domain. Count Capet underwent a dramatic transformation, his previous irritation morphing into a contemplative demeanor. As if he had just conceived a brilliant strategy. The prospect of achieving merit and perhaps returning to the imperial capital was now within reach, before the captain could utter a word. The Count chuckled with self-satisfaction. Chapter 69. Refugee Resettlement. A raven, tasked with delivering a message, took flight from the rooftop of the commander's residence, flapping its wings inconspicuously as it cawed twice before soaring southward. In the midst of the raucous crowd, Zig, never anticipating the cold shoulder he would receive, lamented the fact that the Lord of Silver Dome City and local garrison commander, a mere viscount, would not even grant him an audience. The village leader of Grey Bear Village, despite his humble position, was the son of a duke, his rank far superior. How could this fellow refuse to even lay eyes upon him? Did you inform him that I am the firstborn son of the High Court Duke? Amidst the jostling between soldiers and refugees, Zig managed to engage in a brief exchange with the captain of the garrison's guard. No. The commander has decreed that you must leave, the captain quaked before Count Capet. Fully aware that outside these walls, he held the highest authority. As the old saying goes, the minister's door is guarded by a seventh-rank official, and this captain had mingled with many a noble. How could the son of a duke possibly serve as a village leader in such a forsaken place? Such notions were only fit for the credulous. Move along, if you do not depart. I shall resort to blades to escort you out. The captain's disdain was palpable, his arrogance unabashed. Why did this village leader not claim to be an imperial prince? Such a flimsy excuse, I doubt at last. Zig encountered one of those who looked down upon others, a captain who had certainly failed to relay his message. Just moments ago, Zig had clearly seen Count Capet open the door for a fleeting glance, only to immediately shut it again. The highest authority in Silver Dome City was undoubtedly aware of the refugees' arrival. This meant that the order to expel Zig and the northern refugees had indeed originated from Count Capet himself. We must go. Zig's mind suddenly cleared. He called to the great sword-wielder Rux, pivoting to navigate through the throng. Zig no longer pondered the trivial question of why the Lord of Silver Dome City disregarded the plight of commoners. The moment he realized that the expulsion order came directly from Count Capet, he understood that the crux of the matter lay not in the Count's indifference toward the refugees, but rather in the nature of the imperial official he was dealing with. It was evident that to a bureaucrat who merely occupied a position, the lives of commoners were of little consequence. Why should he care? Imperial officials loathed inconvenience. To them, these refugees were nothing but a nuisance, an impediment to their enjoyment of noble life. The refugees, recently rescued from the clutches of the prairie orcs, followed Zig out of Silver Dome City, perceiving him as their sole beacon of hope. The responsibilities that should have fallen upon the officials of Silver Dome City had now been thrust upon Zig. They looked to him for shelter, sustenance, and passage to the vast northern lands in search of their kin. All these burdens rested squarely upon Zig's shoulders. 300 to 400 souls. Zig forged ahead, leading the ragged assemblage of refugees, recently liberated from their suffering at the hands of the prairie orcs, who trailed closely behind him. Within the confines of the commander's residence in Silver Dome City, a concerned secretary hesitantly asked, "My lord, is this truly feasible?" "What is unfeasible?" Count Capet retorted dismissively. "Who can ascertain the exact number of those refugees?" "Does Grey Bear Village not fall under the jurisdiction of Silver Dome City?" The Count snorted, exhaling a huff of disdain. "But we have not dispatched troops." The secretary's voice quivered, clearly unsettled by the recent developments. "Fear not. All results have been laid bare for all to see. The residents and officers of Silver Dome City have borne witness to those refugees. As for the orcs, we shall simply claim that we repelled them. Is that not sufficient? Surely the Empire will not demand the corpses of the orcs from us?" Count Capet reveled in his own cleverness. The refugees, in a great throng, followed Zig to the outskirts of Silver Dome City. Now that the Empire had openly abandoned them, they resembled unmoored driftwood, aimlessly trailing behind Zig. Should Zig suddenly declare, "I shall no longer concern myself with you," the entire assembly would undoubtedly erupt in chaos. Scattering in all directions, with some perhaps succumbing to starvation or the bitter cold, at this moment, the refugees longed for an organization or a benevolent benefactor to oversee their welfare, someone to provide for their sustenance until they could locate their families. In their minds, since the Empire had forsaken them, this benefactor ought to be Zig, and they regarded it as a natural expectation that he would furnish them with food. However, Zig and Grey Bear Village were not a charitable institution. The prospect of managing the refugees' every need was not only a monumental expense, but also an untenable commitment. If these refugees were to spend a year, 2 years, or even a decade searching for their kin, would Zig be expected to support them for a lifetime? What to do? After much contemplation, Zig concluded that the only viable solution was to provide work in exchange for aid. After all, Grey Bear Village was in dire need of labor, whether for cooperative operations, the construction of stone walls, or the urgent defense of the village militia. all were critically short-staffed, a work-for-relief program, or service in exchange for sustenance would effectively address the immediate needs of Grey Bear Village. Having reached a decision, Zig stood upon a large stone and called out to the refugees, "Listen closely. You now have two choices. First, you may seek your relatives on your own. From this moment forth, Grey Bear Village and I shall have no further relations with you. We will not provide you with travel expenses or food. Our act of rescuing you from the prairie orcs was already a generous gesture. We are under no obligation to offer you anything further. The rations you currently possess are all that Grey Bear Village can afford, and your future path lies in your own hands." After delivering his speech, Zig paused to gauge the crowd's reaction. Having previously read an example in Liu Yong's writings, he recalled a situation where a company faced poor annual performance, resulting in a year-end bonus that could only be half of the usual amount. The issue was that employees, if dissatisfied with a reduced bonus, would likely express their discontent, potentially leading to mass resignations, as many were counting on the year-end bonus to purchase holiday goods and distribute red envelopes. The astute general manager recognized that mishandling this matter could leave the company devoid of any employees the following year, plunging it into a major crisis. However, the clever manager opted not to directly cut the bonuses. Instead, before the year's end, she had her secretary leak rumors that the company's performance was poor and that this year's year-end bonuses would be entirely canceled. Once the gossip took hold, the entire company erupted in turmoil, with employees frantically inquiring and even canceling their holiday travel plans and new appliance purchases, creating an atmosphere of despair. After the rumors were confirmed, the employees lost all faith in receiving a year-end bonus. Yet, in the final days leading up to the year's end, the shrewd manager released an official announcement regarding the bonuses. The announcement stated that due to the company's poor performance this year, a significant portion of the payments had not been collected, resulting in financial strain. Initially, the company had no funds to distribute year-end bonuses. However, considering the employees' need for financial support during the festive season, the company decided to allocate a portion of its liquid assets to provide year-end bonuses. The employees, whose spirits had already plummeted to an all-time low, were suddenly elated to learn that there was still half of the year-end bonus to be distributed. As if they had stumbled upon a windfall, their joy was overwhelming, bringing tears of happiness. In the end, this clever maneuver by the general manager helped the company navigate through its difficulties, preventing a mass resignation while simultaneously fostering a deeper sense of loyalty among the employees. Zyg's current strategy was to first plunge the refugees into despair, as no one cared for their existence. Unless they could immediately locate their relatives, they would inevitably face starvation and freezing to death. Indeed, the refugees erupted in anguish, with some even weeping uncontrollably, lamenting their homelessness. They cried out that if Zyge truly abandoned them, they would perish within days, their plight worse than that of slaves to the orcs of the plains. The air was filled with sorrowful wails, echoing the desolation of their situation. Observing the refugees' reaction, Zyge felt a sense of satisfaction with the impact of his words and continued, "Of course, you have a second option: to accompany me back to Grey Bear Village. However, we will only provide food and shelter to those willing to work for Grey Bear Village." The refugees, who had just moments ago been despondent to the point of contemplating suicide, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Zyge's next words. As if they had grasped a lifeline. They believed they had been saved. Chapter 70. Experience overwhelms the dwarven craftsman. Seeing the refugees' response, Zyge was pleased. A being with a modern soul traversing realms. He had once again captivated a crowd using contemporary knowledge. Everyone could see that Grey Bear Village was situated close to the plains, where walls were being constructed and soldiers recruited. Upon arriving in the village, they could enlist or work in construction. If they were resolute, they should follow me back to Grey Bear Village. If they wished to avoid suffering, they could take their rations and leave. Zyge's words were succinct. He laid the challenges bare, making it clear that only those willing to labor for Grey Bear Village would have the opportunity to reside there, as the village had no obligation to establish a refugee camp to assist them. Once Zyge concluded, the vast majority of the refugees consented to accompany him back to Grey Bear Village, with only a handful opting to venture alone, and Zyge did not hesitate to disregard them. With the refugees following him, Zyge entrusted the task of purchasing Minotaur and Dwarf slaves in Silver Dome City to the giant swordsman, Rux. Arriving back at Grey Bear Village with a large group of refugees, it was already the afternoon of the third day. The shelters where the refugees resided had been constructed by themselves, as most of them were solitary figures. Once the makeshift dwellings were erected, a vast area of tents formed outside the village walls, appearing chaotic yet undeniably magnificent. Shortly after Zyge's arrival, Rux returned with an impressive array of crossbows. His haul exceeded Zyge's expectations, as he brought back the dwarven slave Zyge had longed for. Since the last time the Pan's merchant group had sold all their slaves to Zyge, they had grown cautious and managed to smuggle 2 dwarven slaves from within the sacred sword pass. Following Zyge's instructions, Rux purchased both dwarven slaves and brought them back to Grey Bear Village. That very night, Zyge met the 2 dwarven slaves, named Isaac Coppershield and Ferric Ironbeard, both of whom were older dwarves born before the fall of the Grey Dwarven Kingdom. Upon hearing their names, Zyge momentarily thought a great scientist had reincarnated in this alternate realm. He conveyed his policy regarding slaves, stating that they could attain their freedom upon proving their worth. The 2 dwarven slaves exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the notion of a human granting them freedom, even under conditions, as the Grey Dwarven clan had been enslaved since the kingdom's demise. Slaves were considered property, to be commanded by their masters as they wished. I understand your confusion, but allow me to explain, Zyge said, perceiving their bewilderment. Let me ask you, do you remember how to forge your dwarven firearms? Zyge inquired, emphasizing his interest. Firearm infantry were not only one of Zyge's favorite units in his previous life playing Warcraft, but were also the most primitive form of firearm troops. He had read in Travel Journal of Odin Continent that dwarven gunmen existed in this world, whether in the fallen Grey Dwarven Kingdom or the formidable Hill Dwarven and Mountain Dwarven kingdoms. However, it was evident that dwarven gunners in this realm were still in the era of smoothbore guns, requiring each shot to be loaded from the muzzle. Though not matchlocks, they were primitive enough to provide Zyge ample opportunity to advance the technology of firearms. Without delving into distant topics, simply rifling the barrels of their firearms would represent a significant leap forward for dwarven firearms technology. Zyge was a military enthusiast in his previous life, familiar with various weapon design techniques from numerous military websites. Not only could he transform smoothbore guns into rifle guns, but he also envisioned how to create mortars and grenades, technologies that were entirely absent in the sacred Odin continent. The dwarves had yet to invent mortars and grenades, which were inexpensive, easy to manufacture, and straightforward in design. Undoubtedly, Zyge would not engage in the forge himself. He merely needed to share his ideas with the 2 dwarven craftsmen, confident that their innate forging talent would allow them to comprehend. This was the crux of Zyge's expectation for the dwarven artisans. As long as they successfully crafted the various weapons he envisioned and made them suitable for mass production, they would earn their freedom. Zyge was reluctant to send such valuable craftsmen into the front line to earn dangerous military honors. Quality steel should be utilized wisely. Upon hearing Zyge's words, the 2 dwarven craftsmen were utterly astonished. Setting aside the matter of forging new weapons, they were taken aback that a human had expressed such keen interest in dwarven weaponry and even offered suggestions for improvement. Did not humans uphold the knight in heavy armor as their ideal? The current emperor of the sacred Odin Empire, His Majesty Zachary Bagrefs, had attempted to incorporate dwarven firearms into the human army during the conquest of the Dwarven Kingdom, only to quickly abandon the idea when they discovered the firearms lacked accuracy beyond 50 meters, rendering them ineffective. Nevertheless, this human's proposal for improving firearms showcased a unique insight. According to Zyge, rifling would cause the bullets to spin upon exiting the muzzle, thereby significantly enhancing accuracy. At this realization, the 2 dwarven craftsmen exchanged glances once more, this time devoid of confusion. They saw sparks of inspiration in each other's eyes, akin to a person in darkness discovering a brightly lit window, instinctively drawn toward the light. Chapter 71. New System and Freedom. The dwarven craftsman, brimming with inspiration, left Zyge's office, walking with a newfound purpose. Why had Zyge not ordered them to forge weapons directly? Because he understood that developing new weaponry and technologies required dedicated technicians. A slave would merely follow orders mechanically rather than invest their heart into the work. After resolving matters with the 2 dwarven craftsmen, Zyge summoned several key village elders, including Old Man Chuck. Currently, Old Man Chuck appeared radiant, as nearly every villager in Grey Bear Village was well fed, and the construction of the frost soil walls provided a significant sense of security. All of this was attributed to Zyge's leadership. Old Man Chuck pondered whether it was time to relinquish his role in village affairs, entrusting all decision-making authority to Zyge. Esteemed elders, I have gathered you here to discuss the situation regarding the refugees, Zyge stated bluntly as everyone had assembled. Indeed, the sheer number of individuals among us poses a considerable challenge. How can our humble village of Grey Bear sustain such a multitude? At that moment, an elder from the village raised a concern that had once preoccupied Zig, striking a chord with him. Thus, it is imperative that we do not sustain them idly. They must contribute through labor. Only those who work within the village, including soldiers, shall be permitted to remain, enabling us to discern those with robust abilities and combat prowess to join our ranks, thereby fortifying and enlarging our community. Zig articulated slowly. But how shall we discern their capabilities? Inquired another elder. We can establish a system of household registration. Any refugee who labors for a year or demonstrates valor in battle against the orcs shall be granted membership in Grey Bear Village. Zig resolved, aspiring to emulate the United States green card immigration system. This system, which has evoked resentment among many, not only due to America's formidable might but also because it retains only the talents that the nation seeks, while discarding those ordinary individuals who merely wish to immigrate to America, thus alleviating the burden on its welfare system. T.O. put it bluntly, the green card system functions as a sieve, filtering out the worthy from the unworthy. Simultaneously, Zig proposed to establish a citizenship system. Many presume that the strength of the Roman Empire lay solely in its military. However, they often overlook a crucial truth. While an army may conquer, it cannot govern effectively without the proper internal structures. The might of the Roman Empire was not solely derived from its formidable heavy infantry, but also from its citizenship system. This system conferred rights upon citizens, allowing them to own property, inherit wealth, hold public office, and participate in civic assemblies. Those endowed with citizenship had their assets safeguarded by the empire, ensuring that no one could arbitrarily strip them of their possessions or personal freedoms. While citizens enjoyed these rights, they were also required to pay taxes in the Roman Empire, who was exempt from taxation. Free men and slaves alike bore no tax burden, yet their personal liberties and property were not guaranteed. This transformed taxation into a noble honor, significantly curbing tax evasion. If a citizen failed to pay taxes, they would be likened to a slave, thus instilling a sense of shame associated with tax evasion. Moreover, acquiring Roman citizenship was no trivial matter. It necessitated contributions to the empire, such as military service, earning military accolades before obtaining citizenship rights. Zig intended to merge the green card system with the citizenship system, forging a new framework. Under this system, Grey Bear Village would become a coveted sanctuary for any immigrant. A slave who demonstrated valor for Grey Bear would earn their freedom, while a free man or immigrant could attain citizenship through their contributions. Once an individual secured citizenship in Grey Bear, the village government would protect their private property, ensuring that no one could unjustly seize their belongings. Thus, Zig's vision of Grey Bear became a reality where diligent individuals would reap the rewards of their endeavors and achieve a successful societal status. When a nation or regime safeguards the private property of its citizens, and an individual receives due recompense for their efforts, a sense of belonging to that nation emerges, compelling them to regard it as home and to defend it at any cost, even at the expense of their lives. When Zig shared his proposed system with the assembled elders, although most did not fully grasp the underlying principles, they were nonetheless profoundly moved by his vision. Should Grey Bear establish such a system, it would transform into an idyllic realm. However, implementing this framework would require more than mere discussions in village assemblies. A comprehensive legal system, an effective enforcement mechanism, and a thorough population registration system must be instituted. The village council unanimously approved Zig's proposal. In truth, even if it were not particularly alluring, no one would dare oppose his decisions and suggestions. Currently, in Grey Bear, nearly everyone exhibited blind allegiance to Zig, who enjoyed unparalleled prestige. T.O. established this system. Legislation was imperative, with the Constitution being of utmost importance. During the village council meeting, Zig publicly drafted the first article of the Grey Bear Constitution. Private property is sacred and inviolable. Following the conclusion of the meeting, all attending elders and council members returned home, their hearts brimming with excitement. Soon, news of Zig's declaration regarding the sanctity of private property spread throughout Grey Bear and the refugee encampments. With a clear understanding of the allure of this law and system, individuals from all walks of life eagerly invested their efforts in the construction of Grey Bear and military service. At the construction site of the stone walls, one could not hear the crack of whips or shouts of admonition. Rather, the atmosphere was one of fervent activity, with nearly 200 laborers focused solely on their work. At the training grounds, newly enlisted refugee soldiers trained diligently alongside existing militia members, each one yearning for citizenship rights. Of course, due to a shortage of manpower and skilled stonemasons, progress on the stone walls remained sluggish. As time passed, Zig found himself bound to fulfill a promise: the release of his Minotaur slave, Rocky Johnson, who had achieved 10 commendable feats during hunts, meeting the conditions for his freedom. On that day, Zig gathered all his Minotaur and dwarf slaves and, before their astonished eyes, severed Rocky's chains with his sword. That moment, shock rippled through the ranks of the orc and dwarf slaves. A singular thought echoed in their minds: we can truly attain freedom. Chapter 72. The Free Orc. In truth, since aligning with Zig, Rocky had scarcely worn shackles. He was a docile and compliant slave. Zig's act of breaking his chains in front of the minotaurs and dwarves was largely symbolic. Yet, this symbolic gesture struck their minds like a hammer, embedding a profound message. Freedom is within reach. The ceremony of breaking the shackles was brief, and afterward, Rocky emerged as a free man, or rather, a free orc, with Zig presenting him a set of cotton garments as a token of his newfound liberty, in stark contrast. The other minotaurs and dwarf slaves remained clad in rags, still bound in chains. Returning to their labor. The world often fears comparisons, for such comparisons can incite resentment among individuals. United in purpose, the minotaurs and dwarves silently resolved to become free individuals, free orcs and free dwarves, just like Rocky Johnson. Setting aside the imposing minotaurs, the minds of two dwarf slaves began to whirl with ideas, contemplating the processes required to manufacture dwarf firearms and the various modern weaponry described by their human masters. The two dwarf slaves were awash with designs and schematics. Rocky, now that you are a free orc, where do you intend to go? Zig inquired, feigning interest in the orc's plans. While Rocky was indeed free, he possessed no possessions, no family or friends. Should he choose to leave Zig and Grey Bear, he would need no more than to shake off his clothing and depart. But where would he go? Beyond the confines of Grey Bear, no human would recognize his identity as a free ORC. To the south lay the vast human empire, where he risked capture by slave traders, while to the north stretched the Blue Star Prairie. Home to Orcish dominion, yet Rocky had witnessed firsthand how the prairie was fraught with dangers, with minotaurs enslaved by the wolf tribes of the plains. Zig had calculated that Rocky's lack of options would compel him to consider his question carefully. I haven't truly thought about it, Master. Oh no, Lord Zig, let me ponder. Rocky mused, still bound by habits from his days as a slave, particularly in addressing Zig. Take your time to contemplate. Should you decide where to go? I can provide you with some provisions for the journey, though I cannot assist with travel costs. I doubt any inn in human cities would welcome you, even with money, Zig remarked, akin to a mischievous uncle coaxing a child in the desired direction of thought. Indeed, if I were to enter a human city, evading capture by slave traders would be a feat in itself. How could I expect an inn to accommodate me? Rocky murmured to himself. This quiet and resolute minotaur gazed towards the southern sky beyond Grey Bear. Seemingly lost in thought, but soon returned to reality. Lord Zig, if I choose to stay, would you still accept me? Dwayne Johnson turned to face Zig, speaking in a deep, bovine voice. At that moment, he realized that only by staying close to this human named Zig could he escape the fate of enslavement. Otherwise, to the south lay a multitude of slave traders, and to the north, an abundance of werewolves and orcs. He could venture to neither side. Welcome, welcome. How could we not embrace you? Zig exclaimed. However, you must understand. In our humble village of Grey Bear, one must work to earn a wage. What do you intend to do for work? As the village chief, I shall prioritize arranging something for you. Zig chuckled mischievously. Like a cunning uncle who had successfully lured a young girl. Well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Dwayne Johnson, indeed, was still struggling to adapt to the identity of a free man. The fundamental distinction between a free man and a slave is that the former possesses the autonomy to decide his own actions, whereas the latter does not. A slave is merely the property of his master, compelled to obey his commands. After prolonged subjugation, an individual loses his own thoughts and opinions. It was evident that although Dwayne Johnson had gained his freedom, he had not entirely embraced the mindset of a liberated orc. Take your time to think, Zig encouraged. I believe you would make an excellent soldier. It would be unbecoming for you to return to the slave quarters in Grey Bear. As you have no accommodation here, why not remain and serve as a soldier? Be the first orc soldier of Grey Bear and reside in the barracks. Zig was quite persuasive, though Grey Bear had no true barracks, merely a training ground outside the walls with some straw dummies and targets. Barracks? There isn't even a shadow of one. Zig then engaged in a rather unscrupulous act, instructing the current bull-headed slaves to cease their wall construction and begin building barracks for Grey Bear. The area enclosed by the new stone walls was vast, and the project would take at least 2 months to complete. There was no rush, of course. Constructing this barracks would also require time. It would take at least 3 to 5 days. In the meantime, Zig had the refugees cobble together a small tent for Dwayne Johnson to reside in, while also appointing him as a temporary overseer to supervise the slaves building the barracks. The irony was palpable. When those bull-headed slaves saw Dwayne Johnson, who had once been a slave himself, transformed into an overseer, their eyes widened in disbelief. However, that very afternoon, as Dwayne Johnson assumed his role as overseer, Zig welcomed a visit from him. Come, our free orc, Sit. Zig greeted him warmly, yet there were no chairs in his office that could accommodate Dwayne Johnson's considerable size. Offering him a chair would be akin to an adult attempting to sit on a child's rocking horse. It would surely collapse under him. Ultimately, Zig had no choice but to sit on the floor alongside Dwayne Johnson. Chief Zig, I have come to... Dwayne Johnson's intent was clear. He was not here for idle chatter. This quiet and resolute bull-headed man spoke directly, as the orc race often does, getting straight to the point. You come on behalf of your fellow bull-headed kin to plead for them, seeking to have them join the ranks as soldiers to earn their freedom. Am I correct? Dwayne Johnson only needed to utter the beginning of his request for Zig to complete his thought. How did you know? Dwayne Johnson was taken aback, his jaw dropping in astonishment. A great question mark hovering in his mind. How could Zig possibly know what he was about to say? Did Zig possess some form of magical insight compelling truthfulness? Chapter 73. The importance of trust. Zig was well aware that the existing bull-headed orc slaves would seek ways to join the military. This was a result of his deliberate machinations. One would idly watch as the opportunity for freedom slipped away, and the bull-headed slaves lacked the skills for metallurgy or forging. The only path to liberation lay in military service. Coincidentally, the overseer of their barracks construction was none other than Dwayne Johnson, a fellow bull-headed ORC. As the saying goes, when countrymen meet, tears abound. The sight of their kin transformed into an overseer stirred their emotions deeply. Dwayne Johnson, calm and resolute, was also a bull-headed orc. He needed no pleas from his brethren. Under the influence of his inherent honesty, he readily agreed to advocate on behalf of these bull-headed orcs to Chief Zig. Sometimes, the bond of kinship can be utterly useless, yet at other times, it proves invaluable. Dwayne Johnson's mindset mirrored that of Zig, who traded iron pots and prairie beasts for abducted humans. Few could witness their kin being enslaved and oppressed without feeling a pang of sympathy. Especially in their current environment, where kin were scarce, mutual assistance was likely. The crucial factor was that Dwayne Johnson's opportunities for earning his freedom through military service were exceedingly accessible. The beasts surrounding Grey Bear were not particularly formidable. With a group of 20 or so armed with crossbows, as long as the beasts were not resilient creatures like earth-shattering bears or armored turtles, no living being could withstand the onslaught of 2 or 3 dozen bolts embedded in their flesh and still retain the capacity to resist. If that volley proved insufficient, another round could be unleashed. 2 barrages, with 40 to 50 bolts shot simultaneously. Who could endure such a fate? It is not that I am unwilling to provide them opportunities. Rather, the beasts around Grey Bear have been nearly eradicated, and we now require soldiers to engage in battle to earn merit, Zig remarked lazily. This was Zig's clever ruse. The 10 opportunities for Dwayne Johnson to earn his freedom from slavery were not a manifestation of Zig's benevolence or compassion, but rather a strategic move to establish credibility among the slaves. The bull-headed orcs were known for their formidable combat prowess, which Zig had long coveted. Yet, they were a gentle race, having endured long subjugation. And transforming them into a military force would not be an easy feat. Historical precedents repeatedly illustrate that directly converting oppressed slaves into an army yields disastrous results. There is no need to search the internet for verification. One need only consult history books. During the late Shang dynasty, when King Wu of Zhou waged war against the tyrant Zhou, he approached the capital of Shang, Chaoga. At that time, King Zhou was without troops, and someone suggested arming the slaves within Chaoga to resist. The outcome is well known. The slave army either defected or fled, leading to King Wu's decisive victory and the establishment of the Zhou dynasty. A moment's reflection reveals that a group of oppressed slaves, suddenly armed and thrust into battle, could not genuinely fight for their oppressor, King Zhou. Naturally, they would not. If the slaves emerged from battle still enslaved and subject to oppression, what incentive would they have to fight valiantly? Some may wonder. If that were the case, King Zhou could not have been a fool. Perhaps he promised the slaves that if they won, they would be granted freedom, thus motivating them to fight. This question strikes at the heart of the matter. Would slaves trust the promises of their masters? Slaves and their masters are inherently adversarial classes. Absent the whip in the master's hand and the shackles on the slave's limbs, the slaves would leap at the chance to slay their oppressors. Hatred has long taken root in the hearts of slaves, while the seeds of trust have only just been sown, with their survival uncertain. Armed slave soldiers are bound to harbor a concern. What if I fight for my master and he goes back on his word? With this in mind, Zig understood that if he wished to arm these bull-headed orcs, he needed to lay the groundwork. First and foremost, he had to establish trust. But how does one build trust? This necessitates learning from historical figures like Shangyang. There is no need for online research. Anyone who has attended school has encountered the tale of establishing trust through a wood post. Shangyang established trust through a remarkably simple act, erecting a large wooden post in a bustling market. It was likely heavy, but the reward was even greater. The Qin government would offer a substantial sum to any strongman who could transport the post from one place to another. Given the populace's inherent distrust of the government, initially, no one was willing to undertake the task. It seemed implausible, carrying a wooden post for such a reward. Surely this was too easy. No one believed it could be true, especially when one could not earn such riches even in battle. Yet, under the promise of a generous reward, someone eventually stepped forward. When that individual successfully transported the post and received the hefty reward, all those who had hesitated due to distrust were left regretting their indecision. The act of establishing trust through the wood post created credibility for the Qin government in the hearts of the people. Zig needed the bull-headed orc slaves to believe that he would honor his word, that after they earned military merit, they would be granted their freedom. Thus, he needed to employ the method of establishing trust through tangible promises, demonstrating to them his genuine commitment to fulfilling his word. Killing beasts could earn them military merit and the chance to become free men, but once the beasts were eliminated, they would need to engage in battle to earn their accolades. Through the example of the Minotaur known as the Rock Johnson, those Minotaur slaves would come to believe that by fighting valiantly on the battlefield, they could attain their freedom. Thus, these Minotaur slaves would undoubtedly give their all in battle, and Zig need not worry about them betraying their ranks or fleeing in the heat of combat. However, we must now provide them with the opportunity for training. Without it, how could they wield shields and weapons effectively on the battlefield? Under the hopeful gaze of the Minotaur Rock Johnson, Zig refrained from making any definitive statements. Very well, I shall return and make preparations. Upon hearing Zig's agreement, the Minotaur Rock Johnson felt an indescribable thrill, a rare display of excitement for one of his stoic and resolute nature. Wait. Please pay a visit to the blacksmith and instruct them to forge 17 iron shields and 17 iron axes. And let them know this is my command. Zig called out to the departing Minotaur Rock Johnson, and his words only intensified the giant's excitement, for there were precisely 17 Minotaur and orc slaves in Grey Bear Village. Chapter 74. Centurion. A series of urgent sounds resonated from outside Zig's office window, reminiscent of something being struck as it rushed past. Zig found the noise somewhat familiar, as if to, oh no, a raid. The prairie orcs are attacking. It had been far too long since he last heard the warning gong, and Zig almost failed to recognize its sound. Bursting through the office door, Zig observed the village descending into chaos. The snow-covered ground marked with numerous footprints. It was evident that the villagers and militia were quite tense as they prepared to confront the enemy. Although these militia members had encountered bloodshed before and were familiar with their weapons, the prospect of battle still left them somewhat anxious. Yet, no amount of nervousness could change the situation now. Zig had done all he could on the city walls and in the towers of archers. Biden and Jack were energetically coordinating the defense efforts. While the militia were understandably tense, they did not descend into panic. Describing the current state of Grey Bear Village's preparations as chaotic would be an accurate portrayal. With the frozen earth walls, archer towers, and over 80 trained and armed militia members, Zig's 2 months of preparation were finally coming to fruition. Ascending the frozen earth walls, Zig quickly felt the oppressive atmosphere that accompanies impending battle. Gazing northward, he spotted at least 200 prairie orcs crossing the Salmon River, some already disembarking on the southern bank, laboriously hauling makeshift rafts ashore and organizing their weapons. How strange. Could it be that after we dealt with those few prairie orcs, we failed to wipe out all traces of them? These prairie orcs clearly had motives beyond mere plunder. Ever since the construction of the frozen earth walls, there had been attempts by various prairie orcs to raid the vicinity of Grey Bear Village. But most were small groups of 20 or so who, upon observing the fortified defenses, retreated. Small orc tribes on the plains typically could not sustain significant losses among their warriors. Now, with over 200 prairie orcs arriving, it appeared they were intent on a full frontal assault. This could only mean one thing. They were seeking revenge, likely the kin of the 5 prairie orcs Zig had eliminated after they infiltrated the village. It was quite absurd. These brigands, having met their demise at the hands of their foes, sought revenge against the very individuals who had vanquished them. Such folly stemmed from their lack of power. Had Zig's Grey Bear Village been formidable enough, the roles of hunter and hunted might well have been reversed. Meanwhile, on the northern bank of the Salmon River, a wolf knight riding a massive black wolf surveyed the 200 prairie orcs crossing the river. Lost in thought, suddenly, a low growl of wolf riders approached rapidly. Centurion, the majority of the Minotaur slaves have crossed the river. Should we follow? One of the wolf riders queried, guiding his mount closer. Cross the river. commanded the Wolf Knight, known as the Centurion. 100 Minotaur slaves and 100 Wolf Riders comprised the entirety of the forces brought by this Centurion from the Quiaba tribe. 2 months prior, 5 brave warriors from the Quiaba tribe had ventured out to hunt and had not returned. It was almost certain they had met a grim fate, for no one would remain absent for 2 months without cause. The loss of the 2 Minotaur slaves was inconsequential, but the 3 were true bloodline warriors of the Quiaba tribe, not mere acquisitions from other lesser wolf tribes. Although the Quiaba tribe was a medium-sized wolf tribe, it stood as the largest in an area filled with smaller tribes. Moreover, the Quiaba tribe had recently allied with the formidable Sun Wolf King, establishing itself as the dominant power in the region. At such a critical juncture, it was audacious for anyone to dare challenge the warriors of the Quiaba tribe. After a period of searching, the last known whereabouts of the 5 missing warriors was traced to the vicinity of a human settlement, suggesting that during their hunting expedition, they had entered the town for some inexplicable reason, never to emerge alive. Coincidentally, just days prior, a scouting party from the Quiaba tribe returned to report that a wall had suddenly appeared near the Salmon River. Previously, this area had been home to ordinary human villages, devoid of such fortifications. When all these coincidences were considered, it became glaringly apparent that this sudden emergence of a small fortress was linked to the 5 missing warriors of the Quiaba tribe. As the prairie orcs crossed the river, the silhouette of the human settlement's walls could be faintly discerned, yet no one emerged to challenge them, further emboldening the Quiaba centurion. He spurred his massive wolf forward until he reached the base of Grey Bear Village's walls. All archers, conceal yourselves. Only a handful need remain on the walls. Zig was currently strategizing atop the walls, disapproving of Biden's proposal to position all archers atop the fortifications. As a military enthusiast, Zig firmly believed that a commander must possess the virtue of concealed strength. The frozen earth walls of Grey Bear Village stood only 5 meters high and were not true stone fortifications. Thus, some tactics to mislead the enemy were necessary. Under Zig's command, the majority of the militia archers took refuge on the stairways of the frozen earth walls, poised for battle. That moment, a lone wolf rider emerged from the ranks of the prairie orcs, boldly approaching the walls of Grey Bear Village. Jack, now serving as the commander of the archers, was poised to order the execution of this audacious prairie warrior when Zig restrained him. "Hold on, let us hear what he has to say." This lone wolf rider had not approached the walls merely for a leisurely stroll. More likely, he sought to scout their defenses. Zig intended to let him see only what he wanted him to see. A mere handful of defenders on the walls. Zig surmised that this wolf rider was either the leader of the prairie orcs or a messenger sent by the leader, if he wished to scout. Then let him perceive what Zig desired him to perceive. With heavy breaths, the massive wolf beneath the rider galloped to the base of the frozen earth walls, and the rider began to shout. It was curious that the language of the prairie orcs and humans could be mutually understood. Zig had always found this perplexing. It was said that even elves and dwarves shared a common tongue with humans, without any true language barriers. However, he had little time to ponder such matters, as his focus lay entirely on the challenges facing Grey Bear Village. Zig had anticipated that this wolf rider would demand the townspeople to surrender promptly. To his astonishment, the wolf rider's words were nothing short of brazen. "Humans, you shall all perish." The wolf rider bellowed from atop his mighty wolf, his first words a stark threat. "Any who harm our warriors of the Quiaba tribe will face death. We shall breach your walls and slay you all." As he spoke, the wolf rider began to pace atop his formidable mount, clearly using this opportunity to assess the defenses of Grey Bear Village. Albeit his proclamations were exceedingly arrogant. "You humans are as weak as sheep before our warriors of the Quiaba tribe. Before your very eyes, we will feed your children and women to our great wolves, making you listen to their screams. You will hear their cries diminish until they can cry out no more. Our great wolves will feast upon your innards, starting with your hearts, then your livers, and finally your intestines and stomachs." As the wolf rider passed by Zig on the wall, he deliberately slowed his pace, and with his wealth of experience, he quickly discerned that Zig was the principal leader of Grey Bear Village. "Are you afraid of me?" the wolf rider scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zig. "You should be. Remember my name. It shall haunt your nightmares. I am Ivanov, the vanguard centurion of the Quiaba tribe." Chapter 75. Orcs Siege. At this moment, Zig finally grasped that this wolf rider was not merely scouting. He was attempting to undermine the morale of his troops. Continue to let him shout. Some of the more timid and fearful militia are highly likely to flee in battle out of terror. Retreat can occur at any moment. In the clash of armies, what often prevails is courage and perseverance. The first to succumb to fear is the first to abandon their post, leaving their rear exposed to the enemy as a target. This is how collapse occurs. Indeed, this is Ivanov's consistent strategy, and it proves effective time and again, whether against humans or hostile orc tribes. Each time he leads an assault on the enemy, he invariably spreads tales of terror beforehand to undermine enemy morale, waiting for the moment they panic and flee, only to ambush them from behind. This tactic not only leads to easier victories, but also significantly reduces personnel losses for the Quyaba tribe. It is precisely for this reason that Ivanov has risen to the rank of centurion within the Quyaba tribe, a considerable position of power in a tribe of merely 1,000 werewolves. "Shoot him," commanded Zyj, determined not to allow Ivanov to continue his incitements, especially since the militia defending Grey Bear Village were in a vulnerable position. If he were to utter a few more words, the militia, which had only just begun to establish itself, might very well rout without a fight. "Understood," Jack replied without hesitation, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow aimed directly at the face of the wolf cavalry centurion. Ivanov, thud. The fellow reacted swiftly, raising his small wooden shield to deflect the shot. The arrow pierced through the shield, protruding slightly from the back. Ivanov had achieved his aim. He immediately turned his giant wolf steed towards the orc camp, galloping away. This scoundrel runs surprisingly fast. Zyj was not about to let him escape. He deftly avoided Jack's bow and arrow, switching to his shadow form, activating the frost arrow skill. He unleashed 6 consecutive arrows at the arrogant werewolf centurion. As Ivanov zigzagged while retreating, Zyj's aim was true. Every arrow struck its mark, either hitting Ivanov's back or the rear of his giant wolf. Ivanov could never have anticipated that Zyj's arrows would curve like they had eyes, hitting him with every shot. After being struck by 6 arrows, Ivanov was gravely injured, collapsing just beyond Zyj's range, where a few wolf cavalrymen from the orc camp rushed to rescue him. On the city walls and within the arrow towers, the militia and Biden erupted in cheers. The once boastful wolf cavalry, now visible to them, had been struck down by Zyj's 6 arrows, which undoubtedly boosted the morale of the militia immensely. "That's what you get for being arrogant." Zyj muttered to himself. At that moment, he regretted not upgrading his Shadow's ice arrows to level 4. If he had, the slow effect would have reached 60%, enough to ensure that the boastful Ivanov would have been killed within range. Ivanov, now back in the orc camp, was enveloped in frost, blood spilling from his mouth as he shouted furiously, "Charge! There are only a handful of defenders. Eliminate them all with that." He feinted. "Kill! Annihilate them! Charge!" commanded the wolf cavalry, unhesitatingly issuing the order to advance. The charge of 100 Tauren and 100 wolf cavalry embodied the fighting spirit of the orc tribes. The Tauren led the way, followed closely by the wolf cavalry. Lacking any formation, the Tauren continued to bear the brunt of the assault, wielding simple siege hammers at the forefront. Zyj's 6 arrows had not only toppled the insolent centurion Ivanov, but had also thoroughly enraged the unprepared orcs. Further fueled by the news Ivanov had brought back, claiming that only a handful of human defenders were present, the orc warriors howled with fervor and surged forward, archers and crossbowmen, to the walls. Zyj ordered as the orcs charged. He immediately mobilized all archers hidden within the frozen earth walls and the inner side of the ramparts. As the orc warriors closed in to within 200 meters of Grey Bear Village's frozen earth walls, they were astonished to see a multitude of human soldiers suddenly appear on the ramparts, all drawing bows and crossbows aimed directly at them. The moment had arrived to test Zyj's preparations over the past 2 months in the nearly month-long training of the militia. The first volley of arrows from the archers and crossbowmen of Grey Bear Village ruthlessly rained down upon the charging orc warriors. With an effective range exceeding 200 meters, the advancing orcs soon found themselves under relentless fire. The orc warriors, steeped in tradition, took pride in displaying their muscular forms to intimidate their opponents, which in the midst of their charge quickly became a disadvantage. Without armor for protection, even the strongest orc could not withstand multiple arrows lodged in their bodies. Suddenly, the leading Tauren fell, several injured and collapsing to the ground. Even those who remained standing were now peppered with arrows, despite the distance diminishing the arrow's force. Yet, such injuries alone could not impede the charge of the Quyaba tribe's orcs. As they advanced closer, the casualties among the orc ranks multiplied. On the frozen walls of Grey Bear Village, the trained militia, though tense, maintained their composure as they loaded their crossbows and fired, loading and firing ceaselessly, inflicting continuous damage on the charging orcs. As the two armies drew nearer, the advantage of the defenders became increasingly evident. From the walls of Grey Bear Village, arrows flew forth like the harbingers of death. reaping the lives of the Quyaba tribe's orc warriors. While the battle raged between Grey Bear Village and the Quyaba tribe, on the northern bank of Salmon River, a small group of wolf cavalry from the Higas tribe quietly observed the siege from the cover of a secluded thicket. Listening to the distant sounds of battle, the werewolf warrior Pashiko gently stroked his giant wolf steed. Standing beside him was Baklef, also in his wolf warrior form. "Brother, this doesn't seem right. After all, that human is in a cooperative relationship with us," Baklef said, his unease growing as the sounds of battle faded into the distance. Over the past month, the Higas tribe had prospered through trade with Grey Bear Village, establishing themselves as a relatively well-off tribe among the surrounding smaller clans. Not only had Baklef's sister's dowry been secured, but the tribe's werewolves were now using pottery and cloth previously reserved for noble werewolves of larger tribes. However, when his brother heard that the Quyaba tribe intended to assault Grey Bear Village, he had insisted on bringing him along, accompanied by over 20 wolf cavalry from Hegus. "Why, dearest brother, I too find great pleasure in conducting business with those humans. They have treated us to steaming bowls of hearty broth. Yet the condition remains that they must survive in order to engage in trade. The trouble they have stirred involves the formidable Quyaba tribe, of which you are well aware of the multitude of orc warriors it harbors. Do these humans truly believe that, despite having a wizard in their midst, they can withstand the onslaught of the Quyaba tribe?" Pashiko glanced at his brother and continued, "Should they falter and be vanquished by the Orcish forces, we might seize the opportunity to profit, while simultaneously endearing ourselves to the far more powerful Quyaba tribe, thereby ensuring future benefits for our own Higas tribe. Is this not a betrayal of our friends? We are men of the grasslands, and such actions do not befit the noble behavior of orc warriors of the plains." The young werewolf Baklef, still somewhat naive, hoped to persuade his brother. Yet, it is an unavoidable reality. "After all, we are but a small tribe, are we not, brother? You are still young and do not grasp the immense difficulty our beloved father faces in sustaining the existence of our Higas tribe. We are but a small tribe, you see? Small tribes must tread carefully to avoid inciting the wrath of greater powers." Pashiko's tone was laden with resignation, for he spoke the truth, as a small tribe on the plains. The survival of the Higas was indeed arduous. Otherwise, they would not be grazing in such barren terrain. Unbeknownst to Pashiko, Zig had already spotted them from the watchtower. However, these were mere werewolves of the Higas tribe who had not raised their banner, leading Zig to mistakenly believe that they were reinforcements sent by the Quyaba tribe to support an impending assault. The prairie orcs suffered a toll of over 50 casualties. The remaining 100 or so warriors of the Quyaba tribe finally reached the frozen walls of Grey Bear Village. The clash of arms soon commenced. The Orcish minotaurs were truly mere cannon fodder. Those at the forefront, wielding the siege hammers, were robust and strong, yet their werewolf masters displayed little regard for their lives. These minotaurs, bearing the siege hammers, were almost entirely unprotected, resulting in substantial losses. Of course, the keen-eyed Zig noticed that some of the minotaurs fell after sustaining just 1 or 2 arrows. Logically, such sturdy creatures should not have been rendered incapacitated by a mere couple of arrows. Yet, upon observing that the opposing wolf cavalry treated them as expendable, Zig quickly understood. Oppressed slaves would not fight with full fervor for their coercive masters. This is human nature, whether orc or human, who would willingly lay down their life for their oppressor. What they referred to as a siege hammer was, in essence, merely a felled log, and perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a siege stake. Zig watched as these unprotected minotaurs charged towards the northern gate of the frozen walls, and he couldn't help but smile. Why? Because during the construction of the frozen walls, Zig had taken precautions. Anticipating an attack at any moment, he had thus left only one southern gate for ingress and egress. The frozen walls were not permanent. They were easily modifiable. A little excavation followed by heat could melt the ice, allowing for the addition or removal of earth as necessary. The northern, eastern, and western gates were all false. Zig had intentionally altered the structure after completion, slightly recessing the walls to allow hired carpenters and builders to install 6 wooden doors at the 3 false gates, thus dubbing them the 6 doors. Each false gate was fitted with 2 wooden doors. If the enemy were to assault, striking these gates with their siege hammers, they would never suspect that what lay behind the doors was not a passage into the town, but rather a thick wall. Zig's crafted false gates appeared quite convincing. It was likely that the werewolf centurion Ivanov had not anticipated that anyone would expend effort creating a deceptive gate to lure siege hammers. While taunting from below the walls, he focused solely on the soldiers atop Zig's walls, failing to notice that the gates were, in fact, illusions. As Zig had predicted, the false northern gate effectively drew their fire. The wolf cavalry understood that the siege was at a critical juncture. To ensure the Minotaurs succeeded in breaching the gates, they began to draw closer to the walls for protective archery fire. "Do not concern yourselves with those Minotaurs. All archers and crossbowmen shall focus on the wolf cavalry," Zig commanded without hesitation. After all, the gate was false. They could unleash their full strength upon it. Once the enemy had incurred significant losses and smashed the wooden doors, only to discover a thick, dark frozen wall behind them, their morale would be further shattered. Moving shots are inherently inaccurate, even if the prairie werewolves possessed superior archery skills. They would struggle to strike the soldiers atop the frozen walls amidst the precise aiming of the militia archers and crossbowmen of Grey Bear Village. As arrows rained down, the militia sustained few injuries, while the wolf cavalry suffered considerable losses, with over 10 of their number falling to the ground. This was due to the unwavering accuracy of Zig, whose arrows struck true, combined with the heavy output of damage from the militia archers of Grey Bear Village. With Zig's command, the arrows of the militia rained down upon the wolf cavalry. With the threat of arrows and crossbow bolts diminished, the Minotaurs, who bore the siege stakes, felt a sudden lift in pressure and erupted with their characteristic bellowing, charging forth with all their might to smash the gates. Chapter 77. A turn of events. Boom, boom, boom. Clearly, these prairie Minotaurs were not a race accustomed to siege warfare. Had they been humans wielding the siege hammers, they would have discerned the dissonance in the sound of the hammers striking the wooden doors. Behind the false gates lay a solid frozen wall. The sound of the siege stakes colliding was notably muted, devoid of any echo. Had it been a real gate, the sound of the siege hammer would have resonated with a sharp bang or clang. For behind the gate, there would be naught but emptiness. Regrettably, they were prairie orcs, skilled in the art of open combat. Yet siege warfare was not their forte. As the Minotaurs began to ram the gates, their vigorous efforts resulted in a noticeable looseness. The wooden doors, once steadfast, began to creak ominously, accompanied by an odd slapping sound. However, the excited wolf cavalry and Minotaurs remained convinced that the gates were on the brink of collapse, their morale soaring. The howls of the werewolves echoed triumphantly, signaling their fervor and indomitable spirit. They believed victory was within their grasp. They could almost envision the feeble humans fleeing in terror, their screams echoing in despair. In this moment, the arrows loosed by the militia of Grey Bear Village seemed to inflict little pain, as the wolf cavalry continued their relentless howling, their curved blades never ceasing to swing. Even the centurion Ivanov, struck by 6 arrows, pressed forward on his massive wolf mount towards the gates. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that, under normal circumstances, the defenders of a city would be in disarray when their gates were on the verge of collapse. This group of humans, however, exhibited no signs of panic, continuing instead to methodically load and fire their crossbows. The relentless onslaught of arrows and bolts inflicted continuous damage upon the concentrated mass of Kuyaba tribe orcs gathered near the false gates. Bang, 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 boom. With each impact of the Minotaurs against the gates, the wooden doors finally thundered to the ground. As the Minotaurs forced the gates open, they discovered that the doors did not topple forward. Rather, they fell backward, revealing the thick frozen wall concealed behind the wooden facade. The triumphant howls of the wolf cavalry abruptly ceased, their mouths agape in disbelief, their once waving blades suddenly motionless. Even the mighty prairie wolves sensed something amiss. Their steps faltering, the once boisterous battlefield fell eerily silent. A stillness, an uncanny stillness. All the prairie orcs stood dumbfounded, gazing at the astonishing sight before them. The temporary commander of the wolf cavalry was utterly flabbergasted. As if 1,000 chaotic thoughts raced through his mind. Who has ever seen a wall behind a door? Are doors not meant for passage? How could anyone construct a wall behind a door? No, it should be, how could anyone affix a useless door to a wall? In truth, the false gate Zig had built was of such poor quality that it was nearly a shoddy construction. The Minotaurs did not break through the gate due to the wooden planks shattering, but rather because the hinges connecting and securing the wooden doors were shattered by the force of the impacts, causing the false gate to topple outward. The cheers from the prairie orc side abruptly ceased, while the jubilant cries from the human side of Grey Bear Village had only just begun, accompanied by laughter tinged with schadenfreude. Moreover, this celebration was incessantly punctuated by a relentless barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts. As the jubilant shouts of the humans resonated throughout the land, the orcs of the Kuyaba tribe found themselves akin to a thief struck by stones. Preoccupied solely with evading the deadly projectiles raining down from the ramparts and arrow towers, gathered near the city gate, their casualties surged alarmingly. At this moment, the temporary commander of the prairie orcs could no longer reign in the chaos among the wolf cavalry and ox slave soldiers. With no entrance through the city gates, were they to remain beneath the walls and become targets for arrows? The ox slave soldiers, being mere conscripts, swiftly succumbed to panic and fled. The wolf cavalry, despite their ferocity, were unable to quell the tide of retreat. The ripple effect of this flight affected even those among the wolf warriors who were not true heroes. Every group harbors its share of cowards. The flight of the ox slaves triggered a small-scale retreat among the wolf cavalry. The dread of retreat did not merely sap morale but also expose their backs to enemy assaults. When facing foes, soldiers could deflect incoming arrows or strike with their weapons. However, exposing one's back to the enemy rendered them vulnerable to a barrage of attacks. Due to the injury sustained by Centurion Ivanov, the acting commander of the wolf cavalry struggled to maintain control over the retreating troops. With 6 arrows embedded in his back, Ivanov rushed to restore order. Oh, the walls. Their walls are not too high. As a seasoned centurion, Ivanov swiftly identified the sole means of extricating themselves from their dire predicament. Attempting to locate a genuine city gate, whether by circling beneath the walls or retreating from the archer's range, would lead to their annihilation by human arrows. If they simply withdrew, the ox slaves and wolf cavalry would present their backs as targets for the human archers. Such a retreat would exacerbate their losses. It would be tantamount to abandoning over 2/3 of their forces, leaving behind the injured, most of whom would not die but rather lose their combat effectiveness. If they retreated, it would mean delivering these wounded soldiers into the hands of their enemies, a disgraceful outcome for any centurion. Victory was the only path for Ivanov. He needed to capture the human village while bringing the wounded back to the Kuyaba tribe, where they could receive treatment and potentially recover, ensuring that their casualty rate would not exceed 10%. Any commander understands the stark contrast between a 10% casualty rate and a 2/3 loss. Approximately 40 wolf cavalry still retained their fighting capability if they could ascend the walls and engage in close combat. The advantage of the wolf cavalry would be considerable. 1 unit of wolf cavalry equated to both a giant wolf mount and its rider, making them formidable foes against the humans, thus allowing the prairie orcs of Kuyaba to turn the tide of battle in their favor. The primary distinction between wolf cavalry and human cavalry lay in their mounts, giant wolves, whose leaping ability far surpassed that of warhorses. With a mighty leap, they might reach the city walls. From Ivanov's observations, the walls of this human village were not excessively high. It was indeed feasible for a wolf to scale them. Historically, humans had exhibited cowardice during raids. If several wolf cavalrymen managed to surmount the walls, the battle could shift, instigating a rout among the humans. Warriors of the Kuyaba tribe, follow me. The temporary commander quickly grasped Ivanov's intent and rallied 2 or 3 dozen wolf cavalry veterans under his command. Preparing to leap the walls, however, at that moment, a precisely aimed arrow struck the nose of Ivanov's mount. A giant prairie wolf. It was Zig who had identified the orc commander daring enough to provoke them from below the walls and, without hesitation, loosed an arrow that found its mark. The giant wolf, struck in the nose, reared back in pain and collapsed, throwing Ivanov to the ground, unable to rise. With Ivanov downed by the arrow, a portion of the wolf cavalry's retreat accelerated. And with the close-range, high-damage crossbow bolts, only a handful of wolf cavalry could approach the walls. Crossbow bolts could pierce plate armor at a distance of 20 meters, and those wolf cavalry beneath the walls were shot through, their bodies rendered helpless by the assault. Perhaps Ivanov had misjudged the situation, or perhaps they lacked sufficient corpses to use as stepping stones, while the wolf cavalry, riding their giant wolves, possessed ample leaping ability to reach the wall's edge. This maneuver only served to terrify some of the more cowardly militia. However, the frozen earth walls of Grey Bear Village stood a full 5 meters high. Although the giant wolves could jump onto the walls, they could at most place their forepaws upon the ledge, requiring immense effort to push their hind legs against the wall to fully ascend. Unfortunately, the number of giant wolves capable of such feats was limited. Most of those attempting to scale the walls could only grasp the midsection, clawing desperately but ultimately sliding back down. Zig's men were not inexperienced soldiers. Biden stood atop the walls, quick and agile, advancing to deliver a swift blow with his dual-bladed axe. The first giant wolf to place its paws on the wall, along with its rider, lost half its head to Biden's strike. The wolf's jaws, nose, teeth, eyes, and part of its brain remained on the wall, while the rest was cleaved away, crimson blood oozing forth from the remnants, staining the white surface a deep red. The wolf rider and the giant wolf, now bereft of half a head, gradually lost their grip and fell to the ground, lifeless. Other soldiers emulated this, and any wolf cavalry that dared to place their forepaws upon the wall, while pushing with their hind legs, quickly found themselves met with severe blows from weapons, either toppling to the ground or meeting a swift demise. Not only Zig's soldiers, but even the Minotaurs led by Stone Johnson mercilessly smashed the skulls of any giant wolves that dared to ascend the walls. To these Minotaurs, the wolf cavalry were not warriors but mere obstacles to their own freedom. Due to the hasty preparations, the Minotaur soldiers of Grey Bear Village wielded large wooden clubs, which, when swung at the heads of the giant wolves or wolf riders, resulted in gruesome outcomes. Even a few humans, recently acquired from the plains by Zig, fueled by hatred, hastily thrust arrows at the wolf cavalry's faces. A giant wolf, struck in the eye, howled in agony and plummeted from the wall. What had once been a glimmer of hope transformed into a desperate struggle for survival, and the remaining wolf cavalry dared not ascend the walls any longer. They turned tail and fled, leaving behind a field strewn with orc casualties. The humans, of course, continued their relentless assault with arrows and crossbow bolts, as the retreating wolf cavalry and ox slaves exposed their vulnerable backs to the human archers. Offering no defense or evasion in the chaos of retreat, more prairie orcs fell victim to arrows. Ultimately, including the initial fleeing ox slaves, only 40 to 50 members of the Quiaba tribe's prairie orcs managed to escape, some of whom did not dare to cross the river but fled elsewhere, their whereabouts unknown. At that moment, the flaw of Grey Bear Village's single southern gate became apparent. They could not pursue effectively. By the time Zig led a large contingent of militia through the southern gate and rounded half the walls to the battlefield, only the incapacitated prairie orcs remained. The process of clearing the battlefield was swift. The total number of prairie orcs amounted to merely 200. With Zig observing from the archer's tower across the river, the task of cleanup became even simpler. Beneath the walls lay only the bodies and wounded of the prairie orcs. The dead were temporarily piled up, while those mortally wounded were swiftly dispatched. Only lightly injured soldiers, per Zig's orders, were dragged back to Grey Bear Village. Conversely, the humans were not without their own injuries. The wolf cavalry's arrows had inflicted some damage. However, as long as no one had died, Zig could utilize the miraculous blue potion from the tower system to ensure their complete recovery. Biden and the archer captain Jack treated the wounded of Grey Bear Village with the healing salves provided by Zig. Given that the injuries were primarily from arrows, the extraordinary healing effects of the blue potions resulted in no casualties for Grey Bear Village. While the battlefield was being cleared, Zig and Captain Jack remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the concealed wolf cavalry across the river. Zig instructed Biden to lead all the militia in clearing the battlefield. The wolf cavalry hidden in the woods along the banks of the Salmon River exchanged bewildered glances, from the initial charge of the Quiaba orcs to the sudden appearance of numerous human archers on the walls. Culminating in the collapse of the false city gate, the ensuing chaos had left them in a state of shock. They watched in disbelief as the superior forces of the Quiaba tribe were gradually whittled away, ultimately collapsing after being struck down at the false city gate, leaving behind a mere 30 or 40 scattered individuals fleeing in disarray. "Brother, what shall we do now?" the young werewolf Backlef, overwhelmed by shock, inquired of Pashiko beside him. "I don't know either," Pashiko murmured, observing the humans from Grey Bear Village emerging to scour the battlefield, mercilessly finishing off the gravely injured prairie orcs, their lives being extinguished with a simple thrust of a blade, followed by a chorus of anguished cries, and then the grim task of piling up the corpses. Such scenes had always been the domain of the prairie orcs when they dispatched humans, and it was the first time Pashiko realized how fragile the lives of the prairie orcs truly were. This revelation left him somewhat dazed, and for the first time, he perceived that perhaps battle was not as glorious as it seemed. "Brother, they are coming." The voice of the young werewolf Backlef jolted Pashiko back to reality, as he beheld the mysterious human who had previously engaged in trade with the Higas tribe. Approaching with a cohort of soldiers, crossbows at the ready. "Reveal our identities," Pashiko uttered with resignation, reasoning that since they had been discovered and the other party was a mind mage, leaving now would only lead to eventual exposure of their prior presence. It would be far better to boldly display their banner, claiming to be there to assist their partners, potentially ensuring a longer-lasting business relationship in the future. Zig drew closer to the hidden location of the Higas tribe with his men. The wolf cavalry finally raised the Higas flag and hoisted the agreed-upon symbol of trade. Finally making an appearance, Zig mused, stroking his chin as he watched the 20 or so wolf riders of the Higas tribe approach. "What were you plotting while hiding in the thicket on the opposite shore?" The customary rule forbade the giant wolf mounts of the Higas tribe from entering the city, necessitating that the wolf cavalry transform into human forms first. It was only after the wolf riders had morphed into human shapes and entered the city that Zig decided to commence the celebration of victory. With Zig's approval and the situation clarified, both the villagers of Grey Bear Village and the militia erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Biden, accompanied by a few others, marched at the forefront, escorting a group of captives. Zig trailed behind, flanked by a throng of militia, sandwiching the transformed werewolves of the Higas tribe in between. Joyous crowds lined the village path, a blend of the original villagers of Grey Bear and the refugees whom Zig had redeemed with supplies, each expressing their elation in their own unique manner. The suppressed joy that had long been contained burst forth, filling the nearly 800-strong Grey Bear village with raucous cheers. This left the Higas tribe's werewolf allies caught in the midst, feeling quite awkward, their discomfort palpable as the human cheers cascaded from all directions like waves in the ocean. They were celebrating a victory that had little to do with the werewolves of the Higas tribe. Zig squinted, carefully scrutinizing the expressions and demeanor of Pashiko and his companions. Unable to suppress a cold smirk, he was acutely aware of their intentions. Had Grey Bear Village faced defeat, these prairie orcs of the Higas tribe would have unhesitatingly allied with the Quyaba tribe to pillage Grey Bear Village. Conversely, if the Quyaba tribe were to falter, they could emerge later under the guise of providing assistance. Indeed, upon their initial encounter, Pashiko had implied as much. Following a brief celebration, the time had come for the interrogation of the captives. Whether out of curiosity or vengeance, the villagers and militia of Grey Bear surrounded the captives, eager to witness the fruits of their prolonged struggle against the prairie orcs of the Quyaba tribe. Kill them! Slaughter these beasts! It was not only Zig who sought to display his authority. The villagers of Grey Bear were equally keen to witness the fate of the prairie orcs. The cries of the humans, who had suffered under the prairie orcs, surged in fervor around the captives, relentless and unyielding. Surrender, and we shall spare your lives. Zig spat defiantly on the ground. In truth, it mattered little whether they surrendered or not. As these prairie orcs were already his captives, their verbal acknowledgement of surrender bore more symbolic weight than practical significance. The first prairie orc to be interrogated was the werewolf centurion Ivanov. Known for his penchant for intimidation, and thus he was the first to be confronted. However, even with a blade poised against his throat, this battle-worn centurion of the werewolf tribe, bearing 6 grievous wounds, continued to laugh maniacally. You are the ones who should surrender. I advise you to release us. Chapter 79. Intimidation. The tenacity and ferocity of the werewolf tribe's orcs compelled one to acknowledge their status as the true dominators of the prairie. Even with a blade at their throats, none among the werewolves expressed a willingness to capitulate. This stark reality awakened Zig to the understanding that he was not facing the feeble adversaries depicted in the propaganda of war dramas, easily torn apart, nor the dim-witted foes who could be misled by simple tricks. Rather, he faced a group of savage, unyielding prairie werewolves, proud and formidable. The werewolves not only refused to yield but displayed a defiance that was nothing short of brazen. Particularly exemplified by Ivanov. Ha ha ha, humans. It seems many of you were once our slaves, am I correct? I can tell from your attire. Ivanov, reveling in the absence of cowardice among his fellow werewolves, cast a triumphant glance at the surrounding humans with a mocking sneer. This audacious centurion's unexpected query regarding those who had been captured and returned by Zig caught him off guard. While he did not comprehend Ivanov's intent, he neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Since they were our slaves, they ought to understand how we treat our enemies, and they should also know how we deal with disobedient slaves. Ivanov's booming laughter echoed, his derisive gaze sweeping over the encircled humans. As he spoke, Zig noticed the refugees he had rescued visibly stir. We throw disobedient slaves and enemies to our giant wolf mounts, who relish consuming live prey, particularly their innards, devouring them while still warm. As Ivanov continued, his arrogance swelled, and an unsettling grin spread across his face as he surveyed the humans, clearly relishing the effect of his intimidation. The murmurs of unrest began to ripple through the crowd of refugees who had recently returned to human society, some still haunted by the trauma of their past enslavement. Tell me, does our giant wolf feast first on your heart, your liver, or your intestines? Ivanov's pride swelled with each word, a sinister glee creeping into his expression. Run! Our Quyaba tribe has only sent a handful of us this time. Next time, there will be silence. Zig would not permit this arrogant creature to continue his tirade of intimidation. He struck Ivanov squarely in the eye, effectively silencing the werewolf centurion's braggadocio. However, It was too late to stop the ripple effect of Ivanov's intimidation. The crowd of refugees erupted with a cacophony of voices. These beasts are merciless. They are not human. They are mere animals, indeed. I have witnessed those colossal wolves devour humans, literally tearing open their abdomens. Blood, it was everywhere. Upon overhearing the discussions of the refugees behind him, Zyge realized he had made a grave error. This werewolf named Ivanov was exceptionally skilled in employing intimidation tactics against his adversaries. Zyge glanced to his left, then to his right, and observed that the jubilant expressions of the villagers from Grey Bear Village and the refugees, who had only moments ago celebrated their victory, had now dissipated. The fervent cries for vengeance against these prairie orcs had almost entirely vanished from their faces, replaced instead by expressions tainted with negativity. Some appeared dejected, others fearful, while a few were in a state of sheer panic. Even the militia members, who wielded their weapons, no longer exhibited the spirited resolve of raised arms. Instead, they gazed at the werewolf orcs and the murmuring refugees with bewildered and somewhat apprehensive eyes. Even their weapons were involuntarily lowered. The only ones remaining calm were the burly Biden and his few minotaur slaves. The mob mentality sometimes exhibited by humans is indeed a toxic scourge. And such sentiments can easily escalate at that moment. A gruff voice beside Zyge spoke. "Noble companion, I have something to say." Turning to look, Zyge saw that it was Pashiko, a young werewolf orc from the Higas tribe, who had summoned him from the interrogation of the werewolf orc prisoners. "Speak quickly," Zyge urged, for the matter at hand was no longer about the prisoners, but rather the mob-like reaction of the surrounding refugees and villagers. Fear was spreading among them, and eliminating the werewolf orc prisoners would do little to quell this fear. Were it not for Pashiko being a business partner of the prairie werewolves from Grey Bear Village, Zyge would not have bothered to engage him further. As Pashiko spoke, Biden and his companions gathered closer. "Noble human, as we understand it, they are the werewolf warriors of the Quyaba tribe." It was evident that Pashiko was quite anxious. "So what? The Quyaba tribe is one that your father mentioned to me." For Zyge, irrespective of which tribe these werewolf orcs belonged to, as long as they posed a threat to Grey Bear Village without any prior alliance, they were all the same. Yet he did not comprehend why this young werewolf orc felt compelled to bring it up. "Noble human, you may not be aware, but the Quyaba tribe is vastly different from our Higas tribe. Their werewolf warriors alone number between 1,000 and 2,000. If we include the Minotaur slaves, their numbers could reach 3,000 to 4,000. Just now, we witnessed many werewolf warriors fleeing, and that is dire news. If they return to their tribe and inform them of the significant loss of warriors, they will undoubtedly rally the entire tribe of werewolf warriors and Minotaur slaves." At this point, Zyge raised his hand to stop Pashiko, knowing well enough the implications behind his words. Given the current defensive capabilities of Grey Bear Village, they could not withstand an assault from 3,000 to 4,000 foes. The walls barely reached 5 meters in height, and the militia had only recently expanded to a little over 100. Pashiko's words instilled a sense of crisis in Zyge. His closest subordinates, including Biden, also sensed the looming threat. Biden, Jack, and Rukuz exchanged glances. And then Biden stepped forward. "Lord Zyge, perhaps we should simply leave this place. We can protect you as we retreat far away, ensuring we are safe from their return. I ask that what you all think as well?" Zyge surveyed the others after hearing Biden's proposal. Jack, Rukuz, and Lawrence all nodded in agreement, while only his newly acquired Minotaur subordinate, Johnson, stood motionless. Observing their reactions, Zyge let out a cold huff and turned away, leaving his subordinates in a state of bewilderment. There was no denying that Biden and the others, in the face of danger, made the choice to protect their Lord Zyge by fleeing, which was not inherently wrong and indeed demonstrated their unwavering loyalty. What angered Zyge was not their desire to escape, but rather their failure to realize that if they fled, where could they possibly run to? The development of Grey Bear Village had only just begun. According to Zyge's prior recollections, the days following the commencement of trade with the prairie orcs had been the most content period of his life. Each day was graced with freshly baked bread and tender, delectable lamb. Reflecting upon the arduous existence of the former owner of this body within the Duke's estate, Grey Bear Village felt like a paradise. If Zyge were to abandon Grey Bear Village, where else could he go? Once he left, Princess Bianca would not let go of the chance to eliminate him, leaving Zyge to ponder where he could find refuge. Without a stable position, even the loyalty of Biden and the others would not suffice for him to maintain a noble lifestyle. Wandering the world with the skills he had brought from the Dota system artifact might be possible, but Zyge did not consider himself to possess any protagonist aura. What if he unwittingly met his end in some desolate and perilous place? That would be a fate more unjust than that of Do-E. Becoming a rotting corpse in the wilderness was not the ending Zyge desired. With a grim expression, Zyge led Biden and Pashiko to the clearing where the Quyaba tribe's werewolf orcs were being interrogated. Upon seeing Ivanov, he erupted into a sinister laughter. Indeed, resilient, brave, formidable, bloodthirsty, vengeful, and unyielding. These are qualities inherent to the prairie werewolf orcs, as well as their esteemed traditions. They had every right to sneer, particularly towards the human villagers they once deemed weak. Such a sneer represented their contempt in the eyes of the werewolf orcs. Their recent defeat was merely a result of the feeble humans employing cunning strategies, allowing them a fleeting victory. Resilient, brave, and formidable prairie werewolf orcs felt no shame in being vanquished by a stronger foe. However, being bested by a weaker adversary employing deceit was something they would never accept. As Zyge approached with his entourage, Ivanov suddenly burst into laughter. His gaze fixated on Pashiko, and he sneered, "You seem to be a werewolf warrior yourself. Which tribe do you belong to? Why do you present yourself here in a submissive form?" What Ivanov referred to as submissive form was, in fact, the human guise that werewolf orcs adopted. However, when they transformed into human form,